Fan Studios, secured by DFWSecurity.com. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Good morning, Metroplex. Happy Monday. We are on live. As always, the entire squad is here. I'm Sean. Well, not the entire squad. That's coming a little bit. Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy. We got Peyton. We got Ryan. We're live on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. And happy Monday to all of you. Thank you for turning it on, leaving it on. We got a Post Malone ticket giveaway during the Expressway. So if you're not able to turn it on and leave it on, reminder, 7 o'clock, we're going to hook you up with some tickets to go see Posty. How was Father's Day weekend for everybody?
Busy. No baseball, but very busy in terms of getting the house ready for the big move.
Oh.
Happening in 2 weeks.
She's moving in.
She's broken the leash. She has gotten out.
Thank you to the gang activity in Fort Worth.
She has gotten away from Stop 6. And she is heading to Roanoke.
That's about to get real.
Yeah, it is.
I mean, you've basically been living together anyway.
Basically.
I think
her
that
place
was
or mine.
I think that was an old myth from Oprah Winfrey or one of those talk shows. You should not live together first. And I'm like, no, you definitely should live together first.
Yeah.
Learn each other's annoying habits. I'm not sure if there's a divorce rate that's tied to that, whether you live together first, whether or not, but it's finally happening.
Finally happening. It'll be official. It'll expect to have that little address on her license. Oh, baby.
Oh,
yeah.
Wow, you're basically married at this point.
I mean, there's a big difference.
Okay.
Prenups and stuff. We don't have that.
Are you breaking that news like their friend Mackenzie that they already got married? You breaking that?
No, I'm just sources.
Sources. Very good.
Sources.
No, yeah, we're. I guess it's the same thing. It really is.
You're supposed to mention something about your boys or your dad.
No, that was the weekend. See, Sunday I don't really consider the weekend. And then I had my kids yesterday. The pops is what a nightmare he is. Poor guy. This there drools all over himself at this point.
He's still hanging on.
Hanging on for dear life, man. It doesn't seem like he's going anywhere.
Is he cognizant at all?
Not even a little bit. Like he'll blink every now and then. You wonder if he's like talking to you or something. But no, for the most part, he just kind of sits there and
he recognize you.
No. He sometimes will like look at you. Like most of the time is the way his head's situated. He just kind of looks sort of semi down at like your knees. Every once in a while, he'll kind of gaze up, and you think that he might know who you are, but in reality, I don't think. The lights are on, but nobody's home.
Yeah. Pepe, what'd you do for your pops?
So we ordered a chiloso. He didn't want to grill out or anything. He said, just get me chiloso. It's a Mexican restaurant in Rockwall.
Okay.
We just had like steak fajitas, chicken fajitas, queso, the whole bit. Just kind of got a family cater package and had that. And then I got him a because he likes to grill sometimes, and so I got him like an apron but it's like a legit like apron. Like it's got a beer opener on the bottle opener on the side. It's got pockets. I mean, it's decent.
Legit.
It's not just like your checkered board kind of
like a
apron.
leather, like a type of leather one.
Yeah, it's like a leather. It's I think the brand was like Oklahoma Joe's or something.
Okay.
And then I got him Satitos.
Oh, okay.
All right.
So
yeah, he's a vodka soda guy.
You in the handle or the?
It was half handle.
Okay.
Yeah.
So vodka,
the apron was a little bit more than I thought. So
vodka grilling and fajitas. So he must try to do some serious grill work if you're getting him an apron versus burgers and hot dogs.
yeah, because he'd go out there with just like t-shirt shorts. It was real plain. I was like, you need to step up your game a little bit.
This place looks pretty good. This chiloso.
I never heard of it.
Neither have I. It's in a strip mall, so I was concerned at first, but it looks pretty good.
I've never been inside. We've always like ordered it to go, but we love it.
Really?
Yeah.
See, I would think you could go inside because I don't think you can get the full. It always tastes bad when you order to go, right? It always gets a little bit soggy or whatever.
I mean, fajitas is something you can probably.
Yeah.
Normally, I would never order steak, but I feel like fajitas you could do.
Yeah.
You know,
Yes.
fajitas like the go-to for a catered party, maybe.
Yeah, and that's what it was. It came in like the cater package. Maybe they just make it a little better because it's that, but I have no idea. But yeah, it's always been great for us.
Do you think that Bobby allowed his girls to celebrate him yesterday with some type of Father's Day lunch dinner event?
I would guess not.
Freaking Grinch.
I would guess not. He doesn't. He might. I can't say it. He should have allowed him to. I don't think he did.
Yeah, I don't think he did either. But he tried to prank his wife. That's what he was doing on his Father's Day, which we'll get to in best and worst of the weekend. The wife, one day I left my headphones home and she saw the state of them. Peyton, you probably don't see it because you're in the other room, but they're a hot mess.
Yeah.
Like one of the paddings is missing on one side, but they still work. So she went and got me these headphones.
Oh, wait.
And I'm going to say this while she's definitely asleep. I was like, how much were these? That's all I always ask. How much?
$259.
I think it started with a 2. And I was like,
$259.
How do I figure out how to take these back?
No.
It's the ones you're wearing are.
I don't think so.
Yep. They're the same ones.
I don't think that they're $200.
I guarantee mine were $259.
$259?
Same ones.
Man, you can learn from Chiafalo. You can get away with some cheap headphones. I know.
It doesn't sound the same. You get cheap headphones, I'll tell you what. Maybe you won't listen. Maybe you won't hear all the little creaks in the studio.
That's right. All right. Yesterday on your home of Rangers baseball, it looked like they were about to lose this series. They were going to lose and drop 2 of 3 to Toronto. Maybe some of the dads went out there yesterday for some barbecue and some Rangers baseball, and it ended nicely.
3-2, 1 out, pitch. Tavares swings, and that one is driven to right center. Springer back, bullpen shot, out of here! 2-run home run for Leody Tavares, and the Rangers lead 10-7.
They were down 6-0 in this game. Then they score 8 unanswered, and they get out of this series against the Blue Jays, winning 2 of 3, the final 11-7 yesterday right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Man, that was a tremendous win. They had no business winning that game the way they played in the first handful of innings. No business whatsoever.
Not good for John Gray's blister return.
No, not good. It's like things are starting to fall apart a little bit. Yep. Things are starting to fall apart. Some days you get good pitching and you can't hit. Some days you get good hitting, you can't pitch. They got good hitting, they couldn't pitch yesterday, but the bullpen actually performed quite well, and they were able to take it to 2-2.
Corey Seager and Zeke Duran with 4 hits apiece. Corey Seager is out of his mind.
Yes, he is. And this was a team that was scuttling a little bit. That would have been a really ugly series, ugly weekend.
Scuttling.
Yes.
Scuttlebutt.
Little scuttlebutt.
Scuttlebutt.
Yep, they were not playing well. They needed this win big time.
Yeah, the feeling I'm getting on them has gone from a power position, a feeling of control, to I kind of feel like we're trying to hang on right now. That's just a feeling that I'm getting. I've had pretty accurate feelings on the Rangers throughout the year. I didn't freak out during the Reds series. Thank you, Cincinnati, by the way, for continuing to own the state of Texas, as Peyton pointed out. And the Reds did on their Twitter account, owning the state as they sweep the armpit. They sweep the Astros. But I didn't freak out after that series. Now I feel like we're in hang-on mode right now. That's the way I feel as a fan. Position of power, and now you got to go out and get a DeGrom replacement. You have to.
It's a little bit of hang-on mode. Look, they're not going to play as poorly as they've played over the last 10 days for the rest of the year. All right, they're not. And they weren't going to play as good as they played in the first 60 days for the rest of the year. You've got to figure out where this team actually is, what they are. They're not a 105-win team. I'm sorry that they're not. No, but nobody is. Nobody is. They're a 90-win team. 85 to 95.
Tampa might be.
Yeah, Tampa might be. They might win 105 games, but Tampa's even them. They're not a 105 talent team. They're just not. Tampa's not. Even if they do win it, it's just you got to figure out where the drop off is.
So the Rangers get huge days from Corey Seager and Zeke Duran, and the bullpen did a very, very nice job. 4 relievers combined for 6 2/3 of 1-run ball. And John King pitched 3 1/3 hitless innings for the win. And your Rangers have that lead in the American League West by 4.5 games. And you're not 4.5 games up on the armpit. You're 4.5 games up on the Angels. So the Astros are in third at 5.5 back.
Yeah, they are. They are.
See that.
I know. How about that one? How about that?
Unfortunately, the Angels kind of used us to get to second right now.
Yeah, they kind of did. And they're getting hot. They're a hot team, and Shohei's hitting. Trout hit a homer, so maybe he's going to start hitting a little bit. I still don't buy their pitching. I still don't buy it.
Father's Day is supposed to be all about relaxing. Got some Rangers baseball and taking in the golf major event of the weekend. We have a U.S. Open winner. Did you get the drama you were looking for at the very end? And Fort Worth representing in the College World Series. Some love for the Horned Frogs. The Monday edition of Sean and RJ just getting started. Glad you're waking up with us right here on.
Who takes down all the stars in Los Angeles to win the United States Open.
That was the call on NBC. Who is Wyndham Clark?
He's won one other tournament, and that was like 3 weeks ago. So he's obviously playing probably the best golf of his life. But he is not somebody that the mainstream people have ever heard of.
Ranked 293 in the official world golf rankings a year ago. Never finished better than a tie for 75th in a major.
Yeah, and this is the first cut he's made at the U.S. Open, so he's the first player in a century to win the Open in his first cut. He also has moved from 273rd or whatever to 32nd, and now he is going to move to the top 10, top 15. That's kind of the move that he is making now. He's played really well this year, but he's not someone that's a household name. Might be now. Or is now.
What did you think of the tournament overall?
Thursday was really good with a couple of guys, throwing up big numbers, 62s. It was Friday and Saturday were kind of lame. And then Sunday you had a little bit of drama. Rory had a chance. He had 17 chances. I don't know. I think he's too conservative playing for par. Like, he hit 16 of 18 greens. There is no reason that you hit 16 of 18 greens and are even par. That is unheard of. If you hit 16 of 18 on the PGA Tour level and you can't roll one in, it's because his putts are 30 feet long, and it's just very, very hard to make those putts. I think he's got to attack pins more. I don't know why he doesn't. Obviously, it works because nobody in the last 8 years has a better scoring average at a major than Rory. He is 168 under par. Well, 165. He's 165 under par, and that is about 10 shots clear of the next guy, which is Brooks Koepka.
I was hoping for more excitement. I probably psyched myself out before the tournament began. I already told myself I wasn't going to love this thing finishing at 8 p.m. Just being out there in Los Angeles turned me off. Having to tune in starting at 5 or 6 o'clock for rounds, I was like, come on, let's get this thing over with in the afternoon and then enjoy the night. Wyndham Clark is a nobody. I wanted, Rory and Scheffler, but there was really not that much drama. Scheffler wasn't really in true contention because he was a number of shots back. Ricky Fowler was no longer up there either. So I was hoping that Rory would give a little bit more of a push, but it was It was. I was hoping for a little bit more, but this is now 33 straight majors that Rory has gone without winning one. 9-year drought.
Yeah, and
I was rooting for him yesterday. I was really rooting for him because I feel bad for what the PGA did to him, what the commissioner did in terms of having him go out there and defend their brand, and then the embarrassment that came with the merger or whatever you want to call it. So I usually don't root for Rory because he'll come up short. He'll choke it away. He'll screw up somehow, some way. But I was yesterday. And how many majors does he have?
4.
It does not seem like that to me.
Well, it's been a decade.
4 majors he won.
He had 4 majors before he was like 23 years old, 25 years old.
That's incredible.
He won a lot early on. He had his couple-year window, and he was absolutely dominant, and he made the most of it. He'll get one. He is so close. He is literally go back and look. If you go to his Wikipedia page, the amount of top 10s, top 5s in majors that he's had over the last 8 years, it is incredible. Like, he is always there, always in contention.
Yeah.
Just never actually wins them at the end for whatever reason. I just think he's a little bit too conservative, and he doesn't attack enough pins. Maybe I'm wrong.
Any other performances stand out for better or worse?
Ricky was tremendous all weekend until yesterday, and he played like me. He was just missing greens. He was missing putts. He was just off. Koepka never had a shot. Rahm, came on at the end. Fleetwood had a great Sunday. A fantastic Sunday for Tommy
63?
63. And that's the second 63 he's had at a U.S. Open on the final round. There's 3 guys who've had a shot at 63 in the final round of a U.S. Open. Him twice, and then Johnny Miller.
So did this course take the L? Did this course
No, the course didn't take the L, no. The course, played well. I didn't care for it on Thursday. It definitely toughened up. As the week went on, but it's going to take the L, I think, on social media as the years go on. Just because if you look at this golf course, some of the rules that they have had, that they have been shown around, that they've got are a little bit antiquated. Like, you can't wear.
We'll get into them.
Yeah, you can't wear this, you can't wear that. A lot of them.
We'll get into them a little bit later on. But you had another sporting event, and the Horned Frogs are representing out of Fort Worth.
This is hit in the air to center. O'Donnell bolts back on the move, and he can't get there. Silva rounds third and scores, and it's insurance for TCU in the 8th.
And the unranked Horned Frogs take out number 7 Virginia 4-3 College World Series action.
Yeah, and they hang on. That was an elimination game. So now they will move on to the next round. They got to see who they're going to play still. They got some other games going on. They still got games this today to play other elimination games in Omaha. I got to see the updated who's going to win the Jello Shot Challenge. LSU is they were running away with this last time I checked. It's almost like one of those points where it's like a 10-shot lead on Sunday.
They're over 10K right now too.
Yeah, they're gonna destroy Ole Miss's record.
Yeah,
and that's just the way it's gonna be. And everybody's gonna destroy the record from year on year on.
LSU.
Oh yeah,
represent.
They're professional drinkers. They're professional drinkers. I thought Bobby had the tag still on the side there on this hoodie.
Of his
just
new
walked
hoodie.
in.
Looks like a new gift. Hopefully it is. Hopefully he allowed his family to give him something.
Oh.
What about your Vols? Peyton Manning jinxed him again.
Lost to LSU. That was expected.
Bud Light jinx.
That was expected. Yep. Well, he's an investor. He owns like a distributorship or bar. He's got some stake in Bud Light.
Some of the crazies went off calling him woke because he was drinking a Bud Light during the game.
Yes, his taste buds are woke. That's what they are. His taste buds are woke. So he was there at the game, and they lost. Tennessee lost to LSU, which I understand. That was expected. LSU's the best team, and now LSU's going to wind up winning this whole thing, I think.
Paul Skeens, man, he looked really good. He threw 123 pitches, and I think 30 of them went over 100 miles per hour.
Dang!
I mean, he was lighting up 12 strikeouts. He was mowing it down, and they Dylan Cruz as well. It's not fair.
It's not fair.
And before the tournament, I congratulate LSU on winning the national championship.
They're
going to be LSU, Florida in the finals.
Two of the first four picks of the draft. If Skeens gets to the Rangers, oh my God, they better take him. We got Stanford today. Play Stanford today. Elimination game, yep.
So we'd have Kumar, Leiter, and Skeens.
Legit.
Throw them into the system.
Yeah, maybe you can be 1 for 3.
877-881-1053 is the truckwreck.com text line. 877-881-1053. Let us know how y'all took in Father's Day. And, of course, we have a brand new giveaway to hook you up with. We got Post Malone tickets. And the big story of the day that broke late afternoon, we got a new dream team in the NBA. And how far behind are the Dallas Mavericks because of it? The blockbuster that went down in the association next.
The more you listen, the harder we grind. studios secured by DFWsecurity.com. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Good morning, Metroplex. Now we got the entire squad with us. We are live here on DFW Sports Station. Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy, and Roberto Belt, along with Peyton and Ryan in the back live on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. And the big story that broke yesterday, holy crap. The Phoenix Suns acquire Bradley Beal from the Washington Wizards in exchange for Chris Paul, Landry Shamet, a handful of second-round picks, and multiple pick swaps.
It's disgusting.
That is a disgustingly compensation, Mike McCarthy, a disgusting amount of compensation going back to D.C., as you now have a brand new Big Four in Phoenix, as DeAndre Ayton, Bradley Beal, Booker, and KD are taking up $163 million on just those four guys. That's the compensation that was involved.
This is going to be one of those, let's just get as much talent as we possibly can, throw it together, see if it works. It's kind of what this is. You know, you still have four great players, but now you're just trading out Paul for Beal. Which you're getting younger. This is fascinating how this all came together. The fact that they got so little for Bradley Beal. Now maybe that's because he's only played 90 games over the last 2 years.
No, it's because
he makes $50 million a year.
No, it's because the thing that did this trade in that a lot of people aren't recognizing is the no trade that they gave him. They gave him a no trade and it allowed him to control. So he's like, I want out. I want to go to a contender. The Miami Heat and Phoenix were involved, and he was willing to waive the no trade. I think Joker's got the no trade as well, but they gave Bradley Beal that amount of power, so they were limited and who they could talk to and what they could get back in return. They're destroying the Wizards front office. They destroyed them at the time in D.C., and they're absolutely destroying them right now because you handcuffed yourself.
Yeah, they really did. They got handcuffed, and now they were able to get somebody out of it who'll never play for them. They're going to trade Chris Paul. They're going to move on from him. Who knows what they get? They get a ton of picks. I doubt it. They didn't get a ton of picks in this one. They're not going to be very good. They weren't very good before. They're going to be a bad basketball team, and I hope that they're happy. I hope they're happy they gave them $250 million and handcuffed themselves with a no trade. They gave them all the money and all the power.
I thought that this was going to play out during the next season. I thought this was going to be, okay, the Wizards think again, they're going to trade him at the deadline. But bam, all of a sudden it accelerated last week with all the rumors, all the discussions, and all the teams. And now Bradley Beal is on the Suns.
This is the equivalent, I feel like. Bradley Beal is still a very good player. He's I think he'll be 30 next year. But this is the equivalent to me of when the Cowboys had made it very clear they were going to release Ezekiel Elliott. Like if they had then gone and said, wait, we changed our mind, even though we've publicly projected we're going to release him. We're now going to trade him for Lane Johnson from the Eagles. And now we've got a Pro Bowl right tackle. It's like, this is all it took. It took Chris Paul, Shamet, and some picks. Yeah.
Like this feels like a Pau Gasol. Do you remember when Pau Gasol went from the Grizzlies to the Lakers and everybody was like, what? What are you, Jerry West? We got some insider trading right here as he's working in Memphis and, of course, has his heart in L.A. That's all this took to give Kobe Bryant a couple more rings. This is BS. If David Stern were around, he would have stopped this trade. That's what this feels like. But it's because of the no-trade clause.
Yeah, because that does it. It limits what you're able to do. And it's funny, yesterday I was sitting there thinking, I was like, man, it'd be nice if the Mavericks could ever be part of one of these trades where we're walking away from it going like, oh, they absolutely fleeced him. But then I got to thinking about it. I was like, we did feel that way after Porzingis. Like, we did feel like we got this sort of a deal, and Porzingis just didn't work out. I think we all felt like we didn't have to give up much at all to Brooklyn to get Kyrie Irving, and it just didn't work out. And so, I don't know. Maybe this is something that ultimately doesn't work out. I'm going to be fascinated to see, I guess this is Devin Booker running the point now in Phoenix, I guess, which he's done a little bit before, but...
Well, I think that they have to trade Ayton. You can't have this amount of money in four guys. Now, maybe Ayton is going to be fine now that Monty Williams is gone, a guy that everyone seemed to really, really like, but you have zero depth. Almost every other super team trade that has happened I said to myself, oh, there it is, championship. I did not feel this way yesterday when this news broke. This did not in my mind make me say the Phoenix Suns are winning the NBA championship. Right. Because I just saw them fail this past year after the Kevin Durant acquisition. And I was like, okay. Like, and Charles Barkley hammers home this point all the time. He's like, you got to have some depth. You got to have a bench. You got to have role players. You have to have guys, backing up these superstars. The Phoenix Suns don't have it. And if I were them, I'm thinking about trading DeAndre Ayton to try to get some role players. Although he probably has some diminished value right now around the league for having a lack of heart.
Yeah, I mean, look, it's what is Bradley Beal? Like, what is he?
He's a very good scorer.
Okay, yeah, because he's not a good three-point shooter. But the idea that he is, he's not.
He's not like an awful one. For his career, he's 37%. Now, he had a bad year in
last 2 years.
2 years. Even last year, he was still 36%. But you make up for some of that when overall, like last year was the highest field goal percentage year of his career. He shot over 50% as a shooting guard because he was able to get whatever he wanted, near the rim. And so he's absolutely, and I think when you talk about a guy who can cut to the rim, gets such free access, is able to finish at the hole, like that's all positive stuff when you do have the shooters like Durant and Booker that he can kick out to if he collapses.
He can score. He doesn't play defense, but nobody does. He's outside the top 100 in three-point field goal percentage. Like that was surprising enough to me. Right around 100 in that 36% category. I was surprised when I saw that. I was thinking this guy was closer to 39, 40%, but no. I mean, he's a scorer. And he's a volume guy. And how is that going to play when there's four basketballs going on, or four guys that want the basketball, or three at least, because Ayton's probably going to be gone.
Yeah, Bassick, I texted him, deal's done. He said they only have 4 players and no money, no picks. I think they have to trade Ayton for 3 players. So that's Phoenix trying to fill out the rest of the roster.
Well, and to your point real quick, Chop, on looking at Beal, the reason why you feel like he's a 40% three-point shooter is because he was the first 5 years of his career. He was exactly 40%. The last 6 years of his career, he shot 35%. So he's becoming more of a volume shooter. He's become less efficient, but he's still a really good player. I mean, this is a guy who's, 2 years removed from back-to-back 30-point scoring seasons. You're right, though, like the depth, the defense, who's going to run the point, there's so many questions there. But the fact that they didn't give up Ayton, they can turn Ayton into a point guard or a couple of 3-and-D guys or whatever else. This is fantastic moves from them the last 2 times. The Durant trade, this trade, it's just frustrating when you realize this is sitting in the West next to you.
And it's frustrating when you realize Bradley Beal's agent has a father-son relationship with the Suns CEO.
Yes, he does.
How about that? The Suns CEO is the son of Bradley Beal's agent. So how about that little that little relationship?
Yeah, I know. Is that collusion?
Now look, it still took the Wizards to do this. That's why I'm not going to make a humongous deal. The Wizards were the dummies who still ultimately gave Beal this much power and got this back for it.
The Suns looked at what happened in the Knicks last year and went, oh, like the dad can be involved, like we can have complete improper ties, and you're not really going to punish anybody. Cool. We'll trade our second-round pick, so you can't even dock us one of those like you did the Knicks.
Yeah, everyone go get a Jalen Brunson dad in their organization. So now what for Chris Paul? Well, there's already rumors that the Clippers are interested. A reunion in Los Angeles to try to always add leadership there with Paul George and Kawhi Leonard. And the Miami Heat were supposed to be in on this as well, as Heat fans were ticked off with Pat Riley yesterday. Well, apparently they preferred Damian Lillard the entire time. So Miami is trying to make it work with Dame time over Bradley Beal.
I mean, I think I'd rather have Dame than Bradley Beal anyway.
Absolutely.
So from Riley's standpoint, Miami's standpoint, that's the right move. I also think that, with Dame, it's different, right? Like with Beal and Jimmy Butler, as good as Beal may be, I think it's just different. When
it kind of feels like the same with Beal and Jimmy. But Brian Windhorst, who told us, Windhorst again, fingers up, said we're going to be surprised with the lack of compensation in the Beal deal because he knew that Beal was going to control everything in this because of the no trade. And that was a brilliant point. Once again, Windhorst ahead of things. He said this about the Blazers. They're not interested in rebuilding and receiving a haul for Damian Lillard. They can get a haul, whatever it is, and they'd have 2 lottery picks to rebuild around, but that is not the direction they're going at all. That is not the intel I'm receiving. So that's Windhorse saying the Blazers are not trying to trade Dame like the Wizards did Beal.
Not trying to trade him. Now if they do, they make it a massive load, but they also may get players instead of picks, right? That's also what that sounds to me like. They don't want to rebuild it. They just want to get a bunch of different guys.
So Denver or Phoenix right now in the West, if you had to pick it next year?
Still say Denver. That Phoenix team is a mess.
Man, that's a Phoenix probably right now. Just because, I trust they're going to get some sort of depth built around them. And
I just see what the fit is, right? I said the fit's the question.
Look, Phoenix was already...
It's 3 humongous scores.
Right, I know, but they don't. You can't just put them all together.
Yeah, I'm questioning the fit.
Yeah, oh yeah, for sure.
So
okay, I see what you're saying.
I think that look, Phoenix was already the only team in this playoff run that actually took 2 from Denver in a series. Like they won back-to-back games against them. They pushed them more than anybody else did. And now you've taken out Chris Paul and added Bradley Beal. I think that makes them clearly a significant challenge, but this is a lot of money tied up. Devin Booker's entering the last year of his deal. So he's not, but he'll get re-signed. He'll be on the books for a while. The 25-26 season coming up here in a few years. Currently, the Suns have Ayton, Durant, and Beal under contract for a combined $143 million. $143 million on 3 guys. And then when you throw Booker in that, you're going to be pushing near $200 million on 4 guys. So your starting lineup will probably cost $200 million.
But look, y'all, don't fret. Because the Maverick rumor mill was churning over the weekend, and I have 3 names written down that they're supposedly interested in. Clint Capella.
Oh, baby.
Grant Williams and Harrison Barnes.
No one's dying.
Come on down.
Easy for me. Give me Grant Williams. Go Vols.
Okay, Grant Williams, I guess.
So here's the initial rumor. That the Mavericks were interested in John Collins. Do you remember I said on this show, I love poking holes in these brand new deals like Anthony Rendon and John Collins. And I'm like, this is a classic overreaction to Atlanta's lucky run. Do not pay John Collins like this. The guy can jump off a trampoline, but he's limited. So the initial rumor was the Mavs are going to get John Collins and pick 15 from Atlanta and give up 10 and Bertans for the draft this week. And then it changed to the interest is in Clint Capella and not John Collins. And I was like, no. This is my initial reaction. I'm like, no. Clint Capella, he's old. What are you talking about? John Collins has upside. John Collins is young. John Collins is a freak athlete. And then I went and looked at the numbers. And John Collins is an overpaid bum. My Lord. Give me his points and rebounds.
7
what?
Points. 4 rebounds.
Last year?
Yeah.
15 and 9.
11 and 4. 11 and 4 for John Collins. Go look up his salary. Meanwhile, Clint Capella put up 8 and 8. 8 and 8, but you get some interior presence. That's what we're talking about with the Mavericks, swapping 10 with 15 with the Hawks. Capella is 29 years old. And Collins is 24 years old. That's the only thing he has the advantage in is the age. Sorry, he's 25.
For sure. They got, and look, Capella's been around. He's played on some good teams. Fine, whatever. Grant Williams, good role guy. Fine, whatever. But you're not going to get points out of these. You're not getting 15 points a night.
Let me correct myself real quick. What I gave you was postseason numbers. My apologies. Collins for the regular season was 13 and 6.
Oh, well.
13 and 6, and Capella was 12 and 11. Double-double. Double-double and a block.
Oh, Springfield, here we come.
Well, given how easily they let everybody in, probably.
Yeah.
That probably would be Springfield. It's interesting. You look at Clint Capella over the last 6 years. One of the big things we've wanted, right, is somebody to contest shots, somebody to rebound, do things like that. That's absolutely what Capella will do. In fact, if you look at his per 36 minutes numbers over the last 6 seasons combined, it's 17 points, 15 rebounds, 2 blocks, and a steal. I'll take that here. And if you're telling me I don't have to just give up 10, you'll actually give me 15 back so I can save some depth.
Yep.
All right, fine. I'm in on it.
Mark Stein also says the Mavs are done with Christian Wood. Shocker. They're not expected to make him an offer to return. So bye-bye Christian Wood. Possibilities of Grant Williams, Harrison Barnes, and Clint Capella.
It's been real. It's been real.
Grant Williams, big Luka Doncic fan, by the way. So that right there would probably help. He really likes Luka a lot.
I mean, look.
Is that sarcasm?
No, I'm being dead serious. He dead serious loves Luka. You remember we played the audio?
Yeah.
We played the audio a couple months ago where Grant Williams was talking about Luka and the way he is, and he goes, Luka might have the hall pass.
I'm stunned. He's made this much of a career. I really am. Because he's positionless.
Were you getting ready to panic over the Rangers offense? RJ says, don't worry, a Rangers enemy makes a move you may have to root for. And why was everybody hating this part of the U.S. Open on Father's Day? That's next with Sean and RJ.
The latest from
And it's back to Sean and RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan segment here, brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. Life is unpredictable. Accidents happen. Frankel and Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one have been in an accident, contact the Frankels at 214-333-3333 or just go to truckwreck.com.
This place will be rocking if Corey hits that jack pocket sign. Here he drives one up the alley in right center field. Springer can't get it. It's off the track and off the fence. Duran is in to score. Leote coming around third. He'll score without a throw. It's a 2-run double for Corey Seager, and the Rangers are back in this thing now, trailing 6-4.
Hicksy with the call, and Corey Seager is out of his damn mind right now. Doubles, singles, 4 hits. The Rangers end up coming back and taking 2 of 3 against Toronto. They win 11-7. They take 2 of 3. 4.5 games up in the American League West. Not on the Astros, but on the Angels. The armpit gets swept by the Cincinnati Reds. Bobby, some of your Ranger weekend takeaways.
I mean, it was when they were down 6-0. It was a little bit like, all right, this is definitely starting to hit panic mode now. You lose 3 series in a row, the last 2 at home against teams that you would feel like you're better than. Like when you lose to Tampa on the road, you drop 2 out of 3. There's not a ton of shame in that. But then you come back and you have the struggles against the Angels and the Blue Jays like that. So I thought it was absolutely critical for them to come back and win this series yesterday. It's just a good pick-me-up. It's a good, mental thing. You mentioned there the Angels are now second. It's funny. I went back and looked, and I know I texted this, and I went back and looked, and it's even more insane than I thought. So from May 9th to June 6th, when the Rangers were on their insane run, they went 19-7 for basically a full month, and they didn't gain a single game on the Astros.
Wow.
From May 9th to June 6th.
Right.
They were up 4.5 on them on May 9th. They were up 4.5 on them on June 6th. Since June 7th, the Rangers have gone 4-7. So they're losing, 2 out of every 3 games lately, and their lead over the Astros has increased by a game. So they've picked up more ground on the Astros going 4-7 than they did going 19-7.
And Peyton texted, that's the way baseball go.
Mm-hmm.
That's the way it goes. By the way, Leote with a humongous home run. That 2-run shot in the 7th put them up 10-7. And then George Springer had that catch on low and right. What a play that was. But the Rangers end up getting the W. And RJ, you were pumping the brakes on the offensive panic.
Yeah, I mean, look, over the last handful of games, they faced Glasnow and McClanahan and Shohei and Gossman, and wow, they didn't hit those guys. Like, amazing. It happens. Like, nobody hits those guys. Earlier in the year, they faced Stroman. They didn't hit him. Cole, they didn't hit him. Gilbert, they didn't hit him. This is kind of what happened. Like, I'm not panicking over the offense because over the last 7 or 8, 10 days, they faced quality pitching. Now, not all of them, but at least 4 or 5 games, they have faced really quality pitching. Bassett is a good pitcher, and he performed well for a handful of innings. What was it? The top of the order went 0 for 28 against him.
Yes,
career wise.
Yes,
like he's a decent starter, not a 5th starter. He's a decent 2 or 3 around baseball. So like I can't panic when you don't hit. If you don't hit Gossman or Shohei or Glasnow or McClanahan or Stroman or Cole or Gilbert, all pitchers who have shut them down this year, I'm not panicked because you don't hit those guys. Those guys get paid $30 million or will get paid $30 million a year for a reason.
So, but I think the thing is, and the reason why there was some concern, even though the quality of pitching was there, is somebody hits them. Like Sabathia in his prime still came into the playoffs in 2010 when the Rangers bats were red hot, and they smoked him, and they got to him, and they broke him.
Yeah.
And so I think the thing is that you're gonna face pitchers like these when you get into the playoffs, and so I don't want to just. I think the thing is you don't want to just shrug your shoulders and go, well, you need to accept you're not going to hit in the playoffs because you're going to go up against good pitching. No, good teams, the Rangers, when they've had on their World Series runs, they rocked some good pitchers. They got to Verlander as a Cy Young Award winner. They get to Sabathia. And so I think you understand it in a single game of, okay, Shohei beat you that day. I just don't think you want to see consistently, well, the last 4 good pitchers you've gone up against, you put up like a run.
Well, yeah, look, it's maybe more than 4. But also don't forget, in October, a pitcher may not be as fresh as they are in the middle of June.
Sure.
I mean, they've got 180 to 220 innings under their belt, 35 starts, and they may not be as fresh. That's why I thought, if DeGrom was going to be hurt, but he came back for the postseason, or a month before the postseason, he'd be much more fresh. That happens.
So now tonight it's going to be the White Sox. You're going to be in Chicago, 6:30 pregame, 7 o'clock first pitch. Heaney's going to be on the mound. The White Sox are 3-7 in their last 10. They're 11 games under. They're 4th in the Central.
There is nothing interesting about the Chicago White Sox.
Weren't they supposed to be really interesting like 2 years ago? I remember talking about like their youth and their team.
They still got a lot of youth. Tony
La Russa running them into the ground.
Tony La Russa running them into the ground. The stadium's boring. Boy, they missed the boat of that stadium. They built that thing about a year too early, right before Camden Yards. They built that thing to look like a classic baseball stadium, just this cavernous pit. And then Camden Yards comes in and blows the whole thing up. And there's Chicago. What a boring team.
Can you name any one of their players who has a double-digit amount of home runs? There's 2.
Luis Robert.
Good job.
Still there?
That's one.
17 home runs.
Paul Konerko.
Third baseman. Can we name four White Sox? What?
Jake Berger.
Good job.
Yes.
Where you play fantasy baseball?
I do.
All right, there it is. 16 home runs for Berger. That's it. The
What a
next
team.
highest guy is 9.
Wow.
So that's
they had talent. They had Tim Anderson. They had Abreu. Abreu's down in Houston. They had Robert, obviously. Oh, they had talent all over that team.
all right.
Elvis Andrews
Eloy?
Revenge series here.
Aloy. Yeah,
Elvis.
Yeah.
That's where he is.
Elvis Andrews Revenge.
Meanwhile, do we have to give it up? Do we have to give major props? Bobby doesn't want to, but RJ says yes to an all-time Ranger enemy.
Freeze hits it in the air to center. We will see you tomorrow night.
David Freese was invited to join the Cardinals Hall of Fame. And over the weekend, Ralph, he declined, basically saying, I love the Cardinals. I want to stick around. I want to be connected to them. But basically saying, I don't think I'm good enough to be in the Cardinals Ring of Honor. Saying no.
What a class act. Because he doesn't deserve to be in the same Hall of Fame as Stan Musial, who doesn't deserve to be in the same Hall of Fame as Ted Williams in the real Hall of Fame. It's a joke. But he doesn't deserve to be in that Hall of Fame. He's David Freese. This is not the Hall of Fame of a team. I know it's supposed to be like, it's
Career hitter, what? What do you think the average is?
263.
257.
277.
All right, not bad.
Career postseason 299. Made the All-Star team once. Spent 5 of his 11 years in St. Louis.
Yeah, 5 years.
They're putting him in for a couple moments.
For 2 hits. And look, I get it. And I first when I saw this, I was like, did he have a falling out? No, he didn't feel like he deserves it. I've never seen that. Like, he felt he wasn't deserving enough. Like,
I got respect for this, Bobby.
Yeah.
He's like, come on. This is... You're rolling your eyes.
I am. This is.
he grew up a Cardinal fan, which makes me hate him initially.
And born in Texas.
Yeah,
He was born
here,
in Texas.
Went to high school in Missouri.
Yep.
That's he is somebody that Cardinals fans view as part of their community because that he is somebody who you're talking about. This is a Cardinals Hall of Fame that's existed since 2014. Okay? Like when he played for the Cardinals Hall of Fame didn't even exist. So it's not like this is some long-standing tradition. They have in 8 years, 9 years, whatever it is, they've put in like 80 people.
Yeah.
And
it's a joke.
They put Vince Coleman in there. And I get Vince Coleman stole a lot of bases. Wow, that's awesome. Vince Coleman played 5 years there and had an OPS of 660. Like, if the fans vote you in, take it. Don't be a self-important douchebag. They voted you in for a reason. You are a huge part of their memories of the history of this team. You are probably the singular most famous moment for the Cardinals in the last forever. I mean, it's right up there as probably a top moment period in the history of the franchise. Yeah. And you go, yeah, look, I'm going to decline. I don't think I'm quite good enough. It reeks of fake humbleness, and I hate it.
I love it. I mean, look, the fact that there's 80 people in there,
that's so St. Louis Cardinals for
it
you.
is.
They should be way above that.
They should be above
so
that.
selective.
Oh.
And they should be like that, but here's like you say, the fans don't boo. Everyone's
gets,
invited.
you know what? I remember him. Let's put him in the Hall of Fame. Yeah. And the fact that they let the fans vote on this crap, that's St. Louis too. Like, you know, I don't know what else they're going to do.
Oh, yeah, the fans voted on it.
Yeah, I don't know what else they're going to do. I mean, the owner doesn't have to, shouldn't be voting on this one, right, Jerry?
What's the equivalent? What's the equivalent, like, if you think about the Cowboys, is it Larry Brown? If the Cowboys were to put Larry Brown in the Ring of Honor?
Yes.
Great.
Who was a local guy. He played at TCU. He played here in Dallas and had a Super Bowl MVP.
I think that's a great comparison.
But if the fans want to vote him in,
no,
it feels
Brown can't be in the Ring of Honor.
Let's say it's the team. Let's say the team is wanting to put you in. That's one thing. If the fans say they want you in there, and this Hall of Fame is supposed to be for the fans and to consume their favorite team, I think you got to respect it and take it.
Yeah, I look. There's definitely a difference between the Hall of Fame for a team and the retired number, right?
Yeah.
There's clearly a difference. The retired number has the higher prestige, the higher honor. I mean, look, this guy grew up a Cardinal fan.
The fans shouldn't vote on it, period. But you're right. I mean, you bring up the freaking Jerry point as the argument to win out. Like, Jerry butchers this thing around here with his little sandbox, his little selfish sandbox, and his ridiculous treatment of Jimmy Johnson, the ultimate petty move that Jerry's responsible for. So I'm like, okay, maybe the fans, but then fans would put in people who don't deserve it as well.
Well, Jimmy got in the Ring of Honor late last week. It was the Miami Hurricanes Ring of Honor, but I mean, he got inducted, right? So the Hurricanes took care of him at least.
It's like people who try to tell me Robert Horry is like a Hall of Famer. No, he isn't. He had Hall of Fame moments.
Can you tell the story of the NBA without him, John?
I hate that. I hate that. I hate that statement, telling the story of the sport without it. 877-881-1053 is the truckwreck.com text line to hit us up here on DFW Sports Station. Sean, RJ, and Bobby, thank you all for turning it on, leaving it on. We have a Post Malone ticket giveaway. And why were people hating the U.S. Open yesterday during Father's Day? Next.
But let's get you over to the greatness.
Who takes down all the stars in Los Angeles to win the United States Open.
That was the call on NBC. Someone named Wyndham Clark wins the U.S. Open. Rory McIlroy comes in second place again. Good morning, Metroplex. It's Sean, RJ, and Bobby here on 105.3 The Fan. Will this get good ratings again in the Metroplex?
Yes, I mean, it's going to get good ratings. And this is the reason why the USGA puts it out there in L.A. or San Francisco or whatever, when they do put it out there, is because they get the primetime audience. And it's funny. It's like there is no in between. You either love it or you hate it. I got a buddy texted me yesterday. Said, man, the great thing about this is that it's 7 o'clock at night. And we still got an hour more of golf. And then I'm with you, Sean. Like I enjoy it when I have it, but it's also like, I want this done at 4 o'clock, 5 o'clock in the afternoon.
Yes.
Enjoy the rest of your night, do whatever. So it's just whatever you wanted to do, whatever your preference is. There's no middle ground. I guess the middle ground is Bobby, who doesn't care about golf.
Or there is that. I've never thought like, wow, 7 o'clock, like another hour of primetime golf to take up my evening. Cannot wait.
I hear you, man. I get it. I'm not arguing.
How much of this did you watch?
Whatever clips got retweeted onto Twitter. I was really hoping I hadn't.
You have a little bit more additional responsibility now to watch it.
Yeah. Yeah,
well,
I
it
mean,
doesn't sound like you know.
I would normally not even watch the Twitter clips.
Oh, thanks.
So
my bad. Thank you.
You're welcome. Apology accepted.
It's small steps.
It's like yesterday. The only thing I was really interested in was I was hoping Wyndham Clark had been a live guy, so that I could have created like Rory McIlroy memes of I hit live.
I hit live.
I didn't end up finding out that he played for live, so that was upsetting to me.
Why were people hating on this course or this setup here?
Well, the golf course, let's just say this is there's a reason you've never seen this course before. They have been like, we're good. Don't want you. We don't need the trouble.
We don't want the events?
Trouble. They are it's in golf they call it's a locked course. It's locked. That's beyond private. You've got private golf courses like Dallas National or Lakewood Country Club or Colonial or Shady Oaks. Those are private courses. This is a locked golf course. Good luck. The term is, can you get me on there? Yeah, good luck. So there's a lot of rules here, and there's a lot of loopholes here at this course. I'm going to run some of these down for you. First of all, there are no shorts. You cannot wear shorts at this golf. This is in LA. LA's not cool. Like sometimes it's 100 degrees there. Tailored pants only. It says tailored.
Well, what is the difference with tailored ones?
Great question. I have no idea.
You must like a seamstress driving around instead of cart girls to check out your groin.
Probably
area.
no pleats. No pleats. Men must wear a sport coat in the clubhouse after 6 p.m. All right.
Good Lord.
You cannot change your shoes in the parking lot. You pull up to a golf course. You see people get out of their car, out of their truck, whatever. Sit on the bed, and then all of a sudden change your shoes. Can't do that here. You carry them in. When I played that Valley Club of Montecito in Santa Barbara a couple years back, same thing. No shoes changing in the parking lot. You got to bring them inside.
Wow. This is like Augusta West.
Yeah, basically. No flip-flops. No headphones or earbuds. They don't want you listening to music on the putting green or anything like that.
Can't use your new headphones, Sean.
No athletic clothes.
I can't even use them in here.
No athletic clothes or apparel with slogans. No photos or videos of the club on social media. You cannot post on social media about this. There's really you've seen no pictures. Members are responsible for all the charges their guests incur. No cash is used on the property outside of paying the caddies. There is no tipping allowed. You can only make phone calls from either your parked car or an enclosed phone booth in the locker room. They still have those. It is a $250,000 initiation fee.
$250K?
Yes. There are no celebrities allowed. You cannot bring a celebrity to the golf course.
What?
They want nothing. They want no fanfare.
You're sure these are legit?
This is from Golf Digest.
Sounds about white.
Like, why? What is the point?
You're like building up the mystique.
Yeah.
Like, we don't need you. You know what I mean? Like, why? Well, why are they like that? Exactly.
Like, fake it till you make it?
They want you. I think they're making it.
No, but you know what I mean?
It's a $250,000 initiation fee.
Like, let's act like you just said. Like, let's act like it's Augusta so one day people view it's Augusta.
Yeah. So, they've got a 45-year-old tax loophole that saves $80 million a year on the golf course. It sits on 320 acres in the middle of Los Angeles, one of the strictest clubs in the country. You cannot be a celebrity and join, like I said. Every member is handed a rule book that's over 1,000 pages long. Rory has not paid for a round of golf in 20 years. He never played this course before. He prepared for it by watching videos of the course on YouTube that were pirated. So this land is in the middle of Beverly Hills, right between Sunset Boulevard and Wilshire Boulevard. The land itself, how much is that land worth?
Beverly Hills? I don't know.
It is worth $8 billion. It is the second most valuable piece of real estate in the United States that is not developed for housing.
Second?
Number one is Central Park.
Wow.
Okay.
Jeez.
This is a lot more interesting than the actual golf that was played,
1,000%.
in my opinion.
The land value of $8 billion means that their property tax assessment in Los Angeles and California should be $80 million a year. But because of a tax loophole.
But they got Tolo Chris Navarre to do the property tax protest like you did?
Yep. Because of a tax loophole, they pay $220,000 a year in taxes.
Are you kidding me?
And here's how they do it.
What's the loophole?
I'll tell you. So, first off.
Are you freaking kidding?
This is called an equity club. So, an equity club is a lot like, there's a lot of courses around it. I think Kelowna is an equity club. The members are responsible for everything. They get a bill at the end of the year. This is your assessment. If you want to maintain your membership for next year, this is what you owe. If not, see you later. So it's owned by the members. Registered as a nonprofit. There was a ballot passed in 1960, which lowered the value at which officials were allowed to assess nonprofit golf courses. Other country clubs have this. And then 20 years later, they passed another law basically saying that even if the market tripled in value, the property can only grow by 2% a year or the rate of inflation. So, like, long story short, because of this, they have basically used a law enacted 50 years ago to freeze the value of the land. The land is now this also helps other homeowners in LA from being gouged by property taxes. So they're not the only ones doing it. The land value is $8 billion. They only get taxed on $22 million, which means they only pay 1%, which is $220,000.
There it is.
That's the type of tax haven that Saudi Arabia was looking for.
There you go.
All right. The Golden Knights were celebrating their Stanley Cup win. William Karlsson trying his best to be like Michael Malone. Here is William Karlsson from the Vegas Golden Knights, absolutely wasted and hammered while giving a speech on Saturday.
Okay, you guys can hear me? So, this guy, this effing guy. Yeah, I know. So, he was here day one. Yeah. And I know you have been here day one. You guys are so amazing. We played Arizona in the first game, and we beat the out of them. And I had no points, but that's okay.
I had no points.
Because at year one, I was pretty fucking great. But you guys were greater.
How good is that? I scored 0 points.
0.
But I was still pretty blanking great. We played who? Arizona. And we kicked their ass.
Boy, that feedback sounded like it was giving him some trouble. He was doing a little bit of the Lou Gehrig. Today.
Now we have a PR girl running on stage. She's running on there. She's giving the stop. Cut it off. Stop. So you're going to hear the microphone cut off. It's like they're at the Academy Awards. It's like he's getting pulled off the stage as she's literally grabbing William Karlsson's wrist to get him off of the stage.
We've been up and down.
Cut it off.
On this journey to the cup.
Pass it to Marshy. Marshy, you got something to say?
That's the girl.
No. Listen to me. We've been waiting for 6 long years for this guy to be MVP. Jonathan Marchessault.
There it is. So they finally got him off
That's amazing.
shirtless during the Golden Knights championship celebration. So
Boy,
good.
Fantastic.
Don't you know that's going to happen?
Yes, that's what, and you know, someone's gonna have a problem with this. Some Karen or some Terry,
Some
Chad,
PR person.
some Kenny is gonna have a major problem. You're setting a bad example for the children. Well, just tell your kids not to go drink and get on a microphone.
All right, another piece of audio. Jordan Love. The Packers are already 0-1. Jordan Love yesterday recorded this message for Father's Day. You tell me what Aaron Rodgers' replacement was trying to do.
Happy Father's Day to all the Bears fans out there. Go Pack, go.
Oh,
He's saying he's their daddy.
Or people think he butchered it, screwed it up.
He did.
And said that.
Because they're his daddy now.
They're his daddy.
Yeah.
Play it again, Pepe.
Happy Father's Day to all the Bears fans out there. Go Pack Go.
Like,
I
don't think he understands what Father's Day is about. Why would you? You don't wish Happy Father's Day to somebody that you're the daddy of.
Exactly. Yeah. So I'm already questioning the judgment right now of Jordan Love. I'm already questioning the intelligence. First off, even if you were trying to call them your children, that's a stupid ass thing to do. You've done nothing. People think you're a disappointment already. You're gonna have enough, pressure on you as Aaron Rodgers' replacement. Then you're gonna go and troll the Bears fans, and then you stupidly mess it up. And maybe he was trying to be humble and say, you are my daddy.
He's the best.
Maybe.
I can't imagine why.
He's doing the Pedro.
Why would you call anybody your daddy?
Yeah.
Ask Pedro. Yankees are my daddy.
That's right. But, they beat him.
The tweet was deleted quickly. So someone with that Green Bay PR was like, yo, take that down.
You got this wrong.
What are you doing? You got it wrong. Why are you trying to stir stuff up? Shut your mouth. Keep your head down. And go out there and try to win 6 games.
Yes.
He tried to stir it up probably because Justin Jones, which we referenced last week, the Bears defensive tackle, where he was talking about I'm sad Aaron Rodgers left the division. I was really hoping to beat him this year. They could see the glow up, and he's called the Packers fans Essie. And so, they're starting to chirp at each other a little bit. And so he probably just wanted to be part of that, wanted to feel included.
The NFC North has been it's been boring for 30 years. Right? It's been boring. It's been the Packers just dominating the division.
The NBA Western Conference adds another star. Where does that leave the Mavs? In the West, and Bob Huggins with another incident, and the Huggy Bear is gone from West Virginia, plus Fort Worth representing in the College World Series. Headlines to recap your Father's Day weekend with a Post Malone ticket giveaway next.
But let's get
Fan Studios, secured by DFWSecurity.com. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Now the 2-2. Swing and a drive deep right field. Springer going back, getting turned around. He watches with the rest of it. It's out of here. Jonah Heim with a solo blast to lead off the fifth. He ties the score in 6.
They come all the way back from down 6-0. They reel off 8 unanswered runs, and the Rangers, they dodge a series loss by beating the Blue Jays yesterday in Arlington 11-7. They take 2 of 3 from Toronto. Corey Seager is on fire. He drove in 3 runs. Duran scored 3 times. He also had 4 hits. Tavares added 3 hits. Duran and Tavares served as the 8 and 9 hitters in a lineup that finished with 15 hits. So we were a little bit worried about the bats. They came alive very quickly against the Blue Jays. Nice job by the bullpen. And we are now 4.5 games up on the LA Angels, not the Astros. By the way, Jacob deGrom giving a little media update saying they really don't want me in the dugout right now, just in case somebody runs into you or something. I was hanging out with the bullpen. It's just nice being around, being able to come in here, be around the guys. Makes it easier. You're not just sitting by yourself. It feels like you are a part of the team. He says he's going into rehab with the goal of being ready to return in August 2024, just around 14 months post-surgery. I think DeGrom had a child born, so congrats to the DeGrom family. Keeps throwing me off in these articles at the very beginning of the sentence with his lowercase, with the small d.
Yeah, he's got a small d.
It's throwing me off.
It's true. Look, that's gotta be bad. Like, they don't want you around because they don't want to bump into you.
Yeah.
Post surgery.
Yeah.
So they shove you out in the bullpen. Which, in some stadiums, if the sun's there, that's gotta be brutal. Being out there, it's like sitting in the clubhouse, man. I'll be fine. But that is the goal is August. Isn't the goal generally best case scenario?
Yeah, typically.
Right?
Yeah.
The goal is the 4 to 6 weeks. It's the 4, not the 6 on an injury. The goal is August, which means, I mean, look, if they have a good year, they make the playoffs, he'll be fresh as can be. FTD, fresh to death.
They're going to have to win a title during a stretch where he's healthy in the playoffs because he's going to have another injury in the back part of this contract and deal.
You get. I'm telling you, a dozen starts, or in this case, half a dozen.
I mean, yeah, this is something where, like Choppy says, if he's saying the goal's August, that means it's like, hey, this is what I'm really going to effort for and I'm going to shoot for, which probably means more like September, October, and then what? You're gonna go into the playoffs. You hope you're gonna go into the playoffs, and that's when you're gonna throw him out there and see. Let's see if he can still pitch. Let's see if his arm still works.
Yeah, and then you've got to figure out. And I know they've changed things up, but you're gonna have him on rehab assignments. If it's past August, I mean, you got to find out when I don't know. I don't think the minor leagues are still playing late September anymore. You're gonna have to get them rehab starts.
John Gray struggled, but this series playing out like last weekend when we were talking about the individual matchups.
Well, it was playing out that Gausman goes out there and they win that game. The Blue Jays do. So that was as expected, right? And then you get Dunning. There you go. They win that game. That's as expected. That's what happens. They have won in last week against Tampa. They lose to Glasnow, they lose to McClanahan, and they win the other game. I think Bradley threw when Eovaldi was pitching. It went the way it was expected.
A blockbuster in the NBA and the Western Conference just got stronger. Bradley Beal is going to the Phoenix Suns in exchange for Chris Paul, Landry Shamet, second-round picks, and pick swaps. Why so little in return? Because the Washington Wizards gave Bradley Beal a full no trade. He had to sign off on where he wanted to go. And apparently it was between the Miami Heat and the Suns. And he's like, yeah, I'll go ahead and waive the no trade. And the Wizards are like, we have to just start this rebuild. Let's do it now versus burning a first half of an NBA season with Beal and Porzingis. And now the Suns have their big four for now with KD, Booker, Beal, and DeAndre Ayton. They didn't even have to give up DeAndre Ayton in the trade.
Yeah, look, it's whether or not this is the best team in the West or, they can't fit together because they're all scorers. They got a lot of, there's too many players and not enough basketballs to go around? No idea, but this is what you love to see your organization do. You love to see your organization try.
Yeah.
And the Suns, in the last 4 months, have traded for Bradley Beal and Kevin Durant.
Beal's making $50 a year. You know, he's about to get some Denver Nuggets type treatment. Like, let's see on the big stage now. Mm-hmm. For a long time, it's been he's a missing piece. Everybody loves Bradley Beal. Like, his Q rating is through the roof. I didn't realize he played in 60 or fewer games in each of the last 4 seasons.
He's missed 90 and he's played 90 and missed 74.
Yeah. No one calls him out for that. And he's making $50 million a year. And he's a 6'4 player. He's not like 6'6". He's not this lightning quick 6'1". He's a scorer. He's a scorer. You got 2 other big-time scorers. You have zero depth. The Wizards are talking about relaying Chris Paul somewhere else because they're blowing it up. They're rebuilding. The Clippers are apparently in the running for that. Maverick rumors over the weekend from Jake Fisher, Bleacher Report, Mark Stein, and Hoops Hype. The Mavs want Clint Capella and the number 15 pick from Atlanta in exchange for the number 10 and Davis Bertans. John Collins was originally included in these discussions, but now the talk has shifted to Capella. Mark Stein says the Mavericks are done with Christian Wood. They're not expected to make him an offer to return, and Hoops Hype reports the Mavericks are interested in Grant Williams, an old friend, Harrison Barnes.
Oh, baby, give me Grant Williams. Go Vols, baby. He's turned into a nice player. 6'7". Didn't think he had a position in the NBA. Improved his three-point shooting. But, I mean, this is what your offseason's hinging on? Is a glue guy?
No, Kyrie. We got to bring Kyrie back. Bring Kyrie back. That's a victory.
I mean, look, getting a glue guy is good, but, I mean...
I was being sarcastic.
Yeah. Getting a glue guy is good, man, but, I mean, you need some scoring, too.
Harrison Barnes is so much younger than I thought he was. I know. I thought, like, he was older than I was. He's 3 years younger. He just turned 30 last year.
He did?
It feels like he's been in the NBA for 16 years.
Yes.
Dude, Beal, same thing. I thought Beal's like 35.
By the way, this broke late on Friday's show, but Ja Morant suspended for 25 games. Corey Majors chickening out of we had extra cupcakes in here, too. And he let young Joey take the cream to the face. But then the video of Ja filming himself with a toy gun came out.
Not who I am.
So he wanted to prove that it was just a lighter. He was lighting candles with the toy gun. Why did it take so long for that video to emerge? Doesn't matter. Ja Morant gone for 25 games. He will lose $10 million from this suspension without pay.
I'm turning to the Breakfast Club for all my Ja Morant scoop from now on because they called us. We laughed at it a couple weeks ago, but I wonder if when you say why did it take so long for the video to come out, if that's what he's doing, probably because he was advised sit down and shut up.
Yeah,
like don't say anything while they're making this decision. That's part of it. But two, like, what does that prove? He went home and he has a lie. Okay, why would you have that in the car? Like, or how does that prove that's what you had in the car? It's not proof.
This makes no difference or changes nothing for me.
But the toy gun aspect?
Yeah, the toy gun.
He's still an idiot.
So dumbass.
The perception...
That's a dumbass move.
Yeah, the perception was, the intent was that he was acting as if he was driving around with a real gun.
Yeah.
That's the perception. Because it's not cool to wave a fake gun. No one's going to say, oh, man, he's got a fake gun. Wow, that's cool. No one's going to say that. You know, like... And by the way, like, what's posted on social media is rarely real anyway. So, like... People post on social media fake stuff all the time.
The fact that you would mock it is close in proximity to the stupidity of having a real one. The fact that that you'd be so dumb to make a joke of it right after what you went through, that's frightening for the Grizzlies organization. Now they're going to be without him for 25 games. Let's get to Huggy Bear.
We have to.
Bob Huggins resigns as West Virginia head coach. You remember the radio incident that we played over and over here?
He's the best.
He's the best.
On this show. Well, on Friday night, he got arrested for DUI. This police report is really, really interesting. So, Huggins had a shredded tire, a flattened shredded tire. He was blocking traffic at 8:30 at night.
He's parked in the middle of the road.
And his driver's side door was open.
Mm-hmm.
Wait till this TMZ video comes out. Officers told him to move the vehicle off the road, pulled him over. He failed all the different tests. The field sobriety test did not get performed. The BAC was 0.21. That's twice the legal limit of 0.08. A blood sample was also taken at the hospital, and this is 6 weeks after the anti-gay slur with the Cincinnati radio station. He's the best.
He's the best.
He's the best. And then there was garbage bags of empty beer cans in his trunk and throughout the vehicle.
Yeah, just said garbage. Look. At least he wasn't littering. All right.
He's got a great love of recycling.
He has a love of recycling.
Wow.
He's probably going to get 10 cents a can.
See what choppy PR can do for you.
Get 10 cents a can in Michigan for those things.
Tell your story.
Which one?
The only, I think, Bob Huggins story you have.
Oh, yeah, I can tell a story. So I've met Bob in the elevator. I met him in the elevator at the Final Four.
What does breath smell like?
Indianapolis. I didn't smell his breath, but I walk in the elevator. He comes in too. Everyone else downstairs holding court. I'm going to my room. He's going to his room. He's got 2 6-packs of beer in his hand. 2. I look up, make eye contact. I make sure to make eye contact because you can't start a conversation without eye contact. And I said, no ice? And he said, don't need ice when you drink them as fast as me.
There we go.
There we go. He's a legend. He loved his beer.
He's the best.
He loved his beer. And now he's got plenty of time to drink it on his ranch. Bob's old. Doesn't want to deal with the backlash of his comments anyway. He was going to have to deal with that on the road. So he'd go disappear, live out his days, do whatever he does, and drink all the beer without ice that he wants.
The double whammy that did him in. If he just did one of them, he's fine. The fact that he did both, like he would have survived this. The fact that he did both and so close together, he screwed himself.
I'm so happy that West Virginia got embarrassed. I'm so happy. You should have fired him after the radio interview.
They had a good recruiting class, man.
He meant what he said. He doubled down on it too, and you did anything you could to try to go ahead and put lipstick on it, and then you got embarrassed 6 weeks later. I'm so happy.
So the players have 30 days to transfer. They have a 30-day window.
I feel bad for the kids. I feel bad for the kids. The leadership there, they sold them. They sold out to try to go ahead and have the better basketball team and the big name coach and cover up all his stuff. And I do think Bob Huggins has come across as a very, he's had a very positive, good career.
Sure. Oh yeah. Again, look,
I'm not calling Bob Huggins. I'm not trying to blanket him for all time as a racist or a bigot. What he said was bigoted and hateful, in my opinion. I know people don't care about that anymore. He should have been gone after that, and now he left West Virginia with no choice, even though I'm sure they tried to have a discussion about it. How can we save this?
Yeah, I'm sure they did.
We're going to take another $1 million out of your salary.
Another $1 million, Bob.
Showed him.
Good luck buying that beer. But, look, he had it made. They were never going to fire him, and he wanted to stay for as long as he possibly could. He's a West Virginia guy. He loved it there. He was going to be able to write his own goodbye. And now he lost it.
Rory McIlroy comes in second place again as the U.S. Open ended in Los Angeles with Wyndham Clark, who had never done any damage in a major, not ranked highly on the tour. And Gavin Spittle said there's more DFW ties. We know Scheffler came in third. Min Woo Lee comes in fifth, part of the best sibling duo in golf, according to the Hockey Hawk. His sister lives in DFW. Minjee Lee, fifth-ranked golfer in the world rankings. Shocking that Spittle had this information.
That's good. It's good LPGA news right there. Min Woo Lee comes in with $738,000 for the fifth-place finish. Scheffler finishes third, $1.4 million. And then Wyndham Clark pulls in 3.6. Life-changing weekend for him. He now gets in every major for like the next 5 years. He's going to have, obviously, he's probably pretty much, considering his world golf rankings, it's going to be really, really hard to keep him out of the Ryder Cup. He's had a really good month, a great month. He won at Quail Hollow and then this.
Meanwhile, props to the Horned Frogs.
This is hit in the air to center. O'Donnell bolts back on the move, and he can't get there. Silva rounds third and scores, and it's insurance for TCU in the inning.
TCU in the College World Series beating number 7 seed Virginia on ESPN.
Yep, and they get to stay in.
Whose drop is that?
Clark Kellogg. This was in March Madness when he was talking about TCU and the Longhorns, and he said
Froghorns.
Oh, the Froghorns, right. So TCU wins 4-3. Florida beats Oral Roberts 5-4. Those were both elimination. Well, the TCU was elimination round game. The other ones were double elimination games. Today, you've got LSU and Wake Forest. Wake is the overall number 1 seed. And Tennessee and Stanford, that's an elimination game at 1 o'clock.
This is going to be a very good best and worst of the weekend. This is going to be an epic expressway. We recap what happened. Tell us your weekend tales. We have a Post Malone ticket giveaway. We also have Tejano, Tolos, a new WNBA insider on the morning show. Choppy and the girlfriend are moving in. Yeah. And why was Peyton broadcasting naked with Bobby M. Broadus? Best and worst of the weekend and Post Malone tickets next. But
Rangers begin a 6-game road trip with the first of 3 tonight in Chicago against the White Sox. Hi, everybody. This is Matt Hicks inviting you to join Jared Sandler, Mike Peasley, and me. Our coverage of tonight's game gets underway at 6:30 on 105.3 The Fan and the Odyssey app.
Ladies and gentlemen, the weekend.
And a Post Malone ticket giveaway today and all week long during the Expressway, commercial free here on Sean and RJ. We're live on the Fan Cam where you can see Choppy dancing, Twitch, and YouTube. Thank you for being a total that stands for turn it on, leave it on. I'll start off with best and worst of the weekend and give us your tales at 877-881-1053. Friday night was Tejano night.
Ooh!
And props to Frank and Victor Tolos who stopped by. We took some shots. Had to get the wife out of there. I said, "Come on, dear. It's 2:00. We have to go." No, they're not done playing. They're not done singing. I'm like, "You're gonna be miserable. You're gonna be miserable the next morning." And we got to go out for an 8:30 Jared Sandler dinner the next day.
Well,
and then Sunday we got Father's Day lunch. So we got to get home. So we were miserable on Saturday. It was a waste of life.
Oh, man.
Even my son could sense it. I was like, "You want to go out in the pool? You want to go outside?" He's like, "No." He's like, "I'm seeing my lazy ass parents just lay around. I'm going to go ahead and do the same thing." He did not say that. He's close though. Then we had a Tolo from Houston who drove down for the Nick and Sam's charity dinner through the Sandlot charity auction. Drove down. Awesome family that we ate with for the second year in a row. So shout out to the Houston Tolos, Frank and Victor. I got headphones yesterday for Father's Day. So very nice from the wife. And that was pretty much it. And now I'm still in recovery mode because I had to stay up for the golf last night and watch that with the U.S. Open. And today, I'm looking forward to just going home and chilling.
Yeah, I needed you to stay up and watch it because I was not going to.
Yeah, clearly.
I was not going to watch the golf.
Clearly.
How did you like the Tejano bar, the music?
I didn't like it that much.
No?
No. I like the music like that they were playing beforehand. We went to New West for a lot of the Tolos who were asking me. Y'all know what I'm talking about. And man, I was trying to get a table in there. Oh man, they're like $320. I was like, okay, what's that come with? They're like, a bottle. I was like, what size bottle? Is it a fifth? Like, what is it of? But man, it was packed. It was packed in there. It was fun, but way too late. But I didn't love the music. Apparently, it's like a little bit older. Older music. My father-in-law loves it. We tried to go ahead and get him out. Then met up with Sandman to pregame, have dinner with him, and then yesterday, Chinese food in Richardson. Look at that. Yep, there it is.
What'd you order?
Man, I was with Samir. He orders everything.
Oh, so you just ordered for the table.
It's one of those dim sum places. They just bring the carts.
I get you.
So then you just pick off the cart. A place Bobby would never.
You don't know that. I might eat there. Who knows?
They did walk by and go, "Jellyfish? Anyone want jellyfish?" And I was like, "What? Say what? Have you can eat those?"
I have not had jellyfish.
Okay.
I've got jellyfish PTSD. I'm not eating one of those.
You can eat jellyfish?
Apparently you can eat jellyfish.
If you fried, I think you can.
I didn't touch it. I didn't look at it.
You can eat. There's a lot of venomous fish you can eat.
I was not having that at all. All right, Pepe, you're usually the one who's living the most exciting weekend nowadays that you're not locked down with children. You were taking the family to WinStar?
No, this was my my brother and his wife.
That's family.
So, I was thinking of like the entire family.
The relation there.
No, I was thinking of close family.
No, last week.
Wheezy, you still haven't got that cough fixed?
Man, I think I got walking pneumonia or something. I'm going back today.
It's getting better though.
It's getting better.
Every cough, every break. I think it's getting better.
Hey, there's a cough button.
It's getting better. Sounds better. It's breaking up.
How'd you do that on demand?
I can do whatever I want. Definitely have emphysema.
Oh, I love how you
2 years.
Stick your middle finger in your eyeball, but you got to take your headset off. That
I don't want to hear like Nina Blackwood emphysema cough.
Yeah.
That's too much.
All right, so who did you take? Where?
My brother and his wife. So yes, family, but not like the parents and younger brothers. But yes, I did it again. Came home victorious. Blackjack was good again. Just walked out with a little $75 profit, but we had a little issue at first. It took me about 40 minutes to find an open spot. There's a little pack there. But I was waiting behind a table.
Have you been recognized yet?
No.
Okay.
That's shaving.
Yeah. But I was waiting behind a table, right? When I look at a table, I say, okay, who's got the less amount of chips and who's about to have to leave, so I can wait behind them. That way, when they get up, I walk in their spot. And this guy, he had lost his money, so he got up and left. So I walk up to the table, right? I was right behind the chair. The guy next to him, to his left, puts down chips in the second hand.
Yeah.
So he was now playing two hands, so I couldn't jump in because he's taking up 2 spots now. I think he saw me, and I had never rooted against a guy so much in my life. I waited there for 5-10 minutes just rooting against him, saying, oh, I hope you lose everything. I hope you're homeless after this.
Oh, my gosh.
But then I walked away because I'm not that petty, and I went to another side of the casino, sat down, and played for about 2 hours and came up victorious, $75.
Dang,
and I didn't have to drive. They drove. My brother drove.
Oh, man. Did they have a fun time?
No. Because they didn't really get the concept. They were just there to play slots and hit some buttons. They thought
What do you mean they didn't get the concept?
Like, they thought they could put in $20 in a slot machine and win that way. When, reality, you can't really do that. You have to put in a lot to win a lot.
Right.
That's just how I play.
Pay to play.
But yeah, I won, so I'm fine.
Well done. And then why were you shirtless or naked yesterday during the Love of the Star podcast?
Well, Sundays are our pool season now. So weekends.
Pool?
Saturday, pool season.
Oh, pool.
Pool. Had to go in the pool. And if I've learned one thing working with Bobby and Brian with the Love of the Star podcast, because I'm their producer.
Well.
And it's do not be late to the showtime. Broadus will light you up. He's done it to Bobby 17 times since we started doing this thing.
Late?
There are times I'll connect like 2 minutes late, usually on purpose. I'm usually ready, but I'm just like, Brian needs to learn patience.
And does he get worked up?
He does, and then he does the whole little like, I'm joking like he did to you on the phone.
Yeah.
But it's like, really, he's seething inside.
Maybe the truth.
He's like, 12 o'clock. What does 12 o'clock mean if we're not going to show up at 12 o'clock? I'm here at 11:58. How Broadus is.
And you've been late?
Maybe once. Maybe I didn't send a link because I have to send a link for them to join, but maybe once or twice. But yeah, no, I'd come back from the pool. Like, I had swim trunks on. It was just from the top, you could see everything. And so Bobby took it out of context.
It wasn't out of context. Like, I'm in there first, and then when you let us into the room and all of a sudden I just see you there shirtless, that's jarring.
All right, Bobby, were you a horrific family member? Did you let your family celebrate you on Father's Day since you didn't want it for your birthday? I also have WNBA written down here and offending Kristen.
Oh, yeah. So we did go out for Father's Day technically. We just went to Hat Creek Burger Company after church. We went with Eric and his family. And so we did that, but that wasn't really like Father's Day thing. It was just we go out to lunch there sometimes when we're done. But otherwise, no, it was lazy Sunday. Hanging around the house, not doing anything. Saturday was fun because the middle one, Addison, had her first basketball game.
Ooh.
And I gotta say, I did not like the Christian Wood treatment she got. A lot of talent there. They have her coming off the bench. They're worried about rotation, things like that. But no, this is a very green basketball team. They're all just learning how to dribble, basically.
Okay.
So I knew this 4th grade basketball team, it's like a little YMCA league, was going to be, it was going to be an experience. This is probably going to be a 4-2 game or something like that. Other team looked like they played a little bit more. So the first 15 minutes I was there, the score was 2-0. My daughter's team was losing. And so one basket had gone in 15 minutes. I was like, all right, I've got to run now. I was only going to be able to be there for the first 15 minutes. I was like, I got to run. There's 15 minutes left. Just text me what happens. I check in before I'd even finished my drive. I just said, hey, how's it going? 12 minutes later, Kristen says, it's 34-0. They stopped keeping score.
Whoa.
I was like, what in the Jamal Murray happened here? Like, people just started sinking shots.
How many did your girl score?
Well, they ended out scoring just 2 points as a team, and it wasn't hers. Because, like I said,
they were on the losing end.
Yeah, they got walloped. And I was like, it was 2-0. What happened? Nobody could make a shot when I was there. What happened? Who got hot? And Kristen sends me a photo, and she says, well, this girl got here with about 5 minutes left and scored all of it.
Oh, my God.
And I don't know if you've ever seen, you guys ever seen Dodgeball?
Yeah.
There's the
What do you mean?
I haven't seen it.
They get disqualified for the big girl who tested positive for a low-grade beaver tranquilizer.
Stop it.
This girl was taller than all of the moms in 4th grade.
Wow, short moms.
And was like as tall at nope. This girl looked like she was about 5'8", 5'9".
Oh my gosh.
In 4th grade. 4th grade. And
wow.
And I'm just saying, look, there was some Danny Almonte stuff going on here, I think. This is the doctored birth certificate. And apparently she
just took over like Shaq.
Just like stealing the ball, running over kids. One of the kids got knocked over, had to come out of the game. And she was it was buckets. It was Wilt Chamberlain in 1962, where it's all people half his size trying to defend her. And she cooked them, and so they stopped keeping score at 34-0, I guess. But it was good. I had,
but she was encouraged. She had fun.
Yeah. She knew she's pretty level-headed, and she had a good perspective. When we got out of it, she was like, "We're just learning how to play," and so like she didn't get worked up about it. Kristen was worried she might get a little upset if she lost, but she was good with it.
Go towards psycho sports parent territory.
No. Okay. I mean, this is her first experience with it, really.
Yeah.
But no, I don't see her being psycho parent. I see her being more like in tune with what are the other children running around in the stands doing and how are they behaving. But Sunday, I decided, hey, I need to do a bit. I haven't secretly recorded Kristen in a while, and it is Father's Day, and as has been established,
and you have hand.
Yes,
Father's Day hand.
Yes, big hand.
As has been.
You're gonna need it.
As has been established, I don't do a lot around the house, other than bring home the bacon. And so I always lead into that.
I just want RJ to cough loud.
I lead into that bit. And so I was just going to secretly record it because she'll get worked up sometimes when I really lean into it. So I was like, I'm going to tell her like, hey, can we just have one day since it's Father's Day? Can we have one day where I'm not responsible for all the housework? And I tried to get her worked up. It didn't work the way I thought. It worked in another way with my youngest daughter and ultimately got me in trouble.
You know what I want for Father's Day?
What?
Just like one day where like maybe you handle the house and I just relax a little bit. Could you do that for me?
I like cleaning the dishes.
What did you say?
You clean the
Hold on. What did you say?
Daddy does work and you just do housework.
She's thinking
well, dang! Okay, first off, let's focus on her. What? Listen to the misery she has.
She knew I was launching into bit.
The disdain she has. Can we do something? What? What? And then daughter comes in with daddy does real work and you do housework.
Wow.
Well done.
Yeah, so she you need to get that house, man.
She was
Oh, she'll have a lot more to do.
You know what? Yeah. That's a development I didn't tell you about yesterday. I think she's lying to me. I think she's faking. But she said
faking what?
She said you
the
get
cereal?
You know. She said she's like, fine, you get me a house, you get us into a house, I'll give you another baby.
Well,
that's what she said.
Better be a 4-bedroom.
But I think she's lying. I think this is the old bait and switch.
And what's your reaction to that?
I told her, I was like, that won't happen because what'll happen is we'll get in a house and you'll be like, we got so much more space now. I can't stay on top of the house and a new baby. So like, sorry, this is just our house and thanks, sucker. And so
you think she's just trying to get a house?
Yeah, I think
leave you high and dry.
Yeah,
she's gonna get in the house, get an IUD, and
she's probably already got her tubes tied, and I just don't even know.
I know.
Yeah, all these needles in the thing haven't been working.
Let me hear that line at the end about real work and housework.
Daddy does work and you just do housework.
Shots fired.
And she was like, see, this is why you can't joke like this. She doesn't know it's a joke, and then she's really thinking that.
All right, speaking of housework, Ralph James Choppy is doing the move-in.
Man, what a weekend. All the things happened this weekend. Sarah's officially started the process of the move-in.
Wow.
Big news. It's a great best of the weekend for me.
What got you guys over the hump
Well, the shooting is the thing that got us over the hump there, really. She, she lives very close to, like, Stop 6 in Fort Worth.
Choppy had to, like, hire a hitman to, like, shoot her window in order to get her over the hump.
Little does she know.
she wouldn't move away from her gym, so he got a little red laser involved.
That's the same guy who, like, took to Derek's house to, like, look at his property does 8 other jobs.
So we found the bullet, and then she sends the email to the apartment complex like, hey, breaking my lease. And they're like, okay, we're not going to even fight you on this one.
They didn't fight.
They didn't even fight.
Wow.
They're like, we normally request 30 days. And she was like, yeah, that's cool. 2 weeks. So she's moving in 1st of July. Right. Nothing quite like 4th of July weekend. Doing a little move in. Was going to have the party that weekend, but we'll push to Labor Day.
Okay.
All right. Probably push to Labor Day or next year. I mean, who knows? Knowing me.
The first ever house party.
Yes. I also became a man this weekend, Sean.
Mazel tov.
I fixed my toilet.
Well, hang on. Before we get to your toilet, you got to detail the misery of moving.
Well, the misery of moving is very simple. It sucks. Okay. I am too old for this. I was dripping sweat just taking boxes out of her SUV and putting them into the garage.
There's nothing worse.
It was oppressive heat on Friday.
I'd be like Bobby tipping at a bar with a moving company. Yeah. You should have asked me. I got a Tolo waiting to pack me up.
Well, we've got, we're going to need one in 2 weeks.
Are you right now, like, are you having to deal with the boxes and packing it up, or are you just transporting, moving?
So I've had to go gather boxes. I've gone on Facebook pages. I got like 20 boxes from my neighborhood.
Gather the boxes.
And then she found some in Argyle, like another 30 boxes, because these are expensive.
Are they?
Oh my God, they're like $5 a piece. What? And you get those wardrobe boxes, they're like 15, 20 a piece. It's absurd. It's such a racket, man. So we've been finding them online, and some people are giving them away for free. So we're driving all over Creation getting these boxes. So yeah, she's packing like 1 or 2 a day, and then I'll just bring them downstairs, put them in my car, move them over my house.
So how'd you have the discussion with the nephew to tell him to get out?
We just told him, hey, she's moving in. He's already found a place.
Ooh.
So his move-in date, though, is not until like August. So we're going to kick him out to my mom's house. He's going to live with my mom for a couple of weeks before the...
Why don't you just keep him in your house?
Well, we got so much stuff now.
Why you make him go to a second place?
Well, we got so... This is tough. It's family. We have so much stuff from her place to move in. It's going to be like a disaster zone. And I don't know that we could do that for a full month and a half.
Wow. Okay.
And then with like trips to like California or Michigan, because Michigan's coming up in August, it's going to be a big nightmare.
So how is she immediately putting an imprint on your home?
A lot of storage.
What's she saying has to go? Decorating, woman's touch.
She said everything in my bedroom has to go.
What?
Well, me included. I've got to go. No, she hates the bed. All right.
Hates the bed.
Well, the bed is, the bed's got like an indention where I sleep.
Yep.
That's
what it's from.
That's what it's from. The headboard's got an indention from something else. She doesn't care she likes the dresser, but it's too masculine.
Okay.
All right. So she's got some really good furniture. So she's going to bring all that in. All that stuff is going to get moved in the front room. So I'll get both my rooms for the kids instead of having them share one bedroom. A lot of storage stuff. Built a shelf.
Okay.
For the garage. Sweating my you-know-what off.
Was that your man moment?
No, the man moment is I fixed the toilet. Ooh. I have the same problem you have.
Yep. Running toilet.
My toilet won't stop running. And I found out that it's that little blue flapper.
Yep.
That flies down.
Yep.
It gets stuck on the lip of the PVC pipe. And I couldn't figure out how to get this thing to work. So I did what any normal human would do. I went to my group chat with my neighbors and I said, does anyone have a big nut?
And you got some weird responses you weren't
I got some
anticipating.
response I wasn't ready for, but they eventually gave me a big nut. And I took it and I put it down the chain, and it weighs it down now, so it flops down.
Oh.
What a hack.
Yeah.
What a hack that was.
Save you a lot of money.
Save me a lot of money. But that was fantastic. That was I became a man this weekend. I was very, very happy about that.
I do have a bone to pick with you, by the way, though. You were not far from where I live. and you didn't call me the second you ran into Randy Travis.
Well, that was
bearing the lead.
That was by far the best. So we went to, it was a birthday party. It wasn't.
But you could have told me Randy Travis is here. I wouldn't have bugged you. I would have just gone and
I
found
didn't know
Randy
he was
Travis.
there until we were leaving, and he was leaving too. So we were at Marty B's in Bartonville, and it was birthday get together, and we're leaving, and we spot Randy Travis. Now, Randy Travis, if you don't know, suffered a stroke about 10 years ago. Doesn't really talk. He was in a wheelchair. They were wheeling him out. We ran over to him. My buddy TK runs over, just want to shake his hand. So we started to walk away. And his family, calls us back over. Hey, guys, go on back over here.
Wow.
You want to take a picture with him? He wants to take a picture of everybody. So we get the photo with Randy Travis. They could not have been nicer. This family was awesome.
Wow.
So Sarah and I had seen this story on him about his stroke that he had. It was really like a heart issue that turned into a stroke while he was in a medically induced coma, and left him basically unable to speak. But he's a legend.
I love this song.
Oh, it's a great song.
I love this. Turn it up, Pepe. So was everyone just surrounding him, noticing it was him?
Nobody bothered him. I don't think anybody. Maybe they recognized him and they didn't say they know him, but nobody bugged him. He just, they just kind of on his wheelchair just took him out to the car and they
Turn
left.
it up. Here's the group sing together part.
Gonna love you forever and ever, forever and ever, amen.
I love this.
Oh, it was a good night. It was a good night. Good to see him.
That's awesome. Fantastic. Nice to know he's a good person. So there it is. Best and worst of the weekend here on DFW Sports Station with Sean, RJ, and Roberto. Let's get to, let's see if we're on time or Brian brought us thinks we're late. Hit it.
It's time. It's time for the hard-hitting analysis you won't find anywhere else. Here's Bobby Belt.
10-5 victory! Cowboys win!
This is Love of the Stars.
Yeah. Anyway,
I told you if you hate the intro, just make a new intro.
Yeah. We have a perfectly good intro, and then it's done.
That's not major market radio.
All right, we are breaking down the Cowboys position groups ahead of training camp. We're doing some roster inventory. We have previously done the backfield, which is the quarterbacks and the running backs, the pass catchers, which is the receivers and the tight ends, and today we will take a look at the offensive line. So, in Mike McCarthy's 3 years here. By the way, this is year 4 for Mike McCarthy. I was thinking about that this weekend. I was like, it does not feel like he's been here for 4 years.
No.
But in his 3 years here previously, now you've got to understand there's a little bit of nuance when you look up a final roster. Like, what was the final 53-man roster? Because a lot of places have started calling it the initial. It's not the final, it's the initial. It's one where they're trying to get people through to waivers and stuff like that. So it can be a little dangerous to look this up sometimes and extrapolate much from it. But in 2020, the Cowboys kept 10 offensive linemen. In 2021, they kept 10. Last year, they kept 9. And it's generally a reason why they like having some of the guys who have the position flex, is the idea that, hey, we've got a limited number of spaces here. We'll take as many as we can, but we need guys to do as many jobs as possible so that if we can, if we need to call on them, we can. And so there are currently 14 offensive linemen on the roster. And I think you've got 4 on I think they'll look to cut 4. I think they'll probably end up with 10 guys. So here's the grouping that you have right now. At center, you've got Tyler Biadasz, Brock Hoffman, and Alec Lindstrom. Guards are TJ Bass, Chuma Edoga, Matt Farniak, Zach Martin. Tackles, Josh Ball, Earl Bostic, Awesome Richards, Tyler Smith, to me anyway, Tyron Smith, Terrence Steele, and Alex Taylor. Now, here's something that's interesting when you look at the roster sheets. And I don't know if PR just types those up, if they get guidance from the coaching staff, whatever else. I would imagine the equipment guys help put together the roster sheet. But while we were at OTAs and minicamp, the only guy with a slash through his position, listing him as 2 positions on the entire roster was Tyler Smith. And Tyler Smith was listed as a guard tackle. And so that shows they want that sort of flexibility with him specifically. So when you look at 4 cuts that you have to make, I think the ones right off the top are easy. Alec Lindstrom, the center, who was an undrafted free agent last year. He's a left-handed snapper, which is very rare. And it's something that when you see it last year there were some exchange issues during training camp with Lindstrom, and I'd always wondered if that had something to do, if at all, with the fact of it being snapped left-handed, if that had any sort of an issue, because all these guys have gotten right-handed snaps their entire career. So I think Lindstrom's out. Earl Bostic Jr., undrafted free agent, probably out. Alex Taylor, a guy they picked up off of waivers last year, probably out. So what that leaves is bubble spots for Josh Ball, Awesome Richards, who was their 5th-round pick this year, and then TJ Bass, undrafted free agent out of Oregon. Now, typically, I think most people would look at that and go, okay, you're probably gonna cut the undrafted free agent, and you're gonna protect your draft class. You picked Josh Ball in the top of the 4th a couple years ago. You picked Awesome Richards in the 5th round this year. Well, Awesome Richards was back of the 5th. He was a compensatory pick, which means he's basically a 6th-round player. And I don't think that they would feel they have to be committed to him. They like to protect their draft class, but I don't think they believe they'd have to like they would with a 4th rounder.
I cannot believe that your podcast listeners with 1 million+ downloads like offensive line talk like this the most.
No kidding.
It's amazing to me. I don't know any of the people you're talking about. I have no clue. And when I ask you what position group, which one's most popular, you say it's offensive line. Now that is a diehard football fan.
Yeah, it is, and that's why. Like, I mean, and that's what we're doing here. We're educating, Sean. We're telling them about these people. But here's the thing: TJ Bass is
all these guys who are going to get cut.
TJ Bass is a name you need to know from Oregon, the undrafted free agent. That's a guy that I think they like a lot. He was getting first team reps at minicamp whenever they had to rotate in if Zach Martin was out. But I think that they think very highly of him. I know that. I think they would like him to seize a job, take some control, be a guy that they could have make the team. If there's one undrafted free agent from this year that you said who's got the best chance to make the team, I would say it's TJ Bass at guard. And so that's a guy that I think has an inside track to a job, which means the guys that you're looking at releasing here might be Josh Ball and Awesome Richards, which would be interesting if they cut a 5th rounder before he ever played a game. And Josh Ball, it would be admitting a massive failure in that draft class that they went ahead and let him go. But
what's the difference supposed to be with the offensive line coaching this year?
That is something that, so he is one of the big things that we've gotten from that.
And this is the older dude from
Mike
Seattle?
Solari. Yeah. One of the things that we've gotten from Mike Solari, which we haven't gotten a chance to talk to him in depth a whole lot. But some of the stuff that he's told us, he is a proponent, despite the old line from McCarthy in 2020 of that's fantasy football nonsense. Solari is very much in the idea of best 5. And so because you're going to try your best combinations of guys, you want guys that are flexible to either play either side or can play inside, outside, can do different things. So anybody who has flex is going to be a guy who has a leg up for them. But it's interesting that even with the idea of flex, he has insisted when we've talked to him. We talked to him on DallasCowboys.com on day 3 of the draft. We asked him, hey, what's the deal with Tyler Smith? How are you guys looking at him? How are you guys approaching him? And he had said Tyler Smith is a tackle. And he said that's the only place he's worked is tackle. And so it's felt very much like that would be his spot. And yet we've seen out here as soon as it got to minicamp, he kicked inside. He was playing some guard. I know you're a big proponent, Sean, of you think Tyler Smith should be inside at guard.
No, we want him to play left tackle.
I thought you wanted him in at guard for this year.
I want Tyron off the bench. Tyler Smith?
Tyler, yeah.
Have we just met each other?
Yeah. No, I thought you wanted Tyler in at guard and Steele and Smith at the tackles.
Are you trolling me?
Yeah, I'm just screwing with you.
Yeah. Tyler Smith, left tackle. Terrence Steele, right tackle. That's what I like. Now look, if they feel like they don't have any type of answer at left guard, fine. Here's the question. Is Tyler Smith capable of going back and forth? How much does that affect or screw up his development? If they think that he can just switch and he's shown the ability to do so, okay, fine. Start off Tyron at left tackle, and if you're not worried about Tyler being behind, then play him at left guard.
I mean, it may not affect it at all. I mean, I don't know how it wouldn't, but I mean, it may be just, it may not affect it one bit.
So Zach Martin had been asked this question last year about.
And he wanted no part of it.
Well, yeah, that. He didn't want to do that. But he was asked last year in training camp, like, hey, with him having to cross train, how difficult is that? And Zach had said, I would much rather get, and not that he'd prefer either, but he'd much rather get bounced back and forth between guard and tackle than playing the same position and having to switch sides because it reverses your brain a little bit. It changes up your footwork. So if they look at it and say, it's easier for Tyler Smith to kick inside and play guard than for us to continue to try and play Tyron at right tackle after 10 years of muscle memory at left. But when they suggest certain things like maybe Terrence Steele could both move sides and move inside, that's where I think, okay, now you're being ridiculous. And you're trying to conceal something. I can't imagine that's a real argument that they want to have Terrence Steele play left
Put the
guard.
offensive line in order talent-wise today.
Probably it's still Zach Martin. I'd say Zach Martin, Terrence Steele, Tyler Smith, Tyron Smith, Tyler Biotish.
Is there any debate on getting Tyron higher up on that list? Is there any way you can make the case that Tyron is more talented right now than Steele or Tyler?
I mean, it's tough, I think, to make the
is
argument.
It close?
I think based on what we saw at the end of last year at right tackle, and I know he was playing a different position, and you got a lot of the old Tyron fans who get very worked up and will tell you he was coming off injury. What do you expect? It's like, okay, but you got to remember, what did he look like at the end of 2021? He was brutal those last 2 games of the year. The San Francisco game is the worst game he's ever played in his career, that first playoff game. Then he comes back in the second half of last year, or the very end. Sorry, the meat of the schedule, Jerry. Sorry. He comes back for the meat of the schedule at the end and just doesn't look right. Now, he was playing the right side for the first time, but I think that you could maybe make a case that Tyron is still more talented than Tyler, and Tyler's still coming along. But Terrence Steele, I think, showed you he played that position of right tackle better than Tyron Smith.
JJ Redick is going to make the Mavs a contender again. Listen to JJ try to get the Mavs back in contention after we hook you up with turning it on, leaving it on, even on a holiday. Here's how.
All right, Tolos, that's right. Caller number 10 right now at 877-881-1053 wins a pair of tickets to see Post Malone. The music superstar is coming back home to the Metroplex to rock out at Dos Equis Pavilion on August 5th. Get information now at livenation.com. That's caller number 10 at 877-881-1053.
Fan Studios, secured by DFWSecurity.com. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
8 o'clock hour, kicking off here on your home of the Cowboys and Rangers. Sean Shreve, RJ Choppy, and Roberto Belt on DFW Sports Station 105.3 The Fan. Bradley Beal is going to the Phoenix Suns. It was a pretty garbage return. Why? Because the Wizards decided that Bradley Beal should have a full no-trade clause. So he controlled who they spoke to, and he controlled basically what they got back. And he wanted to go to Phoenix. So now Kevin Durant has even more help. They trade Chris Paul out, so it's Booker, Durant, Beal, and DeAndre Ayton. JJ Redick was doing his Old Man in the Three podcast, and he was answering a listener question, former Maverick for a second. Is the best way to build around Luka just to get shooting and defense? This is Bobby's plan. Bobby thinks maybe, we can't have that second or third star here because that's Luka's world. We just need shooting. We need defense. We need role players. Does JJ Redick agree?
Yes. So the thing that I think they've really lacked is that prototypical modern five. To me, that's the big you pair with Luka. A guy that is a rim protector, a guy that can play and drop coverage, that can be a lob threat offensively. Because if you surround those two with a bunch of shooting, the floor is spread. You're going to have to double Luka at times. That leaves the rim open. That leaves threes open. I want to start there. Let's start there. Like that, to me, they haven't had that.
Yeah.
And I love Dwight Powell. JaVale McGee, I have so much respect for the career he's had. The Porzingis thing, I don't think was a great fit, especially once you got to the playoffs when everybody just started switching everything and you pre-switch and you put a wing on Porzingis and you end up with Paul George on Luka or Kawhi on Luka, right? So I don't think that was a good pairing. They do that, and whether it's this summer or in the future, then I think that's the building block for how you build around Luka.
And look, the latest rumor has like a true big man five in Clint Capella. With the rumors, it started off John Collins, but the Mavs would basically trade pick 10 for pick 15, and we'd give them the Bertans deal, and they would give us John Collins. Or now, apparently the Mavs are more interested in Clint Capella because they overpaid John Collins. But that was JJ Redick's solution, RJ, to the Mavericks and what they need right now.
Okay, I mean, this is the interesting thing. Like, he doesn't want another outside scorer. It needs to be with a big man, a modern big. Like, okay, who are the modern bigs out there? Ayton?
Yes.
Right? And
yes.
There's a handful of other guys out there that would be considered, that would fall into that lob it up, rim protector, modern bigs. This is the guy you got to get.
Yeah.
These are the guys you got to get, I should say.
I mean, wasn't that the chatter last offseason before he got dealt to Minnesota, is like Dallas might be interested in pairing Gobert with Luka, and that might be somebody that they'd be interested in, somebody that they feel is a fit, which Capella is not Gobert, but Capella's more Gobert than a guy like John Collins would be. Look, I'm in favor of anything. If I don't have to give up, if the 10th pick is getting me back to 15th and I get off of Davis Bertans' contract, you can send me back John Collins or Clint Capella. I don't care. They'll be better regardless. And so as long as you get to keep draft capital in the top 15, you're still able to add depth. You add somebody like Capella, great. I'm all in favor of that.
Capella, 2 years, 46 looks like the deal. So $23 million a year, if I have that right, if I have that correct. That's what Google instantly pops up. Base salary, actually, it says it's about 18. And then what did John Collins get paid? My gosh. Talk about a total, complete disappointment. They're talking about dealing John Collins. They're talking about dealing DeJounte Murray, who they just gave up. You want some trade comparison for what just got dealt for Bradley Beal? I think there was 3 first-round picks involved for DeJounte Murray. It was something like that between the Spurs and Atlanta. And you got old, rotting Chris Paul and some second-round picks thrown on over to D.C. Good job, Wizards. But it looks like Clint Capella is the more attractive option than John Collins, even though there's a 5-year age difference. JJ Redick also, had to be honest, in calling out the reality of the Mavericks front office.
If we're being honest, they have not done a good job of building around Luka. They did not do a good job of building around Dirk post 2011. You think about 2011, they win the championship, and then they let everybody walk.
Yeah.
Just some baffling decision-making over the last 10-plus years from the Dallas Mavericks.
I mean, he's not wrong.
Well, he is wrong about the title team.
That they blew. I mean, they did blow it up, though.
Yeah, they did blow it up. They should have blown it up.
Yeah, but I mean, they didn't. Like, they blew it up and then didn't have any interest in rebuilding. They just blew it up and went, let's get by.
Well, they missed with the CBA, right? A little bit. Nobody's going to be able to sign anybody. No, we got this thing done.
Let's go get Chris Kaman past his prime. Let's go get Darren Williams past his prime. Like that was the go-to move during the Dirk era, was let's get guys who used to be good like 3 years ago and see if they can, rally again. And that's when you said that my thought process is defense and three-point shooters. I do think that that's probably the best thing, but you have to build with actually like competent role players or competent starters still. You cannot just roll out there with, oh, well, Dwight Powell, that's a role player. Yeah, but there are levels to role players, and they haven't gotten the right ones around Luka.
By the way, John Collins got 5 for 125. So 25 a year.
That's a lot of money.
Wow, that's a lot, man.
Yeah.
But hang on. In NBA dollars, Hardaway's making that almost.
Yeah, he's making 20.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, Grant Williams, Harrison Barnes are some of the other names that are rumored. Mark Stein reports the Mavs are done with Christian Wood. They're not expected to make him an offer to return. So that was J.J. Redick. And then he had one more comment about just some weird recent decision-making from Cuban and his front office.
When you have a generational talent, and let's be clear, Luka is that. When you have a generational talent, your obligation is to win now. Your obligation is to build a roster that complements your generational talent. And two really weird decisions, I think, in the last year. And I'm not going to say the second decision with trading for Kyrie is like a disaster. The reality is they were a playoff team before they made that trade, and they didn't make the playoffs. I'm still willing to give that pairing more time if he does come back.
So this is interesting because he is right. When you've got a superstar in the NBA, the whole build it up process, it's nice. It's just not the reality of the league anymore. That's the way things used to be done. In other sports, you could say it's like as soon as you get Patrick Mahomes, as soon as you get an elite quarterback, there is no more build it up.
Yep.
You go ahead and you try to win now. Same thing in basketball. Baseball, hockey, a little bit different. Baseball, they've been trying to build around Mike Trout for a decade.
There's also a difference between star and generational.
Yes.
And we have generational.
Uh-huh. Yeah. No doubt.
Yeah. Cuban's too busy arguing with Joe Rogan on Twitter. He's too busy getting involved with Twitter fights.
My issue is that when you saw he had young Dirk, like Cuban clearly recognized the need to build around that and to commit to him and try to put people around him. He made aggressive moves consistently. They went out, they made the deadline deal for Juwan Howard early in Dirk's career. Then they went out, they made the Rafe LaFrentz, Nick Van Exel deal. They went out and got Antoine Walker and Antoine Jameson. They traded for Jason Terry after Steve Nash left. Like they were always, I know you've given me your long COVID. They were always aggressively trying to move things in place for him and build around him. I don't know that they've always given that same sort of drive for Luka. They're also in a worse financial spot than they were during those years with Dirk. They have less capital to work with. And some would argue, like, look, they tried. They had a top 10 pick in Dennis Smith Jr. Didn't work out. They traded for Kristaps Porzingis. Didn't work out. Traded for Kyrie Irving. Hasn't worked out yet. And so, I mean, it's got to click at some point.
Text message from Bassick there. The Phoenix team doesn't make sense to me at all. They were lacking a score at the end of games. 3 hurt players with no depth. Truckwreck.com text line. Cuban doesn't care about basketball as much anymore. The championship satisfied him. So that's where we stand with the Mavs and the different rumors. The Zion thing is spiraling. It really is, and I love to see it. Brian Windhorst. Zion does not have a relationship with the Pelicans, or by the way, the first spiraling was the girl. Oh my Lord,
Mania Mills.
Her tweet,
Mills.
her descriptive tweets of their closed door activities are very, 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 very graphic.
Yeah, it looks like Peyton's search history.
So
Stop it. It does not.
I cleared that yesterday, Bobby. Chill out.
Be careful. So, Brian Windhorst, Zion does not have a relationship with the Pelicans organization. There's no relationship between Zion and them, and minimal relationship between Zion and his teammates, from what I understand. And Shams reported, you had that Hornets talk last week. The Hornets prefer Brandon Ingram over Zion if a deal would be made for the number 2 pick. So they're talking about Zion to the Hornets for 2, and the Hornets are like, nah, we want Brandon Ingram instead. So give us that long freak, and you can have Scoot Henderson or Williams, or I wasn't talking about Zion's tweets.
No?
I'm talking about Brandon Ingram. It's a compliment, but the Zion thing is getting louder every single day, and I'm talking about the NBA reporting that's being done.
Yeah, look,
Guy
it
sounds
is.
like a loser.
Well, it sounds. Yeah, he ain't gonna be there much longer. I don't think. By the way, Mariah Mills says she's done pestering him on social media.
Oh, really?
Yeah, that just came out about an hour ago.
She got her 15 minutes.
Yeah, exactly right. He has nothing to prove. I'm walking away. Peace, deuces, on to the next is what she tweets.
I know when you talk about things going south with Zion, I still probably would, just given everything that I know it's a huge risk or whatever, but I would probably take some sort of a gamble if he were
If
made
you're
available.
who?
Dallas.
Well,
if there was something made available.
Yeah, because we have nothing to give them.
You would just
the Pelicans, you can only get burned if you have something to lose. The Mavericks have nothing to lose. We have 2 players, and that's it. Oh, you want to talk about Jaden Hardy and Jalen Green? That's not the value of the number 2 pick, and that's what we're talking about. Yeah, I'd be willing to roll the dice because we got a big crap sandwich to offer.
I'm in favor of trading for Zion Williamson on one condition, and that is, Sean, you need assurances from Samir that he would not be allowed inside Nick and Sam's.
Yeah.
And you would need to use all your restaurant connects to make sure, don't let him in unless it's a super salad or something.
Yeah, I blame him for Luka. Look where that,
really?
Look where that got us. So I got odds from Bet Online. Zach LaVine, next team. There's some Zach LaVine trade stuff out there. I've loved Zach LaVine.
Yeah.
But, you got 2 scores here. That could be our version of Phoenix's 3 scores. Miami, Brooklyn, Atlanta, Mavericks for Zach LaVine. Zion's next team, the favorite, Portland. Portland's a team who needs to try to do something like that. Portland needs to do Bobby's idea. 2-1 odds, then the Hornets, the Knicks, the Rockets.
So Dame and Zion, or is Dame gone?
I mean, look, that would be what a run for Portland if they were to trade for Zion Williamson. They would have like the Mount Rushmore of big men disappointments from injuries and stuff. You got Bill Walton, you got Greg Oden, and then Sam Bowie.
Austin Reeves next team, San Antonio 3-2. Did you say Austin Reeves got a shoe deal?
Got a shoe deal. We got a shoe deal with a shoe company in China. So he's got himself a shoe deal.
That's what the chatter has been, that Kyrie might get his next shoe deal from China.
For real?
Mm-hmm. I don't remember what the name of the company is, but there's been talk that might be where his next deal is.
The Nike deal's gone.
Yep.
I think Nike decided to stick with Ja.
They did.
I read that over the weekend.
Yeah, there was a lot of chatter about, so Kyrie was too hot to handle, but Ja for some reason is redeemable.
The guy literally packing heat.
Yeah.
Chris Middleton, favorite OKC, then Orlando. The Mavs at 6-1. Draymond.
Man, OKC would have a pretty decent team. They're already pretty decent.
Yeah, they already got a pretty decent team. Let's see. The Suns were yesterday 12-1 to get Beal before the deal.
Ooh.
They were like 10th down the list. Utah, the favorite for Draymond. Knicks for Karl Anthony Towns, who said, they're going to remember me for changing the game. I hate this guy. I've totally turned after that good audio clip. And then Dame, Miami, DeAndre, Mavericks, Trae Young, Lakers, LeBron, Mavs. If they decide that they're out of their current cities. So there it is. A little NBA recap with Bradley Beal going to the Suns. It's Sean and RJ here on DFW Sports Station with Roberto, Peyton, and Ryan. The Rangers managed to win this series. And how would you have handled your two kids yesterday during this Father's Day baseball game that went viral? That's next on The Fan.
But let's get you over to K.
Ross, That's Soda, and by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. Life is unpredictable. Accidents happen. Frankel and Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one have been in an accident, contact the Frankels at 214-333-3333 or go to truckwreck.com.
3-2, one out, pitch. Tavares swings, and that one is driven to right center. Springer back, bullpen shot, out of here! Two-run home run for Leody Tavares, and the Rangers lead 10-7.
Felt like they were going to lose their third straight series. Sandman with a call on your home of Rangers baseball, but how about Corey Seager and Duran? 4 hits apiece. Tavares hit a huge home run in the 7th, and they come back from down 6-0 to beat the Toronto Blue Jays and take 2 out of 3. They win yesterday on this radio station 11-7. It's Sean and RJ here on 105.3 The Fan, and they'll take on the Chicago White Sox tonight with a 6:30 pregame, 7 o'clock first pitch in Chicago. And this was like a this is a sigh of relief game in series, because I've definitely transitioned over to worry.
Shoes all around.
Shoes.
All around. This was about to be panic central. When they were down 6-0, 5-0, or whatever it was, 5-0.
It's like if you have a disappointing series against the White Sox now, you're going to lose the AOS lead. You're in trouble.
Oh, see, the only saving grace is that, and I don't buy Anaheim. I don't buy them. Their pitch is good enough.
Well, they're not a team anymore.
They're still Los Angeles Angels. That's what they play. I don't buy them.
Chop doesn't buy the Supersonics either.
I don't. It's a good reference, though. I don't buy them. Houston is not playing good baseball, and they've got tons of injuries. And I don't know. They're going to have to find help at the trade deadline, but they've so much of their top end talent is at the big league level already. So unless they want to go and dip into that, they don't have major league ready guys at the minor league system. So what are they going to do? That's the only saving grace here, because if Houston was like last year's Houston, they'd have taken advantage of the lead already. This year they haven't done that.
Did you see the Red Sox family?
No. Yes.
Father sitting with his 2 kids, and a ball gets thrown up into the stands. The younger brother.
Well, it was just a foul ball. It wasn't even thrown up.
Oh, it was foul ball.
So one of the guys 2 rows below caught it. And then he gives it to the kid. There's a father and 2 kids. The mother was like at the bathroom, concession stand, whatever. So the guy tosses it up to the little kid, and the little kid takes the ball, and he looked to be maybe 4, 5, takes the ball and throws it back on the field. Oh, the brother, who was probably at that point 8, is distraught.
Beside himself.
He is crying. He is throwing a fit, yelling at the little brother. They shoot back, and the mom comes back, sees what's going on.
Dad's trying to console the both boys.
Dad's trying to console both boys, and the little one starts taking food and starts throwing it on the older kid.
Yes, because the older brother is just giving it to the younger brother. He is just berating him, and the younger brother's tired of it.
He's tired of it.
And he starts attacking
He
back.
starts throwing back, throwing a little tantrum.
Right with the dad in the middle.
And the dad's in the middle like, guys, not in the public here. I can't speak either one of you here.
Yeah.
On TV.
Oh, man.
We're in Boston. Can't do that here.
That's the first thing I do when I go to a public place. I seek out the area where I could take him and hit him and beat him if I need
First
to.
thing. Most people walk in, they find the exits, find the bathroom. Sean looks for a place where he can beat his child.
Yeah, I look around the corner. I look for like a closet or a bathroom, somewhere isolated.
Do you not have the dad stare down yet?
Yeah, I got it.
Does it register with him at this age?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
No, he does it to mom. She doesn't want to take him to any party by herself. That's her excuse to drag me along to all these events because she says he doesn't act up if I'm there like that. But he's good at timeout. He'll stand there. He'll face a tree. He'll face a bush on you. He's good.
He's got willpower.
Oh, well, I mean, he's got a lot of willpower. This is like listening when he's in trouble and I'm like, stand there, like the thorn's not that close to your head, the thorn bush. Stand there and don't move. And he does it. He's good. Well, he's not good because he's standing in a thorn bush. But
one of my go-tos is you walk in, you give the kid the stare that usually gets them quiet, and they're looking at you, and then you just ask them like, "Are you done?" And then they usually yes. Except the youngest one, the sassy one that we played last hour about, you don't do real work, you do housework. It was 2 weeks ago. I looked at her and I was like, "Are you done?" She went, "Nope." I was like, "You want to repeat that?" She goes, "No, I'm not done."
Oh, slow mode you right to your face.
Yeah.
Then what?
And then
No time for jokes, fat girl.
and then she got put in her room and she pitched a fit.
Yeah.
There's no stopping Julian when he gets going. No stopping him. He's got to let that thing ride out.
He just rages.
He rages. He hits people. Me, his brother, his mother, doesn't matter. He'll start swinging. He has no. You hit him, he hits you back. You hit him again, he hits you back. And then sooner or later, you can't hit him. I can't hit him. I can't beat the kid up.
Yeah, you got to hit him harder.
All right, and he's all no. Hang on, he's so bony that you can't. You hit him on the butt, it's just bone.
Yeah,
there's no meat.
Ollie's in trouble at school now. I am at fault for this. We've been like left, right, teaching the box.
Yeah,
and now he's beating up kids at school.
Yeah.
Well, good.
There you go.
So it's one of those things I'm secretly proud.
Yeah.
And they're like, he got in trouble today. He's hitting kids, and I'm like, well, did someone hit him? And she's like, he's doing like both hands, and I was like, I was beaming. I was internally, I was so happy.
I got a neighbor who would.
He's like ducking kids.
I call him Muhammad Ali.
When his kid acts up,
open the 4-year-olds.
When his kid acts up in public, he like takes his thumb and like digs it into his head. And I'm like, why do you do that? He goes, he said, you can't see bruises through the hair. And I'm like, geez,
damn,
dude, my gosh.
Wow.
Life hack.
Unethical life hacks early.
Unethical life
And I'm like, God dang, man.
Beating kids up. So that's what's happening. So yeah, the Red Sox family went viral. The Red Sox saw this playing out on TV, so they went and brought like a signed jersey and signed balls to the family. Yeah. So that was cool. By the way, the little one shouldn't be catching this heat. He was obviously trained. Now he got trained the wrong way in the Boston crowd. Mm-hmm. Maybe the other team was at bat.
It was. The Yankees were at bat.
Yankees were at bat.
But it wasn't a home run. It was a foul ball.
It doesn't matter. That's good initial training. Hey, he took that ball and threw it back, and the father should be applauding him for that. We don't want a Yankee ball up here. Get that crap out of here.
Should the father catch heat for like consoling the little kid when he was throwing a tantrum?
So the older brother, the one that threw a fit that didn't get the ball?
Yeah.
That was the one that when I saw the video, I was a little like, dude, he's
a brat?
I would be like, knock that off.
Yeah, the younger one didn't understand what he was doing wrong. He didn't understand what he did wrong.
Yeah, because he probably heard and seen, the Yankees hit one up here. We don't want that. Throw it back. Well, immediately throw it back.
This would be
good for him.
This would be Kristen's worst nightmare, by the way. That like the TV broadcast keeps cutting over it to us to see how our parenting is.
Oh, Amanda would leave. She makes us leave parties. So we pick him up. She can pick him up, put him in the car. I'm not dealing with it. And I'm like, let me just take him around the corner. And he'll be chill.
Let's see if he's able to duck me like those 4-year-olds in class.
When your child acts a fool in public, there's nothing more embarrassing. Oh, it's terrible. Get me out of there.
Yeah. 877-881-1053 is the truckwreck.com text line to hit us up here on Sean, RJ, and Bobby. U.S. Open. I don't have a major championship reaction to this.
Yeah, well, look, first of all, it wasn't at a course that you're traditionally used to seeing in a major championship.
Yep.
You probably haven't heard of Wyndham Clark.
Maybe I was missing Jim Nantz.
Well, it's on NBC as well. So the U.S. Open's on NBC. They bought it back from Fox. So you got Hicks and Azinger doing the broadcast. No Nantz.
Matt Hicks.
No, Dan. Oh. So it is a little bit different. And then they'll go to they're going to go to the Open Championship here in about a month.
I was rooting for McIlroy though.
Yeah, I was too.
I felt really bad for him after what that snake PGA commissioner did, that spineless jellyfish. And they put Rory out there to go ahead and defend and then look like a fool. And Rory ends up in second place again.
I hung in there. I fought right to the end and didn't quite get the job done. But as I said yesterday, I'm going to keep coming back until I get another one. I'm right there. It's such fine margins at this level, and I just got to keep putting myself in these positions, and sooner or later it's going to happen for me.
9-year major drought for Rory. I cannot believe it. Does not seem like he has 4 major titles.
So those 33 majors that he's had since he's won his last, he has 19 top 10s in the 33 majors. 16 of them were top 8s. And then a dozen were top 5. He is literally right there.
Yes.
And other majors he's had a bad first round, then he comes back, or great first 3 rounds and a terrible final round. He played really well, very consistent golf all week long. He just could not get a birdie to fall. He birdied 1, and that was it. He hit 16 of 18 greens. That's very hard to do and still just shoot even par. It just shows, he was 30
Do you
feet
think
away.
he's got a problem in the clutch?
No, I think his problem is that, on Sunday, sometimes you kind of have to go for it. And if you notice the way he plays in the fairway a lot, and he hit a lot of the greens, but he was just going for the middle of the green. Just get me on the green. I'm not going to make a mistake. He was banking that Wyndham Clark was going to mess up.
Yes.
And that was his goal. His goal was I'm going to go.
Which is an understandable strategy.
Absolutely.
This guy's never been there.
Sure. And if Rory saw that, and if he knew that Wyndham was going to shoot 11 under, and Rory had to get to that number, he'd have gone to that number. He suspected that Wyndham was going to have a blow-up hole, and he was going to drop back down. And he never did. Credit to him.
Man, how about that drop they gave Rory? That BS. The embedded.
On the embedded ball in the bunker.
Oh, man.
Yeah,
because he didn't pay. He didn't have to suffer a penalty stroke.
There was no penalty on that.
What a gift! That's the golf version of fixing. That's what everyone would have been saying. That's what everyone was ready to say if Rory won.
Yeah, I didn't understand. I was trying to think, okay, so because they have unplayable lies, they have that, hazards and such.
Man,
but the embedded ball, if it's embedded in the ground, if it's in the mud, if it's embedded, you get a drop. But there's a trick. Unethical life hack number 2, Peyton. If your ball's in the deep rough, walk on it and step on it. Right?
Yeah, bury it.
Step on it.
Yeah.
It sinks in. Now it's an embedded ball.
The Cowboys made another hire in their analytics department over the weekend. What kind of philosophy does she bring to the team? We'll hear it next in Below the Belt on the home of the Cowboys, 105.3 The Fan.
we about to have the most hypocritical heel turn in the history of RJ Choppy?
Ooh, that's quite a mount.
Listen, I nobody hypocrites quite like me, so it's possible.
What is the, if there was to say there's one topic that RJ Choppy has been the most consistent on and most hardline on when it comes to sports, wouldn't we say it's the
running backs?
Running backs
don't matter.
They don't matter. Not just running backs don't matter. The run defense doesn't much matter.
Oh, Corey
Coaches
Majors
coaches don't matter.
Repeated RJ mantra of coaching does not matter.
Now, RJ, this was part of your
except for you, Mike McCarthy.
You similarly went into a barn with PFF like Mike McCarthy did years ago and came out an analytics guru. And ever since then, you've been very anti-running backs, and also run defense doesn't even matter that much.
Well, I mean, if the running game, it doesn't matter, why would stopping the run matter?
Well, you know who's going to explain that to you?
Who?
Sarah
Bob
Molly
Hope?
Pie.
Ooh, Sarah Molly Pie. I love Sarah's.
Sarah, you do. Sarah is...
And Pie.
Yeah, Sarah Molly Pie is the
And
newest...
Molly.
Yeah, well,
So let's go.
Careful to admitting to felonies on the air. Over the weekend, she was hired as a strategic football analyst for the Cowboys, per ESPN's Seth Walder.
All right.
She had worked for the Ravens since 2019. She was a player personnel analyst. So a lot of her analytics were actually related to roster building, like player evaluation and some of the research that she did and things like that. She actually she was a member of Analytics Twitter. She was a Twitter user who had developed kind of a following. She entered into the NFL's Big Data Bowl, which is their analytics competition every year. I don't know if she won, but she did some work in related to heat maps with passers and trying to identify directions and distances that quarterbacks had their most success and where they have their preferences.
So wait, the indie rapper, he's also an analytics hire? How do these two differ?
Yes, they are analytics hires. So he's like the head of the analytics department.
Okay.
So she's being hired as a strategic football analyst. I would guess she reports to him, is how I would guess the structure goes. But, and that's John Park, who we talked about recently, who had been with the Colts. But Sarah Molly Pie is somebody who had spent an internship with the Phillies previously, entered into the Big Data Bowl, impressed some folks, and the Ravens ended up hiring her. She actually took part in a panel discussion.
And the Ravens have led the way in football analytics for a long time.
One of the most analytical football teams there is. And we're really ahead of the curve in embracing that. But last March, she had taken part in a panel discussion about analytics with ESPN's Sports Analytics Conference. It's something they do every year with MIT. And so she was up there. The Sloan Analytics Conference. So this first clip here, before we get to the run game, Chop, she came from baseball, and there's always talk about baseball. You can apply analytics. It's not as easy to do that with football.
Right.
And this was her talking about that sort of thinking and how there's been some resistance to her profession, her job within league circles.
Something that I hear kind of often outside the building is that analytics works in a sport like baseball because the people on the field, you can kind of isolate them. It doesn't work in a sport like football because it's 11 moving people together. And I think that was always kind of weird to me because, we use modeling and analytics in fields like economics and finance and healthcare. And those are fields with a lot more unknowns and a lot less constraints, and we still use modeling there. And what I mean by unknowns and constraints is, so in football, you're constrained to 11 people on the field, and all of those people are playing 1 to 3 different positions. This is your down, this is your distance. You have 15 minutes and a quarter. You're constrained in that way. And then the unknowns, when you model, I think we're lucky that those don't really have to be unknowns. That's where our coaches and our scouts, they have their subject level expertise, and they come in and we say, hey, we're trying to model something or we're trying to build a new stat. These are our constraints, these are our unknowns, and this is where your input and your subject level expertise comes in.
Well, Chop, I think you might have an issue right out of the gate. I don't have an issue with what she just said there, but that sounded to her, because I know you've said, we don't know about these players. It's all just a crapshoot. But she just said, look, the analytics has to blend with their subject level expertise, and that helps narrow down what I need to answer with my analytics.
I don't know what you just said. What is subject level expertise?
It means that it is their job. Their subject level is the players. That's where their expertise is. And so the subject level of the game of football.
Sure. Okay.
So you don't have a problem with that?
I really don't know.
I don't either. I think it's good.
I still don't know what the hell you're talking about.
Basically, what she just acknowledged there was when they say baseball, the big money ball pushback was the game can't be played on a calculator. And a lot of people would say, baseball, you really can narrow down pretty significantly. And she's saying, okay, well, you cannot narrow it down as much in the game of football. It's silly to say you can't use it or can't apply it because we use it in things that have much larger variances like healthcare and the economy and everything else. So we can use it here. But she also says you've got to do it in conjunction with the coaching staff, with the scouts and their understanding and their expertise.
Well, yeah, they have to. If they don't buy in, you're screwed anyway.
So she was asked about, and maybe this speaks to Mike McCarthy's lean into the running game. She was asked about where she's seen her biggest evolution, going from somebody in analytics Twitter, being just a Twitter user who talked about things, to now that you're in the building and you see the way things work and you get access to everything that they have that is not public, where have you seen the biggest evolution?
So the idea behind running backs don't matter is running backs are replaceable because so much of their production is related to the offensive line blocking for them and the number of defenders in the box. So I think my perspective kind of changed on that and seeing how when an offensive line blocks for a running back, once you get to that second or that third level defender and you're one-on-one with them, are you a back that is able to either shake that tackle or if you get wrapped up, shake that guy and then create more yards? And I think if something's not perfectly blocked and your offensive lineman has a bad block, are you a guy that has the vision to be able to change your point of attack and fight for more yards? And even on a perfectly blocked run play, if it's a perfectly blocked read and you have that unblocked edge defender and your quarterback makes the handoff, are you a back that's fast enough to be able to outrun that unblocked edge defender? Again, I think some guys are better at that than others.
So she's talking about ability. She's talking about second level, right? If you make that second level defender miss, you can be gone. And if someone breaks through the line of scrimmage, can you make that person miss, get back to the line of scrimmage, and pick up a couple yards? So she's talking about elusiveness.
Yeah,
right
and that's all true. That's absolutely fair. The majority of though is you're not. That's going to happen once a game. Whereas you're looking at 60 plays, and you've got to. I'm talking about not the unblocked defender. I'm talking about breaking away from at the second level.
Yeah,
sure. That's going to happen 1 or twice a game. Are you really going to pay $15 million a year for that?
Right.
Or do you just go with the cheaper option? Because the thing about running backs is it's not the talent, it's the replacement cost. That's why quarterback, you can't replace Patrick Mahomes. You can replace Derrick Henry with 85% of them.
Well, and one of the things that, because that's the thing is that when you say what's happening once or twice a game, I think the way she just laid that out is she laid it out for you that regardless of what's happening every single run play, the player matters. Because she said, look, if you get to the second level, are you able to do this? What if it's not perfectly blocked? What if somebody busts? Well, are you a running back who can break that? What if it's perfectly blocked and there's everything? Well, there's still unaccounted for defenders. Are you somebody who can get the speed to get to the edge? She just laid it out to where it's like every single type of run play, no matter how it's blocked, the running back, who they are, their skill set matters.
None of what she said changes anyone's mind about drafting a running back very high.
Sure.
Or in the first round. So all that sounds nice. Or paying them. So none of that changes.
She sounds like she would be a big, by the way, I think what she just laid out there, the three differences of like, here are the reasons why running backs are bigger than just what's blocked for you. I think all three of those favored Tony Pollard over Ezekiel Elliott the last 3 years. So
because Zeke couldn't hit triples, let alone home runs.
Right. So my sense of it is if she had been in the building the last 3 years, she would have been one of the ones saying Tony Pollard needs to be carrying the ball, not Zeke. And so it sounds like she would be a big fan of the Mozzie Smith hire. And again, this is Sarah Mollypie. She is the Cowboys' new analytics hire per Seth Walder over at ESPN. We're playing some audio from a panel discussion she had with ESPN last year. But she said it's not just the run game on offense. She said she's evolved and she now believes that the run defense is something that matters as well, specifically related to RJ Choppy's favorite position on defense, defensive tackles, and how that can actually help you in coverage.
I think analytically sometimes people split out run defense and pass defense being pass rush and pass coverage, and then coming in-house and kind of seeing how those two kind of blend together. So just sticking to in the trenches with the defensive line, those big boys that play in between the tackles, your noses and your 3 techs. So primarily they're thought of as run stuffers, and a lot of people think you shouldn't invest in those guys because you shouldn't really invest a lot into run defense in general. But I think if you think of it in terms of run defense and pass defense kind of blending together, if you have guys that play really, really stout at the line and take away those interior gaps, and now, you have a back that's able to move more laterally, then you have your second and your third level defenders. Now they have the time to come crashing down and make those tackles. So then that actually leads to not needing as many defenders in the box. So then you're putting another guy in coverage or another guy rushing. So in that sense, investing in those guys and having those guys play really well at the line and run defense actually ends up helping you numbers-wise in pass coverage.
So she's talking about not just, hey, this is more valuable than I once thought. She specifically says invest in one techniques. You need to invest in the nose guard, the 2-down player. She thinks that's relevant because you then don't have to commit as many resources to the box. You can drop more in coverage.
So if you have a defensive tackle who is really good at run defense and can rush the passer.
I don't think she's even talking about that. I think she's talking about a run specialist only, because she says if you take up the middle and you have to bounce them outside, then it doesn't matter that you have extra defenders in the pass coverage because they are already outside and they can crash down and make the play.
Here's where I stand on run defense, and I've always disagreed with Choppy about it. Run defense to me is, I get the importance of passing versus running. To me, it's more of a tone / attitude / ego thing. The San Francisco 49ers, in my opinion, especially in the first matchup, said, we can run down your throat. We own you. You are soft.
Yeah.
We are going to beat you up. We're more physical. We're badasses. We're tougher than you are. And on 3rd and 3, we can run it. We can give it to Debo. We can do whatever we want. You're helpless. You're powerless. And that psychological, physical, mental advantage is something I believe in. And that's why I've been happy that the Cowboys and Mike McCarthy, I think, I remember asking McCarthy questions about your offensive line or San Francisco being tougher. And he bristled. That's the word. It was 2 years ago before the first game. He bristled at the thought. He knew. He knew that San Francisco was a tougher, more physical team. Not necessarily that could manhandle the Cowboys, but win the fight. They were going to win the fight, and that to me has value. That's what run defense is for me.
And that's what you're really hoping to get with Mozzie Smith in all likelihood. But it does make sense that you'd be able to commit more defenders to pass defense if you're locking up the line of scrimmage, because then they only can go outside, and then you already have defenders committed to that. I guess this is Sarah Malipai, I guess, leaving Baltimore now has J.K. Dobbins in jeopardy. It must be that, because
why is this guy talking about salary?
She is pro analytics, but she is pro running game. And now J.K. Dobbins, with her departure, not directly related to it, told reporters this past week that he is really frustrated by his contract situation. Said the business side is very hard. It's very different. It's never just roses and daisies. You saw what Lamar went through. It can be hard. It's a business, though. But he says he'd love to be a Baltimore Raven for the rest of his career. Loves the city, loves the people. Said it feels like a second home. He says, I hope that happens. But he is very frustrated with his contract situation. And again, this is the NFLPA, in my opinion, telling their running backs, because we've seen this huge cluster of them recently, telling them, you guys need to fight for your money because you're going to die at this position.
If you've played fantasy, I know what you're doing right now. You're looking right at his numbers and you're shocked.
Cow.
Yeah, I had to go, because if you play fantasy, you're like, Baltimore can't keep a running back healthy. And I'm like, does J.K. Dobbins really have a case to be complaining? 805 and 520. He's played 23 games in 2 seasons, and he's run for 800 yards and then 520. What are you talking about? Why are you talking about getting disrespected? You have nothing to stand on at all.
His stance is going to be, I averaged 6 yards a carry and 5.7 yards a carry in my 2 years.
Yeah.
That is incredible.
And it's 2 years because his second season, he tore his ACL, missed the entire year.
Yeah.
Excuse the Ravens for not wanting to pay a running back who's already missed an entire year.
Where are the Mavs now in the Western Conference after the Bradley Beal trade to the Phoenix Suns? Final hour, Monday edition, next.
But let's get you over to QC Kinetics. Let's get you healthy and let's keep you healthy, boys and girls. You've been dealing with joint pain. Pain your knees.
Fan Studios, secured by DFWSecurity.com. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Final hour fist pump time led to the armpit incident last week. Here on Sean and RJ, we got Bobby, we got Pepe, we got Ryan in the back. We're live on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube.
Hating short stroking back there with the fist pump.
Bobby,
It's the only stroke he knows.
any armpit fallout, Bobby,
No.
from your wife? Did she hear about this?
No. I mean, she heard about it. She just was like, why? I told you we need to buy you new shirts and get you aluminum-free antiperspirant or something.
I was just thinking about her doing the laundry, Bobby's t-shirt laundry.
Because I'm not doing it.
And what is she thinking while looking at these stains? What is
Probably
she?
the same thing she thinks when he looks at his underwear.
Those are black, sir. We've been over this. See, we got blacks.
You got black?
Yeah.
Let me see what color I have. I got black too.
Oh, Calvin Klein.
Yeah.
That's
They're
your
on
name,
sale.
isn't it?
What?
That's your name, isn't it?
No.
It's stitched into your underwear.
Daddy does work, and you just do housework.
So that's what Fist Pump Time exposed last week. G-Bag was talking about it too. Was talking about how he was drenched. They called you?
I called them. I was listening. We were driving around. We were going to get some boxes. So I heard him mention it, and once my name got brought into it, see, my name doesn't get brought into it, I'm not going to call in.
Right.
But the moment that they said my name, I had to defend my honor.
What did they say?
Well, they said that, basically once you stink, you can't just throw deodorant on. You got to wash, which and Sarah agreed with them, and I disagree with them.
Because it was your armpit first that you caught it with.
I had some onions. Yeah. I was working with some onions. I had forgotten to put the deodorant on that morning, but I thought it covered up nicely. I went to the gym. It's fine right after that. The try-hard guy was there. He really stud. There's a try-hard guy at my gym. All right, he smells bad. He doesn't stop moving. He's definitely on Adderall. 100% chance he is on Adderall when he gets to that gym. He
Does
is
he need
so
it?
hopped up. I don't know if he needs it or not, but the guy doesn't stop moving.
Why is he try hard?
He takes like a slam ball, like a medicine ball, stands on it with 1 foot, and does like curls.
Oh,
1 foot.
He's like Russell Wilson.
He's like parkour in the gym.
Ugh.
It's so annoying.
All
And
right.
he's shredded, and I hate it.
It's also annoying that the Phoenix Suns stole Bradley Beal. They gave up nothing in a trade with the Wizards because Bradley Beal controlled this entire situation because the Wizards gave him a freaking no-trade clause. So Bradley Beal gets dealt for Chris Paul, Landry Shamet, some second-round picks, and some pick swaps. So that's $163 million that the Suns have spent on 4 players: Durant, Booker, Beal, and Ayton. Beal's agent is also the father-son combo with the Suns CEO. Convenient. Very, very convenient. Beal's agent is the father of the Suns CEO. And Chris Paul's probably either going to get waived or redealt to the Clippers or Lakers or somewhere else. The Mavericks are apparently interested over the weekend, if you believe Bleacher Report and Hoops Hype, in a combination of Clint Capella, John Collins, Grant Williams, Harrison Barnes. And they're saying goodbye to Christian Wood. They're not even going to make him an offer to return. So where are things in the West now? Let's go ahead and try to stack this up with where the Mavs belong. And let's see if we can agree. By the way, some other side notes. The only teams to win NBA championships with 3 players averaging 20 or more were who?
20 million or 20 points?
Points.
20 points. Did the Warriors do it?
Yes. 17 and 18 Warriors. And that's it.
That's it?
Oh, okay. I was going to say, did Bosch? Bosch was usually like 18 or something.
And that's it. The 17 and 18 Warriors won it with 3 guys scoring that amount. And what is your Durant all-star stat?
Yeah, so I was just, we were talking about Durant earlier and some of the guys that he had played with, and it made me want to go and look and see how many like all-stars has this dude had. It feels like he's had so much talent around him. This is skewed a little bit, obviously, by like the end of the career catch-on signing, like when Amari Stoudemire would do stuff like that. But how many teammates do you think Kevin Durant has played with once he plays with Bradley Beal? How many teammates do you think he's played with 3 or more All-Star appearances?
Pen out?
Let's let Peyton guess because we talked about it in the break.
Ooh, I'm gonna go.
Let's see if you can slow mo name them.
Oh, there's no way, but I'll go with 7.
You got half of it. It's 14.
Okay, I'll go 14.
He's played with 14 three-time All-Stars?
Yep. Chris Paul, James Harden, Steph Curry, Russell Westbrook, Kyrie Irving, LaMarcus Aldridge, Blake Griffin, Klay Thompson, Draymond Green, DeMarcus Cousins, Paul Millsap, Bradley Beal, Devin Booker, Ben Simmons.
Wow.
He's had a lot of talent.
I wonder how that would compare with like LeBron or Giannis.
I've already started looking at LeBron. I'm trying to tally it up now.
Yeah, Giannis's will be way less.
He'll be the lowest.
Way less. Or like, what does this do for right now everyone's focusing on the Suns, but how about legacy effect for Durant? Chris Paul is now getting passed around like a blunt. Like where what do you think of the effect of them on them? If any.
Well, here's the thing, like Durant, it's clear like he doesn't seem to care what people think about how he's winning.
Well, he responds on Twitter a lot.
Yeah, but like but
I could argue he cares a lot.
But his actions don't show that, right? Now, he'll get a pass for this one, right? Because he was already on the team. And then Beal came to him. Does he not get a pass for that?
He has had 2 really disappointing playoff exits. Like, I'm going to make sure people don't forget about the Nets getting swept. That was
that Milwaukee that did or Toronto?
Which, in this playoffs?
No, not this year. Like
it might have been Boston.
I thought it was Boston, yeah.
This year, but like 2 years ago.
Yeah, it was 2 years ago.
Yeah.
I think it was Boston. And then this year, they were Dream Team Suns.
Mm-hmm.
They got worked against Denver.
Yeah.
They got worked.
They did.
So,
but Karl Towns said that was a great job because they only had a couple of weeks to put it together.
Exactly.
Right. So let's try to put the West in order. Let's see where we can agree. Are we just going to put Denver 1 out of respect?
I mean, it's right there for me with Denver and Phoenix.
Yeah.
I mean, it's really hard to.
I can't argue the one.
Yeah, I'd probably put Phoenix slightly ahead.
Okay, but we both have them above, right?
Above the Mavericks?
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
Are we going to keep Sacramento up there? Sacramento had 48 wins.
Right now, yeah. Probably until we see what they add, until Dallas adds anything.
Until we steal Harrison Barnes.
Yeah. Oh,
all right.
gosh, what a coup.
Tough one. Memphis with Ja out 25 games. Memphis won 51 games, second in the West last year.
Nope.
Will they have a better regular season record than the Mavericks with Ja out for 25?
I mean, here's the thing. Now that Ja's out for 25 games, how many more games is he going to miss the rest of the year? Are they going to load manage him as normal?
I would think they probably still would.
Okay, because if they are going to do that, they're obviously going to drop off. He's going to miss 15 games anyway. Most players do. They have 15 games, right? They miss about 10, 15 games, load management. Kawhi misses 25 anyway going into the season.
I'm going to put Memphis below the Mavs.
Yeah, I am too.
Yeah, I'll stay below.
Okay, Clippers. Impossible with the injuries. They had 44 wins last year. A reminder, the Mavs had 38.
I mean, Kawhi will be back in March. So I'll say no, Mavs.
No, I'll say Mavs just because I don't
Kawhi,
know.
what is he getting now? I've lost
the
track.
Meniscus, right? The torn meniscus.
It's something his uncle doesn't want him playing through, I'm sure.
Okay, so we're saying no to the Clippers.
Nope.
Now, they missed a hell of a lot of time last year and had a better record. What's the difference? Paul George and Kawhi both missed. So, I mean, it's not like we're predicting injury that's new. It just happened.
No, I know, but Dallas was ahead of them most of the year. Like, they collapsed at the end. Like, I still think that Dallas is either right there with them or maybe a little better to me.
Okay. Golden State.
I'll take Golden State.
Probably. You take Golden State, Penny, whatever Dallas does.
Okay, so right now that is 4 teams. With the Clippers out, Memphis out. What about the Lakers?
I'd take the Lakers right now.
Yeah, probably.
Minnesota?
I'd take the Timberwolves right now.
I don't buy Minnesota.
Minnesota 42 wins.
No, I'll take Mavs.
OKC.
I'm going to take OKC.
They're getting Chet Holmgren. They'll actually have him playing this year, so yeah, give me OKC.
Yeah, forgot about that.
Pelicans.
Nah.
Nope.
Okay. and they finished right above us.
Mm-hmm.
Utah, Portland, San Antonio.
How good is Wemby?
So for sure, we're going Phoenix, Denver, Sacramento, Golden State, the Lakers. So the Mavericks could capitalize on this with Ja and the Clippers' injuries to be right there around that sixth spot.
They could. And Bobby's right. He joked. But how good is Wemby?
Yeah, I mean, if Wembanyama's like great right away and he's ready to be dominant right away, I mean, they might be in contention for a playoff spot.
They're talking about if he's was it Broussard says if he's Olajuwon, it's a disappointment? Is that what he said? Durant. So if he's Kareem, let's just say he's Kareem.
Yeah, because that would be under Olajuwon, right?
Sure. But let's just say he's Kareem. Kareem was the best player in the NBA the year he got there. Let's say he's Kareem. Then they're ahead of us.
Bill Simmons has proposed a Mavs deal with his beloved Celtics. Mavericks give up Tim Hardaway and 10 and get back Marcus Smart.
Wow.
You change your mind mid thought?
Well, I think it was going to be Grant Williams.
Marcus Smart and
from
10.
here, by the way.
Yeah.
Local.
And
Marcus High School. That's
Marcus
where he
is 29 years old. So Marcus Smart for 10 and Hardaway.
I like Marcus Smart a lot.
There's your attitude. There's your defense.
Mm-hmm.
You're not going to get upside. So
no,
it's the intrigue of the upside at 10 for defensive toughness and intangibles you really need.
The league is telling you what 10 is worth.
Well, I mean, Bill Simmons just told us what 10 was worth.
Right, but I mean, like all these proposed trades out there, like nobody really thinks 10 is very valuable.
I mean, if the Hawks really are willing to go up 5 spots to 10 and take on Davis Bertans and give up Capella or Collins for it, that means they value it to some degree.
Well, they also want to get off Collins' deal.
Right, but I mean, if they end
him
up
$125 million,
if they end up having to give up Capella or whoever, I mean, like Bertans' contract isn't exactly like all roses.
Marcus Smart is 12, 13 points a game, and of course he does all the other things.
He can pass.
Is the number 10 pick going to be better than Marcus Smart? Probably not, but like the possibility of it and the intrigue, the excitement of upside makes me hesitant with this. I'm like, okay, just Marcus Smart, and at the age of 29, I'd probably lean towards no, but I wouldn't be mad at it. You're filling a ton of needs. A guy who doesn't need to have the ball, a guy who doesn't need to score, defensive player of the year, gritty, attitude, tough. I mean, he's like a younger Draymond with what he would bring with the intangibles, in my opinion.
Didn't he had issues with Kyrie, didn't he? Marcus Smart? I think he did.
Everybody did.
No, not everybody. Like, I mean, there were like everybody in Boston did. Mm-hmm. But I think like Marcus Smart talked about the year after Kyrie left, he talked about all the dysfunction and he said, we had a lot of distractions, let's call a spade. So he was basically putting all of it on Kyrie. So how much is Kyrie willing to look past that?
I was expecting the Mavs to come in lower than where we have them here. I was expecting them to be lower than like 6 or 7 in the West. But I mean, the Ja thing is huge.
The Ja thing is huge, and 6 or 7 is still pretty low.
True.
Yeah, it's still pretty low.
I've got them in the 8 to 10 range.
And Portland could make a move.
Yeah.
Portland needs to make a move. Either deal Dame to Miami or add Zion. Add something. It's time. It's time to make a move. But there it is. Bradley Beal to the Suns.
Do you think we come out of this week? This is draft week. Obviously, they'll move the pick or they'll make the pick. Do you think by the end of this week, we're happy with what the Mavericks have done?
No.
I think we're still complaining.
Because we just want to bitch, or?
Because I just don't think that they're going to be able to get any of these huge steals or huge values that we watch and see like, a Beal to Phoenix for just that. Like, I don't think we're going to see any sort of like highway robbery, and it's just going to frustrate people.
All right, we got Rangers, U.S. Open, and RJ wants to drink a little bit of beer on a Monday. Next on 105.3 The Fan.
I mean, if it's on a Monday, when else are you going to do it? Head on over to A number 1 Air and get the Super Summer Savings Special from A number 1 Air. Right now, up to $3,000 off a new heater and an AC.
segment here brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. Life is unpredictable. Accidents happen. Frankel and Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one have been in an accident, contact the Frankels at 214-333-3333 or go to truckwreck.com.
This place will be rocking if Corey hits that jack pocket sign. Here he drives one up the alley in right center field. Springer can't get it. It's off the track and off the fence. Duran is in to score. Leote coming around third. He'll score without a throw. It's a two-run double for Corey Seager, and the Rangers are back in this thing now, trailing 6-4.
Back in it and came back and won it. They beat the Blue Jays and take 2 out of 3. Woo! That was needed. Down 6-0. They rip off 8 unanswered. They make up for John Gray getting roughed up, coming back from the blister. The bullpen did a phenomenal job, and the Rangers win on this radio station. Hicksy on the call, 11-7 here on 105.3 The Fan. They have a 4.5-game lead on the Angels. It's the Astros that are in third place in the division, and you are in Chicago to take on the White Sox tonight. 6:30 pregame. First pitch at 7 o'clock. And this is the back and forth, hot and cold portion of the schedule that I was talking about. You're going to get the White Sox. Hopefully you capitalize on them not being good. Then you're at the Yankees. Then you get the Tigers. Then you get the Astros. And then you get Boston. So a little back and forth here as they're about to go on the road for the next 6.
Yeah, and when you get the Yankees, it matters whether or not Aaron Judge plays. Which he's been out for a while now. They're 30-19 with him and like 9-15 without him. Like they can't win without him. So if you get them without Aaron Judge,
they've lost 4 in a row. They've lost 7 of their last 10.
Yeah, and all without him. And you know, I think when they played here, he was not in the lineup either. I don't think they've seen Judge at all this season. So like it's beneficial to get them without Judge. It's look, the White Sox though. There is not a less interesting American League team than that one to me. I mean, that's a big bag of nothing for the White Sox.
Well, interesting in the sense that maybe you can scout future pitchers this series that you're going to trade for.
I mean, they've got decent arms.
They do.
Cease is fantastic. Like, they've got good arms, but man, like they just are boring. They never win.
And thank you to Cincinnati for continuing their Texas domination. They swept the Astros. They've won 8 in a row. Since he's won 8 in a row, they're 2 games over 500 and 8-2 in their last 10.
Ellie De La Cruz, they get him all of a sudden, man.
Is he still balling?
There's a highlight every night for him. There is a highlight every single night, something like that. It's either him running the bases, him making a play. He is like they ought to put him on TV every night. Every night.
By the way, we were talking about, a hypothetical Celtics trade. Bassett called me in the break. He said, stop going to Spotrac for salaries. So that's number 1. And then CA texted me and said, Marcus Smart. We were talking about Bill Simmons' proposal of Hardaway and 10 for Marcus Smart. And Chris said, Marcus Smart loves Kyrie. Kyrie helped him cope with the death of his mom. They're friends. He doesn't blame Kyrie for the Celtic dysfunction. Blames everybody for contributing. So thank you to one of the voices of the Mavericks, Chris Arnold.
Marcus Smart, they're tight, him and Kyrie.
Let's move it on over to the U.S. Open. Did you stay up and did you care about this?
Yeah! Who takes down all the stars in Los Angeles to win the United States Open.
Who was that in the beginning?
Yeah, it was him.
Yeah. Was it him? Was it old Wyndham?
Was that him?
I think it was Wyndham.
Okay.
He's a young kid. He's 29, not a young kid, but he really did nothing on the PGA Tour until about, a couple of weeks ago. Early May, he wins at the Wells Fargo, and then it's at the Wells Fargo Quail Hollow, and then at the PGA, he missed the cut. At the Memorial, he tied for 12th. So he's played hot golf lately.
Last year, he was ranked 293. He never finished better than a tie for 75th in a major championship. And here he is staving off McIlroy, Scheffler, and Ricky Fowler.
In his last 4 tournaments that he started, 2 wins, a 12th, and a missed cut. That's pretty good. He has made, holy cow, in the last 4 weeks that he's played, so since May 4th, he has made, $7.6 million since May 4th on the PGA Tour.
Woo!
Damn.
That is insane.
The story I was most interested in, Bob Huggins resigns as West Virginia head coach 6 weeks after the homophobic, hateful radio interview.
He's the best.
Where
he's the best.
West Virginia did whatever they could to just move on past it and push it under the rug. We'll do a salary reduction. We need you to stay. We want you to stay. Don't worry about it. Let the public get offended. Well, Huggins got arrested for DUI over the weekend. Shredded tire, blocking traffic, 8:30 at night.
Yeah.
I think he thought he was in a different city. He kept on saying he was either in Columbus or he kept identifying Columbus. So he got the city and state incorrect and had trash bags of empty beer cans in the vehicle.
Listen, he's just recycling. He was all he had to say was, I was just taking these bags of beer cans. I was driving to Michigan because you get 10 cents in Michigan and you get 5 cents everywhere else. So that's all I was doing. I was driving up there. It's a simple thing to say. Yeah. And why was I drunk, officer? Well, I had all these extra beer cans I had to get rid of to get the 10 cents for.
Yeah, he kept on saying Columbus. You know where he was arrested? Pittsburgh.
Is there a Columbus River in Pittsburgh? Let's see. It's the Ohio, the Monongahela, and the...
I told you, man.
What's the other one?
The Ohio River, so he thought Columbus, Ohio, maybe?
There you go.
Get Choppy as your defense attorney. I'm telling you. So...
Susquehanna River, is that the other one?
They're like, come on, now what? And Huggins is like, I failed the university in terms of the values. This is not who I am. He blew 3 times the legal limit, a .210. So the Huggy Bear is now gone.
He's gone, and he had this whole end of his career ahead of him. He had it written out. They were never going to fire him at West Virginia. He didn't want to leave. He was going to be able to walk away on his own. Yep. It's very rare that you can walk away and end your career when you want to. Bob Huggins had a chance, and he blew it. And Bob Huggins, his love of beer cost him. And that man loves beer. I saw him in the elevator at the Final Four, the hotel.
And his disgust of homosexuals.
His disgust of homosexuals did not help.
Yeah.
But, I saw him at the Final Four. He had 2 6-packs of beer. I think it was Rolling Rock. He had 2 6-packs of beer.
Ooh.
I know. And, I said, no ice? He goes, we drink as fast as I do. You don't need ice.
Oh, man.
He didn't even need the ice. He just had the 2 6-pack. Go up to his room.
Wow.
Why didn't you try and work your way into I'll split that with you?
Did he look like a man that was going to split a 6-pack?
Probably not. Probably not.
Yeah.
Besides, I had already had liquor, and you can't have liquor before beer. Wait, no, you can have liquor before beer.
Yeah, it's the other way around.
Yeah.
All right, speaking of college, Choppy is just collecting it over the weekend for a little Monday beer with the college football kegger.
College football!
All right, so it looks like realignment is hitting. San Diego State has informed the Mountain West Conference that they will take the Pac-12's invite, and they have informed they intend to search for a new home, looking to move to the Pac-12. The Pac-12 will become calling if Colorado leaves for the Big 12 or for another conference. San Diego State is required to pay an exit fee of, wait for this one, $34 million to the Mountain West Conference.
Jeez.
The Pac-12 wants San Diego State if Colorado leaves. Why? It's a good TV market. It's not a great one, but in the college world, San Diego is a pretty big TV market. So that is one thing. I got to say, if I were the commissioner of the Mountain West, I'd be like, dude, if you're, then just go. Don't say you're going to leave if you get this invite. Just go. If you don't want to be here, just go. That'd be a BDE move, but they're never going to do that.
$34 million is the payout.
Yeah.
There's something here that's I think this is from 2021 that they brought home $13 million in revenue and paid out $16 million in expenses last year. So they don't have a lot of money.
Wow, it's crazy. A new report also says that Clemson and Florida State are not the 2 ACC schools the Big Ten and the SEC want the most. They want Virginia and North Carolina.
What?
And the reason for that is the same reason they want an A&M and Missouri over Clemson and Florida State. The SEC is already in South Carolina. They already have the Columbia TV market. They're already in Florida. They already have the TV markets there. They're not in North Carolina, and they're not in Virginia, and neither is the Big Ten. Carolina's a big brand. It's a national brand.
Yeah.
It brings great basketball. It brings great other sports as well. So does Virginia. Virginia's in the College World Series, or they were until TCU dispatched them yesterday. So they want, they would get, what is it? It would be the D.C. market for Virginia, and it would be the Raleigh market. You probably also get Charlotte, the market there, if you get Carolina. So that's a couple of things that the SEC and the ACC both want. And how about this one? Austin Simmons. He is a top recruit in the year 2025.
In the year 20. Oh.
Why am I mentioning him today? Because we're in 2023. He has reclassified for the 2023 class. He is enrolling this summer at Ole Miss. He has switched commitments from Florida to Ole Miss. He's going to graduate 2 years early. Word is he completed his entire high school requirements by the end of his freshman year. And he's 17, and he's going to enroll this year at Ole Miss.
For what sport?
Football. Quarterback. He's like a 4 or 5 star, kind of a bridge quarterback right there.
Do they have a age requirement?
I mean, Quinn Ewers went to Ohio State a year early. He was there at 17. And so, I mean, as long as you fulfill the requirements. Now, maybe Florida doesn't care because they've kind of sucked lately and they just lost Anthony Richardson. But I know at Ohio State, that irritated them when Quinn Ewers actually got there a year early because they were like, this kind of throws off our succession plan. We thought you were going to be here this year. Now we got to kind of shift some stuff around with our roster.
Shame
and
on
ultimately
you
leaves.
for trying to, show more ambition and initiative and graduate early.
I think he just wanted the NIL money at
Yeah.
Ohio State.
2 years early is like, man, like that's.
Have you guys had any thought with any of your children that they could move up a grade or have to be held back?
Julian.
Up or down?
Up.
Really?
Oh, yeah. He'll walk into a test and he'll come out and he'll say, I got 2 wrong. And he got 2 wrong. He knows exactly what he gets right and wrong. It's weird. It's like he's very, very smart.
Wow.
I don't know where he gets it from. Not from me. Not from his mom. And then Luca is like me. He's a grade too high. He probably should be down a grade with me. I was a grade too high too.
And your kids?
When Jacob went into middle school, we transferred school districts, and he got put into advanced placement based off of the grades from the previous place. And it became obvious really early, like, we should have kept him in his normal grade and not jumped him here into middle school. And so he had to go back. But other than that, no, we've just had kind of standard.
Pepe, were you a good enough student to consider ever moving up?
Well, I graduated from the University of North Texas in 3.5 years.
Whoa!
I was out before the 4-year regulars are. So
wow!
But high school took me 4 years, unfortunately.
Oh, high school took me 4. College only 3.5.
What a loser!
All right, let's crosstalk with a KMC masterpiece next, right here on 105.3 The Fan.
But let's get you over to Platinum Ford in Terrell.
Time for Crosstalk with a KMC masterpiece. It's Kevin Hagelin, Mike Bassick, and Corey Majors. How many people were not on the road this morning?
Man, yeah, it was a breeze getting to work. We don't get the day off, though.
Why not? Is this a comp day?
I do not believe we have this as one of our comp days.
I don't know. It's a good question.
Why not?
I am not in the holiday decision calendar meeting, so I do not
But
know.
if you were, how would you present this?
I mean, obviously, I would present more holidays rather than fewer holidays, right? And this is, especially as one that just got federally recognized 2 years ago, seems like you should put it on the calendar.
See, I'm one of those that I'm just like, yeah, well, I think every day should be a holiday. You know, like what would society be like?
When would you get bored?
If we didn't have to work? Like if we didn't have to do anything.
Rank the three of you retirement-wise who could deal with it or deal with it the least.
Mike plays a lot of golf right now, so I feel like he will.
I wish I played a lot of golf. All I am is a chauffeur dad, pretty much. That's what I do for a living. And honestly, I don't know how much longer I can do this job with how many things I need to accomplish.
All right, so we're looking for a replacement for Mike pretty soon.
Well, you're getting rid of one kid.
Oh my gosh, they're just going to college. That sounds
so.
That is true. Like
yeah.
there's nothing there, but with the boys, there's just a lot of training and camps and just getting them places. It is. I was thinking about this because this is going to be tough. I'll be honest here.
Oh God.
So my son, 13-year-old son, plays on a 13-year-old team, and they might have played the worst select baseball I've ever seen in my life.
Oh no.
I couldn't even go to their game on Sunday. I'm like, I'm not going. I can't watch these humans play baseball. That's how bad they are at it. And
his team?
Yeah, his team. And I was thinking, I want to have a talk with them, the 13-year-olds. I'm not their coach. And
yeah, because your team won the title.
I want Cal
Good point.
to listen to this too. Hey, if this is the best you can do, and this is how much effort you're going to put into playing baseball, quit now. It's going to save your parents approximately $20,000, if not $30,000. They're going into 8th grade. So you think about your 8th through 12th grade years and how much money you have to pay to play on select teams, to travel around the country, to get seen by all the colleges. If that's like, quit now, man. Is
he giving a lack of effort?
No, but he doesn't practice as much as I need him to practice at home. He is not naturally gifted at it. Most kids aren't. That's why when Adrian Beltre came on, I think it was with you guys, and he's like, yeah, you just give the kid a ball and a bat and you just let him play. Like, yeah, guess what? That's how you did it.
Yeah.
That's how your kid is doing it. 90% of kids, especially with a skilled sport like golf or tennis or baseball, they're not just going to pick up the racket or the club or the bat and just do it.
Right.
That is a 5 to 10% skill that people have naturally. The other ones that really want to do it, they actually do need coaching, because you would tell 90% of kids never pick up a golf club, never pick up a baseball bat, never pick up a tennis racket, because you're just not naturally gifted at it.
How do you weigh just saying to yourself, okay, he's not going anywhere with this, right?
Right.
Like, we're not getting scholarships, so just if he's having a blast, so just go ahead and have a blast.
If they were having a blast, they would try. They weren't trying. So if you're miserable, guess what? All of us parents were miserable watching you play. Now, all the other parents will lie to their kids and then tell them, oh, it was so great. No, that wasn't. That was a miserable 4 hours I spent watching you guys fake like you guys maybe cared a little bit about baseball. If you don't care, quit.
So how are
It's going to save us $20,000 to $30,000, and we'll have Saturday somewhat available. We can maybe go on a vacation as a family. Like, guess what? From about now, like Sue has all these vacations planned. I'm like, Sue, do you understand that if they do like baseball and they like basketball and they play, our vacations are somewhat over.
Yeah.
Now, we're going to Italy next year in October. And she's like, what do you think about the Rangers? I'm like, I think they could be good, but we've planned it like it's way in advance. It's a huge trip. I'm like, if they make the playoffs, I won't be here.
That's why my kid, I take, when he tries to throw me a ball, I take it and I just chunk it.
Oh my God.
And I can't. I point towards the piano.
That is terrible.
I go sit down.
You don't think they have
Indoor
recitals?
Indoor sports.
You don't think the
Climate
piano
control.
thing can become like a thing where
Indoor. Keep it inside. Corey, what's coming up?
New segment today at 11:20 where we feature the worst people of the weekend, and Wanker of the weekend.
Wanker. Can you say that? Is that acceptable?
Yes, I actually.
What is a wanker?
A contemptible person.
Yes.
Oh.
Okay.
In Britain, it's a worse version of that, I do believe.
I thought it was a private part.
In the States, I think it is a very.
It's a wang.
I think it is a varied word, kind of like the F word can mean a whole lot of stuff here. I think it is a varied word.
So what? So am I going to get in trouble?
No.
Okay. All right.
Fine.
We're good. Did you dump that just in case though, Peyton?
Nope, it's out there.
All right. Thanks, man.
It's out there. Okay.
That was my wife's suggestion.
Wanker?
Yeah.
I mean, I gonna hope she's educated and knows that it's not a bad
Give
word.
credit where credit's due.
Okay, give her the credit.
So if we were to get in trouble,
I don't feel like they have any jurisdiction over. Get Jess on the phone.
but if they were like, hey,
give me the Mavs rumor that interests you at all. You have number 10 being traded with Atlanta for 15 and either John Collins or Clint Capella.
Right.
You have rumors of Grant Williams, Boston. You have rumors of Harrison Barnes. You have a Buddy Hield. We didn't even get to the Buddy Hield thing today. Any of these
How
make
many
you...
years has Buddy Hield been coming to the Mavericks? Is
All
this
of
the
them.
fourth
All the
year
years.
at least?
Yeah.
Just the thing with John Collins I don't get is, so you're getting replacement Christian Wood and you're also not going to use him correctly?
I would even argue Christian Wood has more talent.
Yeah. That
Like
one I
skill,
don't
like scoring talent.
That one I don't understand. I guess it makes sense on paper, but I'm like, didn't we just see this? Didn't the Mavericks not care for that?
Care for what?
Care for Christian Wood. John Collins is also apathetic on defense at times,
Is
but
he?
can score a lot of points.
And there'll be games where he'll go 4 games in a row and he won't get double digits in any of the games and get 3 rebounds. And you're like, what the hell happened? And then he'll play a game and then he'll go 25, 15, and 3 blocks. And you're just like, whoa. So can he do that? Now, the reason, why did he get this contract? Because they swept the New York Knicks in the playoffs and they had a playoff run. It's a little bit Tim Hardaway-like. Now, the Mavericks didn't win anything in the playoffs, but Hardaway was good in the Clippers series.
Yeah.
Where they took him to 7 games, not the COVID one, but the one after. And they're like, screw it. We know I guess all of us knew he's not very good, but the Mavericks were like, well, what can we do? We went to game 7 and he was pretty good in this series. Let's just give him what he wants.
Yeah.
And you're like, this is a bad idea, guys. And then immediately it was a bad idea, but for some stupid reason, you'll go off of a playoff stretch and go, let's do it. Now, somebody else would have done it. I go to Calvin Booth, if you go back to Mavs history, where he makes one shot for 6 minutes. He played good basketball in game 5 against the Utah Jazz, and they moved on to the second round. Those were pretty much his only 5 minutes of his life that he was really good for the Mavs. But because of that, the Seattle Sonics gave him 5 years and $30 million.
Isn't it amazing how front offices react to playoff minutes?
I mean, overreact.
Yeah, overreact.
Yeah.
You got 80 games of scouts and other people watching, and it's like, he had a 6-minute run.
Yeah.
We're in the papers more. We're getting him more attention.
Yeah.
Let's sign him up.
It's crazy.
It's crazy.
No, I don't think any sport allows the media to dictate, right? You know, social media than the NBA in the playoff time.
All right, so Grant Williams, Harrison Barnes.
What do those look like? Like Grant Williams, for example.
Well, he's 6'7". He's kind of a
Beefier
beefier body.
I
meant
what would go into the deal.
The Celtics, this says, the Celtics are expected to tender a $6.2 million qualifying offer to make him a restricted free agent this summer. But it's not stopping other teams from reportedly having interest or going after him, including Indiana and Orlando. He could be used as a potential sign and trade candidate.
Oh, okay.
I just wonder what they want from us.
Yeah. Because I'd be interested in
Maxi
Grant Williams.
Kleba? Is that what they would want from us? Let me ask you this. Would you trade Maxi Kleba
Great.
for Grant Williams and give him $10 million a year? I mean, that's pretty much what Grant Williams is probably going to get on the open market. $10 million is mid-level exception.
It kind of seems like the same player, except for a lot of height difference. Like, Grant Williams, he's a try-hard dude, right? I mean...
Yeah.
He's
in a positive way.
Positive try-hard.
Less injured than Maxey, though?
Yeah, for the most part.
5 inches shorter.
I mean...
Like, without Maxey on this defensive front line, what is left?
Do you feel like Grant Williams plays 5 inches shorter, though?
Well,
he's a short power forward, and where Maxi Kleba is the regular height
Yeah.
for a power forward.
I don't know.
Defensively, they're fine.
I mean, you get better offensively. Maxi's not a shooter at all. They just make him shoot because they're like, this is our offense. You have to do it. He's like, I'm pathetic at it, but I'll take the shot.
Did you guys have the same reaction? Normally when super teams are formed, I'm like, all right, there it is, championship. But yesterday, I'm like, I'm not just giving the Suns the title after they traded for Bradley Beal.
Why? Because they just failed when they traded for Kevin Durant?
That, and it's like three players doing the exact same thing. Yeah, Durant, Booker, and Beal all just score. They don't have an initiator.
It doesn't make sense to me at all. Now, I get it. You improved your team talent-wise, but you can't retrade Bradley Beal. He still has a full no-trade clause. So if it doesn't work out, the teams that wanted him would have wanted him now. So if it doesn't work out in Phoenix, it's going to be a little bit more difficult to trade him. And now his salary goes up. What was it, 10%? Like his
15%.
His last year, $65 million.
Let me check Spotrac.
So now, Spotrac's not a good website to go to for salaries, for MLB salaries, for NBA salaries. I'd say go to Hoops Hype. That will usually give you your best salaries and everything for NBA. But
they got to trade. You said it yesterday. They got to trade 8.
I think they have to for like 3 players at $10 million apiece. Now that being said, one of them has to be a big guy they're getting back, and maybe 2 big guys that are just average. But this team makes no sense. They literally
Capellas.
They can only offer $1.5 million to free agents now that aren't their own. So they got to fill out their roster with league minimum players the rest of the way, and they have no picks, so they can't add any picks. They can only offer guys $1.5 million in free agency because they're over the threshold. So they don't have a mid-level exception. They don't have it. So I'm like, they have to fill out their players now with guys that most teams would be like, I don't think he's an NBA player, but give him a roster spot and see, like Kemba Walkers and stuff like that.
Yeah.
Just see if he can still play in the league.
Yikes.
Just study the Mavs roster.
Ugh.
Learn how to do it. Fill it out. All right, we're back tomorrow morning. It's the KMC Masterpiece next right here on The Fan.
Fan Studio, secured by DFWsecurity.com. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Got a lot of stuff to get to, but I guess this might be the most basic thing before we even dive into the Rangers is, do you have today off?
No.
Well, okay.
I do not. As a matter of fact, Kevin from Sully, it says, hey, Eric, Corey, and Mike, have a great broadcast week.
Oh, that's hurtful.
So I think he's just like setting up Eric for later this afternoon, Kevin.
All right. So this became a national...
You're here too.
I am.
So you don't have...
I meant more for the people listening or hopefully enjoying the
so you didn't want me to answer the question, you just wanted to get texts?
Corey?
What?
I appreciate you answering the question.
All right.
But what I've been led to believe by traffic patterns, which I usually use to determine if people took the day off from work or if the summer is hit or whatever, is that there are a lot of people who have today off. We're not off today, but I'm curious, do a lot of people have off today, and how do they spend their day? What's on the agenda?
All right. Well,
for
wait.
Juneteenth. Okay, well, we can still have a conversation.
Google Juneteenth right now. I just want you to Google Juneteenth real quick.
I'll be honest here. I grew up obviously in the 80s and 90s in high school. I don't think I ever heard of Juneteenth. I'm not saying that's right or wrong, but when was the first time that we kind of started? I don't know. I've heard about Juneteenth now for, I'd say, at least a decade, but I'm not sure exactly when I started learning or finding out that what is Juneteenth? I'm sure it started in the 1900s. I don't know. Like, when did this start?
first of all,
it originated in Galveston.
Yeah, and that's what I was going to say. I was a little surprised to hear you say that. I did do the Google thing, and confetti came down,
stuff like that
and it
happens.
said "Celebrate Freedom." It was super neat. See, I feel like I definitely knew about this because it was taught in Texas history and throughout history in general, but also because of the impact that, well, I guess because of the important role that Texas played in this, or what do you want to call it, an endpoint? I know it's more complicated than just an endpoint, but because Texas was a big player in all of this, I feel like I've heard about this forever.
Okay.
It took a long time.
So you remember in 9th grade Texas history, this being a deal in Texas history classes, and maybe they taught that in Garland and not in Duncanville. Maybe they did, and I just
cannot
wasn't
speak to any of that
listening. But I don't remember at any point in school. Now the other thing too is you're out of school in June, so sometimes you're like, oh, okay, whatever. President's Day, we don't have to go to school. Awesome, MLK Day. I remember MLK Day, and then obviously teaching Martin Luther King. I just don't remember, at least in grade school or high school, learning at all about Juneteenth.
I don't believe it was really like officially recognized until a couple of years ago.
Yeah, it became a national federal holiday 2 years ago.
Yeah, so there you go. But I mean, read up on it. Do your due diligence on that today, and learn a little bit more.
From the 469, and this is fascinating, don't have today off, work in government, so maybe someday. I would have thought, since it became a national federal holiday, that you would, in fact, have the day off for a federal holiday. But I'm learning that perhaps that is not the case.
I've noticed this from my wife's job, being a doctor. People love scheduling doctor's appointments on holidays. So Sue never has off.
I could see that.
On any of these days, she's like totally booked. Like 80 people are coming to the pediatric office today. Why? Because a lot of jobs do have off today. And so with that off day, they can take their child to a checkup or, it's really not sick kids coming in today. It's a whole bunch of checkups and shots that parents have the day off of their work to then get their child into the pediatrician.
And honestly, that does kind of make sense to me. Now, I want to go ahead, if we can you fire off cut number 3, as we need to talk about a little Texas Rangers baseball.
3-2, 1 out, pitch. Tavares swings, and that one is driven to right center. Springer back, bullpen shot, out of here! 2-run home run for Leody Tavares, and the Rangers lead 10-7.
Now we can focus on, and they would go on to win that game 11-7. We can focus on the bullpen or the bats. I thought there were encouraging signs for both in the series. Now, I'm just talking in the series. Obviously, I cannot go beyond that.
Right.
But in the series, I thought there was encouraging signs for both.
Yes. I don't want to take off topic here, but John Gray, I went back and looked at his stats last year. Now, it's a little bit tough because it was early in the year where he was hurt the most. When he missed a start, whether through injury, and this was like a minor injury, not like a major injury, he does not come back and perform well for the most part.
Okay.
So you know how like Corey Seager came back and he's like an MVP candidate, like immediately 2 for 4 with a double, and the next night a home run and a single. You're just like, dude, like it doesn't even look like he missed any time. Adrian Beltre the same way back in the day. It doesn't look like they missed any time. There are certain pitchers that would come back. I know it was steroid era, but Roger Clemens would be like, yeah, you know what? I'm just not going to play the first half of any season anymore. And he'd just come back and immediately like put up a 1.8 ERA for Houston or whatever. John Gray is more normal, and that being if he gets out of his rotation, out of his routine, it looks like it takes him time to get back to the guy that he was before. So even though it was just one start, John Gray's history, even in Colorado, if you go back, would be like if he misses time, it takes him time to get back to the guy that he was. But there were great signs from this series. Obviously, you're concerned when you lose on Friday. You're like, gosh, is this going to stop? Is this going to continue? And then you win the next 2 games on Saturday and Sunday, and you feel a lot better about this team.
I guess the other part, too, is when John Gray does have game like this, somehow the bullpen was able to kind of keep things, together.
So for the bullpen, And I made sure to isolate these stats. Now, again, it's a series. I'm not saying fixed. Don't worry about the trade deadline. I'm saying nothing of the sort. But if you want an encouraging sign, because you still have a minute until you're going to start seeing people like more active in the trade market, is Friday night, Barlow, Anderson, and Leclerc. 3 innings pitched, no runs, no hits. And then you saw that same trio yesterday, though in a different order, going Anderson, Leclerc, and Barlow, 3.1 innings, 3 hits, no earned runs. Squished in between Sabors and Will Smith, 3 innings, 3 hits, no earned runs. So the bullpen in those 3 games with those last 3 innings, 9 innings, no runs.
That's really good.
That has not been the case so many times.
Don't need a trade for bullpen.
No, that's what I just said. No, I'm not saying that.
Matter of fact, maybe
It
trade
sounds
away
like-
some of our bullpen.
Oh, my God.
You know, we're so good at it now.
Oh, it's
maybe trade away some of our other
God.
pieces
No,
for other stuff.
No.
It was great, though, right? And Toronto's a good hitting team. Now, they struggle with runners in scoring position. You know, they have about the same amount of hits as the Rangers for the whole season, but yet their run differences, at least runs scored. Don't look at
Because
runs.
they don't do
because
well.
they struggle at runners in scoring position, where the Rangers have struggled lately with runners in scoring position, but are one of the best teams, if not the best team in all of baseball, at hitting with runners in scoring position. So I thought that was a major difference in these 3 games is, hey, they both struggled in game 1 that Toronto ended up winning in runners in scoring position. I believe Toronto was 0 for 2, and I think the Rangers were like 1 for 9 in that situation. But then the next 2 nights, the Rangers came up big when they had opportunities. Toronto obviously scored plenty of runs to win yesterday. It was their pitching that couldn't get it done, but you have to give the Rangers hitters credit for that situation.
I got a couple questions for you guys real quick. Kevin, is Corey Seager the greatest baseball player right now?
Yes.
You MVP is a real thing, you think, for him?
Who?
For Seager.
The thing that's going to work against him, though, is because you already have a live MVP candidate, Marcus Semien, who, and so
let me tell you something.
That's unfortunate.
I know we can have fun with this.
Yeah.
If you'd like to say who's going to finish second in MVP voting in the American League, we can start that conversation. It's over.
Yeah, okay.
The MVP is over. There's a dude who's leading every category and everything. His name's Shohei Ohtani. So, like, it's over. Like, at this point, if you could maybe bat close to 400, if you could have 100 extra, if you get 100 extra base hits while hitting close to 400, I think you can steal it from Shohei Ohtani.
Okay.
At this point, though, like,
chance.
I think that for Seager and Semien, I think being possibly top 3 in MVP voting is a possibility, but I don't see how in the world Shohei doesn't run away with this thing. Or, I'm not saying you want this, Shohei gets hurt and misses the rest of the season, and then it opens it up.
Then what we can hope for in that manner is that the duo that they are continue to do what they are doing and keep pushing it that way. Now, the other question I had, Mike, is how are you feeling about your question about Leote right now? Do you feel
Dude, I told the guy yesterday when the home run went into the Rangers bullpen, and I'll be honest, when I saw Leclerc catch it, I was like, this helps.
Hold on, it helped that Leclerc caught the home run?
No, just that it was 8-7 at the time, and Leclerc was coming into the game. And I think every Ranger fan, Jose Leclerc is, from what I understand, one of the best guys on the team. Just a great person. Like the way that you talk about maybe Dwight Powell, like the way that I hear Mavericks employees and Mavericks players talk about Dwight Powell is the same thing I hear about Jose Leclerc. Like, there's probably not a nicer guy on the team, a guy that wants to do more for the community and all this than Jose Leclerc. So, like, they love him. They want him to be really good. But when that ball went in the pen, I was like, 3-run lead, that's good. And for Leote, I actually, after that ball went into the bullpen, I texted him and said, I'm not trading Leote Taveras.
Okay.
So at this point,
real-time decisions and
I'm like,
reactions,
this is so silly to base it off a 3-game series, this Toronto series. But you could argue, as much as we just talked about Semien and Seager being MVP candidates. Now, Leote's not an MVP candidate, but was he your best player in the series?
I think you could definitely argue that.
You're getting that from him for sure. Yeah.
And I know they switched him the other day to batting 5th in the lineup or 6th in the lineup because they gave Nathaniel Lowe a day off. And I know that, guys are getting days off. They're playing a lot of games in a row. But if Leote was on another team, I just think to myself, what would be the discussions on Sports Talk Radio on why is he batting 9th?
Yeah.
At this point, shouldn't we get him as many at bats as possible?
Yeah.
The dude is arguably your best hitter, and I don't want him going to first. I'm not saying that. It works, and it works tremendously well for the Texas Rangers. It gives Simeon a lot of opportunities to knock in runs with him batting at the bottom of the lineup, but there can't be a better 8-9 hole hitting situation than Duran and Leote Taveras in Major League Baseball.
Yeah, I completely agree with you on that. And that's an exciting part of it. That's why Seager keeps getting these opportunities to get the RBIs and so forth, is because they're getting on base for these dudes.
I decided to go look it up, Corey, because I know this is an important player for you. This is the first time to reach double digits since June 4th. It had been a whopping 13 games, which is the Rangers' longest drought of the season. Do you know? Before that, the longest they had gone between scoring double digits was 8 games. 8 games was the longest all season they had gone between 10-plus run extravaganzas, and now they've hit it once again.
You feel like it's back then? Like they just kind of had their little hiccup, and they're like, okay, we're back in a groove. And we discussed the idea that maybe there are teams that got a little word on the Rangers and they were like, all right, fastballs, you gotta adjust your sequences. Sure. I don't know. I wasn't paying attention to the sequences this weekend. So Mike, maybe you were. I don't know if they were like, hey, we're going back to fastballs, or if the Rangers said, no, we kind of figured out what we need to be paying attention to.
I will be honest. I watched a lot of baseball, but it was kids baseball.
Oh yeah. I watched a lot of Paul Skeens this weekend, Mike.
Dude, he was hitting a 101 in the 7th inning.
I think those radars are broken.
Well,
right?
and the only one thing I want to say is, man, did that umpire have a loose strike zone? He was like, oh, it's a couple feet outside, good enough.
Maybe
Strike him out.
Is it Eric Gregg?
I don't.
Maybe he taught those guys.
Something happened. I don't know who the umpire was, but I thought
I don't know. He was the guy that called
the strike zone.
Livan Hernandez playoff game against the Braves, where he's like, you know what, 2 feet outside is still a strike.
For sure. And I want to talk about this probably more in depth tomorrow. Yesterday was a big game for runners in scoring position because the Rangers had run into a little bit of a slump. From the 2-1-4, Rangers odds to win yesterday after being down 6-0 were 5-1. I hit on it, and now Juneteenth is going to be off the rails. And we can talk about this throughout the show. I'm always curious whether it's this or Memorial Day or Veterans Day. Is celebrate the right word? Is honor the right word? Like, what is the way you look at it? And I had a conversation with one of the Tolos on Friday and said, I bet most people don't know who Gordon Granger is. Gordon Granger is the person who, and this is why it ended up Juneteenth for June 19th in 1865, who told the then enslaved people in Texas, which is why it was such a big player in Texas history. Not that it shouldn't be a big player in every state's history, that they were freed. But that was
like a couple years later, you said?
Yeah, 2.5 years after the Emancipation Proclamation. And so if people were curious why this specific date, that is why this specific date. We're the K&C Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, how good does the Beal trade make the Suns? And will anything happen with Ayton now? We'll do it next right here on The Fan.
Frankel. Life is unpredictable, accidents happen, and Frankel & Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one has been in an accident, contact Frankel & Frankel for a free consultation at truckwreck.com or call 214 or 817-333-3333.
Wall floats it right wing Beal. 2 seconds. Beal beyond the arc for three. It's there! It's there! It is there!
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. The big trade yesterday that I guess perhaps some people have a lot of questions about, maybe do not think.
I have questions.
The deal has been, okay, what are your questions?
Why'd they let this happen?
Who is the they in this scenario?
I have two answers for you.
Okay.
All right.
And what's the question?
Congratulations. I love the confidence, and then what's the question? Is Bradley Beal traded to the Phoenix Suns, and they're expected to throw Chris Paul, Landry Shamet, multiple second-round picks and pick swaps to the Wizards. And I know some people are already wondering if Chris Paul is just going to get bought out or what the
scenario. He won't get bought out because I was reading something about that. If he was going to get bought out by Phoenix, it was only going to cost $15 million because it was partially guaranteed.
Oh, okay.
Once he got traded, his guarantee went up to $27 million. So I guess you could still get bought out, but now you'd have to almost buy out the whole contract. So it sounds like they're looking to move him.
Yeah.
And so the trade won't become official until the Wizards know if they can move him in like a 3-team deal,
sure,
or if they just have to take him and then move him as one individual player and cannot attach any other players with him. But it's interesting that most likely because now $12 more million got guaranteed on Chris Paul's contract, a buyout becomes less likely.
Now, BetMGM had the Suns at 7-1 to win the title before this. Then they get Bradley Beal and it went 6.5 to 1.
Okay.
So, Mike, it got better.
Right.
I don't know if people expected it to go down to 4 or 5 to 1. How much better do you think this makes the Phoenix Suns?
Can I ask a question to your question?
Ooh.
And I steal this from Reggie, this line. When was the last time You Go, I Go worked as a championship basketball or game team?
Durant and then run the Golden State Warriors offense.
But that also, like, the rest of that team kind of knew how to move the ball around the right way rather than three guys playing ISO.
LeBron and Kyrie.
Yeah, and I don't know that's like, I don't know if this model will work. Injuries are going to play into something.
The problem is it's you go, I go, he go.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And that's the thing is it's never – Chris Bosh and Kevin Love had to take the role of we're going to blame you for all the losses and you're never going to get the ball to win the game because you're going to go stand in a corner while LeBron and Wade or LeBron and Kyrie do their thing, and the third guy has to then become a role player. There's no way to do a you go, I go, he go. Nobody can get in a rhythm that way. And when you look at, to your point, championship teams, it's Jokic and Murray running, not even running ISO basketball, but running a two-man game. When you look at a lot of the down-the-stretch games in playoff basketball, it's a two-man game or it is an ISO game. It's not the most fun to watch at times. I think if you've watched basketball for as long as I have, but it is the way that the game has evolved. And so I look at this and go, they got a little bit better because Chris Paul is washed. And what I mean by that is he's a 20 to 25 minute off the bench guy. He can still contribute, but in a way that Gary Payton contributed to the Miami Heat beating the Dallas Mavericks in 2006.
They're important players to have.
He would be a very important player, but you have to go to the role that you have to play now. I don't know if he wants to do that, but he can still play in the NBA, but he's washed as like a top 50 or 70 player in this league, but it still doesn't make sense to me in this. You got better, totally get it. I don't know how they construct a championship team, though.
And I know some people have been blasting the Wizards for this trade. Like, for example, SB Nation gave them a D+. I feel like we just heard on the other side of this that the Wizards were probably going to trade him for less than most people anticipated. He had a full no-trade clause, and you know how players already have probably more power, it feels like, at least the star level players in the NBA than perhaps they do in some other sports, is if he's like, hey, I'll waive my no trade to go here, then it's tough because you're like, the Phoenix Suns then know, hey, he wants to come here.
How much of that want to go there also, like, isn't there a really pretty deep connection between his agent and the Phoenix Suns as well? Am I wrong about this? They have there's like some.
I am not aware of that.
You are not incorrect. His agent, Mark Bartelstein, his agent's son, I believe Josh is his name, is I believe a CEO for the Suns. So there is that possible nepotism collusion that people are pointing to.
And that's where that's where I kind of like something that easy can be very easily, hey, you want to go here. An agent can convince you of a lot of things. You hire them for a reason. You hire them because they're supposed to have your best interest in mind. And so that helps a little bit. And then, hey, look, he's out of here either way. And you guys, y'all are going to only have to give up this to get this player. It's great for everybody except for, kind of Washington.
Now for Washington, this isn't bad. So I was listening to Woj this morning and Windhorst, and I'm going to give you what they said to make this sound better for Washington.
Okay.
Washington now becomes Oklahoma City 5 years ago. They have now gone into the total rebuild. They are going to give up all of their players. Anybody who wants a player on Washington, they're giving them up. They're going to try to be the worst team in the NBA for a 3-year period. So that's their goal now. They want to win 5 games a year. If they win more than that, they win more than that. But here's where it comes into effect, Reggie. And I don't understand all the new rules of the CBA, but this CBA is a lot stricter than any CBA in the history of the NBA. And teams are going to be looking to dump contracts for the next 3 years because of the new CBA on teams that have the money. Washington said, we're going to do the Oklahoma City thing. We're going to take all of your crappy players, whoever you don't want on your team, send them to the Washington Wizards, and we will take first-round picks. And they are going to try to, over a 3-year period, be the worst team in the NBA while collecting as many picks as possible from as many teams as possible. And in about the year 2028 or 29, come out on this, hopefully by taking a franchise player, getting role players through the draft through this. And so this is the beginning of them going into 2017-18 Oklahoma City Thunder mode. Now, I'm not saying it'll work, but at least Woj explained to me what the Wizards' 5-year plan is now.
But you can also see when Reggie said it isn't, if you're a Wizards fan in the moment, you're probably like, well, this sucks.
Well, I mean, Wizards fans have understood that they have existed in mediocrity for a long time. And while I personally will go up for the idea of like, being in the middle isn't the worst thing in the world for a short period of time, they have existed there for a long time. So I understand why going to the bottom. My problem with that is like Oklahoma City did go to the bottom, but in doing that, they made sure to maximize all of those instances, all of the value that they had or all of the talent that they had. They maximized that. Paul George, they got a lot of return in sending that out. This one you didn't, right? Like
doesn't
the best
full
case
trade though kind of hamper that opportunity?
Say that one more time.
Doesn't the full no trade clause hamper your opportunity?
I don't think so, because like this is the thing. I've likened this one to the Kevin Durant situation in Brooklyn, right? The idea that Kevin Durant basically has, in effect, a no trade because if he says, I'm not going to go there and be happy,
right,
teams aren't going to go and give up what's necessary to go get him. However, he had 4 years remaining on his deal. Like that is the leverage that a team has. It goes, well, if we do not trade you where you want to go, you will sit here and you will languish, right? And that's something that the Nets did at the beginning of last season with Kevin Durant. They were like, no, we're not just going to give you up for whatever. And he waited until a situation where then they could get what they wanted for him, and they got what they wanted for him. So I think that when it comes to the Wizards, yes, you want to go to the bottom, but it does not make sense to lose deals on your way there. And maybe it's going to just be a bump in the road and they'll figure it out on their way there. But I don't like what it portends to your tank job or whatever you want to call that you're already losing a deal for you're easily your most valuable player.
Okay, and that's fine, and I don't dispute that last part, but is it not a value that has rapidly diminished the last couple of years, whether it's in terms of injuries, lack of production, massive contract, trade kicker, whatever the case is? Is it just possible that asset wasn't worth what like other people perceived it to be?
What was it, last season? Rudy Gobert commanded 4 first-round picks?
I think that is starting to look more and more like an outlier. I definitely hear what you're saying, but I think that is looking like a trade that everyone is like, that was stupid.
Good, because we'll never be able to match that market again. Like the Mavericks, I don't A lot of teams are like, I don't think we could ever get there. I agree with Kevin.
You didn't get a single first-round pick out of it. Like, you got some trade swaps, and you are banking on the Suns tanking, or having a short run and then being in the tank. Like, that's what you telling me you can't get a single first-round pick out of
Woj
Bradley
did
Beal?
say this morning that this was the best deal on the table. Take out the no-trade clause. There was no team offering anything better for Bradley Beal before the draft than this. There was not a team that was willing to go better than this trade that they had. So this was Bradley Beal's market, was about 5 second rounders,
which is crazy.
and a first round pick swap.
No, that is crazy. I was curious because of the massive contract and the fact that you're just 1 year into it, and the fact that you've seen him take the turn. And the other thing that I go back to, and I'm kind of curious, and this is probably a conversation for another day, so I apologize for just dropping it in like towards the latter stages of the segment, is he's about to be 30, but also he's been in the league already for 11 years. Sometimes I wonder if you evaluate age like a little bit different in the NBA, because you're like, but how many years have you been in the league? So he's going to go into his 12th year in the league, and you've seen the 2-year downturn. If people are like, I don't know about this guy.
I think that's a fair question. That he's about in the time where you're looking at him maybe starting to exit his prime, because I usually think about that from like anywhere from 27 to like 30, maybe 31 in the NBA. And that's understanding that guys get in the league really young.
How many agents right now are like, guess what? I got 4 guys that can't play in this league, but Phoenix has 14 roster spots available with about 14 million total, and they can only like offer 1.5 million per player. Like how many agents are like, hey, our chance to get back in the league is Phoenix. They have at least 5 spots for non-NBA basketball players.
I'm glad that you asked that, because the other part of this,
the white dudes who cheer for Duke on the bench, like,
yeah, let's go.
They're there for 4.0 grade point averages, and to cheer on the players on their team, like they're gonna have a Duke bench.
Do you think it's a lock or more of a given that Ayton gets dealt now?
Feels like you kind of have to in order to feel like
I thought so too. I'm only going off of what Woj was saying this morning on ESPN. He said their offers have been so bad for DeAndre Ayton that they are to the point now going into Thursday's draft. I hope it changes, because I'd like the Mavs to get him for kind of 3 role players.
Apparently for nothing now, yeah.
But Woj is saying their offers have been so bad for Ayton right now. The plan is to keep him, have a big 4, and then have league minimum players, have literally 10 league minimum players pretty much around these 4 guys. And then I don't know how much these guys can handle minute-wise, but right now, those guys who get hurt all the time, Bradley Beal, Kevin Durant, like, you're going to ask them to play 36 minutes a night on a nightly basis in the NBA, because you're probably going to have most of the other guys on your team going, I don't know if they're NBA basketball players.
They won't be playing together. Like not as much, not as frequently as like you really want to see it. And I pair that with, that's just what happens. That's what we keep seeing with these kinds of things, mostly surrounded by Kevin Durant, I guess, is what I keep seeing, is whenever he pairs up with a bunch of people, it all just kind of falls apart.
I do think it's a fun strategy to be like, hey, we just tried this and it definitely didn't work. Let's try it again. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for Baseball Nuggets with Mike Baschak.
All right, let's talk about this Ranger series and what is up next against a team you probably want some of their relievers from. Next.
Coming up in the next.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece on 105 Through the Fan is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. It's time to get back in the saddle and back on the road with Classic Chevrolet. Enjoy one-time offers on new Silverado, Trax, Equinox, Malibu, and more. It's their way of tipping their hat for those on a tough road but haven't stopped driving. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Relax and enjoy the difference and find new roads.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105 Through the Fan. Wanted to throw our best wishes out for Derek Holland, who's undergoing surgery today, but still said he will be back on Wednesday, which is amazing.
I think it's a day, as crazy as Tommy John is and how long it takes to recover. I believe you have the surgery and then go home after it's over.
I just have this perception of surgery. Like when Broadus came back the next day, he's like, yeah, I'm getting some hard stuff done. I'll be back tomorrow. That's wild.
Heart stuff.
Yeah, heart stuff.
Yeah. My 2 back surgeries, I mean, I went in at like 7 or 8 in the morning, and then at noon I was home. Now, I was somewhat drugged up and couldn't move and just had to lay down on a couch and watch TV. But, I mean, I think a lot of surgeries, you're in and they say, all right, see you later. Next surgery, go.
All right. Maybe that will lead to our eventual segment. Have you had surgery?
They say, see you next surgery?
I hope not with my back because my next surgery is fusion. Okay. And they said
Hit me with some baseball nugget.
Well, here's my first nugget. Kevin, you have that ESPN login crap thing, right?
I do. Do you need that?
I need you to look at this right now because this is going to go into a nugget I want to talk about, but you're going to have to lead it. It's on ESPN. I want to know this. It says every current MLB playoff contender's biggest strength.
Yes.
And I don't have that pulled up because it's, blocked or firewalled, and I had your account, but it's not pulling up right now.
Hitting with runners in scoring position.
That's the Rangers?
Yes.
All right, and I see that. Can you go? So
I've got it open.
That is great. Now let me ask you guys this because it has waned until yesterday.
Yes.
Yesterday it came through big time as John Gray had a rough outing, and I thought for sure when the Rangers were down 5-0, I was just like, dang it, we're gonna lose this series. Toronto's a good team. It happens. They're over 500 in a tough division, and then the Rangers came back and just had a great comeback win. So the Rangers. My first question based off of that. Do you believe they'll get back to the team they were the first 60 games offensively?
I think
at times, yes. I think we'll see. I think we'll see it at times. I think they'll have some games within a series where they're scoring double digits again. I do think we're going to see a little tighter games, Kevin. And this isn't because of offensively, but I do think the pitching is going to have a lot to do with it. And I just think it's going to be kind of a breath.
Okay, and I guess I think they're gonna get back to it too, just because the sample size of a lull is 11 games versus all the games before that. So yeah. I'm inclined to believe it will.
I find this amazing. I was talking to a Blue Jays person this weekend, and they're like, it's amazing that we have about the same amount of hits as the Texas Rangers. And runs scored for the Blue Jays this year is 330. For the Rangers, it's 434. They've scored 104 more runs.
Wow.
And they're getting on base about the same amount of time.
Okay.
It goes to their strength, right? I mean, now I know that's not the Blue Jays. I don't even know if they have them as a playoff contender, even though they are 39-34. That's a pretty good. They've put themselves in a position that they can fight for a playoff spot.
You have an on-the-spot choose your adventure, Mike.
All right.
Would you like to dive deep into this or do that tomorrow? Because I'm prepared either way. I've got a lot more numbers for you.
Okay, we can possibly push that to tomorrow, but I'm glad you gave me the
if you want,
Rangers. Yeah. I will talk about this series coming up.
And can I tell you one more thing about that article? Since they are trying to keep it from you. Is they also still have the Rangers in tier 1 of the best playoff odds. They have the 4th best playoff odds behind the Rays, Braves, and Dodgers. Now, you've fallen off a little bit, but you've gone from 2 to 4.
All right, let me go in this direction. And I didn't think I was going to go in this direction, but you just said Dodgers. This becomes a tough topic, and I want to move on from it quick.
Do you know what their biggest strength is? Star players. It says star players.
They just got swept by San Francisco, and they have about the same record. I wonder how much of a distraction and I forget the sisters of they had a whole bunch of protesting. They had a whole bunch of players that were having to answer questions that they didn't want to answer. They had a whole bunch of players that were not happy with the Dodgers organization. And then they get swept by San Francisco and don't play well. It wasn't like close games either.
Yeah, Sisters of the Perpetual Indulgence.
Right. And I don't want to get too much into that, but it goes to show you all it takes is a small distraction. And what I mean by that, I'm not saying that that's not a big deal. I have opinions on it that I'm not going to share on the radio, but it goes to show that all it takes is something off the field to then distract your whole team, that you get swept. And now you find the Dodgers tier 1. They're in third right now in their own division. Arizona surprisingly is 49-29 or 43-29. San Francisco's 39-32, and now the Dodgers are 39-33. Plenty of time to win that division and be the best team. But I thought, wow, I thought the Dodgers organization somewhat deserved to get swept with the craziness that they caused for this series.
And it was interesting, like even hearing Kershaw step out and speak about
all
it.
The players were like, I won't say all the players. This we don't need this, right? And the whole media is just concentrated on that. They're not concentrated on the Dodgers, Giants. You talked about rivalries. Like that's a huge rivalry and everything. It was just like the Dodgers were like, we don't want to play baseball these 3 games, and they showed they didn't want to play baseball.
And allowed the Giants to jump over them, and the Giants are on a freaking roll.
Which comes to like a lot of discussion, Mike, when we talk about players that bring certain things to a locker room or clubhouse, and the Rangers a lot of times are like, we don't want that in our clubhouse.
Right. That's why
for whatever it is, we don't want that distraction because we're trying to focus on this.
You might even support it. And you're like, but I just don't want to deal with all the questions.
Whether you see it as good or bad. Tim Tebow was a distraction. Teams are like, we're done. We don't want him as our backup or our third string quarterback. He might be an okay backup or an okay third stringer, but we're not going to deal with that distraction. That's a different, that would be considered, in some ways like, but isn't that a positive? It's still a distraction. Whether you see it as positive or negative, you still see it as like it is a distraction that will attract things that we don't need and we don't want. So, next thing, the Chicago White Sox. They are rumored in a whole bunch of trades, as in giving up. We talked about their starting pitching. We've talked about their relief pitching. There's even maybe position players that they might move for the right price. The White Sox are 31-42.
Oof.
They are only 5.5 games out of first place in their division. If you look at the Houston Astros, 39-33, and they are 5.5 games back of the Texas Rangers. The Minnesota Twins are 36-36 and 2.5 games up in that division over Cleveland, 5 over Detroit, and then 5.5 over Chicago. It is such a bad division.
Yep.
I don't know this, but I think that the White Sox will be sellers. That being said, if they get hot and win 8 out of 10 games, they might go, guys, we're 3 games out of first place. Should we sell these players? Even though they would probably assume we're going to get destroyed by Tampa or Texas or Houston or New York or Baltimore. Like, we don't have a chance to really win in the playoffs, do we? But sometimes you go, well, if we just get in, we might get lucky. There's been teams that got in and got hot right at the right time. Sure. Unfortunately, 2 of the teams that I remember that weren't very good around this time were the St. Louis Cardinals of 2011 and the San Francisco Giants of 2010. But they got
both of those.
They got hot at the right time, and they ended up winning. Now, they were way better. To me, at least you look at them on paper versus the White Sox on paper, and they were a lot better. But I really feel like the Rangers need to win this series in a weird way, just to make sure Chicago knows that they are not a good team and they should not try to compete against playoff teams, because the Rangers, I think, are going to be playing very meaningful September baseball. Now, whether it's for the division title, whether it's for the 1 seed, whether it's for to still make the playoffs and be a wild card team, I do think they're going to be playing very meaningful baseball. But I think in this series, in a weird way, you need to let Chicago's front office know, we can't beat this team. We need to trade to this team. Right. We don't need to compete for this crap division that probably, let's face it, 82-80 will probably win that division. Maybe 80-82 wins that division. It's happened before that an under 500 team has won a division because of how bad a division. It's rare, but this is what is happening in the Central. So this White Sox team, not a very good team. The Rangers, I believe, need to take advantage of this, win this series, and let the White Sox know, hey, all those relievers and possibly Dylan Cease, why don't you send them our way, and we'll try to help you out 2 to 3 years from now.
The K&C Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, are these specific Cowboys ready for an increased role this season? 877-881-1053. We'll do it next on The Fan.
The more you listen, Fan Studios, secured by DFWSecurity.com. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Are these Cowboys ready for an increased role in the offense? And honestly, I have to kind of ask this question because I feel this way about the Cowboys to a certain extent. And the Mavericks, because the NBA draft comes up on Thursday. The Cowboys just had mandatory minicamp. We're going out to training camp. Next month is...
What?
I'll give you the details. I feel like I'm not as invested at this specific moment because the Rangers have been so good. Does that make sense? Are you guys there with me at all?
Yes. I am, because that is kind of the traditional thing, was just get us to August Rangers so we can start focusing on Cowboys. And I think it is to the letdown of the last 2 years is a huge factor of, well, how much did they change? They didn't add a sexy pick. They added Mozzie. Now they added some really interesting depth in the later parts of the draft, but I agree with where your assessment is of that, is that right now the Rangers have my full attention. The Stars had my full attention. The Mavericks lost my attention late in the season. But yeah, it's something that quells it. And I mean, now we're picking up Paul Skeens and getting to be able to watch him. There's just so many other things that are kind of seeping their way. Hell, I don't know if you've been paying attention, but the Wings are on a 3-game losing streak right now. They lost on Saturday.
No. But one of their players just had a career high.
There we go. So yeah, lots of other things that can kind of bring your attention away right now.
I'll get excited about football when it starts up, but I totally get. I would say the majority of our fans, you can text in right now, and our listeners, because you might not be fans of me, I totally get it. Is they're all football and just deal with the other sports. I'll deal with you guys talking about the Rangers. I'll deal with you guys talking about the Mavericks, but they just think Cowboys all the time. They wake up and they're like, a day doesn't go by that I don't think about the Dallas Cowboys. And I used to be that way. But since we're the Maple Leafs, I kind of ignore them until we get to training camp. And I go, all right, it's getting close to football season. I will start engaging in football season.
And this article from The Athletic kind of crystallized this point for me, is because I think it came out Thursday evening, I want to say. And normally this is something like, oh my God.
Was it written by AI?
It was not written by
Allen Iverson get into writing?
Not Allen Iverson nor the technology. It was written by John Machota.
Okay.
So
I just noticed like my Rangers feed from The Athletic is different now, and it was kind of weird.
Oh yeah, because they had to lay off a bunch of people.
That was tough. This is tough.
So normally this is something that I would be like, oh my God, we have to have this on the show on Friday. We got to get to it immediately. Is the Cowboys who could have a bigger role this season? And we can move as quickly through these names as you want, or we can take our time. First name on the list, could these Cowboys have a bigger role this season? And my answer is a definitive no. Josh Ball. I just don't. I don't believe it. It's been a couple of years.
I'm sure all the teams in the NFC East are hoping he has a bigger role.
haven't heard a single person excited about him. And that's like, in all these camps and everything. I don't know how much he can show, other than, is his footwork right? Does he have proper technique? But nobody seems excited about the potential of him going on to take somebody's job. And that's kind of what you really want. Like, you would love for your 5 offensive line to be completely healthy and you know everything about them and everything's going to be fine with them. But when you don't have that situation, you want a young backup to be like making some noise, and he hasn't. So no.
Deron Bland, because there are plenty of names on this list that I'm like, oh yeah, I can see that. He was really good last year. It took him a minute. I mean, he was a rookie, and so that stands to reason that it would take him a minute. So
he became a flavor saver.
Yeah.
I don't
like Bland.
Oh, gotcha. Thank you, Mike.
Because he brought something to the table. Even though I think Bland is good for Kevin, so he loves Bland. So he's like, Bland is the best.
Fair.
I think I don't know. I don't think so. I think that everybody's going to be looking at him and they're like, hey, like we got to figure out a role for him. But right now, the 2 outside cornerback spots are taken. and that's the belief there.
Don't you feel though that cornerbacks get injured pretty often?
And if that's the case, so Mike, that's the same role as last year, isn't it?
Yeah, but I just have a feeling he's like you got your fourth and fifth cornerbacks play big roles on teams throughout the season.
Is he not the third cornerback now?
Is Lewis the third?
They are competing for the nickel spot.
Yeah.
Okay. I just assumed like Lewis, if healthy, would be it, but he gets hurt a lot.
I think we might have reversed those roles. Or it could be Corey. It's like you get a real competition. I think
that's something to watch when Kevin. I just heard we're going to training camp, and so you told me earlier. So that's one of those, Mike, where we'll be sitting there going, "Are the receivers really good, or are these two guys really?"
Yes.
I just remember when we were driving into Oxnard, and there was a restaurant called like Julia's Number 2, and my kids thought that was the funniest like thing, that there was a restaurant called like somebody's Number 2, and it was like, that's a bad name for a restaurant.
I agree. I think
that's Oxnard.
I think Jordan Lewis is now competing with Deron Bland instead of Deron Bland competing with Jordan Lewis. If you follow
I see where you're going with that. Either way, I believe they will be competing with each other, and I think there will be a similar role to last year. Is he's going to be involved, but and when injuries happen, he'll have to step up.
And he will.
Yeah, he absolutely will.
Damone Clark, because the thought is that Damone Clark runs alongside LVE, especially with Anthony Barr on down the road.
Yeah, isn't he a starter now?
Yes.
They didn't bring an Anthony Barr.
Nope.
Yeah, so like they haven't brought. Well, now I will say Anthony Barr didn't arrive until camp. Like that was, remember that was a late move. That was a post June cuts move or whatever. So that's where I still say they have time to make an addition if they want to. But I think that Dan Quinn loves the youth of this team and what they've been building, and I think he's like, I want you to win this job.
This is another one I'm just not sure about, Malik Davis, because it starts like this. Someone has to step up as the number 2 running back. Now, I know you drafted Deuce Vaughn as something that might be totally different. There are some people who think Ronald Jones is a body for camp. There are other people who think he has the inside track as the number 2 running back. Do you believe that Malik Davis will play a more prominent part? Not a prominent part, but more prominent.
I do. I think he'll have opportunities, more opportunities than he had last year. And, that being said, there were opportunities that he got last year that he showed pretty good. So I think I'm not sitting here going, man, this is the next Flash. This is the one that's going to take over for Tony Pollard.
Oh, I thought you meant it was going to bomb at the box office.
Yeah, I don't know what box office is. I just know that John Favreau told me that if you bomb at the box office, you get a from Hollywood. So that's what I know. Okay. But I think he'll get his opportunities, but I think there's still going to be some lacking there.
I think he'll get early opportunities and lose his job.
To Vaughn?
Yeah.
All right. I'm very interested in how the Deuce Vaughn saga goes in the future.
I think Ronald Jones on this team
when
the season starts?
Yes, I think so.
What about Zeke?
I think Malik Davis is going to be one of those guys that people are intrigued with, and you're going to realize why he's a third string running back. You're going to go, oh, crap. Like, gosh, is a third string running back not that bad? And maybe he is third string. Maybe Ronald Jones is second. I'm not expecting much from Ronald Jones either. I think that Deuce Vaughn is going to get maybe opportunity later in the season through failure of the other guys.
Jake Ferguson, because Dalton Schultz now with the Texans. You took Schoonmaker, old Scooney, who was on our show. But he has also not been able to participate a whole ton in the off season because of his foot injury.
Yeah.
And so do you think Ferguson is the de facto number 1, or is this going to be another battle in camp?
I think he and Hendershot are kind of your. I know that Schoonmaker's a high draft pick and all that. He still has to earn like the reps that he gets, and I think Hendershot earned some. Hold on, what is this undrafted free agent kid? What is he? Ferguson, I think, really earned it last year in training camp. But also in the preseason games, like he trucked some dudes in preseason, and then throughout the season, you're like, every time he gets a shot, something good happens. So I think he's the front runner right now. Schoonmaker gets his opportunities to learn and grow in the offense. But I think we have awesome depth at tight end. I love the tight end group right now. And Wells is a fantastic coach, so I'm really excited about that. That's somebody I would like to get on the show if we can during camp, because that dude loves to talk about his guys.
This one's a little tricky. Israel Mukwamu is, if Curse, Wilson, and Hooker all stay healthy, where's the opportunity at safety? Do you think the opportunity then presents itself more at corner? Or I guess you want him to continue to do well, but does that have to come via injury?
Yes.
Okay.
I think you incorporate him, just because it is a long season. It's 17 games.
For sure.
It's the shortest season in all of professional sports.
In one of the most physical sports.
Great counterpoint.
But when I say long season, there's a lot of toll that it takes on your body. So
do you think one football
What
game?
other sport do we go, well, if they start off 0-2, they're not making the playoffs. It's the craziest thing. These games are so important. It's the longest. No, it's not a long season. It is in weeks.
I bet
it's a long season.
It feels long.
That's why we love the sport so much, is because it is such a short, every game means so much season.
I just remember Datwin and Kevin being in the locker room and looking at those dudes' bodies after the games and after even practices. Their knees are the size of basketballs and all that. And you're just like, how are they going to get ready for a week and the next week of play? And somehow they did. And that's where it all, that mindset of behind the scenes for me is what I always envision. But yes, 17 games, I think you need to get some guys in there and move around and do some things. Curse was injured a lot last year, so I have some questions there. But I do think he's kind of your utility infielder, man. He's the guy that you're like, you can do it all. So whenever we have a need, we'll need you to step up.
Now, as we talk about players that could have a bigger impact for the Cowboys, bigger role in 2023, I'm going to throw a trio of wide receivers at you, and I think I know what Corey's going to say.
All right.
Kavontae Turpin, Jalen Tolbert, and Simi Fehoko.
Okay.
Is Fehoko your guy?
No.
Oh, come on. You got to support him.
Turpin is.
Oh, my goodness.
And it's kind of it's dumb because it wasn't from what I saw him do as a Cowboy. It was from what I saw him do as a Pro Bowler in the flag football game. And I was watching, I was like, dude, look at this stuff. Whenever they get him the ball, he makes something happen. And they just didn't try to get him the ball. Now, do I think that they're going to say, hey, we got CeeDee Lamb and Brandon Cooks and Michael Gallup, and we have to start forcing this ball to Turpin? No. But I do think that he can get more opportunities. Fehoko just has so much. He had some maturity things he had to show. He's had some other things he's had to show. And so I think he and Tolbert are fighting for the last wide receiver spot together. But I think Tolbert wins that this year. So I think that I would rank it. In my mind, I want Turpin, then Tolbert, then Fehoko. But I think Tolbert probably ends up being one there.
They're going to want Tolbert to be the guy. They
sure.
invested the most in him by far. So I think that they're going to give him every chance to win this job. So I think they look at Turpin as a specialist, as he's just a returner. He's a nothing offensive player. I hate saying that. I think they maybe could use them in certain ways, but I think that they look at him as a nothing offensive player and just a returner.
He's a submarine pitcher.
Okay.
He's a submarine relief pitcher.
I immediately understood where you were going with that reference. And Mike, I know we saw flashes from this guy. And again, it is a crowded group of players potentially, but Sam Williams, do you expect a more impactful role from Sam Williams? Because he made an impact, to be sure.
Yes, but limited because of his time. But I think at the end of this year, this is going to be me being very optimistic on the Cowboys until they prove me wrong, is I think we're going to get to the end of this season and go, he's your starter. Like if you want to let Tank go because of his contract or whatever, we're good. Sam Williams is now taking over that side.
I need to double check.
Not in time-wise. They'll still play Lawrence more, but I think he's going to show so many flashes that we're going to be like, dude, this guy needs to play more.
I want to ask Dan Quinn this question, or have G-Bag ask, whoever gets him whenever we get out there. How much of your defense is fluid versus rigid? because whenever people are like, well, Broadus already said that he's going to line up in these certain situations. But doesn't it seem like that Dan Quinn has a plan for a lot of weird situations where you're like, how the hell did he get that guy on the field in that spot? So like that's where whenever it comes to Sam Williams' growth, I think if it's much like Bochy, the hotter the hand, the more you go to it. And if he's going to keep doing that, just like Micah, he was a linebacker, but the hot hand at defensive end, he just said, I got to keep putting him out there.
Right. Now, this is a good question from the 817. Is Kevin going to training camp, or is his wife, quote unquote, having a baby? That would be pretty shocking at this stage in the game. So if I didn't even know she was pregnant. No, I'm just saying, if I wouldn't even know she was pregnant and we're like, and the baby's going to be here in a month.
You don't want to just hang out with her. I mean, that's what you did last time.
No, you have met baby Noah numerous
But he wasn't born while we were gone. So
that's true. But the doctor, I remember, he was very intense, and he goes, I said, hey, what if I have a work trip where I have to travel out of state? And he goes, yeah. Is this work trip one day long? I said, no. And he goes, I'm aware of what you do.
Mm-hmm.
I think you should not go on that trip. And then she didn't have the baby.
Doctor really screwed you over.
He really did.
What if the doctor just didn't like the show?
Oh, man.
Well, he's like, no, I like the show. I don't care for your part of the show. So if you could just let them do their thing.
I don't know how y'all felt. I felt like the show went pretty well while we were out there.
Yeah, it was in the doctor's face, clearly.
I have this to say about that, though. It's my turn this year.
That's a good point.
2 years ago, Mike missed.
It was really sad.
And then Kevin missed last year. So this year, I have to have some sort of emergency. So I'll plan my emergency soon.
Okay. I mean, I guess ours was planned out a long time in advance. I thought I would be good to go. Jess said I would be good to go. But then when the doctor goes, you should not go.
Yeah.
Then she goes, I mean, she did that thing where she was trying to be supportive, and she's like, if you really feel like you need to go, it's just the doc, but you can go. And
hey, you do whatever you want to do.
Like, here's how the conversation starts off.
Mike and I say.
Kevin goes, so, and that's how it started.
Mike and I were like, dude, have your baby and enjoy it too.
Well, that makes sense. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next is our brand new, perhaps one-time only segment, Wanker of the Weekend. Sports or otherwise, who gets your vote? 877-881-1053. Also want to hear from the Twolos and the YouTubers.
About the name of the segment?
I mean, about whatever. Next on The Fan.
All right, guys.
Become a better you.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is also brought to you by Window Nation, and it's brought to you by Frankel & Frankel. Life is unpredictable, accidents happen, and Frankel & Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one has been in an accident, contact Frankel & Frankel for a free consultation at truckwreck.com or call 214 or 817-333-3333.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. We're going to introduce our brand new segment in just 1 second. However, I take you to the Corey News Desk for news.
I'm
about
current
basketball.
Yeah, not the current picture I have up right now. It appears that Draymond Green has declined his player option to go back to play for the Golden State Warriors, and now wants to be a Maverick, I believe.
Hold on. Did you add that last part?
You said both. He declined his player option.
He declined it, so he doesn't want to go play back for them for the price that they're paying him right now.
Yeah, so the player option was for $27.5 million, and according to Rich Paul, who is Draymond Green's agent, quote, "We will continue to talk to Golden State and explore all options," close quote.
Now, Rich Paul also LeBron's agent?
He is.
And LeBron...
Is he dating Adele?
He is.
Yes, I believe. Not LeBron is not dating Adele.
No,
but Rich
right.
Paul,
Do you
yes.
approve?
Right. Yeah, I mean, that seems good.
Okay.
So
Right?
LeBron...
Dude, you're getting Adele.
LeBron wants to be a Maverick, is what we...
I don't know if we know
Because Kyrie
any of this.
Kyrie wants to see if LeBron wants to be a Maverick.
He did reach out.
That's what we were told. And Draymond, I heard a podcast that said Draymond wanted to be a Maverick.
Was that Bill Simmons, right?
And that he would be eventually playing with LeBron and Kyrie and Luka.
When has Bill Simmons ever been wrong?
Yeah. Name a time that Bill Simmons has ever missed.
Hey, I should be an on-air, on-camera personality.
I don't think he ever said that. I think I think
wrong.
other people were like, "Hey, do it," and we're more like, "No, keep writing. You're good at writing,
yeah.
bro." So,
all right, we're gonna see if this is a one-off segment or not. I'm not sure.
the name is brilliant.
But it's time for our brand new segment, Wanker of the Weekend. Now, I love it. Already
Sounds
produced. Reggie
That's
knows
not-
it's here
that's
to
not
stay.
production. I just
okay,
put
well,
music
I was
behind
trying
it.
to give you a compliment.
I don't want it.
Is
I don't want your piddly compliment.
That's hurtful. Carter, our Carter, has submitted the weekend for Wanker of the Weekend after seeing
Wait, what?
the new.
Oh, you mean Abel? Okay, got you.
Yeah, after seeing the newest episode of The Idol. I've only seen the first 2 episodes, and it's weird because there's elements where you're like, this could be a good show, and they're like, hey, have you been waiting for our 9-minute long softcore porn scene?
Yes.
Well, it's time for that.
Oh, okay.
This is where Ryan Seacrest hosts?
Not American Idol, Mike.
No, just regular.
It's a show just called
The Idol.
The Idol.
Okay.
Not American Idol.
That's better.
2 different shows.
Okay. I thought maybe like I haven't watched American Idol in a long time. I'm
Sure.
like, man, they are really doing some crazy things
Does he
behind the
still host
scenes.
that show?
Wait, who?
I
Who is
think
he?
he got.
Ryan
I
Seacrest?
think he's no longer with them.
What?
Lionel Richie's hosting it, I think.
Thought
He
was
is on.
one of the judges, right?
Well, yeah.
All right, well, we'll have to revisit that.
Am I hosting it?
Yeah, maybe?
Okay.
All right, but the person who's next up on the list, and by the way, if you have someone, 877-881-1053, in the sports world or otherwise, that you think we need to address, let us know, is Bob Huggins.
Oh man.
Now, if you recall, Bob Huggins, just a couple months ago, decided to do a radio interview. And by the way, like, the interview was awful, but a side effect of its awfulness is they were like, this is what happens in sports talk radio. And I was like, I don't really want to be lumped in with those people who are like, yeah, say more bad stuff about gay people and Catholics. Because he's just like, went on and on. They're like, ha ha, you're the craziest.
Mm-hmm.
And they just didn't really seem to care whatsoever. Well, he followed that up. I was amazed he kept his job. He followed that up. He got arrested Friday night in Pittsburgh for DUI with a .21 blood alcohol level.
His second.
Yes, which is, and I've heard, I don't know this to be the case, but there are rumblings about perhaps if there could have been more, but almost 3 times the legal limit, and let's face it, he got fired. They said he quote unquote resigned, but they were like, hey, you need to write this letter or we'll just fire you.
So he's driving in his car with, if I saw this correctly, did he have trash bags full of empty beer bottles in his car too?
Oh my gosh.
I did not see the details.
I saw something along the lines of trash bags of beer bottles. So man, I don't know, like this, you kind of presume, Kevin, you always say this. The first time you do cocaine, you're going to get caught doing cocaine, and you're going to be like, it was the first time, and nobody's going to believe you.
Yeah.
This is one of those dudes where you're like, man, he must have been doing things a lot and never got caught, and these two just jumped off.
That's the thing. He even did get caught before, and he's like, that's fine. Enough time has passed. So, yeah, now he's out. I want to play this bit of audio because I feel kind of bad. Let's go to cut number 6, where I think the announcers do an excellent job of narrating this. But essentially, this guy catches a foul ball. He tosses it back a couple rows to this little kid. And this little kid is flanked by his dad and I think his brother.
Okay.
And he just chucks the ball back on the field.
All right.
And his brother flips out, and they are both very upset.
It's never to be forgotten. So look at this. Oh, sick. Oh, did you see Big Bro? Oh, no. He is beside himself. Oh, I feel it. I feel that pain. Oh.
The big brother was furious. He threw his arms down like, why the hell would you do that? And then he eventually leaned into what I assume was his dad and started to cry. And then the other kid who threw the ball back looked like he was ready to cry. And the dad's both there comforting both of them as like, we have no baseball now. And I wonder about that guy 2 rows in front who's like, I gave him the baseball that he had gotten.
That's what Corey would have done.
Well, if it was the trout ball or the judge ball for a home run. Look, man, that was a foul ball, Mike. This wasn't a home run ball. That was a foul ball. You keep the foul balls. That being said, though, I still might throw it back. You know, I don't want a Yankee foul ball. I want a Rangers foul ball. So I might throw it back, too.
I really want to see this put to the test.
I wonder if you would have caught Aaron Judge's foul ball right before he hit the home run, which I don't think he hit a foul ball, but is that worth anything? That the pitch before I have a foul ball, it's marked because they were marking those balls as special balls for possibly the home run.
That is a good question.
Oh, great. And then I saw your face. And then I don't know, would that be worth $1,000?
I could see that.
I'm not saying worth the 6 figures that the home run ball was. And that guy made a mistake. But
$1,000 baseball.
All right, back to wankers.
Okay.
I do. Who's the wanker in this situation?
You named the segment that, Kevin.
The guy who threw the kid who threw the ball back, or the one that was upset?
No, it's the kid who threw it back. Because look,
I think the older brother overreacted.
Well, man, because that was his dream. Of course, you think that because you're like, let's throw every ball.
If you're
gonna
cry about it, be the one that caught it, not giving it.
Well, that kid didn't catch it either.
I know exactly. That's why I wouldn't cry about it.
In front of him,
some old man gave him a ball.
That kid could have cared less to be at the game. He had a phone in his other hand. Do you see that? He is like, here's the ball. He's like, I got a phone in my hand, worth way more than this crap. See you later. He's going to save his family a lot of money by not playing baseball, though.
So, but he might have screwed over his dad, his older brother, that dude a couple rows in front of him. Selfish actions. But look,
I'm sure because he did that, the Red Sox are going to give him a Rafael Devers signed baseball and a Justin Turner signed bat and a Chris Sale elbow.
Wait, he's going to give him his elbow?
Yeah, it's worthless.
Oh my gosh. Now
it gets hurt all the time.
Mike, we might need a ruling from you on this. In the 682, I think Corey is the wanker of the weekend because he's not going to honor that cupcake payoff.
Yeah, what's up with that?
I made a bet. With a certain amount of information.
Yeah, you went with Reggie. Reggie was like, I don't think he's going to do it. Then you came in.
Wait,
10
I wasn't
minutes
here for
later.
anything.
Yes, you were. You guys had a conversation and you were talking about, man, I just don't think it's going to be that big of a suspension because of a few things. And then you came in here, Corey. I remember this. And I'm like, Corey got way too confident over what Reggie just said in that room. And then you made the bet. I remember.
I think you're queuing way too much in on how much I was paying attention in that moment.
Yep.
But
and now
I
you've
just kind of
lost.
stumbled into a bet. Yes.
And now you need a cupcake in the face.
No, I don't, because there was new information. Adam Silver said there's been new
That's
information.
why the bet was made when it was made.
No, there was new information after the bet was made. That's the point, Mike. All of a sudden, out of nowhere, there's this new information that
So
could
you're
be
saying
even more
what-
damning.
You're saying
Actually,
the new
is
information.
even less damning. It's stupid that he's actually, but it's more new information. But I also don't know what that new information is.
So you refuse
So
to take
until they reveal what that information is, and then we can discuss it. Until then, all y'all can deal with it.
If you won't take a cupcake in the face, what will you take in the face to pay off this bet?
Sweet mother, it is
Nothing,
11:34
Mike.
in the
It's
morning.
never gonna happen. It's not gonna happen.
That's not fair.
Why is it not fair?
You lost your bet. You got to pay your debt.
I don't have to pay anything.
Oh my gosh.
Until we get the new information and have a new bet discussion.
You're saying if Sean would have said these same things, you would have said, "No, you know what? You are right. The new information came out.
Yes,
and I don't.
I would
win."
I would say, okay, we'll wait until then. And for the Tolos
I
out
don't
there,
know if I believe
for the Tolos out there that are upset that I want to wait for this new information to be revealed, that's just how it's going to be, and you can't do anything about it. Nobody can. Nobody can do anything
How
about
upset
this.
will you be if they remember when they surprise attacked the egg with Broadus, and I had no clue what was going on, and I just thought, oh my God, they just egged him. He is going to be really mad, and it was part of a bet payoff. You just didn't know when the egging was going to happen. What if you don't know it's going to happen, and somebody sneaks up behind you like Carter, and he cupcakes you?
I don't like the way that
Look,
sounds.
he cupcaked you
From behind.
First off,
it's an HR violation, 1,000,000%.
Because you can't see it coming.
There's two things about this. One,
By the way, we have another wanker, but keep going.
What?
Can you mark that one too, Reggie? I don't know why, but it's funny to me. One, nobody's gonna do that to me. Why would they do that?
Oh my
Come on.
God. I do feel like you're daring.
Nobody at this station.
You're getting a cupcake in the face.
Nobody
and you
at
just
this
don't know
station
it
has
yet.
the balls to try and pull something like that off, Mike. Do
We
you
all
understand?
have balls at this
Do you
station.
understand? Secondly,
exclusively people with
it's a
balls.
fight or flight situation. All right. Some people run whenever they get involved in these situations. Some people punch.
Fugitives.
All right. And Colby taught me this a long time ago. I'm too slow now to run. So if something like that happens, my reaction is not going to be run. It's going to be punch.
Can I just
so
say-
if somebody wants to get punched for a cupcake, you can bring it to
You
me.
can't punch all of us. Let's all cupcake them.
And this is my concern. From the 469, people need to show up at the next fan event. I feel like we are setting a terrible
Oh my God.
precedent
And
that
everybody-
I do not want to support.
If you bring a cupcake to our next event, you get to cupcake Corey in the face.
I don't know about all that. Also,
Why?
The Braves.
It'd be fun for him.
The Braves are wankers.
Yeah, I
because-
agree. I completely agree with
Did you
this.
see what they did to poor Charlie Culberson and his dad?
Oh, that was terrible.
This is bad. This is bad, dude.
Play better and you
Okay,
won't get DFA.
I hear about that, but like you couldn't have waited a day when his dad was gonna throw out the first pitch on Father's Day, and they're like, you know what? Not so fast, Charlie Culberson's dad. You're out.
Well, I think he still could have thrown out the first pitch. They left it up to him. he declined.
Because new information.
Yeah, he's
came
still
to
a
light.
father.
Do you think they
Father of former Boston Red Sox, Charlie Culberson will now throw out the first pitch.
Do you think they called him up? No, they were like, "Hey, we know you've been talking
And they
about
can
this
let
to all
Charlie
your
still
buddies."
catch it. They're like, Charlie, you still want to catch it? You just have to catch it in street clothes now.
Oh my gosh. I'm not gonna lie, that would have been amazing to see. So perhaps a debate right there. We're the KNC masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for Gridiron Gravy. Is this the worst all-time running back list ever? We'll do that next right here on The Fan.
The most exciting jewelry buying opportunity is happening right now at Diamonds Direct. Pick any jewelry item and get up to 5 years special interest finance.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece on 105 Through the Fan is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. It's time to get back in the saddle and back on the road with Classic Chevrolet. Enjoy one-time offers on new Silverado, Trax, Equinox, Malibu, and more. It's their way of tipping their hat for those on a tough road, but those that haven't stopped driving. Relax and enjoy the difference. Find new roads.
Hand off to Adrian Peterson through a hole, 40, 45, 50, up the sideline, 45, 40, to the 30, 20, 15, 10, 5, touchdown! Adrian Peterson all the way!
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105 Through the Fan. We will talk about Adrian Peterson for a very specific reason as we go around the entire NFL and dip into some gridiron gravy.
That highlight's old because he went all the way.
Yes, that is an excellent point. And we'll get to that in just a second.
He was amazing, though.
He was.
Hall of Fame.
That's true. But we'll get to that issue in 1 second. But Stephon Diggs, supposedly, this story, man, I know the Bills can't be thrilled about it, continues to get bigger and bigger. Remember last week, he wasn't at minicamp, except he was, and they figured it out and canceled the last day of minicamp. Now a reporter with the Boston Globe says Diggs is frustrated. It's not necessarily monetary as much as it is with his role in the offense and with the team's play calling.
So this comes down to a guy that is tired of losing and thinks I need the ball whenever it's time for us to win. And y'all are calling plays that are not coming to me whenever throw me the damn ball, as Keyshawn Johnson would say. And I mean, for the most part, the dude, he's the guy. Like, he's the guy that's going to make the big catches. And that's what he's been paid to be there for. So he's saying, I want more influence on when I get the ball.
I love this.
No, you don't.
I think that this should happen in every huddle. I think the quarterback should call the play and then ask for suggestions afterwards, and then see what his lead wide receiver says, his second wide receiver, what the running back thinks of the play. And then after getting a consensus on what the play should be, then they should only then break the huddle and then run the play.
Wouldn't you violate the play clock every time?
Eventually, you'll get a playoff.
Okay. Now
they're gonna have 4 seconds to get to the line, and then they're gonna be like, "Oh crap, delay game."
I mean, wouldn't you want to ask Stephon Diggs? This isn't a good time to ask him questions because he wants everything his way right now.
Yeah.
Hey, Stephon, when we ask you, do we ask our center? Do we ask Gabriel Davis on the other side? Do we ask? I don't even know who their running back is. Didn't they trade? They traded for Swift. Am I crazy? Was that who they
got?
They didn't trade with Detroit. Who got DeAndre Swift, by the way? Isn't that? But anyways, whoever their running back is
it James Cook?
It might be. I forget. They stink at running back.
They got James Cook, Damian Harris, and Latavius Murray.
Thank you. I forget where Swift went. Don't you go, hey, Mr. Diggs, how many people are we only supposed to ask you?
Right.
And why only you?
Right.
I love you, but why are you the only other person that should have input after the quarterback has gotten the play from the coordinator?
And his answer back to you is, because Gabriel Davis doesn't need my football. That's what he's saying.
Oh.
Right. So wouldn't every play be to him?
Yes.
Until he gets tired, he's like, guys, I'm tired. I'm going to take a play off.
Now he needs
Not a terrible way of going about offense, though.
Isn't that what Baylor used to do back in the day? Is their wide receivers wouldn't run on plays where they weren't getting the ball
to save energy.
They didn't even take like a couple steps to pretend.
They would kind of jog through their route.
They're like conserve energy.
Yeah.
Now we mentioned Tyreek Hill. Is this the worst all-time top 5 running back list you've ever heard? Number 5, Eric Dickerson. Number 4, Gale Sayers. Now, it's important to mention these two because that shows that he is aware of older running backs. Number 3, Barry Sanders. Number 2, Derrick Henry. And the number 1 greatest running back of all time is Adrian Peterson.
And who did this?
Tyreek Hill on the It Needed to Be Said podcast, which might need to change the name of that, buddy. He's aware that older running backs exist, like Dickerson, Sayers, and even Barry Sanders, but has Adrian Peterson and Derrick Henry as the best 2 running backs of all time. And you know what really bothered me about one of these articles is it said Tyreek Hill leaves out all-time great. And they were like, but it's Jim Brown with no mention of Emmitt Smith. So Emmitt Smith and Jim Brown inferior to Derrick Henry and Adrian Peterson.
I don't mind that edict's on that one. You know, Dickerson he's a great running back. I went to look at.
But even in his time, Walter Payton was the better running back. Like, nobody debates that Dickerson was better than Payton in that time.
I looked at Gil Brandt's top 25 running backs of all time. Do you remember where Emmett is on that one?
He's got him pretty low, right?
11. He has Bo Jackson at 4.
What?
Don't worry about that, Kevin.
Do worry about it, Kevin.
I am worried about it now.
Emmett's not doing a commercial during the U.S. Open.
For real.
Bo is.
And that's how you determine greatness?
Correct.
Okay, fair enough.
Bo knows golf.
I don't know how you can keep a 3-time Super Bowl champion and also the all-time leading rusher off of the list. Okay, whatever. He had a really great offensive line.
To me too. To your point, Corey, when you watch the documentary on, let's say, the second Super Bowl the Cowboys win against Buffalo, at halftime, obviously Troy Aikman's dealing with a concussion from the championship game, and he's not having that good of a game. And they come out at halftime, and they literally hand the ball off to Emmitt Smith for the whole drive. They're like, and Emmitt's like, just give me the ball. I'll win the damn Super Bowl if you just give me the ball every time. They're like, you know what we're going to do? We're going to give you the ball every damn time, Emmitt. I get that he had a good offensive line, but I think they're losing 13-10 at halftime there. And they're like, all right, here's the ball every time. And it totally changes the whole game. I'll say this, in the history of running backs, Walter Payton, because he never played on a good Chicago team till his time was coming to an end. What other running back did they just say, just give him the damn ball and win the Super Bowl?
Yeah, none. I mean, even Marshawn Lynch, they wouldn't do that for him.
That is pretty impressive, isn't it? Like,
I don't think very impressive.
People don't understand the history of the Cowboys without Emmitt Smith. I think lose the second Super Bowl to Buffalo, and Buffalo wins the fourth win. You know, they don't go 0-4. They actually win the last one if Emmitt Smith isn't on that team, because he totally changed everything in that game.
And leaving 16,000-yard rusher Frank Gore off this list is just an atrocity as well.
Is from the 940, Peterson would run for 3,000 yards behind the 90s Cowboys line. How come none of those people, well, I guess one of those people is in the Hall of Fame, and even he didn't get there until the third Super Bowl? How come, if I agree.
They were all first-round picks, Kevin, on that offensive line.
They were not.
They were all pedigreed to be great.
They were not.
How did they go 0-2 to start the 93 season and then go 12-2 the rest of the way?
Because Emmitt Smith was out.
Emmitt Smith was out for those first two games, wasn't he?
Yeah. And look, don't get me wrong. That Cowboys offensive line is awesome. I'm not meaning to dig them. I'm saying I wish more of them were in the Hall of Fame. I think it is so wrong that everyone talks about how that's one of the best offensive lines of all time, and who's in the Hall of Fame? Whatever.
I do.
Larry Allen, who wasn't on the team until 94.
Yeah.
I do really want to sit down and reevaluate what my top 10 running backs list would be, because here in the future, running backs won't be on this list anymore. Like Derrick Henry he's
not going to be on the list.
He's an anomaly in this era of football. And so, like, we may not ever add to this list. We'll just be arguing over where order those other ones should be.
I do think Adrian Peterson's on the top 10 running back list of all time. And I think he's going to be the last one ever on the list for, like, I think you can go another 50 years of playing football and you'll never go, because you'll always go in whatever order. You're Jim Brown, Barry Sanders, Walter Payton, Emmitt Smith, and then you'll get into guys that also played in that era, but you're never, after Adrian Peterson, you're going to be like, no, none of them ever exist as a great running back.
Henry has 8,300 yards right now. He's 28. Do you think he's going to get into the 1,500-yard club?
15,000 yard
club? 15,000 yard club?
No, I do not.
And so, like, that would be, I mean, that's a significant move, because that would put him right above Adrian Peterson.
Now, the Cowboys made a hire over the weekend. They picked up Sarah Malipie as their strategic football analyst. So she's worked for the Ravens since 2019 as a player personnel analyst. I thought this fit pretty well is because she did say that she no longer believes running backs don't matter. But I think the difference is going to be, you look at running backs on the whole, right? Not just only specific running backs in every instant.
Running backs in the hole, that's where they make their best moves and everything.
Well, hopefully. And then I wanted to play cut number 12. This is Jordan Love and his special message over the weekend.
Happy Father's Day to all the Bears fans out there. Go Pack Go.
Now, did he say that because the Packers are the Bears' daddy?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Well, that's what he was intending, but the problem is when you wish somebody a happy Father's Day is because you're saying they are a father.
Yeah.
And so he kind of self-owned himself.
Yeah, like I called my dad. I wished him a happy Father's Day. My kids told me happy Father's Day. Sons wish happy Father's Day to parents.
Please do something before you start going into cockiness.
Oh, Jordan Love?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah.
Like, I don't get this. You're putting a marker on you to a team that's like, all right, if you've done something, they'll still want to get you for but you've done nothing. Your own organization put your parents in the last row of the stadium.
At the top of the stadium. I still am amazed by that to this day. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, which franchise first feat are the Rangers most likely to accomplish this season? We will do that next right here on The Fan.
Coming up on The Fan, get ready. Studio, secured by DFWsecurity.com. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. Which franchise first feat are the Rangers most likely to accomplish this season? I have 3 options for you, and then I can break down the specifics of how they can get there. Will the Rangers have their first ever Cy Young? Will the Rangers have their first ever rookie starter in the All-Star game? Or will the Rangers set their best regular season record ever?
What's the record?
96-66.
Oh, wow.
2011.
That's doable.
Right now, the Rangers are on pace to go 100 wins and 62 losses.
So they only have to win 52 more games?
I mean, that sounds correct.
All right. Because they're at 44, so 96 would be...
to tie the record.
To tie it. Okay. All right. So they need to win 53 more games.
To set the record.
To go into another place of not being recorded what it was.
I think the two that are most doable are Josh Young winning the third base position in the All-Star game, because he's really close to
He's
Chapman.
Less than 5,000 votes away.
Wow. That's awesome. Keep voting, Rangers fans.
Yes, because that round of voting ends on Thursday before they progress to the next one. So
help me out here. What's the progression? Because Mark McLemore is like, crap, I forget. You know, it used to just be fan vote and that was it. But what's the next progression after the fans are done voting?
They're actually going to vote again. But what will happen is, I know.
The fans vote again?
Yeah. Okay. After Thursday, they'll take the top 2
so they'll eliminate
the final
a bunch of
round of starter voting. Does that make sense?
Oh, wow. So he's going to get in. So it will. So right now you just vote enough to make sure he's in the top 2, and then you got to stuff the ballot box.
And I believe they reset after
it's
that.
like 0-0, right?
And it wouldn't.
I believe
it wouldn't be. I know, like, we want him to be there, right?
Yeah.
But it wouldn't be such a bad thing if he was the backup, right? Like, that would be.
Well, you start getting into, like, if you don't get voted in, you start getting into crap teams have to have somebody in.
Oh, yeah. Okay. But
that's like
still.
If Jonah Heim, for example, if he doesn't make it, he's not going to make it. Salvador Perez is...
I mean, if he gets to be one of the 2, he's in, right?
No.
I thought it was just for starters.
No.
Oh, okay. All right.
So
Gotcha.
Yeah, what I'm saying is for starters. So if he loses to Chapman, then he
goes into like a whole
pool of pool. All right.
Because you're not going to pick 18 people.
Gotcha.
Right?
So he needs to win it.
Now nobody. Yeah. So he has to
then
win.
we need to reaffirm this. How do we get him in? Do we go on Twitter and vote? Is that how we do this?
Yes. You have and the other thing that people will bring up is the fact that the Rangers are about to start a 6-game road trip is inopportune for the timing of voting. Just because you always see an influx of votes
when they're home
for home games.
Obviously, being at the Angel series. 7 times during the game. They put on the big screen, scan this, vote now, vote for the Rangers. So you don't get that. You do get it on television, but obviously not everybody. Like one of my buddies, like, man, he loves baseball. He went to one of the Toronto games. He's from Canada. But when you're there and it's kind of in your face, hey, for this minute and a half while you have a break, go ahead and vote.
So that's why it's our job over this time to ensure that we pump this up. All right. We got to be telling people where to go and how to do this.
What was
call to action, everybody?
What was the other one? You had Young, you had best record, and what was the other
Cy
one?
Young.
Yeah, Cy Young, I would put in third place.
Yeah. Okay, that is interesting.
No
And by the
Cy
way, people are asking about how to vote. If you go to TexasRangers.com, they literally have a tab up in their news section of Vote Now, Phase 1 of All-Star Ballot.
There you go, Kevin.
So
It's a call to action, buddy.
TexasRangers.com will get you to the spot, or MLB.com/Rangers if you prefer. All right, let's dive back into Cy Young for just a second. Since you said y'all
It's not
agree
happening.
least likely. Okay, fair. Is before
Kinda like
Sunday's
the cupcake
game.
situation. Not going to happen.
Oh my gosh.
I guarantee you.
You are going to run afoul if somebody is.
I'm going to cupcake you, and then I'm just going to run around and try to not get caught.
How is that going to work? In this room?
I got a whole building.
Oh my God.
Actually, remember they cut
So one of
most
our
of the floor?
shows, one of our shows is going to be just me and Reggie. We're going to pull Carter in because Mike and Corey are in the midst of an elaborate cat and mouse game across the building.
Quite literally like Tom and Jerry.
Uh-huh.
Yes.
Exactly like that.
All right, what's next?
Yeah,
All
back
right.
to you, Kevin.
So before Sunday's start, which admittedly went poorly for John Gray, there was only 2 qualified starters in baseball that had a sub-3 ERA and a sub-1.0 whip, and that was Nathan Eovaldi and John Gray.
Okay.
That's astonishing that there was only 2, and they were both from the Rangers. Now, I know you're at a point where we talked about the top 5 last week. We're all so tightly packed that a bad start really hurts John Gray. If it was, let me ask you one question to go along with this. If I subbed out Eovaldi for Jacob deGrom, so the numbers are exactly the same, but I'm changing the pitcher, would you think this is going to happen?
Because because Jacob deGrom, his whip is just tremendous.
Yeah.
It was even 0.2 better than Eovaldi just the other day when I was talking about it. I also look at the history. We know that when deGrom is healthy, he can put up an ERA under 2. He can strike out 250 guys in 170 innings. I pulled up Baseball Reference on Eovaldi, and nothing against him. He's made an all-star team in 2021. That was not a long time ago. So he's shown the ability to make the all-star team, which I think he will.
But you haven't seen like Cy Young, 2nd place, 4th place.
Right. One year in 2021, he finished 4th in Cy Young voting. Besides that, he's never qualified for the vote. So it just makes me think, will he carry this out? Will he carry out the best pitcher in the American League for this whole time? And I lean towards no, but making the all-star team in the next 3 weeks for Josh Young, very doable. Winning 97 games the way this team is playing, very doable.
Which do you put at the top, though? Because y'all both agreed Cy Young seems least likely. Where do y'all fall with the other 2 then?
For me on the Cy Young part, my reason is I just don't think it can stay that way all season.
Okay.
So I think this is an exceptional moment in the season. And I do think it can continue to be good, but I just that level. I need to see
even
it
Martin
before I believe
Perez
it.
stayed at such a level. I don't even know if he got like any votes. Like at the end, there's just guys with strikeout numbers and names, and it's just very tough to do. Man, I'll tell you what, 97 wins seems very doable, but I'll say this. They're going to have to make 2 to 3 trades to get over 96 wins. And I still think they'll be in 90 to 94. Like, I think they're going to be in that range and make the playoffs, and maybe that wins the division. But I do think for me to believe they're going to get close to 100 wins, they're going to have to trade for a really good starting pitcher, and they're going to have to trade for 1 or 2 relievers.
The other thing, too, towards the end of the season, we kind of discussed this a little bit, how many of those games are important? Versus how many of those games is Bochy just like, all right, we got to start looking ahead.
I believe they'll all be important because of the Astros, because of the Angels, because of Tampa. They're all going to be important because you need the bye. One, you're going to get that because the Central, whoever wins this division is going to get a bye, and whoever wins the East is going to get a bye. But there's too much to play for. It's just going to be impossible for the last 10 games not to mean a lot for your seeding, for winning the division, for possibly the wild card situation where you get the 3 home games.
Because if you're far enough ahead to definitely get the bye, you're probably in a position to battle for the top overall seed in home field throughout. Right. Otherwise, I think you're right about that.
And that's going to be important too.
Yeah. And I just think Houston and the Angels, I'm going to stop crapping on the Angels. I think they're good enough to stay in this.
I'm voting right now, Kevin. Sorry.
Yes, by the way, we've had several people. I appreciate that very much from the 6A2. Thanks for reminding me, guys. Just voted for Young.
Have you voted,
Simeon,
Mike?
And Lowe.
I voted twice. Not today, but I voted twice.
You should vote every day. You should vote twice a day.
That's for other people to do.
Mike,
okay.
Do you want Josh Young to be an all-star or not?
Yes,
and just for the record, you can vote 5 times a day every single day.
I'll call up my kids and tell them to do it. They got plenty of time.
Okay. Well, we can make that happen as well. So all of the Metroplex, if you're busy, tell your kids they love being in front of screens.
I'm going to single-handedly get Josh Young into this.
5 times per day, they can vote.
Yeah. Where are the pitchers? I need some pitchers.
I can't vote for pitchers.
Get to vote for pitchers.
Why? This is ridiculous.
All right. I think I agree with you guys about Cy Young being last. I'm going to go Josh Young starting as the first time. And I want to point out that would be historical for the Rangers as well. They have never had a rookie starter in the All-Star game. And I know that, like, if that happens, you don't go, hey, we did it, and that's a wrap for the season. But that would be pretty cool for a player who he's had a rough road to travel. I know he was a really high pick, but there's been 2 other years where you thought maybe it's his time, and it hasn't worked because of injuries.
I would have never guessed that this would gone as well as it has. I was warning people before the season, please don't give up on Josh Young because he's not off to a good start or he's struggling this season. He has not played a lot of minor league baseball. He has not been healthy to really experience even a 5-month season in the minor leagues. And I know minor leagues is more of a 6-month season now because of the off day every Monday. So they've expanded minor league season. But I think he can make the All-Star team. The other thing, too, is remember Jonah Heim had a great first half and then started dying in the second half because his body wasn't used to catching every day. I wonder about Josh Young. I'm not saying this is going to happen, but Josh Young, tremendous start. Hopefully he stays healthy the next 4 or 5 weeks and he's healthy enough to be in the All-Star game as the starting third baseman. Will his body start breaking down a little bit on him? Maybe not health-wise, as in, like, I have to put him on the injured list, but, like, he's just like, dude, I'm so tired. Like, my body's never been through playing this many games in a row. That's another thing you have to worry about with Josh Young, too, because he never experienced a minor league season in his career being healthy. How much will his body go at game 110, 115 go, hey, what are we doing here? We've never done this before.
I'm glad that you brought that up because that's the far more important part of it. But also in the back of my brain, I was like, well, that won't impact his all-star status.
It won't impact all-star.
But you're right. That's the far more important part is because who cares if the Rangers lead the league in all-stars? Like, that would be neat, but you would much rather them make the playoffs and make a lot of noise in the playoffs. But for people that have been asking, TexasRangers.com, if you want to go, they've got a tab on there that tells you how to vote, or MLB.com/Rangers.
Somebody said the beatdown on voting is you have to vote for NL players as well, and I don't care about them. No, you don't. I just submitted a vote for the entire Rangers group that's on the ballot, and I didn't
vote.
I didn't have to vote for anybody else. I just submit, and moved on with my life.
Oh,
there you go. Yeah,
okay.
So you can do that if you want to. If that's going to make it easier on you to get these guys in. But man, how bad would it be if you had all Rangers, Kevin, as all-star? The whole team is your all-star, and they didn't even make the playoffs.
I cannot conceive. Man, I cannot conceive of a world in which that happens. That would be really bad.
Yeah.
But in the meantime, you have an opportunity to make a run at the best record in Rangers history. Now, if you're saying, I don't care about having the best Rangers record in history, I get that. Although I would just say it guarantees you a playoff spot. And it doesn't guarantee this, but you're probably a lock to get the bye as well.
And the other thing, too, is when you look at Tampa and how much they're still struggling again on the road. They're a 500 team approximately on the road, a little above.
20-17 for sure.
And they are unbelievable at home. if you really had the aspirations and the dreams of going to the World Series, how important would it be that Tampa has one less home game in that series? That instead of 4 at Tampa, they only get 3 at Tampa, and you get 4 at Texas, because they do seem to be a different team if you take them out of that situation.
Dude, the back half of their season, Mike, they're on the road a lot.
Right.
A lot.
So that's the thing about, I do think all the games will be important in the end, because even if you are at, let's say, 95 wins with 10 games to go, I bet Tampa's right around that number. And if you can somehow be a game better than them, that could be huge if you win the DS part of it, you get to the championship series and you have home field.
Tampa Bay by far has the best home record in baseball. I believe the next best record is the Phillies only have 11 home losses. The Tampa Bay Rays are 31-7 at home. But compare that to their away record, 20-17, which is still good as an away record. That's tied for 7th best.
Back half of the season, they have 37 away games.
I think it's pretty much even.
Okay.
Because they've played 38 home games and 37 road games so far. So I think it's going to be pretty even.
I'll tell you this. Can you believe that it is June 19th and that we are talking about the Rangers and the bye situation, and can they have the best record in the American League? Like, I knew that they would be over 500, or at least I thought they'd be over 500. I never thought that they would be this.
I didn't get to ask this question, but I guess this could be asked at any point. Do you think you're really appreciating this season the way it should be right now, or are there a lot of people that are probably sitting here going, you know what, man? Like I'm catching up way too late on this team right now.
I agree with Mike. I do want to talk about that more in depth, because I don't want to just be like, I think so.
Because we had some text on that.
Yeah.
When we did our Cowboys segment, we had some text on how excited the Ranger season has been for them.
Absolutely. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, I'm excited about this one from the mind of Corey. What is the next sports rivalry ready to take off? Could be individual, could be team. Let us know. 877-881-1053. We'll do it next right here on The Fan.
back of the end zone. Touchdown, Kansas City. Marquez Valdez-Scantling on a 6-yard touchdown.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105 through the Fan as we move into the lunch rush as part of the Expressway. Corey, you brought this up last week, and I've been thinking about this a lot.
Okay, good.
What's the next sports rivalry ready to take off? Because we did the one where we were like, what's the sports rivalry you're sick of? And you'd kind of thrown that out there. And I played this specific clip because I feel like you've seen it dig in even more in the last week. And it's either Bengals Chiefs or Joe Burrow Patrick Mahomes, because you've seen Joe Burrow's the best quarterback. Who? And Mahomes responds with his 2 Super Bowl rings, and he just says, that's who.
Yes.
Like, you already feel it building up, and both of those teams and quarterbacks are excellent.
You're clapping over there, Mike.
I want you guys to discuss that, but I have one.
Okay.
I want to discuss that one first before I just throw mine out there.
The Bengals Chiefs rivalry is something I look forward to now because it's quality quarterback play and phenomenal receiver play, especially from the Bengals. But you have 2 very high-powered offenses with what I also believe is susceptible defenses, but defenses that are good enough to carry with their offenses, because we talk about this all the time. The balance on offense and defense, sometimes it does. If you have an explosive offense, your defense suffers from it because they have to be out there because your team just scored a touchdown in 2 minutes when they expected to be kind of sitting there for a little while.
Here's what I wonder about that rivalry. We've seen now Kansas City lose pieces and Patrick Mahomes still be able to carry them to a championship. I wonder when Joe Burrow's major contract kicks in. We've just heard that Cincinnati might not be willing to do whatever it takes to keep the championship pieces around Joe Burrow. I wonder when he loses a few pieces, how that is going to transpire. Will he be able to keep that team as a top 5 team in the NFL, or will it just get to be too much to handle?
Especially also if that division ever figures out like their quarterback situations in general with Pittsburgh and Cleveland, if they get better, is Cincinnati in a struggle?
Even the highlight we played was a crap wide receiver. Like the amazing thing about this year for me with Patrick Mahomes is when we look at what he had to do, he didn't have a New England defense. It was a solid defense, but it wasn't like the Patriots defense where people knock Tom Brady. And then he didn't have wide receivers. He literally didn't have any good wide receivers. At best, he had some nice number 2 receivers, and he was still able to carry a team to a championship.
I think that is very impressive. I think the good news for the Bengals is I really don't think they have to worry about the Burrow deal hurting them for 3 more years.
Okay.
So this year, he gets paid in the grand scheme of it, nothing. Next year, the last year on his contract, it's $29.5 million. Okay, well, that's like, what, $15 million? Maybe $18 to $20 million under what he would normally get in the market. And then if you do a new long-term deal, you can make that an easy first year in 2025. So potentially good news for the Bengals is if they want to expand this, now they got to be willing to pay all the money, which you said they might not be. They should be able to run for a good 3 more years. I realize T. Higgins could be an issue as well, but just from a quarterback point of view, I think they're still good for 3 more years.
You ready, Mike?
I'm ready.
All right.
Let's see what you guys think of this. This used to be one of the biggest rivalries, and then it got killed. But it's about to heat back up, and I think it will be even hotter because of the hate that has been built up between these 2 SEC schools, UT and A&M.
Yep.
I think UT and A&M, which has been dead now for a while. I just remember, look, I'm in the baseball world because of obviously my job and what I did in baseball. And that UT A&M game shouldn't have had so much juice on it when A&M made it to the Final Four last year in baseball in the World Series. So I think in the next few years, when A&M and UT kick back up around that Thanksgiving weekend.
It's next year. Comes back next year.
I think it's going to be just bigger than we've ever had in our lifetime. Whether both teams will be great or not, I don't know. I do think that they have a chance to both be kind of in that top 10, maybe not next year, but I just think that there's going to be so much Aggies and so many UT people that are like, it's back, and it is just going to be really, really big.
And the interesting thing about that with the rivalry is you saw many years where like Texas OU felt like the game that was like a national title eliminator, right? I know they still had plenty of time to go in the season, but you're like, whoever wins this, they're on their way. Whoever loses, they're done. And you could see that. But also, if they're stuck in the middle or having crap seasons, then doesn't that game become wildly important because you want to ruin that other team's season? Like, I remember the Ricky Williams Heisman year where A&M was, I think, undefeated and number 5 in the country, and he was like, nope. And then that season was over. And so that's another part of rivalries that are super fun is you're like, hey, our season might not have been great, but we beat Texas.
Texas had the privilege of being able to float back and forth with their rivalry too, of OU or A&M. And over the last few years, it's just felt different with OU. Like it really has just felt. I mean, go look at the scores. They've been weird, very weird scores. But it's just felt different to have them back again in that option. Like you just said, they can go, okay, if this team's down, we at least have this rival,
right?
And Texas is essentially the Cowboys, where everybody wants to hate them in some way, shape, or form. I mean, that's where they want to beat them. It makes their season. It makes a lot of team seasons to beat the Cowboys, and that's the way it is with UT. And I don't know if their program's ever going to be like really at that top 10, top 8 level again, but it's still going to be something that's a lot of fun to watch and to see Kevin get all riled up about it again.
From the 903, because this one crossed my mind as well, I think we're about to see the Stars and Golden Knights really be a good rivalry for the next 5 to 10 years. And then somebody threw in the Wild against the Stars from the 214.
I'm very interested to see how the Kraken move it into the hockey world to irritate people, because their style was very physical. I mean, the Wild had a very physical style too. Because of the youth that exists with Robertson and Heiskanen and Otter. I mean, if he's even a good goalie anymore, right, Mike?
He is.
But the
Otter, the squatter.
Yeah,
he just has to get up a little bit,
shoulder or something, blocker side, get it up there. I think because those guys are young, they can establish themselves as we're going to be pretty consistently in the playoffs. So whoever they're playing now, if Minnesota can be in that consistently, that can be one for sure. Do you think Vegas is going to be back again multiple times in the next few years?
I do.
They're a better team though, right? Like
right now, they are a better team for sure. You just saw it front and center.
So
I think that's fair.
I think
you say, okay.
We took them to overtime a couple times.
So I think that's going to be little brother syndrome for a little bit, but amongst that, I think the Wild could definitely continue to be we stole their team.
I think about that all the time. I don't know what the age cutoff is for people in Minnesota who are like, I hate the Stars more than anything in the world because y'all stole our team.
It could be passed down from family to family now, too.
Absolutely. Versus people who are like, we got another team. It's all right.
Yeah. So I want to include Reggie here because I know how much you love the NBA. And it seems like the rivalry, obviously it was huge when Curry / the Warriors took on LeBron one more time. Yep. And it was with the Lakers too, right? The ratings were phenomenal for that series. And that one is dying just because LeBron's almost 40 and Curry's a little bit up there in age.
Draymond opted out today. We'll see what happens with that.
What would you like to see if there were to be coming up here in the NBA? What would you think or could be the next rivalry in the NBA?
It's really tough in the NBA because I think we've pointed to this, and I actually was recently watching the Bad Boys 30 for 30. It's just like you don't have those teams kind of stick together where you have like kind of the nucleus for a long period of time. So you get kind of these styles and identities of teams battling up against each other. We've gotten a decent amount of like Miami and Boston of late.
Yeah.
And that seems like one that's developing into some level of rivalry. The only thing is like, from a national perspective, how much do people care about Miami and Boston in particular? Because like Boston's a big media market. Miami, honestly, not that big as a market if you think about it. But I think that one is definitely one that's really interesting. And I don't know if there is something with the Knicks, but just the Knicks resurgence back into like relevance in the NBA, I think makes them prime for a possible rivalry somewhere. I just don't know exactly where it is yet.
As you can probably guess, a lot of people are speculating starting on Thursday, the Spurs will be back in the mix really, really quickly. So.
Why would they be back in the mix?
Because of Wemby.
I think they're going to be a crappy team next year, by the way. I think Wemby will compete for Rookie of the Year and all that. But, hey, man, look how good Luka was, and the Mavericks still suck.
Yeah.
You know? Okay, I'm wondering this. I wanted Reggie's answer there because I was wondering this. This would be beautiful for us, but I just don't think it's going to happen. And they do what if Luka and Jokic started owning the Western Conference for like a 5 to 8 year period where, look, Luka, his team made the Western Conference Finals a year ago, and then obviously we saw what happened. And Jokic, just won it all. I think it would be really cool if somehow Jokic and Luka, I know how much they respect each other, like each other, if somehow they started meeting up in the playoffs on a yearly basis.
I actually thought you were going to go in a different direction with a different sport. No, with a different sport. So that is interesting to me. I would love to see that become a rivalry because like so many of these rivalries is because it means something. Like Reggie brought up Miami and Boston. They've been playing in instances that meant a lot. And that's what feels like a lot of times it brings you the rivalry. I realize like Texas and A&M might not fit that bill like some of these others, but a lot of times these rivalries come to fruition because they're the stopping point for you.
Yeah.
Like the Bulls and Pistons became a thing, not just because those regular season games will something to tell your kids about.
And that's what made Manning and Brady so important, Corey, is that it felt like, I'd have to go back in history, they would meet in the regular season about every other year. Mm-hmm. And then it felt like meet in the playoffs to go, like you knew it was either Manning or Brady going to the Super Bowl. And Brady won a lot more than Manning did, but Manning won enough that it was a rivalry. So you guys brought up Mahomes and Burrow. I almost feel like nowadays too.
Oh no, Mike, are you okay?
He just really cares about this point.
He loves Mahomes.
It upsets me because I love Mahomes. I love Luka, and Luka's never going to play for anything here. But does it have to be in your own conference now? Because it's just Magic and Larry. Is it just too tough for it to be meeting in the Super Bowl, meeting in the NBA Finals, meeting in the Stanley Cup final? Because it just is too tough to create that rivalry because you have to be dominating your conference for that long of a time that those two guys were able to do it.
I think that does make a lot of sense, and you're also more likely to play that team during the regular season, right? Like, I know that's not the only way, but that means you would be more likely to see those regular season matchups and everything. The one I thought
Steelers Cowboys is so tough.
Yeah, because you'd have to see them back again and again in the Super Bowl. I thought you were going to say Rangers Astros, which has been a pretty heavy player on the fan text now that it looks like the Rangers are good again.
Yeah, I mean, John Daniels said it a while back, and he was very consistent with it. He was like, we don't really have a rivalry right now because one of the teams has to be good for it to be considered a rivalry. And I agreed with him on that. I didn't agree with him on everything he said all the time. But that was something that was like, you want two good teams to create it. I'm trying to figure out the Rangers rivalry. It could be Houston for a very long time. It could be 4 or 5 years that we're looking at it going, this is a blast. But I think for our base specifically, it'll be who do we win or lose to or have a problem with in the playoffs.
Sure.
That's where that'll kind of be established. And, that's why 162 is way too long. So we got to get to the playoffs. So, the playoffs are the only thing that matters.
And because there's a couple years where it felt like the Rays became your primary antagonist, right?
Because and they could be back in it, this year. So that could be it.
Well, we always beat them.
I have one that I'm trying to
take that Matt more.
Kind of figure out because in golf, it was Brooks Koepka versus DeChambeau for a long time. Like that was, you kind of got stuck on these two talk a lot of trash to each other, and that's fun. But right now, like Rory and somebody
majors.
Said every live golfer versus winning majors. That's another one too. I think there's a lot. I'm going to get into Rory at one.
Okay.
But I think I'm kind of curious about the rivalry with the live golfers. Do those guys have animosity towards those guys?
Sure.
Now, I know Rory, he was hung out to dry by the whole association. But do the other guys, are they looking at them going, I don't like these guys? Or, man, I shared a lot of drinks with these dudes before. We hung out a lot, and it's just back to normal. Or is it going to become that way? And would even, like, the broadcast start pitting it that way? Because when I was watching the broadcast this weekend, man, it just felt like they were like, no, everybody's back under one umbrella and we're doing our thing.
Can I ask you something? Do you think Big Golf has dropped a note to their broadcasters and be like, hey,
don't even mention
that
it.
up.
Don't even
100%.
mention that part of it. Just all we're doing is focusing on the golf balls and the golfers. That's it.
I wanted to throw another one out that's a little bit more nonsensical, but a future rivalry could be Rob Manfred against the new Oakland franchise. If Oakland ever gets another franchise, did you see him just go scorched earth on them? I didn't ask the audio. I didn't think about it, but he was like...
Why is he so bad at talking?
I know, because he was talking about the reverse boycott, Corey. Did you see what he said about that?
No, I haven't.
He goes, yeah, it was really nice to see them get the average amount of fans at the Major League ballparks this year for one night. Like, that was what he actually said to the Oakland fan base who, like, gave it their all. And
He doesn't know how to talk.
Those fans were basically pleading that it's not us, it's the organization that has screwed us as a fan base over for decades. And he's like, yeah, y'all are the ones that aren't showing up.
Well, and then he added, like, well, if they really cared that much, they probably should have made an offer. And then government officials in that area came out and goes, yeah, we 1,000,000% made an offer. We can give you the specifics about it. They just took a better offer.
Oh, that's
he had
nuts.
some decent things to say. He just kept talking. I'm not trying to defend Manfred, but it was like his first few sentences, like, all right, he feels bad for Oakland. It's a tough situation. Then he's like, you know what? Now let's take a dump on him.
Quick. It's hard to transition off of that. Quick side question for a future segment. Would you want to do a segment what did you think was going to be a sports rivalry, but never mattered at all? Because I thought Ja Morant and Zion was going to be a huge rivalry, and it's not really.
I've gotten a couple of tweets, Kevin. I tweeted out the Rangers All-Star voting moments ago.
Great.
And I gotten a couple tweets of people saying, thanks for this. I just went and voted. And a couple of people are like, now we just need to get the rest of the shows to tweet this stuff out. And, we
That's
can
a
get
good point.
those 5,000 votes for Josh Young or whatever he needs.
Our station is very popular.
I just saw this from the Rangers. I don't know if you've ever heard them at Rangers on Twitter.
I'm familiar.
They have a Marcus Semien autographed baseball giveaway. Retweet that post and then reply with your Semien All-Star vote, and you could be entered for a chance to win the Marcus Semien autographed baseball.
Think about how smart this is. That took the Rangers 8 seconds to procure. Hey, we're trying to get you in the All-Star game. Will you sign this? No problem. And you're going to get so much traction off of that. That's a great marketing strategy.
You should market, vote for the Rangers, and cupcake me.
I'm not. Listen, Mike. Nobody's cupcaking me. It's not going to happen.
Cupcake for Corey.
Yep.
Nobody's going to cupcake.
Vote Rangers, cupcake me.
This is a bet between Sean and I, and as such, he understands.
He acknowledges there's a bet. Then
he understands.
Oh,
yes, and we've also
Reggie.
We've also acknowledged that why Reggie wasn't even a fight here.
That's the point.
We've acknowledged that there was new information that needed to be assessed before
Haven't only you
went any further on this.
that?
I have, yeah, and that's where we stand at this point. And you know what? You can stand over there too, Kevin. Whatever side you want to go stand on. I'll be alone in this all I want to. That's perfectly fine. Nobody's cupcaking Corey. It's not happening anytime soon. Not under anybody else's watch. It'll only, if anything gets done, it's because I say that it can get done. All right? Do you understand that, Mike?
You're not in control of the situation.
Oh, my gosh. Hey, quick question just for Mike and Reggie. Do you prefer the hashtag cupcake for Corey?
What are you doing right now?
Or hashtag Corey cupcake?
Cupcake
So
for
you're
Corey?
gonna make me you're gonna bake me in an oven with some
Cupcake for Corey?
cupcakes?
Yeah.
Okay.
You're gonna bake me into a cupcake is what
right.
you're trying to suggest
No,
here.
they just voted for the other
Time
one.
for my segment.
It is time for Mike Likes It.
Real quick before I get to JJ Redick audio on the Dallas Mavericks situation. I've been getting spammed quite a bit, and it seems to be lately. Do you guys get calls for wanting to buy your home?
Yes.
How come they get upset when I say yes for $2 million? You called me. I don't get it. Like, hey, you want to sell your home? And I'm like, yeah, give me $2 million.
It's not worth that.
You're like, what are you talking about? Like, I'm like, you called me, you moron. You don't get to. Why don't they just immediately make the offer? Hey, we want to buy your home for this much money. You guys didn't put out a number. I gave you the offer, $2 million, and they seem to be offended by that.
I get a text 3 times a week from somebody that says, "Hey, Patrick," and then they list my old house that I sold a couple years ago or last year, and they're like, "Do you still want to sell your house?" I'm like, my name's not Patrick, for one.
That's your biggest sticking point?
Yeah.
Okay.
Get my name right. That's dude, if you're in marketing or telemarketing or anything like that, the first thing you need to do is know who you're talking to.
The last thing is I wonder how many times this works for this person who calls up rando and goes, "Hey, we want to buy your home." And they're like, "Thank God. It wasn't even on the market, but I would love to take 70% of the value of my home right now."
And that's what they're like. They're trying to give you as low ball of an offer as they can.
All right, so screw you people. All right.
Oh my gosh.
Next point here. JJ Redick. Obviously, he has a very popular NBA podcast. I do respect what he has to say. I don't
man in the 3.
And I don't, and I don't, it doesn't mean that I agree with everything he says, but I do respect what he has to say. Let's go to the first cut here, Reggie, on the Mavericks decision, kind of where they're going with their team.
If we're being honest, they have not done a good job of building around Luka. They did not do a good job of building around Dirk post 2011. You think about 2011, they win the championship and then they let everybody walk.
Yeah.
Just some baffling decision making over the last 10 plus years from the Dallas Mavericks.
And I'll say this, JJ Redick has a great relationship with Luka. They got to know each other a little bit for the second he was on the team. If you haven't heard, Luka's been on with JJ Redick, Old Man in the 3 podcast, and you can tell that they struck up a good relationship and kind of share information. What I mean by that is I bet if JJ called up Luka on certain situations, Luka would give him an honest opinion or an honest evaluation on him and Kyrie together or what's going on in this situation. I think that JJ gets good information.
Just some baffling decision making.
But baffling for the Mavericks.
And so anyways, that's JJ Redick on that. And now he wasn't around, obviously. He was in the NBA for the Dirk thing. But what do you guys think of a guy that I think is pretty well respected on his opinion, really speaking out about a decade worth of opinion, a decade worth of decisions from the Dallas Mavericks?
I just want to throw out one thing, and I'm pretty sure I'm in the minority of this. I did not think the decision to tear apart the championship team was a bad one. Like
at the time, I'll tell you this. At the time, I'll let you go. I trusted Mark Cuban at the time because he just won a championship. Tell me. We
thought at that time, hey, you just won, and now you want to go add more great players to it. Like that was the feeling.
When it was evident that wasn't going to happen, I was actually okay with them tearing, because I thought it was the most unlikely championship of the generation, because it hit so many outliers, and you needed Dirk to this is going to sound rude, single-handedly take over. I don't mean to discount. You make it sound like they tore it down to the studs to then rebuild it, and they never really did that. Yeah, because it was a half-ass effort. Yeah, and that is true. I didn't want them to tear it down. I was fine with the way they did it because I just didn't think they were going to get back to where they went. Were you like where they thought they were going to go? So, and this is, we all look back. Quick question: were you in the draft? Were you like, man, I'm glad they're trading down for $128,000 extra dollars? No. Because, that was part of the tear down, is that they had to then just start doing dumbass decisions by like, hey, let's make sure that we save money that doesn't even matter, except to the owner's pocketbook in a way. Who did they take in that draft then? Shane Larkin. Okay. Let's go. And that's part of it. I will, look, as long as I'm telling you how I felt at the time, I don't want to 2020 this and be like, I didn't hate the Shane Larkin pick because I'd seen him play a lot in college, and I thought he could be a usable NBA player, maybe even a good NBA player. So clearly I was off base about that. But I wanted to be honest with you. Yeah. I was like, I like Shane Larkin. At the time, I was like, I'm okay with this. I was even okay with Lamar Odom. And then, we got cracked out Lamar Odom, which was horrible. Right. But
I was just all in on whatever Mark Cuban was doing at the time because I'm like, dude, I'm going to give him all the credit in the world. Like, he helped a team win a championship. So his next thought has to be a good thought. He's telling me he's smarter than everybody with this CBA, so he must be smarter than everybody. He just won a championship, and we found out he was actually dumber than everybody. All right, so now let's go to the next JJ.
I'm sorry, Mike.
Yeah, go ahead.
For the rest of it, though, I'm with you. I'm not disputing the decades since then or some of the problems they had putting good teams around Dirk. I just wanted to admit I didn't hate tearing down the championship team, but I agree. There's been a lot of bungling since then.
Let's go to the next JJ Redick cut on the recent Mavericks decisions.
When you have a generational talent, and let's be clear, Luka is that. When you have a generational talent, your obligation is to win now. Your obligation is to build a roster that complements your generational talent. And two really weird decisions, I think, in the last year. And I'm not going to say the second decision with trading for Kyrie is like a disaster. The reality is they were a playoff team before they made that trade, and they didn't make the playoffs. I'm still willing to give that pairing more time if he does come back.
So I love how open he is to it could work. But it didn't. Hey, were there injuries? Luka got hurt. Kyrie got hurt. Did it look like it ever really worked? I think what he's kind of saying is like, it never looked like it really worked, but he's saying it could work. And, as long as they sign him in the next couple weeks and they come back, hey, it could work, but it didn't mesh immediately. There wasn't a meshing of those two players and their talents together. Like, hey, this is going to work. You just have to give it time. It's like, I'll give it time, but the first results didn't look like it was going to work.
I guess my biggest problem with it is I don't understand the grand scheme. It feels like they don't have a plan. They're just making moves. That's where I feel like I'm kind of caught in all this is like, okay, it didn't work. I'm willing to give it some time too, but what's their plan on how much time they need to see it? And I don't know that if they do have that idea and what they think is a good plan.
I do think that through the Phoenix trade of Bradley Beal, in a weird way, good or bad, Kyrie's stuck here.
Yeah, because supposedly, and you talked about this for a while, the Lakers were out, and now if Phoenix is out, how many other spots are options?
Yeah, I think at this point, it's safe to say Kyrie is going to be a Dallas Maverick for however long he wants to be. All right, and then our last cut from JJ Redick is, how do you, if they've done a bad job of building around Luka, JJ, how should they build around Luka?
Yes. So the thing that I think they've really lacked is that prototypical modern five. To me, that's the big you pair with Luka. A guy that is a rim protector, a guy that can play and drop coverage, that can be a lob threat offensively. Because if you surround those two with a bunch of shooting, the floor is spread. You're going to have to double Luka at times. That leaves the rim open. That leaves threes open. I want to start there. Let's start there. Like that, to me, they haven't had that.
Yeah.
And I love Dwight Powell. JaVale McGee, I have so much respect for the career he's had. The Porzingis thing, I don't think was a great fit, especially once you got to the playoffs when everybody just started switching everything and you pre-switch and you put a wing on Porzingis and you end up with Paul George on Luka or Kawhi on Luka, right? So I don't think that was a good pairing. They do that, and whether it's this summer or in the future, then I think that's the building block for how you build around Luka.
So interesting with the Clint Capella situation. I think the Mavs are trying to get that guy. Now they have to execute it. I'm not going to give them credit for trying.
And this might take them out of the mix if they go down that route. But I will say, and I realize it's college, and I just told you I thought Shane Larkin was going to be okay, is Taylor Hendricks from UCF in college showed some proficiency for shooting the three if you're looking for that kind of more modern big.
Yes, and he's not super tall, though. That's the one thing.
6'9"?
Yeah, he's right around 6'9", but he would really help. Obviously, Jared Allen of Cleveland is 6'9" too. He plays like he's 7 foot. It was surprising when I saw his height listed.
Yeah. He's a good shot blocker.
Yeah, and I was just like, wow, he plays like a 7-footer, even though he is 6'9". So you'd hope that if you got that guy in Hendricks, that he plays like a 7-footer. But interesting, and that's JJ Redick there. I thought it was interesting that he even talked about, I love Dwight Powell. He's talking about the person, right? He's talking about, as a teammate, I love Dwight Powell. It's like, I just can't talk about his basketball skills.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for the C Block starring Corey Majors.
When do you want to play? Do you want to be the front runner, or do you want to be the one that's making a move from behind? Next on The Fan.
What?
Get the top stories. Fan Studio, secured by DFWsecurity.com. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan, and it's time for the C Block starring Corey Majors.
I got like 15 things I want to get to here, but I got to start with one. One of my friends recently hung out with a very important baseball player, groups of baseball players, as a matter of fact. Mike, would you like to tell? Actually, it's not you, Mike. My buddy ran into Jacob deGrom over the weekend, and he was at a restaurant. He walked in with his family, and he was just like, "Oh my gosh." He said hi to him, and he said this was the thing that I thought was...
How's Nolan doing?
Yeah, he was... No, that wasn't it. This was the thing I thought was the coolest part. He said, once I recognized him, and he recognized that I recognized him, he gave me an acknowledgement. We acknowledged each other. But then whenever I said a couple things to him, his dad, like, you could see this smile beam across his face. That's wild to me. This dude earned a massive contract with the Mets and has been a Cy Young winner multiple times, and his dad still like beams whenever his son is recognized out in public because he's a Major League Baseball player.
Think how proud he is of him. Even though I get that, it's not going the best right now, it's still look, I brought my daughter's Father's Day gift with me today. Like,
check
look
it
how
out
proud
on the Twitch
we are
right now, everybody, and YouTube.
Of our kids. Yeah, she painted. I got my 52 Topps mantle finally. She painted me a 52 Topps mantle.
And and Mike's right about that. And even like Mike Sr., think about how proud he is of Mike and how much he talks about what he did in his career and everything too. And that kind of brought on that question as we just finished up Father's Day and everything. Do you have that moment with your kid that you're like that made you just the proudest dad for whatever they did? And it could be anything, But again, this is a guy he's played all these games, he's done all this, and even still, he's like, my son just got recognized. And that makes me a proud dad.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if we're opening this up for examples.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, no, I definitely did. Is my son won the Best Supporting Actor award for a play in which he had no lines.
Noah can act?
No, I'm sorry, my older son, thank you. Oh, yeah, Noah can act for sure. Is because he played the king in The Princess and the Pea, and he just had all these over-the-top gesticulations, and you could feel what he was trying to say, even though he never talked, and he won a medal for it. I thought it was super neat.
And Mike just showed off his daughter's the painting that she threw his way. I did have a quick moment over the weekend that just really made me proud of my kid, and whenever I see people that are down on their luck or whenever they're like in a rough situation, we walked into a gas station. There's a dude laying down outside, and this dude maybe 28, 29 years old, looks like he's just had a rough time, and he's just laying there, and it is hot. Saturday was hot, man. And we go in, buy our stuff.
Felt like 107, which is Kevin gets mad at that. It was 95 degrees outside, but if you went to your weather app, it says feels like.
We have excessive heat on the way right now. We're going to feel like 110 to 117.
Is that the heat index?
On the heat index. Yeah. But on the way out, after I bought everything, I saw Avery take a can of Arizona iced tea over to the guy and just set it down. He was asleep, and he just set it down next to him and walked to the car, and I was just like, dude, he didn't say anything to me about it. He was like, I'm getting this for me. And then on the way out, he's like, nope, not for me. He hands it over. So I was really, really proud of that moment there. All right. So that happened this weekend. I also got to see Paul Skeens pitch for the first time. And like, I've kind of like watched a little bit here and there, but I sat down with the intent of, I am watching this game. I want to watch this dude pitch.
And who does he pitch for?
He pitches for LSU, Brian Broaddus' college. So we're keeping track of the NCAA tournament here in the studio.
TCU's still in.
And yes, they are.
They
yes,
eliminated
they are.
Virginia.
In your face, Virginia.
And I can't remember who it was. There was one of the players for the team was quoted, and he was like, it's kind of awesome now being in an everything school. We can be in championships in every sport here. Okay. And I like that approach. We're an everything school. But watching Paul Skeens pitch, Mike, was just nasty.
Dude.
He is everything that you said and better. He's throwing 101 anywhere he wanted it to be. And it has movement. It's tailing in. It's tailing out. But
his
then he
slider has gotten better, yeah.
It's an 87-mile-an-hour slider.
It's gotten tighter. as when I was at Texas A&M, he dominated A&M. This is in early March, and it was kind of cold, and he was 99 to 100 every pitch the first 3 innings that he threw a fastball. And I went behind home plate to kind of watch his stuff from behind home, and I thought, slider's a little bit big. You just got to tighten that up, which is very easy to do. You want later break out of your breaking ball in the major leagues. You don't want bigger break at times because the hitter sees it early. And watching him pitch, I watched him pitch also in the Super Regional, and I was watching him pitch a little bit the other night on Saturday night. And I'm like, dude, his slider's gotten better. I'm just like, this guy, nothing against, Jack Leiter and Kumar Rocker. They were awesome at Vanderbilt. This kid blows those guys out of the water. It's not close. The talent isn't close with Rocker and Leiter compared to Skeens. He throws harder. His breaking ball's better. He throws more strikes. He did have a bigger strike zone the other day in the World Series, but
he did. But he was still awesome.
Watching those two guys.
Reggie did ask the question to me this morning. He was like, but can he pitch? Not can he throw? Yeah. Can he pitch?
Yeah, I've heard that distinction made quite a few times by Mike and by Derek when they're in.
He'll get better at it, but I believe he throws more strikes. He makes better pitches in bigger situations. There were runners on base in these games. He didn't totally dominate where nobody ever got on base. There were no threats. There were threats every once in a while, and in those threat situations, he makes better pitches. He locates even a little bit more. So to me, it's a no-brainer if he's there at 4. That being said, I don't think the Rangers will take him if he's there at 4. For some reason, I think that they've taken college pitchers the last 2 drafts that they've had the 2 and 3 pick in the draft. And when they have pick number 4 in about 3 weeks, if for some reason Skeens doesn't go number 2, I think he gets to number 4. From what I understand, he will not go number 1 and he will not go number 3. And so if he gets to 4, I think the Rangers will have that decision. I think in 2025, in a way that they pushed Jack Leiter and it hasn't worked out the way that they hoped, pushing him to Double-A immediately, I think it would work for Skeens, and I think he would be a starting pitcher in your rotation in 2025. Not maybe to start the year, but early on in 2025, he would be a starting pitcher for you. I think the Rangers are going to pass and take an everyday player.
All right, Kevin,
It's going to be a high school player.
Let me ask you this real quick then. And Mike, you can hop on after Kevin in this. What if Jack Leiter's part of a trade package for you this year? Does that kind of set the table for, you know what, we're going to replace that with this guy?
So I have some concerns about probably that already.
The draft will take part probably before the trade.
Okay.
But it's true.
I wonder, if
the draft is of the All-Star Weekend.
Yep.
Now the draft is All-Star Weekend, and I think that trade of possibly trading Leiter would happen a week or 2 later.
Okay. All right.
I wonder too is what exactly are we doing developmental wise? Because
we got to fix that first.
It does not look like it's going well, and I know we revamped the system in the last year, but it's been a rough year for some of our Golden Boy prospects.
I just a couple other things I wanted to get to here.
From Oscar De La Hoya.
Carter has tweeted out a picture of me, and it says #cupcake for Corey.
This is true.
Multiple times. I have retweeted no chance, and then Joey has tweeted, I sacrificed myself for you. So that's another thing
that's not legally binding.
Add to this.
You're like Kevin Durant 5 years ago.
What's that?
Remember, Reggie might want to help me out here. He went to Golden State, and then somebody called him a cupcake.
Ah, yes. That was Russell Westbrook.
They started making cupcake T-shirts in Oklahoma City, I think.
Okay, all right. Well, let's make T-shirts and do something with that, too. This is something I wanted to get to earlier this morning, but we didn't get to, Kevin. I looked up on the TV, and I saw a Red Lobster commercial.
Oh,
your favorite.
And on this Red Lobster commercial, there were lots of young people in this Red Lobster.
Nope.
And Mike,
what is it, prom night or something?
I don't know exactly what's going on here at this Red Lobster, but Mike, we went to a Red Lobster with Kevin.
Yes.
A Red Lobster that essentially was blocked by the whole highway because they were like, we built this new highway. Sorry, Red Lobster. And the hostess was...
She was old.
70 something.
She was old.
Yeah.
Our waitress
AARP was hopping.
Okay, yeah. Our waitress was 50 something.
Yeah, collecting Social Security while also doing this. Yeah.
The music, I think they had one. They
did play one Taylor Swift song. They Swiftied it up for one song. But I was like, this is the same music. The last time I was in a Red Lobster, and it was about 1995 with my grandparents. I went to Red Lobster in Duncanville.
Kevin, do you feel like that's false advertisement with the Red Lobster of them showing young people in the Red Lobster?
Oh, well, yes.
Instead of being more accurate and showing the older people.
I feel like it's no different than any other false advertising. You're like, you and I both know that sandwich doesn't look like that. By the way, I did retweet Carter. I also tweeted out cupcake for Corey.
Oh my gosh.
It's a movement.
I always feel like Red Lobster too is robbing us of shrimp that could get bigger. Like, hey, let them grow a little bit. You know, like stop popcorning this thing up and let them get a little bit bigger. Like I feel like at Papado's, they catch their shrimp at full age. They let their shrimp get a little bit older.
How many more shrimp are there left? You know, like you ever think about that, Kevin? How much shrimp is out there?
Wait, you think shrimp is a finite resource?
I don't know.
I have to admit, I have not thought about that.
What if we catch a lot?
I feel like shrimp
we're going to run out.
and crawfish and stuff, they're mating really fast.
Okay, all right.
I feel like their ants are cockroaches.
Okay.
They're like the cockroaches of the sea. You'll be fine.
All right.
Overfishing is a problem, though. Like, I think that's very wise of you to consider that portion of it.
It is wise, but the other day the fish just decided to die and just go into the Gulf shores and
because it's too hot. That's why they died, because it was too hot. The heat.
Really? There's that many fish that can die.
There was no. It created a situation where the oxygen levels in the water were too low because the heat was too high on the. I'm not a meteorologist, Kevin. I didn't get that as my potential.
So
But,
damn hot.
Meteorologists are horrible at their job anyways, because it's probably tough to predict. I mean, I'm out at whatever game I'm at, and then it just starts randomly raining, and you're looking at the map on your weather app, and you're like, where is this coming from? It's not on here.
Yeah.
Or then it's like 1 p.m., and it's like, we got to cancel this 6 p.m. practice. All hell's about to break loose in 3 hours, and then you're like 3 hours later, you're like, hey, nothing's happening.
I remember
Map
that
man.
years ago. There was a day where Garland ISD, and I'm sure a lot of other people canceled school
the
because
severest
of
hailstorm ever.
of bad weather,
Yeah.
and it was nothing. And it was sunny with no ice on the ground the next day, and there was just no school because you're like, oh man, we're screwed. Also, did you say fish breathe oxygen?
They get oxygen through the water in their
so.
gills.
Yeah, it goes through them.
Filters. The water goes in their mouth and then filters out through their gills.
Sure.
And that's how the oxygen. They got to have oxygen in their blood system.
Why do they struggle outside of the water then? Because there's more oxygen.
They can't
It's
process the
it's
oxygen
the way
that
it
way.
goes through their bodies.
It's like, why can't we breathe underwater? Our lungs aren't built for it.
We already established this, Kevin. You and fish and whales.
From the
struggle
214, as a whale
tremendously.
expert, Corey is correct.
That's right.
You're right.
Yeah.
All right, so
I have a lot of ocean-based questions.
this could be a longer discussion for the future. I don't know, but as I was watching Rory and the guys play yesterday.
Who, Wyndham Clark?
Scotty Scheffler. That was the name I was trying to come
You
up
weren't
with.
watching Wyndham Clark?
I was in Wyndham Clark, and I'm watching what
He
they're
won.
doing. The guys that
His mom died
Not
at
the
19
names.
years old.
I
When he was 19.
I heard Choppy talk about this morning. It was probably smart on the part of Rory to kind of sit back and let Wyndham Clark make a mistake and him just play a consistent game. And like, hey, I'm just going to play a steady game. I'm going to do my thing. But if he went for it, there's a possibility he could have won yesterday. But he didn't go for it. He just kind of like waited and waited and waited.
I thought he tried to make putts. He just missed them all.
The thing though is that I'm kind of curious, and Mike, you could probably talk about this a little bit too. Is would you rather be the guy that's going last on Sunday and is in front, or do you want to be one of those guys that's really pushing? And now you're kind of setting the table for, I'm making a mark, and you guys have to you're going to have to deal with me by the end of this tournament.
We've seen it play out both ways, where when you're in the lead, obviously Tiger in the lead.
He loved it.
Right? He couldn't come back.
Yeah.
For some reason, if he was 3-4 strokes back going for the most part, he couldn't. So he liked having the lead and holding it, right? That's the way he won most of his championships. But for other guys, we've seen plenty of times up by 3 strokes with 3 holes to go, and they collapse. The the holding on to the lead late. That's why you kept thinking with Clark, you're just like, I've never heard of this guy before, being a casual golf fan. I've just seen too many times where these guys screw it up. And it looked like, I can't remember which holes it was, but right around 15, 16, you're like, oh, he's screwing up, right? And I might be wrong on my holes, but you're like, there was a moment, he's going to give it away. And he ended up not giving it away. He ended up making the clutch shots when he needed to. And so I don't know. I think it's a great question. We've seen it both ways where guys have been able to hold on to the lead and not be able to catch up because there's too much pressure, as in, I just got to go for it. And they just screw up and ended up finishing 5th because they got too aggressive being down. And like, man, if you would have just stayed the course and just played the course, you'd have done better. And then other guys that were up by a lot just couldn't hold on to the lead because the pressure got to him.
I was kind of like, I was really thinking about that all day, because then on Saturday night, as you're getting ready to go into Sunday, you're probably thinking and getting yourself into this mindset of, I got to do this. You know, I know you're playing in the holes and you're kind of looking at it that way, but at the same time, you got to have a different approach. Your mentality, a closer has to have a different approach mentally than a starter for a lot of times. So it's just kind of an interesting question for a lot of those. For you, Kevin, I'm kind of curious.
Look, I think I would rather play from ahead. I was thinking about the specific example you were giving in terms of golf. Is like, let's say you have a great final round and you shoot like 64, 65. That might have been what propelled you to victory, but I keep thinking about it from the perspective of, if I already had a 3-shot lead, then it just turns into a coronation at the end.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah. Exactly.
Like, I would be driven to win by the most. And like, if I bogeyed the last hole and won by 5 instead of 6 strokes, I'd be like, crap.
Yeah.
I could have won by 6.
By the way, Scotty Scheffler this year, I mean, has just been insanely good. I'm looking at his last, let's go back to his last 10 rounds. 3-3, tied for 3, tied for 2, tied for 5, tied for 11, tied for 10, 1, 4, 12, 1. Like that, the dude's finishing.
He only finished 3rd.
He's finishing.
You know, it gets your 3rd like millions of dollars, but it doesn't get you the championship.
He's finishing top 10 all the time.
True.
Like, this is an awesome
It did win
run.
him $1.4 million.
That's it.
They
have
what a tough sport it is, though.
$1 billion they just got.
That you're like, yeah,
money.
great. But how many does Tiger have? How many does Jack have? It only counts if you win it.
Yeah.
But he is playing great. He's so fun to watch, and he has such the right mantra on the course too.
Yeah.
Like he can have a bad hole and nothing seems to affect him. John Rahm has a bad hole and he's kicking signs over. He's like, that's my guy. That's how I do it. I'm like, oh, sign standing up. Watch this. It's going down now.
And that's the C block, everybody.
We're the KNC masterpiece right here on 105 Through the Fan. Coming up next, the surprising cost-cutting method MLB is considering and the impact it could have on the game. We'll do that next right here on the Fan.
The latest
One of the KNC Masterpiece is also brought to you by state-of-the-art weight loss, that's soda, and it's brought to you by Franklin & Frankel. Life is unpredictable, accidents happen, and Franklin & Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one have been in an accident, contact Franklin & Frankel for a free consultation at truckwreck.com or call 214 or 817-333-3333.
Duncan, if Corey hits that Jack Pocket sign. Here he drives one up the alley in right center field. Springer can't get it. It's off the track and off the fence. Durant is in to score. Leote coming around third. He'll score without a throw. It's a 2-run double for Corey C.
Here on 105.3 The Fan, the Rangers won their last 2 games against the Blue Jays. They get their 3-game series started with the White Sox tonight. 7:10 start, 6:30 pregame right here on 105.3 The Fan.
So you just played a highlight of Springer having to chase down a ball that was a hit. That catch, if you're watching the game, C.J. Nikowski broke it down great on how stupid defensive metrics are. That had a 100% chance of being caught. So he gets no credit. That is considered an average play. Because he was playing so far in the gap, he wasn't playing in the normal position. So StatCast has to put that down as every human being who is playing right field should catch that ball. Yet he ran 127 feet to go get that ball.
Yeah.
So this is why when they say, this guy's good defensively or bad defensively, based off of StatCast or based off of this, it's a horrible stat because that was the 3rd best play on SportsCenter this morning's top 10. But yet StatCast will say that was the most basic play any person could make in right field. And that's why defensive stats are stupid. They haven't figured it out yet.
George Springer's basic. That's what we learned.
Wow.
Your face, George Springer.
Okay. I guess that is what we're taking away from this. I wanted to get to this at the end of last week, but we just didn't get the chance. Have y'all seen, there's a couple of different reports that the MLB is considering capping teams' spending in technology in other non-player areas. So it started like this. Wow. There was going to be kind of a ceiling or a cap for scouting expenses, right? Because we've talked about this all the time. It's like, why wouldn't you just go get the Dodgers staff or the Braves or whoever? And because they get all of the great values all of the time. So supposedly MLB has been looking into putting a cap on that. And The Athletic and MSN both reported about this, and a league spokesperson then had to respond and said MLB's focus has been on technology vendors rather than staffing. So their counterpoint was, no, we're just trying to get better prices for our teams, so don't worry about all of that. However,
from Driveline?
Yes. However, multiple officials who have been briefed or participated in some of these conversations said that's not true. It extends to personnel as well. And there are multiple clubs who want that to happen because they're like, hey, I don't want to spend a whole lot of money on scouting. So if you could cap this at, I don't know, $2 million. I'm just making that number up.
Right.
$2 million. That'd be great. We're fine with spending $2 million, and we're no longer be at an inherent disadvantage to other teams that are willing to spend whatever it takes for their scouting department.
So if I find something that helps me, helps my team, and gives me an advantage against all the other teams to win a championship that is legal and I can pay for.
Yep. Not
like trash cans.
Correct.
I might not be able to do it. I don't like this. I don't like it for the. I understand wanting to taper some of the vendors and hope that you get the best prices on things, but I don't like having a cap that says that I can't. If I'm an owner of a team, I can't spend more because I want to go make my team better. That doesn't work with me for what this is supposed to be. Especially considering this is a capitalistic society, Kevin. And isn't that what it's all about at the end of the day? Is like if you have more money, you're going to eventually get more money and be able to win and all that stuff?
I mean, sometimes it does feel like that is the case a lot. Mike, are you surprised by even the discussion? I'm not even saying it's imminent, but I get it on players. They're like, hey, we can't compete, but you can't spend a couple million extra dollars for scouting. I think you can. You just want your profit more.
The majority of owners in all sports do not care about the sport. and do not care about the people in it. They just care about making their profit. And they want to keep making 9 figures a year.
Let me stop you real quick. When you say majority, are you saying like 51%, 80%? Like, what do you think is the probable majority of that group?
2/3 of owners in sports do not care about the sport.
Okay.
They care about the profit of the sport. And so when they look at it, they go, hey, man, you know, it would be better is if we just cap numbers everywhere. It really doesn't help or hurt us when it comes to winning. I'm a dumbass and I'm not going to win anyways, and I don't care about this sport. But people get on my butt about us not having the proper amount of this or that. Think of Chris Young. People like Chris Young would quit if Ray Davis didn't really want to spend money. He's like, I don't need this. I'm 10-year service time. I'm going to get $200,000 a year when I'm 60 years old anyways for the rest of my life. I made millions of dollars playing. I only want to do this if there's a commitment to winning. And if I find a scout or if I find an R&D person that I really like and really trust, I don't need you to cap me on this. I need you to listen to me and tell me I need this person because, and you to trust me on it. But it's like, I'm not saying Ray Davis obviously has proven over the last 2 years that he wants to spend as much money as possible to win, right? Because if not, he'd be like, let's just keep doing it. Ray Davis was making tons of money from 2017 to 2020. But he's decided, look, I'm still going to make tons of money, but I'm going to also try to win too. And so I just look at it, and I think most owners just go to Rob Manfred and just be like, hey, guess what? This research and development stuff, it's starting to get out of hand with some teams. They're spending so much money, and guess what? My general manager and my baseball people want me to spend that much money too. And it's like, let's just cap it so I don't have to have this conversation with my general manager or coaching staff about getting better this or that. It's like, hey, I can only spend so much money. They made a rule about it.
You think the players want that? Do you think they want to cap the technology that's available to them, or does that matter?
I don't think they'd care too much unless they changed teams and then they were like, hey, how come we don't have this?
And the thing
I had this at another team.
Okay, and I want to lump scouting in with technology as well to go with this, is because how many of those players do you lose sight of, hey, expanded scouting is why I got a shot? You know, like having a bigger scouting department just logistically leads you to believe that you have a bigger reach and more likely can pick up other players that aren't on people's radar. I wonder if, Mike, you were a player, and I know you're very big on like standing in solidarity, is how many players do you think would recognize that versus be like, don't care, I made it, everyone else can figure it out?
You don't really have an education on that at all.
Okay.
I mean, think about it. You don't have an education on, I mean, you think you might, but you don't really have an education on what Odyssey is really doing in Philadelphia. Like you've never been a part, like you might have an opinion about it or whatever.
But I haven't seen.
But so
how the sausage is made.
Yeah.
So for a player, you're kind of like, man, I really like the scout who signed me. I got to know some of the scouts over time that scouted me. That really stings. Like my guy's Jim Stevenson. We've had him on before. He's the guy who signed me. He's with the Houston Astros now. He's obviously with the Cleveland Indians in the 90s who signed me. So I look at him and I'd be like, man, that would really stink if they capped his salary. You know, like if he's really good or one of the best at this, you would hope that he could make as much as a team would be willing to pay him. That seems to be, you know, the United States America way is if you are really good at this, we pay a whole bunch of money for this. But at the end of the day, you'd be like, hey, look, I got too many things to worry about, and it honestly has nothing to do with my salary. If they start capping my salary, then that has something to do with me. So you start looking at it that way, or capping a team salary, obviously.
And that's what I keep thinking is if MLB comes to the meeting, comes to the forefront, and they're like, hey, we're going to cut costs somewhere. Would you rather we cut off some technology and scouting costs, or we go into your salaries?
They don't have that conversation. They can't. They know that we're too strong to have that conversation.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It would immediately like get squished out. I feel like
you're cutting nothing, you dummies.
How about
you guys are all making $100 million or more per year on this thing. Yeah. We're not stupid. Well, we know that you're not paying a team $150 million while you're losing money. We're not that dumb, owners.
Why does that not?
Because the majority of people listening to this show really think that Mark Cuban loses money owning the Dallas Mavericks.
But like football players must think the same thing,
They
right?
only
because
care
they
ab-
never challenge.
They only care about themselves. They don't care about Emmitt Smith. They don't care about Marion Barber's family. They don't care. They just don't care. And then it just keeps being passed along. It's a generation. I was watching something where all you got to do is change one generation's mind and it changes it forever. And in the 80s, the generation of football players stopped caring about the generation before them. So then the next generation is like passed along that gene of, all right, I mean, the 80s generation didn't care about us. Why should the 90s generation care about the 80s? And it just keeps. And so all the owners had to do was change one generation's mind. That's what MLB, getting specific, that's what they try to do. Can we just change one generation? If we can change one generation, we change it for a long time until it's possibly turned back on us. But it's really tough to change a generation. But if you can, then it's kind of forever set.
Kevin, also don't forget, those owners that make $100 million every year at the end of the year, what do they really want? $100 billion. Everybody wants billions, Kevin. Mike, I don't know if you've heard about this or not, but there's billions of dollars out there to be made and used.
Yeah.
Millions of dollars don't even mean
It's
anything.
so weird how we are somewhat all the little people listening, as in I get like there's some people listening that own multi-million-dollar companies,
Yes.
and thank you for listening and spending money and all kinds of stuff. But I mean, it's really weird that the fan usually, for the most part, always goes on the owner's side in a weird way.
That's why I'm trying to change that.
I've always had a theory about that. Now, not for Corey the billionaire, but
Yes.
for regular folks. I think it's so much easier to try and equate your situation with somebody else who has a job.
Mhm.
Like, I realize it's a job that I definitely could not do or even dream about, but I think they're like, hey, your job is an NBA player. Show up for your job like I show up for my job. I think it's easier for people to equate to that than you have billions of dollars and run all these companies, and you're like, I can't. I
Yeah,
have no idea.
and my mindset on that, Kevin, is most people have a job and they're like, man, my boss just went on some ski trip and he keeps going on these vacations and has a brand new truck, and I'm the one working. I'm the grunt here. What? And so that's why I'm always taking the side of the player and like, this is the situation. Just imagine that it's now, if you're the boss out there, I totally get it. You're out there going, shut up, Corey. Don't let my employees know this stuff. By the way, Chris Young, 420 on the G-Bag Nation today. So they'll ask him all the questions that you want to know about how much money Ray Davis is willing to spend on technology.
My first question would be, hey, if these owners are losing so much money, why did they never open their books? I'm sure that'll wrap up their interview pretty quick.
That's the easiest question in the world is why won't they show you the books if they are losing money?
Well, if that's the case, G-Bag needs to schedule a new segment for 421 because that is going to be the end of that interview. Coming up next, we will chit-chat with those fellas from the G-Bag Nation right here on 105.3 The Fan.
I'm Michael Jenkins.
CNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan right now. Courtesy of D&M Leasing, it is time for our chit-chat with those fellas from the G-Bag Nation. Gentlemen, how is you today?
Terrific. Hey, how are you?
I'm doing well. I wanted to pick your brain first. Is Chris Mannix saying that the Trailblazers have talked about getting OG Anunoby or Pascal Siakam, but remain uninterested in dealing the third pick? I thought the idea all along was to pair something up with the third pick to get a big-time player.
Yeah, that's interesting. You know, everywhere I turn now, they're saying they don't want to trade Lillard and they don't want to trade the third overall pick. So
give us something.
I think this is the stage right before the actual show where teams are trying to send out signals. And the signals that a lot of teams are trying to send out is your offers aren't good enough for our players. So I guess we're just going to keep them and they'll hope something better develops in the next 72 hours.
That's kind of what I was watching this morning. Windhorst and Woj talk about this Phoenix trade. And I was thinking, all right, they have to get rid of Ayton now because literally they only have $1.5 million to spend on free agents. Like each player can get 1.5, but that's the max they can offer free agents. And they have to fill out 10 roster spots with pretty much $1.5 million contracts. And he said, I thought they're going to have to trade Ayton now after this deal. And he said, well, right now the offers are so bad. This was Woj. They're so low and so bad on Ayton. He said, I think right now they're going to have to keep him because they don't want to trade him for kind of nothing. And they're just not getting offers for Ayton that they think can make them better. So keeping Ayton, they think would be better. Just going with a 4-man team pretty much would be better than trying to add 3 okay players.
Isn't that interesting? Like the Beal offer, right?
Yeah.
He was saying the same thing. That they weren't able to get better. And I thought Bradley Beal would net more. I figured DeAndre Ayton would net more. Is it just you think the market or those two guys specifically?
He said also, it goes to over my head on this, that the cap is now so strict that once you get to apron 2 or something, you can't make any more trades. You can't trade any more picks. Like if you get to a certain number, you're stuck with your team forever. You can't trade draft picks. You can't trade, like it ruins you now if you get to a certain threshold, which the Suns are at now with this trade is like, he just started talking about this apron that teams are really scared of taking on these major big contracts that aren't major big players because you are totally screwed now. The new CBA is going to totally screw you if you go over a certain amount of money. I don't know what it is, but he called it apron 2, that then you can't trade picks. You can't trade players. It's like you screwed over your team until you can somehow just let players expire contract-wise.
Are they trying to like get rid of the dynasty?
Yes.
Yeah, it's interesting. You know, I saw how
I don't
punitive
totally
it's going to be.
understand it either.
Yeah, I don't totally understand it either. I mean, the NBA salary cap has not been understandable for the layman for about 20 years now. So I totally understand that. But, you know, I think it's great news if you're, you know, a team just hoping to get one. You know, this is going to allow more teams to get one because if you become a repeat taxpayer, you're not even going to be able to like draft in the top 10. It is essentially making you commit, you know, franchise Harry Carey to make those kind of moves and get up there. And if you do get one, then you better stay up there because your efforts to rebuild are going to be thwarted by this new salary cap.
That's an interesting philosophy. My counterpoint is, what if you got an amazing generational player and just decided to kind of half-ass it as your strategy? Do you think
Are you referring to a certain team?
Do you think that would be a viable strategy? And like not really try super hard, but just be like, we'll figure it out.
You know, I'm just as frustrated with you. I think everything post-championship has been miserable. Hopefully, for the first time in a long time, what we're seeing now is evidence that somebody over there is making sense because they're going after actual real basketball players, not guys with just a limited skill set. Like the names that we're starting to hear now, I think are exciting. And we'll see how many they can pull off.
Yeah, we were talking about this pre-show. Like, it does seem like they're trying to make more of an aggressive effort, and maybe it's just reporting and nothing ends up happening.
Does it feel that way with John Collins, though? Is John Collins not a Christian Wood redux?
But I do think it's interesting when you have, like, Cleveland radio linking the Mavericks to Jared Allen. And there's trade talks there.
Sold.
The Marcus Smart stuff, right? It does seem like John Collins, you're right. That's a player that they've been linked to for years now. Zach LaVine, I think, is also kind of.
But they don't want him. They want Capella instead.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So, I mean, it seems like there's maybe a different line of thinking here. Is that a Nico thing? Is it a Dennis Lindsey thing? I don't know, but I'm here for it if something actually gets done.
Yeah, well-rounded basketball players.
Yeah.
You know, guys that can actually dribble, shoot, defend, and pass. Novel concept for team building in basketball.
It really, really is, especially that dribbling and passing part. I know the United States-Mexico match ended up being a big deal for a whole lot of reasons, but how much do I need to care about the United States beating Canada for the Nations League title?
It's not a big deal at all. You know, I think it's just the second cycle of the Nations League, but what you should care about is how amazing this team looks. You know, really playing great soccer. And I know there were some down times about 5 years ago when we missed the World Cup, but this collection of players is awesome. And the new striker is just kind of like the cherry on top that brings everything into you know, better form. Without a real striker, you're always kind of looking for where that final killer pass is going to go. You're looking for a guy who can hold up play while you get more guys forward, and you're looking for a guy who can score in one touch off of a pass consistently. I don't know the last time we've had that guy. Have we ever? You know, but yeah, this guy Balogun, he looks like the real deal. Not a real American, but we'll take him.
Isn't it also kind of
he's a real American now.
It's similar to the whenever you're a good team and you're like, yeah, but you played nobody. And you're like, yeah, but you're beating the crap out of You're beating the nobodies. You should be doing that if you expect
Canada's been good.
Canada's showed up.
Canada won the World Cup group qualifying.
But whenever you're doing the things you should be doing, that's whenever you're like, no, this is real. Like when you see a fake real team or a fake winner, you can tell it. You're looking at a team and you're like, nah, that's not a real thing. They can barely beat these bad teams or whatever. They're playing at they're showing that they are the one right now in this region that's the strength.
The huge story is dominating Mexico 3-0 and not losing to them in 4 years now. Because
they
you used to
their manager too,
yes,
right?
they did. They fired their coach today.
They changed like socks. That's how they changed that manager.
I think you've been on the job 4 months.
Yeah, you can look at the history of the Mexican side managers, and it's all about 2-3 months a job. Yeah.
Oh,
yeah.
And then every person thinks like I'm the one who's going to get it right this time, and we're going to be good to go.
El Trey has some issues.
They're hoping.
Yep.
Yeah, but it's world-class players, McKinney and Dest. And, you know, I know a lot of fun is made of, the American youth soccer system, it's just not good enough. And it might not be good enough, but it is light years ahead of where it was. And the evidence is the level that this current group of players can perform at, and they're still super young.
Yeah, people like Dawson coaching these teams, these youth teams.
Shoot.
That's our future right
Our
there.
future national team coach right there.
Yeah.
Oh,
I get an up-close view of how good the coaches are out here. You know, I'm just doing my best to keep my head above water. And the development and the high level of competition that, you know, whatever our program is, maybe it's not as good as what they have in Brazil and Germany and Italy, but I know there's a lot of great coaches out there and some incredible talent. And, you know, 2026, I think you set your eyes on the quarterfinals or the semifinals. Let's go on a magical
could be
run.
right here at AT&T Stadium.
Yeah, you know, I think it's time to take a big step forward, and I think these players are capable of doing that.
Being a club coach, Dawson, that's a nice salary right there. I mean, we've seen some of
He
these.
is one of the best.
Yeah.
No, I don't charge.
We're waiting for those videos though of him scratching himself and sniffing it, you know, like the German manager does.
Atolo suggested
I am not waiting for that video.
Oh,
I do not need to see it.
I can see
the commercial breaks
Dawson
all
on the
the time.
sidelines, a little scratch, a little sniff, kind of look around, make sure nobody saw him.
I embarrassed myself in
You've
other
already
ways.
done it. It's too late, right? Like, don't look around.
My man
after the fact.
does not care one bit what goes on with the scratch and sniff.
What do you guys got coming up on the program today?
Glorious weekend for the Rangers. We will talk with Chris Young, the Cy Young Show at 4:20, buddy.
Gonna be a good show, you think?
Pure Gold as always. Thanks for asking.
Woo, looking forward to that. Roll home with the G-Bag Nation. We have been the KNC Masterpiece. Make your way back with us tomorrow, 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Take a night, Kevin.
Be a part of the show. From our fan studio, secured by DFWsecurity.com, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome to the Nation.
Here we go. Hour 1, G-Bag Nation, 105.3 The Fan, sitting here in a sports paradise. We got all the sports on TV, and we're going to be talking about them with you over the next 4.5 hours. General at your service. At ease to you, there's Brian Broaddus in his Cowboy shirt, the former Cowboy scout and NFL executive. Lucius Alexander was in the Pimp Cup over there at Master Control. Actually, he just walked out of the room like Steph Curry, took his shot. He's going back on defense. Let the music run. It's a man that knows what the hell he's doing. Confidently strolling around the halls while producing a show at the same time.
I bet she's going to grab him some Lysol.
There he is.
Yeah.
Zaddy Lucius.
Sanitizing the Pimp Cup, feathering his nest as per usual to start the show. There's Zach Wolchuk, back from Cleveland. Columbus. How the hell are you, buddy?
I'm okay, guys. I'm hanging in there.
You look terrible.
I'm dragging butt.
Just wearing the weekend on your face, man.
Emphasis on hanging in there?
Yeah, hanging in there for sure. It was a good weekend. Open bar. Wedding was great. They had it at the Columbus Museum of Art.
Yeah.
I had a good old pride parade.
I only needed to see
that was going on.
I needed to see 3 inches of the right side of your face to know that it was in an open bar.
You know me well. And yeah, it was things went crazy. But it was a good time, man.
Yeah.
It was good to see my buddy Matt, and congratulations to him and his new wife, Katie.
You need a little hair of the dog? I think we got some of those brewskis in the fridge.
I've been living off hair of the dog since Friday night.
That'll warm you up, yeah.
And trust me, today I think I would puke it right back.
Friday night, as if you didn't have a Friday afternoon booze fest before you got on the bird out of DFW.
You're damn right we did.
Yeah. Those are the kind of trips where you can get intoxicated twice in a day.
Yes.
Yeah. You're like, wow, man, that was crazy earlier. Well, get ready. Okay. Here's a liter of water. Let's go.
Jeez. Ended up getting in a fight with one of the groomsmen.
Oh no!
On Friday night,
You landed any good punches?
He was a big Packers fan, and so he was talking smack about Aaron Rodgers. I'm like, look, this is where we draw the line. I can joke around with you. I'm not doing this.
That's right.
Did they say anything about Brett Favre?
Cowboys respect.
Mama gave me the flapjacks.
I said, Mama, take away 5 of them flapjacks. I want to stay hungry for the Crimson Tide. Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to do that.
No, you're good. You're good.
Okay.
Oh, my
it was a good
gosh.
time, though, man. We got to and from safely.
Right on, dude. There's Eric Chiafalo. Back at him again. And Carter Freeman's coordinating your video at 105thefan.com, Twitch, and YouTube. I got to admit, Friday night, I was like, holy crap, is this a turning point of the Rangers season? We lost again. Yeah. And there was more trouble, and maybe more trouble than we'd bargained for in recent weeks here discussing this team. But a great win Saturday, and then the win of the year yesterday, coming back from 6-0 down. Seager and Duran had 4-hit games, bailing out John Gray, who struggled. Tavares had 3 hits and the game-winning hit. And, once again, we are indeed, I believe, living most of our lives living in a Rangers paradise, guys. I think that's, what was reset with taking 2 out of 3 against a damn good Toronto ball club. Any objections with that viewpoint?
No. Oh, man, we needed that one, huh? Needed that one. And it looked very, very bleak there because that would have been 3 straight series taking an L. And one of those is in Tampa, which makes some sense. But you don't want those to start stringing together on you. And how beautiful is it that the Astros got swept by the Reds?
Oh,
so
amazing.
that makes things even better. But my gosh, yesterday was electric, dude. Yeah. After feeling really down, like, oh no, this series is about to get away from us in a huge way. We're getting smoked at home. What's going on? John Gray, is he still the same? What's the deal? And then they light the board up. Here's 11 runs, and let's just go party.
No doubt. I mean, Bo's saying this is one of our better wins since opening day. And when he speaks, I think it resonates and it means something. But the work of the bullpen, I mean, no doubt the offense finally getting going because they had kind of faded a little bit, so they erupt. But John King doing what he did after John Gray struggles, sensational. And then Anderson
didn't
continues
expect
to
that
pitch
one,
well.
did you?
Not at all.
Yeah.
For the length that he was able to give you, the bullpen was immaculate yesterday, and that was something we haven't been able to say for a lot of the season.
So they'll get a 3-gamer underway with the Shy Sox here tonight. 7:10 first pitch in Chicago. 6:30 pregame.
Pale hose, right? Is that what they always say?
Yeah,
Is
the
that
pale
what
hose.
The pale hose.
Nadell loved to call them the pale hose.
Yeah.
Thursday they'll be off, and then they will be in New York against the Bronx Bombers. Friday evening, 6:05 first pitch, 5:30 pregame. Looks like Thursday then we're heading for a 6 o'clock sound off. Any objections to that?
No, let's do it. I know Tim and Carthage has been waiting.
Yeah, we got guys that are chomping at the bit right now,
ready to throw down and try to stake their claim for having the best take of the night. You have a good weekend, Broadus. Happy Father's Day, by the way, to you.
Happy Father's Day, fellas.
And Chia following all the dads out there. Hope you had a great one.
Appreciate that. Got the annual picture with the 84-year-old dad. I noticed though in the picture, my dad. His shirt's so big. His shirt's so big that it went over his hand.
Okay.
So it's like he's kind of like it's a picture of him. I posted.
He looks like an amputee of sorts.
Like he's dealing with one hand. Yeah. I don't know why I would post a picture of my dad.
Was it a short sleeve shirt?
No, it was a long sleeve. It was one of my dry fit old cowboy shirts, and so he had it on, but it was kind of like. My dad's down to like 160 pounds, and so he's
really with all those BLTs he's
hammering? My man, he punishes food,
and he can still whoop you at 160.
At 8, but so I post this picture of the poor guy. It's like my mom goes, he looks like he doesn't have his hand, Brian. I'm like, oh, you're right about that.
Should have gotten approval before I posted this one.
But yeah, it was nice to have Bennett
redo.
Yeah, it was nice to
we couldn't get Bennett back in.
Well, Bennett already left to Austin. He's like,
so
Bennett's had enough of me wanting to take pictures. He's like, all right, Dad, let's get this going. Come on, everybody sit down. Let's and I'm like,
here's your hug.
Gotta go, kind of a thing.
It is amazing when you go out, and like an event like the wedding, right? So my buddy was with his wife. I brought Maya with me. I got a +1. We went to Columbus at Ohio State. No pictures taken. This thing, over the course of a 3-day weekend, we're taking pictures, it felt like every 20 minutes at some place.
Yeah.
I forgot what
Did you have to put down your drink quite a bit to take a picture?
No, you think I put down the drink?
No.
I'm double fisting in it.
Actually, to take the picture.
Oh, I didn't ever have to actually take it. It was just us having to be in the pictures and get the pictures taken. And you know me, I'm not photogenic.
This broadest generational photo is legendary, dude. Someone needs to Photoshop a hook on
my dad on Larry. Larry needs a hook.
I felt Mike's bad. Daughter paint this thing.
Yeah, dude. This is a painted family portrait. This is one that's going to live on forever. That needs to be on a fireplace immediately.
It's funny. We've done it every year now for like 10 years. And every year something even more chaotic happens.
Well, this year Gramps lost his hand.
He did.
Hope he was a righty.
I need to put in like the Chubs. I need the Chubs.
The
wooden hand from Happy Gilmore. I need to put the Chubbs hand in there.
You just needed to roll that sleeve up.
How does he not? He's 84. I didn't even notice.
Gotta let him be.
Is this at your place?
No, it's at Mom and Dad's, and we've done.
You got him an LSU gold chair.
Oh yeah,
that's cool.
Yeah,
that's
badass. I've had that. Actually, that chair belonged to my grandfather. He had it in the 50s. That's
it's holding up well.
A leather, yellow.
That's
leather
why you get
chair.
the yellow, so it just hides all the pee stains.
Oh, but every year we've taken it in that dude. And my dad's getting like smaller and smaller and smaller.
Yeah, that shirt is wearing the hell out of him, bro.
I mean, he is just.
Yeah.
It's way too big.
It's a legendary.
It's a large shirt.
Looks like he's been on soda.
He does.
Needs some smaller shirts.
No, we need to.
No, but old Bennett must just be crushing it in Austin, though, huh?
Oh, having a good old time.
He's having a good time.
Look at seeing that smile. He
couldn't wait to get back
Landry
on the road.
Locker,
beelining for 6th Street after this photo.
Landry Locker asked me about Landry, our partner down at Houston. Landry goes, when are we going back to Hooters? I think your son, we for a couple of times Landry's like, hey, meet me. And so I used to bring Bennett as a kid. Ooh. Like I'd be babysitting and I'd have to go meet Landry. And I'm like,
right.
I can't pawn him off on somebody. So I would just take him. And Landry always made sure, it's like, bring your son along. It always kind of a good hook for us.
It's
a good hook for us.
I'm like,
bring your kid to work day.
So we had Landry and I had a little joke about it yesterday.
That's great.
When we're all going back to Hooters, I'm like, okay, we'll see.
Well, congrats to old Sam Stoutenborough and 2 relievers who limited Virginia to 5 hits.
Yeah.
Cole Fontenelle drove in 2 runs. TCU eliminated the Cavaliers from the Men's College World Series 4-3 yesterday afternoon. Horned Frogs will try to extend their stay when they play Tuesday in an elimination game against Oral Roberts. So they get a chance for a little revenge from their College World Series opener. That's nice for TCU.
It is. And, tonight we got LSU matched up against Wake Forest. I was looking at some of the draft stuff. Wake Forest has got like 3 legitimate big-time pitchers. And that's something LSU's got 1 legitimate big-time pitcher.
Probably the best one.
Might go first overall, but we can't use him. We could use 3 of him. But, Yeah, it's
Some depth.
the College World Series is always very exciting. They've had some really good games. It's come down to some final at bats.
See, TCU's holding their own in the shots, the Jello shots there. They're doing well.
They'll hold it down.
They're trying.
They definitely got it.
I told you
We're gonna
LSU would punish everybody.
Yeah,
though.
we have a full on.
they are.
We have a full on update here in the next few minutes on
thank
that.
goodness.
Right on. 9:03 sound off finally in all caps. How nice. That's your guy Tim in Carthage. Looking forward to it. Tim had a hell of a what you drinking, what you thinking call on
did.
Friday. If
He
you
really
missed it, we'll
did.
check.
That was
Yeah,
legendary.
I went back and listened. Trust me, he texted me about it.
Okay, Draymond Green opting for free agency. That is official as the Golden State Warriors defensive captain, heart and soul of the team. Key piece to their 4 championships. Draymond Green will now either look for a new contract with Golden State or perhaps look for some sort of a sign and trade. The agent saying we'll continue to talk to Golden State and explore all options. But that's interesting, and that's a player that I think should be in high demand, even though he's been controversial at times and beat up his teammate publicly at the start of last year. It has a very unique skill set, and I would jump at the chance to sign him.
I would as well. And I think we kicked this around maybe last year after the punch happened with Jordan Poole. And there's a lot of fans that I agree with you. And Marcus Simeon talked to us about it too. They have mixed, conflicting feelings about Draymond. I think he provides everything the Mavericks lack. If you bring back Kyrie, with Kyrie and Luka, you're not as worried about the offense. I don't really care about a lack of an offensive game from Draymond Green. I want the grit, I want the defense, and I want the rebounding, and he's going to give you all that.
Yeah, he will, and keep everybody accountable. Sure. I feel like, especially on the defensive end, he's going to be the guy setting people up and making sure that you're executing whatever game plan they agree to.
Yeah, I think there's a lot to like there. There's no question about it. I'm hesitant with. I mean, what did he just turn down? Like
27 million. Yeah,
I don't think he's turning that down to take less somewhere. Unless he just loves LeBron that much and he wants to go to the Lakers. That's what everybody keeps saying, like, oh, his affinity for LeBron and being doesn't have to go that far and play for the Lakers. But I mean, you're giving him close to $30 million a year.
Yeah,
I don't know about that.
He did turn 33 years old. So how many years are you giving it? And he's not even a double-digit scorer or rebounder. He's just kind of 8, 7, and 6. He's going to stuff a little everything from the stat sheet.
Yeah, again, I love the skill set, the intangibles that he brings, but I also wonder how much of it is, man, with Golden State and that setup, it really, really works. But if you take him out of that, does it translate to every other NBA team and roster? I don't know. It's a very unique and long-standing relationship that he's got with those players who have a ton of respect for him, and Kerr, and like, how does him and Jason Kidd, because Kerr tolerated plenty with Draymond. I've seen stuff lately. He had Kerr on his podcast, and they talked about times where Draymond's getting in, and Steve Kerr is frustrated as heck with Draymond. And so, but that's something that takes time to develop. You're winning championships. You just go take that out of Golden State, plant it in Dallas, and just see if it works.
That's a very fair question, and you're right. I mean, Steve Kerr's had Draymond's back. As even the end of the season presser, he's like, we're not a championship contender if we don't keep Draymond around. He's not worth that type of money anymore at this stage in his career. So it is interesting what he thinks his market would be. And maybe he ends up getting the reality that we've seen from some of these teams trying to trade Bradley Beal and others, DeAndre Ayton, and the return's not quite there. Maybe Draymond hits the open market, but yeah, his agent probably wouldn't have let him turn that down if that were the case. He's probably done some asking around.
You kind of feel like, though, he's taken the heat, though, for what happened at the end of the season. I mean, because they never were really the same.
He's acknowledged it.
They were never really were the same with after the punch.
Yeah.
They were a terrible road team. There was a lot of things going on there and all that. Do you think he took some unfair criticism for that?
He's blamed himself, and he's done it in a way that makes, I guess, himself look even better to an extent, because he's like, man, after that punch for the first 3 months of the season, I just kind of stepped back a little bit and didn't want to be the loud voice, leader voice in the locker room and try and getting things going. He kind of took a step back, and the way he describes it, allows stuff to like kind of handle itself. And usually he's much more ingrained into the leadership and talking, and he would have probably stepped up and said something big time to the team and readjusted some things from a leadership standpoint when they were doing a ton of losing early on in the season. He said he never got comfortable until after the All-Star break, and then he says it's just too late by then.
He lost his voice.
Yeah, he felt like he couldn't really, he just kind of stepped back, and it was, the vibes were a little bit different for a while. And then he reinserted himself, and in his mind, it was too late.
Yeah, that's tough when something happens like that, and I'm sure he regrets it. He's talked about, sometimes the emotion just boils over, and I think most humans can relate to that in some way or another. But that one, that punch might have ended their run,
Yeah.
And we wondered from the outside looking in how much of an impact would it have. I don't think there's any denying.
The best part of this, though, is the podcast that he does. The type of entertainment and content that we would get from that would be epic.
Yeah.
I mean, he's going to let
for
you inside
sure.
the Mavericks
I
locker
would love
room and
that,
his
yeah.
thoughts on everything. That is an unfiltered Draymond.
Good call.
Bradley Beal not an option anymore. The Suns are trading for him. The team is interested in Harrison Barnes and Grant Williams from the Celtics and Marcus Smart from Flower Mound and the Celtics in Oklahoma State. And Jared Allen out of Cleveland is a name to discuss. So the Mavs, as we anticipated and expected, are now very much right here in the draft cycle, and it'll be very interesting to see what moves they decide to make here over the next 4 afternoons. We'll be all over it here in the G-Bag Nation. Okay, when we return here on 105.3 The Fan, it is it's time for the G-Bag of the day coming up at 2:30. A mini hodgepodge with Chief will get us there. Where we heading with that, sir?
Yes, sir. Among other things, the Greatest American Competition is turning into a full-on runaway victory for one program. That's next right here on The Fan.
But you know what's already here? Yes, sir. Welcome back, Nation. It's time for a little hodgepodge here on a Juneteenth Monday. Man, this thing has been building ever since it was, recognized as a national holiday a couple of years ago. And I feel like this year is like the Juneteenth official mega coming out party for the mainstream. I tell you what, there was a great party in Mesquite that I drove by. I turn on the news, there's parties everywhere. So it's been a high time coming, but maybe now receiving the proper recognition as an official holiday, although we are still working. But yeah, made a federal holiday in 2020. Texas, the first state to recognize it back in 1980. So it's been building for 40 years, and now it's exploding everywhere. Here is Eric Chiafalo with your sports hodgepodge.
Okay, we have an update on a very important competition, but I did want to throw up for the tubers, for the Twolos, if you are watching us on the fan cam or at 105throughthefan.com/fan cam. I did want to throw up the Broadus Father's Day yearly, the annual Broadus generational pick with Broadus's pops, Broadus himself, and Broadus's son, Bennett, who is just crushing at Austin right now, UT.
Heck yeah,
now, what you'll find is a gentleman sitting in the golden LSU
Larry.
Tiger throne.
That's Larry.
Larry Broadus.
Papa Broadus, Larry Broadus.
Yeah. Oh.
And he will look as though he's missing his left hand. And I cannot confirm to this point whether or not he actually is or not.
No, he does have his left hand. Yeah, it's just he's 84 years old.
But there is no evidence that shows that.
Yeah,
the
exactly.
evidence is pretty damning in the other direction.
Yeah, exactly.
Carter just put a hook on him. Aye, Captain.
Shiver me timber.
Now that's one of Broadus's old throwback long sleeve cowboy shirts. That is just wearing your dad.
That is
okay.
That thing I've had. That was one of my favorite things to wear at training camp, and I used to not get short sleeve shirts. I was one of the first at camps to wear the long sleeve dry fit because I was dealing with the skin.
Keep the sun off you. That's smart.
Keep the sun.
Yeah.
And then all of a sudden now, like everybody wears like hoodies and long sleeves out there now. But yeah, that thing right there. My dad's 150 something pounds, 160 something pounds. And that thing right there is like probably a double extra large.
It's amazing, dude.
It's
it looks great. Twitch.tv/DallasFanCam, YouTube, 105.3 The Fan, and 105throughthefan.com. You can check it out, the photo there.
Thanks, Carter.
And thank you, Carter, for the masterful artwork with the Captain Hook vibes. Now, brought us on a much cooler note for your LSU Tigers. Their dominance knows no bounds. On or off the diamond. The competition starts and the Tigers begin to dominate. Now, last season, the Jello Shot Challenge, annual competition, it's at Rocco's Pizza and Cantina just across the street from the stadium in Omaha, Charles Schwab, where they're getting going on the diamond for the College World Series. LSU obviously in this thing, brought us pulling for them in a big way, not repping any LSU gear from the naked eye today, but I know
today.
I
it's
know
all in the wash.
I know you're yeah, you just wore it out all weekend. But last year we saw Ole Miss set a new mark. More than 18,700 Jello shots were purchased in the week-long event.
And they won the championship. So they were there the whole time.
No question about that. That's a good point.
Yeah.
The longer the team stays on the field,
the better shot
the more you have to consume.
Yeah. You would think, unless the fan base is just competitive as heck and decides, even though our team's not here, we can still be here and represent. We can still go toe-to-toe with these SEC fan bases, right?
Win or lose, we booze.
Yeah.
Well, that is holding true for LSU right now. They're sitting, this is an update an hour ago, but 12,836 Jello shots purchased.
Go big or go home.
They're getting ready. They got a game this evening, so I guarantee you they're in there.
It's about to ramp up.
Yeah, right now they're in there having cocktails and Jello shots. Trust me on that.
They've had over 3,000 in the last 24 hours when it comes to Jello shots consumed.
Pretty impressive.
I'd say they'll hit 4,000 in the next 24 hours with it being a game night tonight.
I would think so as well. And I think the pressure's on because I think Ole Miss, with what they did last year, slightly outpaced where LSU's at right now. So I think they're going to get a fire lit under them. LSU's going to go dominate, and that they're going to run this up even more. But they're dominating the competition currently. I mean, Wake Forest is in second place with just over 5,000.
Oh my goodness.
I mean, they're winning this year's competition for sure.
Yeah, there is no competition this year. That might be what keeps the total number down.
Right.
Yeah, we're not getting any pressure from anybody.
Yeah, that's true.
That's true.
They're kind of coasting. They're kind of coasting a little bit. But Ole Miss, who set the record last year, is an SEC school. So I would imagine there's going to be some level of LSU turn up the heat pride.
Oh,
You
yeah.
know, just the spirit of competition, even though there is no direct competition for this year.
Hey, Tennessee's really been disappointing in this.
I couldn't agree more.
RJ Choppy should be ashamed of himself.
100%. That's my biggest takeaway. TCU sitting in third place with just over 3,000. So they got off to a nice little start, but they've petered out a little bit.
Where would you, in the hierarchy of shot drinking, where would you rank the Jello shot?
I guess that's a good question. It's a summer
tequila. I mean, if you're just thinking about like various shots, Fireball.
It's a fun ancillary. Like I will say, it doesn't always it's the Jello portion of it. The consistency of it is not always appetizing in a particular moment.
Would you turn
it doesn't
it
always
down?
feel.
You know what I mean? Like there are times where it's like I'm not taking a tequila shot. Now, will I do it? Sure. But I don't really want to. If anybody ever says like, "Hey, do you want a Jello shot?" I'm not going to turn it down.
Where was I
don't
drinking
see
one
myself
time
turning
that
it
they
down
had
either.
the Jello shots in syringes?
Oh, yeah.
that is
Several
fun.
places
Yeah,
have
that is a
those.
thing.
The Piano Bar, I believe, Lucky Lou's has those at
Okay.
Deep Ellum. I think that they've got those. There's
You
several
better not
bars
have a
that
gag
them.
reflex or something.
No,
Someone's wedging a thing in your
Yeah, trust me, didn't go well.
I'm just trying to think of the things you would shoot. You know, like you have whiskey, you have Fireball, you have tequila. What else?
Rum.
Rum.
Yeah,
And then you've got your like green tea shots, your Vegas bombs, Rumple Mints, no doubt.
I'm just talking about stuff that you would put in a shot glass.
Yeah.
Okay.
Where does the Jello shot rank amongst all the shots?
To me, it's the one that's, unless you really kind of know what you're doing, like there's kind of a technique to it. You got to make sure you get all the Jello out of that.
Do you go with the finger
paper.
around the rim
That's-
first?
I tongue it.
Or do you okay.
It's good practice.
Wow.
That's a man committed to his craft right there. You got to put the work in.
Who'd you learn
don't
that
just
from?
show up
I
and
was always
dominate.
trying to tie the cherry stem, never could.
Oh, can anybody do that?
No, absolutely not.
No question, right?
I think that thing's
not
a myth.
even close.
I don't know. I don't think that's real.
That's not real.
I've never actually seen I don't think I've ever actually seen it done in person. I think that would be more impressive than like what Chris Angel's doing.
I don't know
on
how
water,
it's possible.
Allegedly, you know, I don't know how it's possible either. But congratulations to your LSU Tigers, Broadus. They are
Appreciate
crushing
you.
right now.
You
I'll have
gotta
to
get
put a
a
little
win
bit more
tonight,
thought
man.
in.
Got to get a win
On the Jello shot question.
Okay, it's time for the G-Bag of the Day. Segment's brought to you by the Frankels. There's a reason you needed a special license to drive a big truck, so companies that hire drivers, put them in a big truck, should be held accountable for what happens when one hurts you. You need Frankel & Frankel. Consultation's always free. Visit truckwreck.com. Here's Lucius with that G-Bag of the Day.
Shout out to Mr. William Campbell at Travelmation for sponsoring G-Bag of the Day.
There you go. There you go.
For he is a jolly good fellow.
Book a trip with this man.
Our winner is the dude bro at the Denver Nuggets parade. Shotgunned a beer with a NBA player and lived to tell the story about it.
Named Isaiah. Isaiah, you had the greatest moment of your life. Tell me, there was eye contact involved. Oh, yeah, no, dude. As soon as he tossed me that brewski, I already had to do what I had to do, man. I opened up that straight bear claw on him, and I was just like, jaw, baby, you know what I mean? Drank it. And as soon as I seen it, I was like, I know what I got to do. Looked at my boy, said, this is for us. Bang, bang. You know what I'm saying? Like,
So you made eye contact with him, and they threw you a beer?
yeah, no, literally, yeah, like, cause like I was hyping up the crowd, and he gauged it, and then he just like looked right at me, and I was like, dude, I'm the one, bro. Come on, send it my way. And as soon as he did, he launched it. I caught it, and it's just a history story after that. You know what I mean? There's plenty of history being made right now, and I guess I'm part 2 of it. I don't know.
And how did that beer from Christian Brown taste? And say it without cursing this time.
Probably one of the best beers I've ever had in my life. I understand what they mean now when Coors is brewed in the Rockies, because that went down super smooth, you know. And all I gotta say is shout out to him, man. I really appreciate it, and let's just say one of the best days of my life. Let's go Nuggets. We're gonna get it next year.
Yeah, that's much more boring, dude. We're gonna need the explicit version. Can we just cut out the F-bomb? Holy cow. That guy went from all the way turned up to in his grandma's living room in 0.5 seconds. I like the version that put the bear claw on it.
I know. That was he painted.
Kind of want to go back to
beautifully.
beer drinking just so I can put the bear claw on
Let's
some
do
stuff.
it.
Yeah,
I got one in the fridge over there.
let's go.
I got another drunk speech for you from my championship parade. Happened Saturday for the Golden Knights. William Carlson. It's pretty drunk.
Okay, you guys can hear me? So, this guy, this effing guy, yeah, I know. So, Riley, he was here day 1, yeah, and I know you have been here day 1. You guys are so amazing. We played Arizona in the first game.
What? Oh,
And we
Arizona.
beat the out of them. And I had no points. But that's okay. Because at year one, I was pretty fucking great. But you guys were greater.
William Carlson hammered.
Yeah, they cut the mic on him a little later.
Yeah. My man had his shirt off, right? He was up there.
Oh, yeah, he was glistening.
He
Pause.
was,
Yeah, he was shining and glistening up there.
That makes sense. When I was listening to it and picturing it, I had him shirtless.
Yeah.
See, weather report. It's going to be hot out here this week.
Oh, is it?
Hot. It's going to be hot. Let's go to our local weatherman right here for the report.
Texas is getting pounded with heat right now. Just bam, 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 bam. If you look at Houston, you are absolutely roasting right now, and all along the coast is just scorching. It's just terrible. And then you go up to San Angelo, it's real hot up there. 104 right now. Austin is going to be in the high 90s, lower 100s around there. And guess what? All this heat, folks, is just not going to end for at least another week. It could go 2 weeks. I don't see any end in sight right now. And this, it's just scorching, just woo, buddy. And then even in El Paso, way over there, it's going to be hot.
El Paso.
But really, the bone zone for the heat is going to be San Angelo around here. It's just Abilene. Oh my goodness. Don't expect any rain for a while. We have marginal risk of severe weather in Texas right now, especially in central, southern, and up into northern Texas. But folks, don't count on it. Air around here is super unstable, so if any convection happens, you might have some isolated, just little pipsqueak storms just popping on you. But don't expect a wide-scale storm outbreak with rain and all that stuff to help you out, because it's just not gonna happen today.
The local, it is crazy hot too. Seems early this year.
Yeah, it's pretty hot.
Like I saw the heat index warning for this week on the weather last night. They're saying it's going to feel like it's 117 on Wednesday.
Yeah.
What the hell is that? Feels like 117?
Yeah, not cool at all.
Brutal.
Take you guys to church. Yesterday was a church day. Father's Day church day on a Sunday.
Yes.
TD Jake's church is packed. I seen it on the timeline. I didn't go there. They said he dropped some knowledge. It was heat. My uncle said it was mid. Yeah. Let's see what I got for you. Yeah, he said it was mid. I was watching Reverend Ike, though. I watch Reverend Ike all the time. We got this lady, though. She got choked up during her little old song. Listen.
I think things over. Whoa, whoa, all of my good days outweigh my bad days, and I won't complain, 'cause God.
Ooh.
Oh no.
Yeah. Hairball.
Allergy season.
Shout out to the dude on the organ, though.
Yeah.
Come on.
Yeah, there you go. Come on.
You can do
Dude
it.
on the organ still.
Take it
Giving
all
it to
back.
him.
Yeah, I guess it's tough. You know, with some of those small churches, you just got to go with whoever's got the best voice and is willing to do it. You know, somebody's got to sing. That's the way I imagine that came together. Anyway.
Let's see here. Let's go to some people that missed their flight.
Oh.
The plane was still on the ground.
Oh, no.
They could see it out the window, but the door was closed. You know, that kind of hurts.
That hurts.
They're claiming they were there early. I'm not sure.
People get so pissed in these situations.
I mean, I would too if I paid for it and everything. And if I did get there early, but we wandered off for a while and came back and the doors closed. Anyway, he's beating on the door trying to get in.
Nope.
You want different headphones this time?
We need security at C10 to open this gate. You got some people trying to catch their flight. We're here early. Y'all need to come open this motherfucking gate. Security.
I'm pretty sure security showed up on their ass too.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, I don't think it was to open the gate for him, though.
No.
Yeah, we got a little walk for you to make. Yeah, I've been there, and it is uncomfortable.
Ouch.
You know,
you missed the flight?
No, I've been the super frustrated person at the airport because I got
okay.
screwed with. You know, you're there super early. You know, you expect somebody to wait for you. Next thing you know, they're leaving early. I was the last person on a flight to Hawaii once. We were at a bar, And they were like, we were just a couple of minutes from closing this. I was like, we were just down the way, you know. And then I got on, and the lady, she let me know that she did not appreciate my level of intoxication.
No.
You ever have that happen on a plane?
Oh, man.
Yeah,
Walchuk just did on his way back from Columbus.
I was worried about my buddy Jared. I thought he might get thrown off.
Yeah, you're late. They'll let you know, like, hey, it's time to go to sleep.
Yeah.
You know,
Thank
we're talking a little loud here. Yeah.
You can still get a drink for $100 though.
Really?
Yeah, if you just give
If you just give them $100, they'll give you one?
Yeah. They might say, hey, listen, we're not interested in serving you any drinks.
Huh.
And then the next thing you know, I looked over at my buddy and go, hey, how'd you get that drink? He goes, it's cost me $100, but we got it.
I mean,
But we got it.
maybe a nice little 10-ski. I don't know. I'm popping $100 on.
Yeah, that drink's not worth it unless it's like 12 ounces of Johnny Walker.
If you need a drink, it's worth $100.
That's right.
Yeah.
Dude, bro, at the parade, championship parade, William Carlson for the Golden Knights was on one. That's for sure. He'd had well over $100 worth of booze. Local weatherman getting pounded with the heat. Lady choked up during the song at church, or the people who missed their flight. I'm going to go with the local weatherman. Chief, how about you?
I think I'm going to rock with Vegas Golden Knights.
All righty, we're tied at 1, Lucius.
I missed my flight.
Yes, sir. We're tied at 1, Wolchuk.
I think I'm going to go with the weatherman.
We're 2-1-1.
Yeah, I was going weatherman. That's why I started.
By a score of 3-1. And your new G-Bag of the Day champion. It's your local weatherman here in Texas breaking it down. You can probably just put that bad boy on loop for the next, sounds like 2 weeks. We're into some August weather in June. It's a good damn thing they got that ballpark built.
Yeah, absolutely.
Wow. Yeah, no kidding.
Okay, Krusty's Corner's coming up next. Where are we going with that, sir?
Yeah, let's take a look. Where does Yard Barker have your quarterback ranked? We'll do that next.
Coming up Tuesday morning.
Minute is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet.
Well, thank you, Lucius. Time now for Krusty's Corner. Here's the king of the Krusties himself, Brian Broaddus.
Thank you very much, General. Appreciate that.
You got it, buddy.
Anybody watch, by the way, any of the U.S. Open? Am I the only, like, the kind of the golf nerd guy?
No, I
here?
watched the last 6 or 7 holes.
Yeah, I once I saw the craziness taking place,
Yeah.
I plopped down on the couch and reclined that thing. Windham.
Yeah. You know what's interesting about that? I was talking with you guys kind of pre-show that it seems like to me the U.S. Open has become a little bit of that's your only major.
Like a one-hit wonder course?
Well, I don't know
or
if
tournament?
I don't know if it's maybe it's a little bit of like the Lucas Glovers and, you know, that.
I was more of a Leroy Glover guy.
I like Leroy Glover
Great
a lot.
player.
But we're kind of in that mode where these guys, I know the U.S. Open has a great history of champions, but if you go back and look like 20 years throughout, it's been very much one of those types of Michael Campbell's and people like that, you know, one time Webb Simpson's.
Ooh,
you know?
Webb Simpson.
Webb Simpson.
You got a theory on that, Brian? On why?
I don't. I wonder if it has to do with, because some of the scores, like I say, you'd have to go back. Here's another one of Jeff Ogilvy, who won it. I think it was at Shinnecock in 2006.
I'm sorry?
Shinnecock. And
Wild
I think it was
Weekend.
there. Yeah.
Tell me about it.
But, there were a couple of times there where him and Angel Cabrera won it. They were +5. I always kind of thought of the U.S. Open as that test of golf, but it seems like now that the guys that, Corey Pavin was really
They overdid
short.
it there for a while. A couple years back,
Made it
everybody's
too hard.
critical of them.
Made it too hard, you think?
And I think that's why you have one-hit wonders is you just got to be getting all the breaks that week. You're the golfer who was constantly getting dealt straight flushes in poker.
Yeah.
It's just like, whoa, look at this guy. He's out of nowhere. Because the course was so difficult.
Right.
You had to be on top of your game with incredible luck in order to win it.
Walchuk's South African brother, 2004, Retief Goosen.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The Goose.
And then Francis Ouimet, greatest game ever played.
You went way back.
I mean, I was thinking, I was like, didn't Francis Ouimet, wasn't it the U.S. Open that he won?
Yeah.
But that falls in line with what you're talking about here.
Yeah.
Amateur.
Curtis Strange.
Well, it's one of those things. But you've had guys that have won multiple, but it's also one of those tournaments that seems to like latch itself to, okay, Webb Simpson, major champion. What when he's won one major champ? What U.S. Open? Oh wow, that's pretty prestigious. You wonder if these guys, how they just come at the right time in history, to win these tournaments, because we haven't seen the Tiger Woods and, as of late or anything like that. But Rory McIlroy, by the way, is on a 9-year run where he hasn't won a major.
Yeah, I know, dude.
And
they were hammering that point home.
I'll tell you what, my man was like, if he could just putt.
Couldn't make a putt, yeah.
Could not make
But Wyndham
a putt.
Clark was trying to give it to him.
Yeah.
Around 14, 15, he had
Yeah.
back-to-back bogeys,
Yeah.
and he had a bogey on the par 3 that was the only
Yeah.
bogey of the day.
Yeah, 81 yards, I think that hole was.
Heading for a good old-fashioned choke-off. And I guess Rory run the choke-off, or won the choke-off, and
Yeah.
Wyndham won
I feel
the
like this
actual...
happens to Rory, man.
Yeah,
Sad.
it's exactly what happens to him.
Are you kind of real quick before we get to this quarterback list, are you guys Rory fans?
I'm pulling for him to win one again. I mean, I feel like this guy, whether it's bad luck or him just sabotaging himself, things just always seem to go wrong. Just when he thinks he's got a chance to finally get back and win a major.
I enjoy his losing. I think he's kind of a tool.
I knew Dawson wouldn't sugarcoat it.
I think you could chalk me up to rooting for him.
Are you? 4.
I don't think he's like a super hateable guy. He did go through a phase where he was a little bit douchey.
Yeah. I think he's gone from a good guy to kind of a hateable guy myself.
Oh, no.
But that's me. All right. I'm going to talk to you about these quarterbacks. They got them ranked. Find out where your quarterback is on this list. Depending on what team. You might not. Your quarterback might not live in this city.
Well, where's your quarterback at? Where's Sam Howell?
Yeah. Sam Howell needs to be in this top 10. I'm just going to tell you that right now.
Oh, yeah, we know. We know.
The praise he's getting, man.
Possible breakthrough guy.
Maybe.
A lot of really big-time people that are going to be way wrong. Or
The Sam Howell breakthrough year.
Yeah,
I'm ready for Brian to pick the Commandos to win the division.
We'll put that on your tombstone.
Well, there's people
Broadus.
that think I'm a Commanders fan, and that's just not true.
No, that's far from true.
You just recognize greatness.
I respect the roster they built despite that ownership that they had there at one time. All right. Kansas City Chiefs are number 1 with Pat Mahomes, right?
Oh, yeah.
Absolutely.
No questions about that.
Pat who?
Pat Mahomes.
I was just doing the Jamar Chase thing. What an idiot, huh? Idiot, man.
His guy should be next.
This is from Yardbarker right here. Buffalo Bills. Jared Allen there.
Or Josh?
Jared Allen. I call him Jared Allen.
Yeah,
Josh
Allen.
Allen.
I mean, some days he plays
Josh
like a
Allen.
Jared.
He does play
no,
like
He's
Jared.
as big as Jared Allen.
But
Yes.
Josh Allen would be number 2 on their list. Number 3. All right, this is what the question I have with you guys is, should there be a reason that Joe Burrow is
No.
ahead of?
Oh, yes, he should be. He should be ahead.
Burrow should be number 2.
Burrow should be ahead.
How close is Burrow to Mahomes? Is it close? Is it like right there? Is it no, man, still miles away.
He's closer than everybody else. Everybody else is a full step down. He's just a half step down.
He gets a Super Bowl, I think he's right there. So right now, I think he's close.
If you're still going to take
Mahomes.
If you had to go win one game.
I'm going to take Mahomes.
Out of the current quarterbacks, yeah, Mahomes.
Those two.
Yep, Mahomes.
Mahomes will do it with his legs, too.
Okay.
Very niftily.
We've established that over there with Chief.
He's not even fast. He'll still beat you with his legs. He's just a great player of all sports.
Here's where it starts to get a little crazy. Justin Herbert at number 4.
Wow.
The Los Angeles Chargers.
That's a talent-based thing.
Yeah, the NFL world wants him. They want him to be so great, and he is very good,
super talented.
But I mean, Trevor Lawrence showed me in the last half of the season last year that he's better than Justin Herbert.
Right, because when it comes to quarterbacks, you've got to factor in the results. Right, it's not just who's the most talented, who throws the best balls. But who's winning the games?
We know Troy had the best balls.
We know that, but
I think he still does.
People still won't put him in the top 10.
I like Jared Goff more. I mean, there's a long
Jared
list.
Goff more than Herbert?
Yes, I like a healthy Tua more. Yeah, Herbert's a big, impressive player, and he looks good when he throws the ball, and he'll put up some numbers, but something's missing in there.
Yeah, if I'm making a list, Trevor Lawrence right now for me is ahead of Justin Herbert.
I need to find it, but his yards per attempt situation is what's really eye opening. I wonder if Kellen Moore's going to fix that.
That's
he's throwing inches at a time. It feels like.
That's stunning too, because he's got some deep ball receivers like Mike Williams.
Jalen Hurts is number 5. Would you put Jalen Hurts over
Justin Herbert?
Justin Herbert.
Yes, I would, because Jalen Hurts can run all over me.
Yeah. Again, that's the thing that it's like, I think Herbert is a more talented quarterback, but I'm taking Jalen Hurts because he has found a way to accomplish things on the field that Herbert's never sniffed.
Their thought here is Patrick Mahomes is probably not the runaway MVP if Hurts plays all 17 games.
Yeah, he probably would have won the MVP.
But that's also the problem with the running quarterback.
Yeah,
Mahomes is like, I will stand the test of time because I will run, but I will not get clobbered. And my game is not centered around me running. Jalen Hurts, it is for you, which is hugely advantageous for you every single game. But by the end of the season, you're going to feel those runs.
Yeah, it's a 5 or 6 year career. If you can do it like Mahomes does, then that can be a 20-year career. You know, I think it's that big on, you know, how much you depend on your legs. And if you have a guy that's depending on his legs, I think you have to test the limits of what he can do from the pocket, almost from the moment that he gets into the game, to try to develop that to continue his career into a second decade.
Number 6 is Aaron Rodgers.
Yeah, he should be number 4 at minimum.
Number 7 is Trevor Lawrence.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, move him higher. Top 5.
Be higher. Number 8 would be Lamar Jackson.
Yeah, that's good.
Number 9, Dak Prescott.
I'd rather have Dak than Lamar and Herbert. So I'd move Dak up from that spot. But I think anywhere between about 7 and 12 is fair for Dak.
They think the question they have is, you think that the Cowboys will regret getting rid of Kellen Moore?
No, I don't think so.
and number 10 would be Kirk Cousins. Those are your top 10 quarterbacks according to
Kirk Cousins, pretty good player. I mean, he's been a punchline for a lot of jokes, but you can't argue with the results and the resume. 682 says Gavin's trolling hard, saying Tua over Herbert. I don't think so. The only problem with Tua is he gets hurt. But I just think
Tua
he has
is super accurate.
Yeah, he has more feel. He has bigger cojones, I think, than Herbert. Herbert's like just not put it all together kind of guy. And there's a lot of athletes that are out like that just can't hit their potential because of awareness, anticipation, and reading the game in split seconds. And some guys, it does not matter how impressive physically they are. Quarterback is a position that's more played between the ears and your eyes than your arm at this level. Everybody's got a pretty good arm.
I'm so sorry. Justin Herbert, though, his target depth ranked 28th out of 33 quarterbacks with 200 or more attempts. In games with Keenan Allen and Mike Williams, his two studs, they're both playing. His average depth of target ranked 32nd out of 33 quarterbacks.
Wow.
So can Kellen Moore fix that? How much is that is Herbert? How much is that is their personnel? How much of that was their god-awful coordinator that they had to fire to go
Joe
get?
Lombardi.
Yeah, Joe Lombardi.
That's something that
we'll see.
Austin Eckler's agent should have exploited because he's checking down a lot to Austin Eckler.
And it's a check down era. To be the worst in this era, it really says something. Okay, we got one down, 3.5 to go. G-Bag Nation, the Rangers are back in action tonight at 6:30, coming off a great series finale with yesterday's win. It was incredible. But Wolchuk's going to deliver the NFL news of the day coming up next. And where are we going with that, sir?
How comparable is this quarterback to Jalen Hurts? This draft is back, and we got the top 5 running back rankings from Tyreek Hill. Do you have a problem with this? Next.
The latest from From our fan studio, secured by DFWsecurity.com, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Here we go. Hour 2, G-Bag Nation 105.3 The Fan. Welcome back to the show. Hope you're having a great day. We are an hour and 20 minutes away from the Cy Young Show. Rangers GM Chris Young is going to join us. We'll be talking baseball with him. Rangers coming off a glorious weekend. Surprise! I thought the misery was going to continue, but they had other plans. That's what you call perseverance, professionalism, and greatness. And boy, did they entertain us for everybody that stuck around yesterday and watched that game after they went down 6-0. How about that? That was great. And plus, we have the Mavs NBA a draft here coming up in 3 days, and they're tied to like 4 or 5 different players from even Friday. So there is a lot to talk about here in basketball and in baseball, and I might even do 60 seconds on soccer. Woo-hoo. But it's time now for Wolchuk to deliver the NFL news of the day. Here's Zach.
Jimmy Johnson is going into the Ring of Honor for the Miami Hurricanes.
Woo. Wow.
It's not the Dallas Cowboys, but it'll be Dennis Erickson, Chuck Foreman, Jimmy Johnson, Miami Hurricane legends. The U is going to congratulate them in the Ring of Honor class of 2023. So congrats to Jimmy for making that Ring of Honor.
So I do wonder how they do this, because they share a stadium with the Dolphins. Like, do they have one ring that's a Dolphins Ring of Honor ring, and then underneath it have their Miami Hurricanes Ring of Honor ring?
Just like sub the rings out on a Saturday and a Sunday.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, yeah,
Maybe do it digitally. You know?
Oh, there you
who's
go.
playing.
Oh, you could do digital.
There's
now.
lots of options there. Maybe double Ring of Honor, though. I'd wear that with pride as a stadium. We got two Ring of Honors up in here.
And how about him being like a crossover guy? I mean, obviously he's not going to be a Dolphin Ring of Honor. I don't know that he did anything
but he
special with them,
was a head coach
He was
there.
a coach.
Absolutely.
There, so
Hey, Dennis Erickson was a hell of a football coach, too.
Yes, he was.
Yeah.
Absolutely was.
Did he take over for Jimmy
Early
when he left Miami?
Yes.
He was, right?
Yes.
He was the guy that took over.
Say, it was, I think it went Jimmy and Dennis and then Larry Coker.
No, Butch.
Butch Davis before Larry.
Yeah, Butch Davis was before Larry. Yeah, Larry Coker was their
'cause-
last national championship.
Yeah, he was the one that was doing all the winning with
Just the
with all
talent.
the other players,
Yeah.
and then
He was kind of like
things-
the Barry Switzer of the Cowboys.
That's right. And then he had Kyle something as the number 1 rated quarterback recruit, and he got crushed by your LSU Tigers in like a Champs Sports Bowl, and that was I think when everything started going spiraling down for the Hurricanes.
Well, Jimmy from 1984 to 88 went 52-9 and led the Hurricanes to an undefeated regular season and national championship in 86, and also had Vinny Testaverde, another former Dallas Cowboy, win the Heisman Trophy. So congrats to Jimmy. At least he's making some Ring of Honor. Now, That's
got to be a troll on the Cowboys, right? At least partially.
You think like now that they're doing it right now?
I think so. I mean, it's been so long. You know, he should have been in there for sure in the 90s, but he wasn't. So 30 years later, when it's reaching the apex, and Jerry just 10 days ago said, I have no plans for the Ring of Honor, now suddenly here comes Miami.
Yeah.
Absolutely, it's partially a troll.
It definitely could be. I love the 682's
And
text.
you guys are right about Butch. You
Butch
are
before
right.
Larry?
Yeah.
682 goes, yeah, this is why Jerry hasn't put Jimmy in. He was just wanting him to get into the college one first.
Schellenberger, Johnson, Erickson, Butch Davis, Larry Coker, then Randy Shannon, former player.
Yeah, that's
there.
when it started getting bad.
Yeah.
Randy Shannon. Yeah.
I mean, Larry was really the beginning of the end.
Yeah. Coker's last couple years were no bueno.
But as soon as Randy Shannon took over, it was like, it's done.
I didn't think Mark Rick was terrible there.
No, he got him turned around for a second. They had a night.
They had a 9-win season or a 10-win season. They beat Notre Dame.
They beat Notre Dame, and it was like, oh my gosh, is Miami back like the number 2 team in the country?
Kind of fun.
And then of course
they had the turnover chain.
They were not back.
Yep. No, it didn't happen. Okay,
wait. True or false?
Fart.
I think it's fart.
True or fart? Dennis Erickson and Jimmy Johnson lost the same amount of games.
True.
Yeah, because you're asking it, I'm going to say true.
I'm going to go with fart, just for fun.
What are you going to go with?
I went true.
You went true?
Yeah.
2 trues and a fart. Both lost 9 games.
Dang.
One was
Ballers.
52-9. Jimmy was 52-9 local time, and Erickson was 63-9.
Wow. That's amazing. Well, that's why he's getting into the Ring of Honor. Patrick Mahomes outsmarted the NFL. So he's not allowed to appear in beer commercials. But Patrick Mahomes found a loophole. And we know that the former Red Raider loves himself some Coors Light.
Cold beer.
So he's done a Coors Light commercial. But in the commercial, and we're going to play this for you, they find a loophole to have him as an endorser. So here is how
we love a good loophole.
The Coors Light beer incorporates Patrick Mahomes to be their official endorser.
Recently, we tapped star quarterback Patrick Mahomes to be in a promo for Coors Light beer. Turns out, we overlooked the fact that he can't actually promote Coors Light beer. That's why we're proud to introduce Coors Light Bear. Coors Light Bear is 0% adult beverage and 100% mammal. It's the perfect bear to hang out with after a long day. Few things are more refreshing on the golf course than Coors Light Bear. Not the same thing as beer. Coors Light Bear is pure mountain cold refreshment, which is something you would totally say about a bear. Coors Light Bear is perfect for the beach, but you've got to be careful because not everybody likes bear on the beach.
Coors Light Bear, the world's most refreshing bear. Here you go, my man.
Visit CoorsLightBear.com and get a Coors Light Bear of your own. All proceeds go to 15 and the Mahomes Foundation.
Oh, I love that.
It's amazing.
Wonderful.
It is amazing. And best
It's like
part,
an SNL spot. That's quality
fantastic.
content.
And the Bears, of course, holding Coors Light the whole time. So, I mean, the official beer is Miller Lite. So he couldn't do one, but he found the loophole. It works fantastically well.
The official beer of the NFL is Bud Light.
Has it switched?
No, because
the Cowboys are Miller Lite, so
and
Bud
then-
Light. That makes sense. Either way, that prohibited him from doing Coors Light. He finds a way to do it. I think it's amazing. And proceeds of the special Coors Light Bear are going to his charity as well, the Mahomes Foundation. So you could buy actually a bear, and it was $15 for a golf club, and it's a head cover of the bear.
Yes, it sure is.
And those proceeds would go to his charity, and it's already sold out. So this is because they give you a website you can go to, and it's the CoorsLightBear.com. It's fantastic. It ended up being a great bid, and Mahomes is super thrilled with it. I thought it was fantastic.
Coors Light has always had the best gimmicks.
That's a great gimmick.
This might be the greatest.
I love it.
You know,
I absolutely love it.
I thought the mountains turning blue were the coolest thing I'd ever seen. I thought venting, you know, even though it was just like this little indentation on the top, they built a whole marketing campaign out of it for like 2 years.
I used to
it's time
love
to do some venting.
The train that would
Yes.
roll through, and it
The
would turn a
frozen
hot
train.
day
Yeah.
cold.
Oh, yeah, and everything's just frozen.
Yes.
Yeah.
People all over the world join hands.
Okay.
the world.
Maybe you guys
Join
are
hands.
too young, but did
Yeah, we
you guys ever have to open a beer? Like they used to have the push-in tops.
Never had to do one of
You
those.
never-
Push-in top.
I've seen them. I've seen them.
Instead of the pull, I think they went with push-in, and that was one of the worst ideas you can have. You talk about mutilation of thumb.
Ooh.
Of trying to push in. And they sold devices that you had to carry to be able
punch it like
to
an oil
punch it
can.
in.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
And then because you would take your thumb and you would just punch it, and then it would cut that edge.
And then they
around-
switched to the pull tabs, right?
Well, the pull tabs were first, and then they said, let's
do the punch in.
Let's
the
fix
punch
something
in
that's
was not broken.
The punch-in was a miserable failure then,
The
right?
punch-in was because everybody was taking the beer tabs and throwing them on the ground.
Gotcha.
And they were thinking, let's not litter around here.
Okay.
One of the worst inventions ever was the
concept's
push-in.
not bad, but clearly it failed.
Oh, you talk about the end of the night, like thumb, blood all over your
No,
hand.
for sure.
From
The execution was just horrible by them. But
Yeah,
the
especially
concept
drunk
makes
people.
sense.
That's how parents got their kids drinking. Just let me see your thumbs.
Yeah, let me see your thumb.
No, I'm not showing you that. Okay.
I learned it by watching you.
Yeah, TJ Edwards, who is formerly of the Eagles, now he's the new linebacker with the Chicago Bears. He was on Sirius XM radio last week, and he was talking about the comparison between Justin Fields and Jalen Hurts. Now, I do think Fields is about to have a breakout type of season. I'm going with the Bears to win that division, and I think it's because they finally got some weapons around Justin Fields. They added to the offensive line. I like Eberflus as a coach. Here is TJ Edwards, who's played with both. What does he think about the two in that comparison? Nope, no go. We're just paying attention there. That's okay.
What happened?
I wanted to go with the Sirius XM audio of TJ Edwards real quick. Thank you very much, sir.
You had great experience with Jalen Hurts. You understand what an athlete is, what a leader is. I mean, that guy, he has the whole package. I'd like to think of what you see with Justin, because I think Justin, he didn't get off to the fastest start, but I think that guy has an awful lot of potential. How do you see him as it relates to a guy like Jalen?
Yeah, I mean, I think, the one thing with Jalen was he was always just kind of calm and collected. And That's why we looked to him, so much, just because of, he's always that calming factor. And you do see similarities with Jay Fields. He doesn't seem to get rattled out there in terms of when we're mixing up looks on him and stuff like that. And, just from what I've seen with my, first year being him, him just throwing the ball, dude's got such a strong arm, and he's been very accurate just about this entire, OTA and minicamp. So it's exciting to see, especially since, he doesn't really add in, the leg factor when we're, just in helmets and things like that. So I'm really excited to play, with a guy like that, a guy who can make all the plays, who can also, lead this team. He's definitely the guy. So it's exciting to be around, no doubt.
I think it's been an underrated part of Fields' game is his arm. And last year he had to run around, but he had nobody to throw the football to. Now you add a bona fide number one receiver in DJ Moore, and they draft Darnell Wright. They're putting together a capable offensive line. I loved Fields and his arm talent when he was coming out of Georgia. I think that guy can sling it, man, and he hasn't been able to show that off yet.
I think he is such a talented runner that it's not going to take much to, as far as passing ability. And if he does indeed have phenomenal passing ability, he could go out and win an MVP. This could be like the second coming of RG3. I think he already holds the record for most runs by a quarterback of 80 yards or more for touchdowns. I think he had 3 of them last year.
He did.
Just an absolute nightmare. Not only is he fast, but he's powerful and he's got good moves. So if he can't put it together in the air, and this year will tell the truth on that, then
absolutely. Well, if it doesn't happen this year, then I'm with you. Then all right, I'll admit, hey, I'm wrong on Justin Fields, but I think he's about to have a big year, and I'm excited for that pairing with DJ Moore. That could be one of the best combos in the league.
Yeah, I saw some interesting things about Chase Claypool that were pretty damning. People are not very excited about what he's been bringing to the table, I guess, just from an offseason work ethic standpoint, like at the facility and whatnot. And then I saw some damning numbers on Chase Claypool and
post-trade.
He was horrible. Yeah. Their offense was actually worse with him, and the Steelers' offense got better when he left. But I don't think I'm being knee-jerk. You guys tell me. I think what we just witnessed from Justin Fields was the greatest rushing season from a quarterback ever.
I think so, yeah. I don't think that's – Lamar Jackson had the great year. How did the totals compare?
I'm pretty sure Justin Fields.
Trying to think of a Michael Vick or a Randall
Cunningham.
I know, or a Randall Cunningham.
Right. I would still go with Michael Vick as the best running quarterback of all time, but just individual season, yeah. Fields, when you talk about the 80-plus yard touchdowns, that's going to be a tough one to top.
And to do it with no talent.
Right.
They just sold off all their parts.
Absolutely.
And it was like, Justin Fields, you're
all we
got.
Doing that, yeah, they were not competing. They weren't competitive.
Yeah, the defense knows they can do nothing but have Justin Fields pretty much running the football, and he was able to do it at a very, very consistent rate. And every time you turned around, he was breaking off 50, 60-yard runs because he is so fast and he is big and strong. I felt like, dude, this might be the best rushing season. What do you have, over 1,000 yards?
1143. Mm-hmm. Yeah, the average 7.1.
He was a fantasy dream.
8 touchdowns. Just absolutely dominated.
Incredible. All right, let's wrap this up, Brian. They're bringing back the supplemental draft. It's the first time since 2019. It's going to happen on July 11th, according to Ian Rappaport. And there's one prospect, Purdue wide receiver Milton Wright, who's been confirmed to teams as eligible as of now. This started in 1977, and it was created to serve prospects who were not eligible for the annual spring draft for various reasons. Last player taken was Jalen Thompson in the 5th round by the Cardinals. Is this something that you think the NFL needs? Do you like the supplemental draft, and how often did that even become a thing?
Yeah, they do it to protect themselves. They don't want players suing them, for not having the right to work and stuff like that. So, yeah, they'll always do the supplemental draft. The particular player you're talking about from Purdue, the wide receiver, I don't think the Cowboys have any interest in it at all.
We had a great Milton Wright history lesson on Friday, as a matter of fact, didn't we?
We did.
Do you remember that?
What were we talking? What was it?
You brought up the supplemental draft.
I know, I did.
The one guy is Milton Wright, and he was, of course, the father of aviation pioneers, Wilbur and Orville Wright.
Oh, that's right.
He was a bishop of the Church of the United Brethren in Christ, and brought us through so many factoids about this guy. It's amazing he's still draft eligible.
Yeah.
He's a walking encyclopedia, this guy. Yeah. And if you spend, let's say a team spends a 4th on him, that means they forfeit their 4th for the upcoming NFL draft.
In this coming draft, yes,
Gotcha.
so they do. Yeah.
All righty. It is the G-Bag Nation here on 105. 105.3 The Fan. NBA draft is coming up on Thursday. It is time to get the latest with the association from Eric Chiafalo and Zach Wolchuk. Where are we heading, guys?
Yeah, we have so much NBA news. It's ridiculous. Stars on the move. Of course, it's Bradley Beal, but the relationships are everything in life, but nowhere more than in the NBA. That's next right here on The Fan.
But you know what is coming? It is already here. The heat, the humidity. You're going to be looking to escape this heat for the next couple of weeks. Record temps are possible. And along with The NBA is suddenly the center of the sports world with the draft coming up, and the Mavs are at the center of that center. Segment is brought to you by the Frankels. There's a reason you need a special license to drive a big truck, so companies that hire drivers, put them in a big truck, should be held accountable for what happens when one hurts you. Frankly, you need Franklin Frankel. Consultation's always free at truckbreak.com. Here's both Chiafalo and Wolchuk with a little bit of a look at the association. Gentlemen, let's open this thing up.
Yes, sir. We cut the lights out. We put the kids down for that afternoon snoozer. The G-Bag Nation's going all 56 inches around the rim.
Let it rain! Rain dance!
Rain dance!
I got a joint here, man. I've been saving for a special occasion.
It's always a special occasion when a superstar gets traded on Father's Day, and they keep it all in the family. Did you see the details on this?
Oh, my gosh. He had no idea, the poor guy.
So Bradley Beal. Bradley Beal's agent is Mark Bartelstein. You know, Wolchuk's Jewish brethren.
It's quite the assumption.
The Phoenix Suns CEO is Josh Bartelstein.
Ooh, you don't say.
Wolchuk's Jewish brethren. And the son of Mark. So Bradley Beal's agent just traded Bradley Beal to the Phoenix Suns, whose CEO is the son of Bradley Beal's agent. See how this all works? Mm-hmm. Guys getting the Jalen Brunson to the New York Knicks vibes going a little bit.
You kidding me?
It's pretty like, okay.
I think the league needs to look into
I think
this.
David Stern would have had no part of this.
I mean, there was a little tampering they decided last year with New York. But shoot, I just want the Mavs to start hiring everybody's family members of the top 10 players in the game.
I know, dude. That's
open this thing up.
That's the secret sauce. Figure out a way to get like Wembanyama's mom or dad on staff some way, somehow. So down the line, it can help you out. Yeah, both of them. Why not?
Shoot, what do we need? Foreign correspondents in France?
Get them all on
whatever
the
it
payroll.
takes. They'll scout for me over there. You don't even have to leave the house. Just watch games on TV.
Yeah.
Boom. There's your $1 a month.
100%, dude.
There's your $1 a month.
You know, a month will get it done.
Yeah, email me what I need to know about these players, man.
And Washington barely had to give up much. And I know Windhorse had set that up last week, but
geez, I mean,
not giving up much.
You don't have a single first-round pick in the deal. Yeah, to me, it just seemed like the return was so low for Bradley Beal, and maybe Wendy's right, and there just wasn't much of a market out there. I get it. He's aging. There's been some injury concerns there, but man, I think it's a steal for the Suns.
You take up 40% of the cap and you only play 60% of the games.
The contract was absolutely a huge aspect.
I think the
There's no
compensation
doubt.
is taking that contract off our hands so we can get our rebuild going.
For sure.
I
But
was
limits the
surprised.
player's worth.
I was surprised, but there's a massive shift right now because all the contenders have exhausted their resources. So there's plenty of demand, but there's no supply of the kind of assets that can acquire these guys. So teams that want to rebuild just got to take the best they can do or decide to stick it out. Portland's actually, I think, going to just keep Scoot. We're going to go with Scoot and Damian Lillard because nobody can make us a decent offer for either asset.
Yeah, and so it was Miami and Phoenix that seemed to be going for Bradley Beal. Miami wanted to give up even less for Beal than what it is that the Suns gave up for him. So apparently the Heat, according to Chris Haynes, who's very close with Damian Lillard, is like, hey, the Heat are really gearing up to go after Damian Lillard, but we don't know if Damian Lillard really wants out because every 5 seconds I see Lillard willing to leave Portland, and then I see Lillard wants to stick it out and win a championship in Portland. So I don't know what he wants to do.
Yeah, Portland either doesn't know or they're doing a great job of just keeping the media on their toes. Because 1 second they're trading the third pick, now they're not trading it. Lillard's available, now he's not available. But hey, Miami, they're going to have to up their offer if it's just Tyler Hero and a couple of ones. Because I don't think Portland's doing that.
Yeah. Portland, Miami's going to have to give up quite a bit to get Damian Lillard. But I wonder what happens now with DeAndre Ayton with the Suns.
I kind of think he stays. I think that Ishbia is just okay with paying the luxury tax. And they're just going to, I think the new coach and I think Chris Paul gone is going to help DeAndre Ayton want to stay there now.
I mean, it's 4 players that it puts you over the cap. So I think either thing could happen. But probably hanging on to those 4 and trying to make the most of it. And if it doesn't work, let's trade at the deadline is what I'm looking to do right now.
Yeah, because I think if you're the Suns and you're trading DeAndre Ayton, you're really just trying to send him to a team that's got enough cap space to where they can assume a lot of his money there, and then they get some draft picks and maybe cheap players in return. But it's going to be tough to fill out that roster with the way it's constructed right now. But would you be betting on the Suns? Like, do you think this is going to be the super team that works out?
It's a hell of a top 4, but no, I don't think I think I would still take Denver over them.
Do you have a situation where would you try and trade him to the team that signed him to an offer sheet?
Indiana?
Yeah. I mean, does that make sense that maybe that's somebody that might be more interested in him and maybe give you a little bit more?
Yeah, maybe you could get a 3-team trade going, and Miles Turner is also involved and go somewhere else.
Does that not the way it works in basketball?
Yeah.
You're not trying.
If the Pacers were actually, that interested in DeAndre Ayton,
Well,
I don't know if
they were interested enough to sign him
last year
to an offer sheet,
right?
And I wonder,
Yeah, a year later, do they still feel the same way? I don't know, but it's certainly a team that I would be picking up the phone if I'm the Suns and trying to move on from Ayton. Absolutely, that would be on the short list of teams. Hey, you still like this guy? What's the deal? But it's going to be very, very interesting to see how that roster comes together. How many guys are going to want to, on a veteran minimum, hey, I want to go try and ring chase with these dudes. But you got to think if you're Kevin Durant, you're sick of doing it this way, aren't you? Like your whole career is. I mean, it was organic in Oklahoma City. It was you and the young guys. It's you and Russ and James Harden, but that big three didn't work. It obviously worked when you went to Golden State, but then you got super frustrated. It didn't work at all in Brooklyn with Harden and Kyrie and himself. And now he's in Phoenix where it was super team-ish with him and Booker and Ayton and Chris Paul anyways. That didn't work out. And now you're
Bradley Beal.
Now you're recruiting Bradley Beal to see if you can super team it to a title again. Like, I would just think he's overdoing it this way, but apparently not.
Yes, I would be telling whoever's idea this is, like, guys, I don't think this is going to work out. We need 9 good players, not 3 great ones and 6 spare parts. The NBA is not built to exploit the competition this way anymore. But Phoenix has a new owner now, and he wants to come in and have the fun and acquire the superstars and sell the tickets.
And that's why I think he's going to be okay with just paying, and they're going to keep Ayton. But maybe you're right. Maybe Indiana or another team emerges, and they're like, hey, we'll give you something.
Well, I would just think that if you wanted to move on from him, you would try and trade him to a place where that team was interested in him.
Yeah, absolutely.
No, that's a good idea.
Even if you're doing it on a fire sale, just to move on from the contract.
Yeah, absolutely. So Good Morning America had Chris Paul on this morning, and they were asking him about how he found out about this trade. Here was the exchange with Chris Paul, Michael Strahan, and the rest of the Good Morning America crew.
I'm driving in this morning, and we have the ticker tape thing outside of our building.
What did it say?
And I see this potential blockbuster deal between you and Bradley Beal that may take you from Phoenix to Washington and vice versa. I was surprised. What are your first thoughts on that?
I was surprised too. I found out on the plane yesterday flying here for this. In this league, anything can happen, so you just figure out what's next.
You literally found out on the plane?
Absolutely.
Wow. What was your first reaction?
Don't push him any further. He's trying to be nice about it.
Yeah, he is, right?
Yeah. What's happening?
See, to me, it's not the where you found out is, you're going to find out somewhere. What does it matter? What do you expect them to do? Like, have you come into the facility and tell you there? I want to know how. Was it Shams' tweet, Woj's tweet, or did they actually call you and personally tell you, hey, this is getting ready to happen? The fact that you were on an airplane, to me, is irrelevant. Was it on Twitter? Did they tell you the news, or did you find the same way the rest of NBA fans found out? That's the funny part, But is that the first S word ever dropped on Good Morning America?
Ooh, I don't know.
Probably not.
And I don't think he even knew he said it.
Yeah.
I cleaned it up. I had to listen to it so many times. It was one of them, shh, and, you just go into saying what you got to say. Yeah. I don't think he even realized it.
I'm wondering how many cuss words. We're not getting a lot of these dude bros drunkenly on Good Morning America, just letting it fly.
They'll do the live hit on the street, though. They will.
Oh, okay. They will do that.
Yeah, they'll be down there,
now,
interviewing people that are lined up for something.
To answer your question, Chris Paul found out from his son. His son texted him on the plane.
Okay,
wow.
See, so that's
how he found out.
That's the detail that makes it, more interesting. Like, okay, so his son probably got the notification from Shams and then forwarded it over to Pops, who's on a bird going to promote a book or something.
Is this the son that
GMA.
dunks really well off the trampoline thing? Or wasn't he part of the commercial?
Yes.
The little kid? You think
he was in those commercials?
Probably. Yeah.
Are we still doing Cliff Paul? Or is Chris Paul played himself, out of
those
superstardom and Now Cliff doesn't get to get any love either. I don't know. I haven't seen those commercials in a while.
I was thinking today, man, Jake from State Farm, that guy's got to crush it.
Yeah. Other than Vanna White, I think he's got the best job in America.
I would say so. Yeah, I just do commercials a couple times a year.
Him and the Mayhem guy from Progressive.
Oh, yeah, Progressive. But the thing that's cool for Jake is Jake gets to be around superstars. Jake's hanging out and cutting it up with Chris or with like Aaron Rodgers and Mahomes. And
he All-State. He might be All-State, yeah.
Mayhem All-State.
But he's the star of his show, whereas Jake is like, he's second fiddle, but it's cool because he's like shooting commercials with all these stars. He could probably dial up Aaron Rodgers anytime he wants.
But he's wearing khakis.
He's probably tripping balls with him somewhere in the coast of whatever European country Aaron Rodgers is tripping balls in right now.
It's amazing.
Mayhem's dangerous, though. That's a good character. He's pulling tail off that.
Yes, it's true.
Now, don't get me wrong. The Mayhem commercials are better.
Yeah.
They are funny. Sometimes they catch me, and I'm like, gosh, these are just amazing.
I like the guy that got in a wreck because the kid was recording a TikTok video on the side of the street.
Exactly.
Doing those dances.
Yeah,
and
doing
stuff.
dances. Yeah, Mayhem is.
Okay. I like when he's driving through a parking lot after a sporting event with a foam finger on, and he's just crushing every parked car that's available.
Incredible. All right, let's wrap up Around the Rim. This is Dwayne Wade. He's with Club Shay Shay, talking with Shannon Sharp, and Sharp's asked him about the 2011 championship. Mavericks win it. Of course, we celebrated that last week. And he mentioned JJ Barea.
Yeah.
And he does give JJ Barea some love here. Here's Wade talking about that 11 finals.
What happened in the Mav series? Y'all better.
We got all coached by Rick Carlisle and his staff, and we got all played by Dirk and Jason Terry and
J
Kid, but that little JJ Barea. Nobody give him credit. JJ Barea was the one who changed the. We didn't have no answer for him. Okay, Dirk, you know what you're gonna do. Let's just make his shots tough, make it hard on him. He try to make him not shoot 50%, make him have an off night, but he's still gonna get 20. Jason Terry going right, you can't stop him. Right? We knew all these things, but no one planned for little JJ to come off the bench and do what he did.
Right.
And I look at it and I say not from an MVP as an award, but from an MVP as a player who really helped push that series over. I give it to JJ because we didn't have no answer for him.
Wow.
Yeah, I just feel like because of the history, I can't help but take offense and feel like there's some way that he's taking shots at Dirk, trying to give the credit to JJ Barea. That might be me. Might be me, but
I see that.
Barea was unbelievable, and he waited until his absolute biggest moment to play the 2 to 3 weeks of his absolute life, and that was amazing. I think there were a number of players throughout that run who, whether it was Peja and Corey Brewer and obviously JJ Barea, Deshaun Stevenson, like a handful of guys. Kind of reminds me of this Rangers team where a handful of guys are just playing the best seasons of their careers.
Bunch of veterans,
and what it all added up to was amazing.
Sure,
yes, sir. Thank you, Woolchuck and Chia Follow. A little rim session for you here on a Monday. Get you going for draft week. Of course, we got Rangers baseball coming up at 6:30 as well. And we're coming off a Father's Day weekend as well, Chief. Would you like to talk more about that?
Yes, Father's Day weekend, and everything's bigger in Texas, including comeback victories.
But Tolos, what's better than a great, cheap burger deal? An amazing burger while watching our baseball team later tonight. And you can
Join Jared Sandler, Mike Peasley, and me. Our coverage of tonight's game gets underway at 6:30 on 105.3 The Fan and the Odyssey app.
This segment of The Fan is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet.
Yes, sir. Welcome back, G-Bag Nation. Hope you're having a good day. Rangers baseball is coming up at 6:30. Draymond Green opted out officially. We'll have more NBA content a little bit later on. Here's Chief with your best of the weekend.
Yes, sir. Happy Monday. I think we all had a good weekend. Walchuk, I believe, is still hammered. Is he still hammered from the weekend?
I don't think so, but I don't know. Can't confirm or deny, my friend.
Walchuk had a road game wedding, and I believe it took a handful of years off his life.
Yeah, road team 7, me 3.
Yeah, Walchuk got dominated. Columbus kicked his ass. But that's what weddings
do. You take
do.
a +1 on this one?
I did. I brought Maya with me.
He plus that one.
Everybody good?
Yeah, things okay.
How'd you like your friends?
You guys are still together.
They got
after the
along
weekend?
well. Yeah, I mean there was some doubt there for a little bit. I think it was Friday night.
Well, you obviously embarrassed yourself.
Yeah, I did. I embarrassed her.
Fan.
But hey,
did she talk about any of them like in the car ride kind of a thing?
No, she got along with my friends very well. Everything went
Walchuk was the biggest problem of the
weekend.
It
was me. I was the problem. Yeah, I'm
was
always
she looking
my
at
own
other
family.
guys maybe?
No, I was looking
trying
at
to
other
do,
women.
Trying to do better than
And
you?
so she had to put me in my place.
Oh, did she?
Good for her, man. Good for her. Lucius, did you get to do the Black Mirror stuff this weekend?
I did. Black Mirror is fantastic. Matter of fact, on the fan text, tell me which of your episodes was your favorite. How about that?
How many deep are you?
I watched all of them.
Oh,
yeah, I seen every last one of them. Yeah.
Nice work. That's a Father's Day weekend right there.
Yeah, I had a good Saturday.
Did not know Selma Hayek was involved. I might have to circle back on the Black Mirror situation.
Really? Hello.
Did not know Selma Hayek was involved.
Yeah, that's what the future's going to look like. That episode right there. Wow.
Well, the Rangers gave us one heck of a weekend. They beat the Blue Jays in a 3-game series at home. It got a little bit scary there for a second, but my gosh, was yesterday electric after going down 6-0, and then it started just being bombskis. Leody Taveras. Well, welcome to the big leagues, bro. Yeah. My gosh, are you kidding me, Leody? What you're doing right now? Him and Duran at the back of that lineup is just ridiculous. It's borderline not fair. If David Stern was alive and he was the commissioner of Major League Baseball, I think he'd have a problem with how dominant the Rangers are at the back of that lineup.
Yeah, I got to trade some of these guys.
Yeah, it's bordering on not fair. Thank you, Chris Young, and we'll hang out with Chris Young at 4:20. Looking forward to that. But Dave Raymond, I think, made my Father's Day weekend. Supposed to be my kids, supposed to be my wife, supposed to be the love for my family and my role as a father, but no, not so fast. Dave Raymond won the weekend. I started getting texts and stuff and tweets from Tolos on Saturday afternoon because Josh Young went donkski, as he tends to do. Now, here is our interaction with Dave Raymond from a couple of weeks ago where we introduced to him a couple of ideas. They weren't all great, but that's not the point. One was respectable. Here he is. Dave, are you open to referencing Marcus Semien and referring to him as Marcus Hemian?
Why?
Just because he's him and it's kind of a cool nickname.
I think I'm probably out on that.
Okay, all right, very good. What about Welcome to the Youngle after a Josh Young home run?
Yeah, Jared won't do that one, Dave.
Yeah, he said I think it's
Welcome
cool.
to the Youngle. That actually really works. That does work.
There we go.
I could roll with that one.
1 for 2. I'll take it, Dave.
I might steal that.
You're hitting $500 over there, Chief.
That's right, boys.
Was the Marcus Hemian question maybe the worst question you've ever been asked?
That was not strong.
Now, that response was strong, Dave Raymond. You're the man. Now, here he is after a Josh Young home run at Globe Life Field versus the Blue Jays on a Saturday. Grade the performance, grade the execution, boys. Here it is.
It's this ball hard. Deep out to right. Springer is back. It is gone! A 2-run shot for Josh Young. And he has the Rangers in front, 2-1. How about this one? How about welcome to the Youngle, the Jungle Cat, as he is known. That's his nickname in the clubhouse. Strike one to Jonah Heim. They choose to work the hard J in there. They go the soft J. This is welcome to the Youngle. 1-1.
What do you think?
Let's go, Dave.
He needs some help with what's CJ doing?
Well,
like,
CJ
don't
was
you
probably
got to
taking
kind of
it
like
in.
encourage him and like, yeah, I like what you're doing here. I like this.
I had it. He went to the part where he kind of explains it a little bit, so
Right.
I kind of had to do some editing there. CJ did give him a nice little fake half laugh, but he didn't show him enough love. I
So
think
CJ might be a little
so
bit.
then, so then Dave started to have to feel like he had to explain himself.
that's
he
why-
started explaining the silent J, the hard J, the jungle cat, and it's like I think it's because he didn't get the crowd pleasing response from his guy CJ.
So initially, I was thinking as soon as the Bombski happens, you go, welcome to the Jungle.
That's what I
But
thought. That's what I
Dave's
thought.
got his signature gone call as well. So he kept that in and then followed up and still fit in welcome to the Jungle. So I liked it. Overall, I'd give him a solid A- here.
I would say I would score him lower than the grade he gave to Chief for the question. I appreciate Dave Raymond doing this.
Yeah.
But you got to go, gone! Welcome to the Jungle!
I agree.
Follow it up immediately
I
after.
agree.
Not,
I agree.
how about this, guys? I'm not too sure about this, but some idiot on the radio put me up to this. So how about welcome to the Jungle?
There was a little
workshopping
apprehension
it.
there. There was
he sort of limped in.
Yeah, he kind of
threw you under the bus, I felt like.
Yeah.
I felt like he could have you come out a little bit stronger. Maybe CJ's more receptive to the idea, like, oh, wow, it pops. As
John
soon as you hear the
Sterling
ball.
was more excited by getting hit by a
barrel.
foul ball than that one.
I don't know what's going on with CJ, though. Maybe.
Ow! Ow!
I got hit in the face.
Maybe I think CJ's around 40. He should know the "Welcome to the Jungle" reference.
I would think.
I mean, you guys do,
right?
Oh hell yeah!
But maybe his musical tastes just don't go there.
Yeah, but we're seeing
You
hits.
look at me like me. What's up with you, Brian, over there?
I'm just.
What are you doing? Quit projecting on me.
The way you were just kind of like, oh yeah.
Well, I'm a big classic rock guy.
Oh, okay.
My favorite genre.
Welcome to the jungle. Genre. I think that to me the delivery of it was too
Was a little apprehensive.
too meek.
Yeah, a
Little
little
bit like,
apprehensive.
let me
Yeah,
throw it out there
I
to
think
see if it
Gavin's right.
lands.
Yell it.
He dipped his
Go
toes
for it.
in the Jungle waters, and I think he should have just jumped in head first.
Yeah.
Next
Overall,
time.
he did it, and that's something
he
that
did
Jared,
do it,
Jared
yes,
didn't have
yeah.
the balls to.
Yeah, that's why I gave him a 4.
Yeah. And Dave Raymond obviously still better than Jared Sandler, and he just proved it once
100%.
again.
Oh, every day of the week, twice on Sunday.
Okay, Jack Jones. Are you guys familiar? He became trending Jackass Jones over the weekend. He's a corner for the Patriots.
Yeah.
That's because
He's a gun runner.
That's because he decided to tweet when John Morant was getting into his firearm troubles a couple of weeks back. You had Jackass Jones tweeting at John Morant, dumb ... You letting social media and your pride ruin your real money. Put them guns down and run that money up. Make one of your homies sign up for security or concealed carry if you feel like you need it that bad. But you're the breadwinner. You got to start acting like it. Well, Jack Ass Jones had himself
As
a
long as
weekend.
Dave Raymond like there.
He had himself a weekend that involved numerous firearms and airports and luggage, and now he's getting popped for some pretty major felonies here.
Oh no!
So after
He did not have a friend with the concealed weapons permit?
No. Jackass Jones, corner of the Patriots, was arrested at Logan Airport for carrying a loaded firearm. He had 2 firearms in his carry-on luggage. In total, he was charged with 2 counts of 5 different charges. This was not his first arrest, and now I'm finding out that the 2 counts of possession of a concealed weapon in a secure airport area, possession of ammunition without a firearm ID, unlawful possession of a firearm carrying a loaded firearm, and possession of a large capacity feeding device is going to bring him, I would imagine, down, facing up to 30 years.
Oh my goodness.
Behind bars.
So he did not do this in Texas. He did this in a state that does not play with high capacity magazines. Wait, he had okay, so a pistol with like an extended magazine.
That's what I believe.
It's not approved in that state.
Correct.
Whew.
Going through
That
the
is
airport
tough.
with the carry-on luggage.
He pulled the
there.
Barry
What the
Switzer.
hell?
That's some oversight.
Pulled the Barry Switzer in the wrong state.
You know, for the first time I went through with the carry-on, I was TSA pre. A bag got pulled to get checked. You know what it was?
It was a water bottle.
It's my big old thing of baby powder.
Oh, yeah.
They thought I had cocaine in there.
Thought you brought some blow.
They're like, okay, we need to just check this real quick. They're like, all right, sir.
That's going to lower your pants.
Next time, just bring the travel size. I was like, I was too lazy to go buy one. I had this. I just slipped it in there. I went about my way.
They've done that with barbecue rubs to me, too.
Man.
They'll open it up. and
They
be like,
ask you to put it on?
I already had it on. They could tell.
Oh, could they?
They looked him up and down and said, yeah, no, I get it.
This guy's higher than hell right now.
Yeah.
It's
I don't
clearly
want
cocaine.
Poor guy's chafing.
Like-
right, let him through.
Just a chafing situation. We got some more, but we'll save it for later, boys. There's your weekend.
All right, that's fantastic stuff, Chief. Thank you. Appreciate that segment. Every Monday at 3:40, Best O of the Weekend. Now, like I said, Cy Young show's coming up at 4:20. Chris is going to be on with us, the Rangers GM. A good buddy of ours and one of the tallest people in baseball history is what we found out a couple of weeks ago when we interviewed him in person at the Globe. Just massive. I mean, Brian's like damn 6'4".
Yeah.
He made you look 5'4". Made you look like Sands.
He was backing me down in the paint. I had no chance.
You had no
at
chance.
all.
So Wooly Bully's top 10's coming up next. Where are we going with that, sir?
What are the worst things you could ever do at someone's wedding? I got a top 10 for you next.
Okay, I can tell you one of the best things you could do right now, and that is to head to Twin Peaks, your ultimate sports lodge. They have a menu to match, and it's
in studio, secured by DFWsecurity.com. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
It's hour 3 of the nation. Pretty sure a showdown with alien life is fast approaching here, G-Bag Nation. The very latest story is a submarine went missing. Now we have a search and rescue operation. This is a submarine that went to explore the Titanic wreckage. It's gone missing yesterday. They got about 96 hours of air on board, a 5-person crew submerged Sunday morning, and it is now missing. So that's the unfortunate part. I did see over the weekend a crypto billionaire launched a vessel to explore the ocean's bottoms for more evidence of UFO craft. My theory is that they're flying deep down to that ocean where we can't get to. Okay, they're using that as the pressure. We can't get down to the bottom of the ocean. That's clearly where the UFOs are going.
Yeah.
Yes.
And I think
Pacific Rim like.
I think they're taking our submarine traffic as a threat. They don't know how far we can or can't get down there, but they know they need to increase their aggression because our awareness is up. We're on the hunt for them now.
Right.
So they're like, we can't have any more of these submarines. Let's start with the easy ones without nukes.
I thought this was Terrence Crawford and his guys trying to go get the big whale, Errol Spence, and
because they love good fish fry.
Bad things happen.
True.
I love it. It's time now for Woolchuck's Top 10 at 420. Here he is, Zach with an H.
So just went to that wedding over the weekend. Shout out to Matt Estrada and his new wife, Katie.
Did he have a donut maker?
Eric Estrada?
They had
Did they have a
cookies.
donut maker?
There was no donut makers, no. But they did have fresh baked cookies, and they had like 6 different varieties of cookies plus 2 different types of cakes. Which Jared told me the cookies were outstanding.
I think the groomsman cake is the most wasted amount of money you could spend.
I kind of agree with you, but I think that there's a lot of that when it comes to weddings.
Yeah.
You know, it's just
Do we have the
things.
cake get shoved in the other one's face? Kind of
No,
thing?
they were very clean with it, and that's a disappointment for me. I kind of root for that. I think it's fun and playful, but they didn't do that.
You want somebody to shove cake in your face?
I wouldn't mind it. That'd be fun.
Little cakes in the face.
I might do it my own when you get married. I'm going to walk up and just slam some
And now
cake
remember this moment.
Yeah.
Gosh dang it. Why did I tell Brian I wanted cake in my face?
Yeah. Slam some cake in
His
face.
cakes.
Golly. So I got the top 10 worst things you could do at a wedding. Before we get to that, though, there's some things that are now being sold on eBay and other auctions. Would you guys have any interest in buying a used bidet? And this was used by Beyonce and Jay-Z.
I just looked at Lucius. His head turned like, what?
Yeah, and Lucius, you are our resident expert when it comes to the bidets.
Yeah.
So they're selling this on eBay.
That's like my second mate right there.
Right.
Yeah.
Used bidet.
Right behind wifey is the bidet.
It's the bidet. But is there anything that makes you want it more if it's used by both Beyonce and Jay-Z? They're trying to sell this right now for $2,400.
Are they really trying to sell their bidet? Like, for what?
I don't know.
They are trying to sell their bidet?
No,
like
it's not them. It's
garage
somebody,
sale?
They sold a house. I guess somebody that has purchased the house has now given this to an eBay salesman that's done this before. Like he sold a jug of McDonald's Szechuan sauce that was offloaded for $14,000 in 2017.
They gave the wrong people money.
Right. And then another McNugget that was shaped like some character from Among Us. You know, he does this. So they reached out to him, and according to TMZ, this guy is now auctioning the bidet that was used by Beyonce and Jay-Z.
Would they confirm that they used it? Or could this
How about
just
some
be in a guest bedroom?
You got to think this came out of the
You're
master
right.
toilet. If this didn't come out of the master toilet, I want nothing to do with it.
There's no confirmation. It says was presumably used by Jay-Z and Beyonce during their time in the home.
I don't even necessarily need to know if Jay-Z used it.
Yeah.
You just want to know if Beyonce did.
Now, this does feel like it would be some impressive restroom revelations content. Good thing we're not doing this at 4:45 later.
Okay.
Are we?
That's a good thing.
Are we doing that later?
No, dude. If you look at the run sheet, you'll clearly see.
I know we're doing
not
restroom revelations, but I didn't know it was about a bidet story.
It's okay, dude. I got so many restroom revelations stories that you could just knock off 10 of them right now, and we'll still be prepared at 4:45. That's how we do it in the G-Bag Nation.
We also have a Michael Jordan flu game sneaker that was auctioned off for $1.38 million.
Wow. Impressive.
Which is pretty badass. And it's the 25th anniversary of the Michael Jordan iconic game-winning shot in Game 6 of the 98 NBA Finals that happened earlier this month. And
that wasn't flu game, though.
It was the flu game.
Flu game was his shot against
the Jazz.
I thought it was the Jazz over Craig Elo, right?
Wasn't it the Jazz?
Was the Jazz shot also the flu game?
I don't think so.
Was that the same game?
Which was the flu game? No, I think
Game 5 of the 97 finals was the food poisoning game.
Wow.
So that's where this shoe is from. And it just auctioned off. And it was Golden Collectibles, the same one that do that show on Netflix right now. And they're the ones that auctioned it for $1.38 million.
Dang, what a
I would
beast.
never, I mean, look, these shoes are sick. Don't get me wrong. And they're signed. And they, of course, they were game worn. But I don't know. I couldn't do this.
That feels like money well spent. Unlike these people who spent $250,000 a pop to go down and into the ocean and get lost while trying to look at the Titanic stuff.
That's terrifying.
We've already seen the movie, dude.
I thought Jordan was the GOAT before, but to know that he had the strength and the competitive fortitude to push off on Brian Russell to get that game-winning shot up while having the flu. It's next level stuff right there.
And then what game was I thinking of with Craig Elo? What was that? Another game?
Oh, that was regular season, way back in the 80s.
Not even a finals game, right?
It wasn't even okay, yeah.
I mean, what the hell, dude? What are you
I
trying
don't know.
to
I was
do?
just thinking about Craig Elo.
But I'm sure if there's a game worn shoe of that, it can sell for $1 million too.
Broadus been daydreaming about Craig Elo since we kicked off the show today.
Yeah.
He couldn't wait to get
His
some
favorite
Craig
player.
Elo
He's one of my
conversation
favorite
going.
players of all time. Yeah.
Anyway, forget the bidet story. We're going to relive that.
No, we're
coming up a
not.
little bit later.
Don't worry.
No,
we're not going to recycle that.
I'm bringing it back. It's fine. Just dump that, Lucius. All right, let's get into the top 10. This is the 10 worst things you can do at a wedding, and I wonder if I accomplished all 10 of these. Now, we got a text that said, I got a lot of tweets, by the way, as well, that were like sleeping with the bride or groom. I wasn't even thinking that, but you're right.
That's the one seed.
That's probably the worst thing you can do.
Could
This is
she
a
have got
kosher
it?
list to
Actually,
where we didn't put that on there.
The worst thing you can do is not stand up when they ask, does anybody see why they
Oh yeah, you
should
can't
do it?
object.
Yeah.
You can't be, you can't do it.
Okay,
Let me
here's
tell
a
you what.
Even if you know something, you got to tap somebody on the shoulder later.
don't know if they're
I'm
still even
saying,
doing
man,
it.
if
They've
you're
moved off
if
that.
you don't
Yeah.
step up, they've got away from that.
I think
now?
you have an option if you want that even to be in there or not. They didn't do it at this wedding. They didn't do it at Kyle Yeoman's wedding because I think they were worried maybe somebody would say
Sign of the times.
I'm just telling you, man.
It's that internet.
If you don't step up and say something, if you know something, man, that's bad.
I might have.
Well, the thing I'm seeing now, are you guys seeing the trendy stuff where somebody, one of the groom or the bride knows that the other person has committed some level of infidelity, and they wait till they're basically at the pulpit to unveil that they know, and now embarrass, and just like they're going through, they know weeks or whatever, months maybe in advance that the person
And they're holding it?
They're holding it,
Waiting
and
for
then
the big moment?
They're waiting, I guess, to get the
That's just cool, man. Don't play like that.
Goes back to the social media
Yeah,
stuff.
don't play like that,
They're trying
bro.
to get the likes off.
Is this more female driven or male driven?
I've seen it go both ways. I don't know if it's more or less on one side. I've seen dudes setting up their lady to get popped at the pulpit and vice versa.
My favorite one is on TikTok is the girl who's like their Christmas time and she's opening the gifts and it's all her stuff. And like the final thing is like her bag. And he's like, hey, you pack that and get on out of here.
Yeah,
and she's like, baby, no, go.
No,
get out
don't
of
listen to him, dog. Don't listen to her.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Don't
man.
listen to
Don't
her.
listen. Don't listen.
Unreal.
Yeah, that's where you wish you actually had like a listening switch that you could just turn
it off. But she's going to try to convince you, and you're going to believe it.
Yeah.
You're going to believe it because they're really good at convincing.
Number 10 is wearing white. Don't wear white to a wedding, especially if you're wearing a white dress, ladies.
I saw a friendship. I actually saw a halfway friendship get completely ruined by this.
Really? She wore the white dress to the wedding?
Mm-hmm.
Like trying to show up the bride a little bit?
See,
or was it unintentional?
I mean, listen, I don't know. I think this is common knowledge amongst women. You know what I mean? Like, the women know this. I don't know how many guys are walking around really thinking about this.
It's only for the women in the dress. Like if I were to wear a white suit,
I think it would still.
I wore a white,
or also
I
still
wore
be
a
frowned
white
upon.
tie the other day to a wedding. Both,
Yeah, but-
it was like we were wearing tuxes. I wore a white tie.
So I think the shirt and the tie would be okay. It's
Were
all
you
about
part of the
jacket.
wedding?
No, it's bow tie. It was encouraged that you wear a tux.
Oh, okay. See, that thing right there, that's what I was going to say. You can't wear a tux to a wedding unless you've been told or asked to.
I was asked in this wedding if the tuxes were optional. I wore my tux.
Is that like a showing up the groom thing?
Yeah, like you're part of the wedding now. What are you doing here?
Yeah, you were not part of the groomsmen.
I
Get
had
out
better
of here.
tux than what was going on there, I think.
Oh, I bet you did.
I had Hugo Boss, man. I got Hugo Boss tux.
Oh, big spender
I am
over
a big
here.
spender.
Hugo
Don't
Broadus.
you forget that.
He's a big baller Broadus.
Yeah.
How much does a Hugo Boss tie cost?
Tux.
Oh, tux. The
Yeah.
full deal.
Yeah. Tux. It was like a playoff check.
Our guy wasn't messing around.
Dang.
Yeah.
It's nice, dude.
Yeah, I try.
Number 9, in the last couple of weddings that I've gone to, there were no children involved, but it's leaving children inadequately supervised. And they're just running amok.
Yeah, I would say unless it's a
That's
family
always happens.
situation, I think it's the error was made when you decided to bring the kids.
And a lot of them
Bringing
are
the
now
kids.
saying like, hey, no, I'm sorry, but it's no kids at the wedding. And
Yeah, I
just
guess
let
it
them
just
know.
depends on what age and what stage you are in life. You know, a lot of if a lot of your family already has kids, you're like the baby of the family, and you have 8 brothers and sisters that all have kids. That ain't gonna work.
Yeah.
Do you
No.
feel obligated though to get the kids involved? I mean, if
Like
you're
having
if,
be like
if-
the flower girl. or
yeah,
whatever.
like the ring boy and all that stuff
Probably.
like that.
Yeah, that's a good touch.
That'd be a good job for you, Woolchuck, and like little shorts and long socks. Ring boy.
Me wear that?
Yeah,
Yeah.
little-
I'm
little
surprised
bow
nobody's
tie.
asked me to be their ring boy before.
That would
in
be
little
I-
shorts and little
Dressed up like the AC/DC
I think if I ever get married again, I'm gonna make you the ring boy.
I'm Angus
I'm
out
gonna-
here.
Hey, Woolchuck, you be at my
Skipping my
wedding.
way
I want you to be
down
the
the
ring
aisle.
boy. You can wear those like Oxford shoes and long white socks.
Oh, yeah.
Shorts.
You're not
Maybe I'll
getting
start-
married again, Krusty.
Start up a side company. Hey, anybody needs me to be their ring boy?
Yeah,
I'm
with
in-
a
I'm
little
in.
pillow with the ring on it, like
be fun.
Woolchuck walking down the middle.
What is the percentage chance Broadus runs this back for the 3rd time?
Oh, please.
We just got to find the one.
Are you going full on 0%?
God,
Are you willing to
zero.
even give us some
Zero.
level of like 5, 10%?
I've proven you can't marry me. I'm terrible.
Yeah.
Shouldn't marry me.
No, that's
Don't
well
marry
said.
me. I'm terrible.
You're 100% right.
Number 8 is fighting. Don't fight at the
I'm a
wedding.
statistic.
I failed on that this weekend with
Don't-
the
You
Aaron
fought?
Rodgers Packers guy.
It
Yeah,
was
I
just a
did.
verbal spat.
It was
a verbal
verbal.
spat.
It was
Oh,
verbal.
if you get into a debate with the boys, that's
Were you
nothing.
drunk?
You can't argue with your significant other.
Yeah.
That's the kind of
Were you-
romantic
were you
arguing they don't
embarrassing?
want.
Were you really
I might have been a little
Did
embarrassing.
people have to separate you?
There was one guy that came over and separated us. There was.
Hey,
Another
guys,
one
keep it
was-
down. Keep it down,
Yeah,
guys.
God, Woolchuck,
It's just
what
the
are you doing?
Cowboys.
Everything okay over here?
Like in the back of the church, you were arguing?
No, it was at the bar.
Oh, okay.
Well, that must have been some level of volume and intensity,
Yeah.
but we know Woolchuck's capable of that.
Oh, absolutely.
You see the fit he threw at LAX when the rumor came out that the Cowboys were going to keep Zeke.
Yeah.
That's right.
He couldn't believe it.
He couldn't believe it.
He was throwing a little temper
He
tantrum.
was. Ring
I mean,
boy.
cussing,
Ring boy was
cussing in
upset.
front of grandmas. It's like,
Yeah.
bro, slow down.
I
They're not
should-
going to keep Zeke.
I should have looked
You've
around.
flown off the handle here. Woolchuck.
Yes,
Did you start
He
yelling at the
embarrassed
guy?
all of us that
No,
day.
it was a buildup. It was a buildup. We were having a fun back and forth, and then
Kind of like me and Mickey?
he started starting to take some shots, and I
Okay.
was like, "Look, I'm drawing the line here, dude. You're not. I can talk bleep about the Cowboys. You shut your damn mouth, especially if you're bringing up Aaron Rodgers. I hate that guy.
All right.
It's a nightmare." Number 7, making yourself the center of attention. You don't want to do that. You want to be the attention holder, but you don't want to be the one that starts the attention. You want others to notice this guy's fun.
Keep the boobs somewhat contained, ladies.
Oh, no, please don't do that. If I get invited to a damn wedding, please.
You want them all out?
Please. Please, bro. What?
I was just thinking if you're the wife, you're about to be the wife,
Yeah.
and some gal with great knockers walks in.
Yeah.
You're like,
My
man.
girlfriend. I'm going to propose to my girlfriend during your wedding.
Thanks for showing me up.
Yeah, now that's a no-no
Yeah.
for me. I mean, I guess I get it if you've talked it through and the bride and groom are cool, but I've seen people propose and make it a whole thing
Oh no.
at somebody else's wedding reception. That just seems
Oh, we'll
Yeah,
get
you
to
can't
that.
do that.
cross streams.
That's
that
on the
way.
list.
Can't do that.
Dancer people? Like people dance better?
What do
Is
you
that-
mean by that?
Well, no, like they dance better than everybody in the. Is that showing people up?
No, listen. If you're
No,
if
that's
you're a
getting
good
people onto
dancer,
the dance floor.
if you're a booze dancer, yeah, and sometimes you need that guy to get the people going.
Yeah.
If you feel
Yeah.
the party's starting to dial,
Yeah.
you know, you need somebody to step up and be willing to do that.
Yeah.
But don't be heavy-handed about it,
Sure.
you know, and stealing attention from the lady.
Number 6 is injecting yourself into wedding pictures. They're taking the pictures, and here you are in the back. Just, ooh, I'm part of the fam
Putting
now.
bunny ears on folks and whatnot.
That's not good.
$3,000 for these photos.
Number 5 is making any kind of announcement.
There's Wolchuk with his tie wrapped around his forehead, and he's doing some level of air squats, and he's calling it dancing. We don't know what's going on in this
I'm
video.
just flipping everyone the bird. Yeah, don't be making announcements unless you're somebody that has to speak. By the way, that was probably the worst part about the wedding.
Oh, bad speeches, huh?
Just in general, I think the speeches are very rarely good. We need
They're tough to pull off.
We need to cut them out.
Cut to the chase and don't read off your phone.
4 is saying the wrong name. Like, let's say you don't really know the person that well. Like, maybe you're a +1 and it's Emily, but, their real name is Rachel. Something along those lines. That's embarrassing.
I did that with Amber Garcia's husband. I
Oh,
kept
really?
calling him the wrong name.
Oh, you told us that story.
Yeah.
3 is playing the wrong song. You request a song, it ends up being very inappropriate. That can be awkward.
Which one?
We love you long time.
Hey,
Can you give me
So
one?
horny.
my neck.
Speaking of Miami,
Pop that. Pop that.
Yeah, number 2 is
Live
placing bets on how long it's going to last, which is also from Succession.
Oh, that's a staple at
How
every
long do you think this
wedding.
one's going to last? Number 1, though, is to propose. Don't be that.
Don't
person
propose.
That proposes at another person's wedding.
And don't put them in a situation where the bride and groom have to be forced to make a decision on that, where you're asking them uncomfortably, like, "Hey, do you mind if I do this?"
I don't know how people even think that that's okay.
I can't. Yeah, I can't.
That's
I don't.
unreal.
Why would you ask?
You shouldn't.
Yeah, you shouldn't.
Well,
should
you're
avoid it.
clueless.
Yeah.
You know, that's why the thought process is rolling along like that. Hopefully, somebody jumps in there and shuts you down.
How about inviting the ex?
Ooh, that's a no-no too.
Look, man, hey, look, you're getting married, man. You moved on. How about the ex coming here just giving you some congratulations?
And the ex is your date.
We got to run. Chris Young, the Cy Young Show. Rangers GM is next here on 105.3 The Fan. I want to chat D&M Leasing with you, though, because they've done it again. D&M Leasing won big awards. set to join you. Segment's brought to you by the Frankels. There's a reason you need a special license to drive a big truck, so companies that hire drivers, put them in a big truck, should be held accountable for what happens when one hurts you. Frankly, you need Franklin Frankel. Consultation's always free, truckwreck.com. And the Chris Young Show is brought to you by Anheuser-Busch and Cars for Kids. And Chris joins you now here on 105.3 The Fan. And a good afternoon, sir. How are you?
Hey, guys. I'm well. How are you all?
Well, we're doing great. Boach said yesterday that was a win of the year since opening day. Would you agree with that?
Yeah, I think it was one of our better ones. Certainly the guys showed really the character traits that they've exhibited throughout the season in terms of resilience, perseverance, and a fight. And they didn't give up down early yesterday and found a way to win the game. It was a really exciting win and a good way to end the homestand and hopefully create some momentum for the road trip here.
I mean, Seager's just playing unbelievable, and we've talked about Durant, I think, with you last week, but Tavares just continues to be a story. You know, how could you quantify? Have you ever seen a 9-hole hitter who is this productive in the lineup and is playing this well?
No, Boats and I actually talked about this over the weekend. Just both of us so impressed with how well he's played. Just really how good his defense has been offensively, the contributions he's made, and really we talked about where he is in the lineup in terms of some of the success he's having. And it's hard to say whether it's because he's in the 9-hole or if we moved him up in the order, whether he'd be having the exact same amount of success. But what we both like is the way he complements the lineup. And in some ways, you hit kind of 1 through 8, and then you have a leadoff hitter hitting in the 9 spot that turns the order over, and sets the table for the guys behind him. So there's no doubt that Marcus Simeon's RBIs and run production and Corey Seager's has been in part because of Leo's production in the 9 spot, and it's been a lot of fun to watch. And I probably can't articulate well enough how impressive he's been and how much he's meant to our team.
It's good to see Mitch Garver is in the lineup tonight. He's DHing and batting 8th. I know we had a couple of listeners that were texting us at the beginning of the show. Hey, could you maybe get an update on Mitch Garver's health? Is there nothing to be worried about with him long term, I'm assuming, since he's in the lineup today?
Yeah, nothing too concerning. Yesterday he felt just a little bit of an impingement in the back of the elbow on his throws, and we just felt the prudent thing to do was to get him out, get him checked out. And everything checked out well, and Mitch is feeling fine and available.
Hey, CY, I'm watching the College World Series here. My LSU Tigers are in the thick of this, playing Wake Forest tonight. As you've gone through some of your meetings and stuff, have your scouts talked about this is as deep as pitching in college baseball? Is this an unusual year for that, or is it just kind of a normal year for what all we've seen? It looks like that Wake Forest has got a lot of arms. LSU, of course, with Skeens. You know, how do your scouts talked about this college pitching for this upcoming draft?
Yeah, I think just specific to the draft in general, it's a very deep draft. There's a lot of talent in the draft, and it's one of the things that I saw a few weeks ago when I was at the SEC tournament. Just every team has multiple players who, specific to pitching, multiple pitchers who are going to be drafted. The way they've developed arms has been super impressive, and you see schools like LSU and Wake Forest and several others that have just done a tremendous job of being able to get the best out of these players, and it's been fun to watch. But the talent out there is immense. It's a great draft class, and we're very excited about getting into that over the next few weeks.
When you look at the players that are available, the last couple of years you guys have drafted high, you've taken a college prospect. There's always going to be those high school level prospects, and I'm not sure if we've asked you this before, but the challenge for maybe scouting and projecting the high school players versus the college prospects.
Well, I think the biggest comparison is that the college players they may not project out to be have higher ceilings than the high school ones. But they're more of a known commodity in terms of they've competed against a higher level of competition and succeeded against that competition, whereas the high school players, there's a little more projectability in terms of that. They're slightly younger. They haven't physically matured as much as the college players. You know more or less what you're getting at a college player, whereas the high school players still have room to grow and make big jumps. So, but in terms of the overall ceiling of these players, certainly can project to as high as the college players when you compare the two. but ultimately you're dealing with just slightly less information.
You rooting for anybody in the College World Series? Any of these teams stick out to you that you like, or old buddies that are maybe coaching?
No, I mean, certainly I want TCU to succeed. My dad went to TCU, played football at TCU, so I've always rooted for the Horned Frogs. But I, to be honest, haven't kept a close eye on the College World Series. I've watched some highlights of the players that we're considering, but haven't really gotten too deep into it. I was at the ballpark all weekend with our big league team, and that's been the focus. So I haven't really had a chance to tune in too much.
If you were coming out of high school right now, would you go to TCU, all things considered, or were you heading for the Ivy League over there?
Well, should I be asking what the NIL money looks like?
There you go. There we go.
Relevant to today's college athlete. So it's a different game now. So I can't say for certain, but I think that's the challenge of each player coming out of high school is, determining what school is the right fit for them specifically. And there's so many unique things that go into those decisions. And ultimately, you hope that these athletes find the right spot for them, and then it works out.
See, why I promise this is my last college question for you. I'm always fascinated by this because of the drafting and the scouts and stuff like that. But Paul Skeens was pitching the other day, and his velocity was well over 100. And the commentators during the game were talking about, could he potentially go straight from College World Series to being drafted and then being a guy that wouldn't have to go into minor league baseball? That you would use him as potentially a late inning guy with his velocity the way he is. Is that unrealistic a thought, or is that something that would even be thought of?
Well, I think it's very rare that that's been done. I mean, most players go through the minor leagues. Most spend an extended period in the minor leagues. The best ones go quickly through the minor leagues. But I think, for the most part, every player touches the minor leagues to some degree. Specific to Skeens, it's really hard to say. There's so many variables that go into a decision like that. And I would say from a talent perspective, he's as talented as anybody, really in baseball. I think that the way he can maintain his velocity and the breaking ball he has and the competitiveness but there are other things that factor into that, and one of those being just his workload and how much he's been in how much he's pitched in the college season, how he's feeling physically, how much time he has off between the College World Series and the draft and when he officially signs. There are a number of factors that go into that, and so I think that any organization that drafts him will have to consider those things before making a decision as to what's best for him, what's best for the organization, and how those two align moving forward.
We love Josh Young at the plate, but how impressive have you been with him at third base?
Yeah, I think that's something that really doesn't get talked about enough. Is Josh really has been spectacular over there. I know a couple games ago he played just a tremendous third base and made a lot of plays behind Martin Perez, and he's done that all season, and he just continues to get better. He continues to improve. If there's something that he's not excelling at, he works at it. He wants to get better. He's got a hunger to be the very best he can be, and the work he puts in defensively is showing up. And he's exceeded my expectations in terms of the defender. I mean, and one of the things I noticed is his internal clock is really impressive. There's a ground ball hit to his left, maybe a fast runner. He knows I got to get rid of it. I got to get the ball. And sometimes the game speeds up on players like that, where you kind of lose track of things like that, who's running or how fast you need to move. And to the contrary, there are times where he knows, okay, I've got a slower runner. I can take my time. I can set my feet. I can throw, and I don't have to rush it. And it's just a maturity level that maybe you don't see in a lot of young players. And it's been really, really fun to watch him. And I keep saying, the sky's the limit for him, and he can get better. But every time I say that, he seems to meet that expectation or exceed it. So I'm curious to see what's next from Josh. But I tell you this, I won't be surprised given the way he works, the way his mind works, and the hunger he has to be great.
You know the ebbs and flows of a season better than anybody, and we've talked to you about the bullpen a lot. But the job that the pen did yesterday when John Gray was struggling, John King, Anderson, Leclerc, Joe Barlow, how do you feel about the bullpen right now? And has Boch maybe finally gotten his pulse on this thing a little bit?
Yeah, a little bit. And, we hit a rough patch there in early May for about 3 weeks with the bullpen. It felt like everybody got cold at once. And the group has come out of it very, very well. For the past few weeks, they've thrown the ball great, and we do not win yesterday's game without our bullpen. The job that John King did coming in and keeping that game where it was and allowing our offense the chance to come back and score, and then Grant Anderson continuing it, Leclerc. These guys did a tremendous job, and it's a team effort, it's a team game, and our bullpen picked us up yesterday. Our starting pitching has been so solid. John Gray's been phenomenal. He was coming off a little bit of a blister, didn't have the normal routine and work over the last 10 days while he nursed the blister. It showed he wasn't as sharp as normal, but this is what good teams do. They pick each other up. The offense picked us up, the bullpen picked us up, and we won the game, won the series because of it. And it was really great to see. And like I said, I think it's momentum building. Hopefully we'll see that tonight in Chicago.
Wrapping up with Chris Young here, Rangers GM. Yeah, so no concerns moving forward with John Gray?
No, John came out of it well. His finger felt fine. It was just, I think he was frustrated with his command and control. But that's what happens when you get out of the routine, you get out of the normal work that you go through, from in between starts. You just lose the feel. And it took him a couple innings to get the feel, and it didn't quite come. At that point, we had dug ourselves a hole. Boach felt the best option was John King to keep that game close, and he was right, and the bullpen did a terrific job. But no worries about John moving forward.
Was last week the first big test for this team, and is 2 wins enough to kind of put it in the rear view?
Last week in terms of just the 2 teams we faced with Anaheim and Toronto.
Yeah, as far as, struggling to find quality starts, struggling with runners in scoring position.
Oh, yeah. I mean, there's a number of ways that you get tested, and I think that I think that it's not. I don't think it was the first test we faced. I think that we had 2 really tough road trips. One a West Coast trip against division opponents that we came out of and really passed, and then this week, facing 2 teams that were playing pretty good baseball. Anaheim's been playing tremendous baseball. And getting tested by them, and we've been in every game, whether it was the Tampa series, the Anaheim series, and then obviously the Toronto game that we lost this past series. We've been in every game, and so sometimes you're going to win those, but sometimes you just the ball doesn't bounce your way. The first game against Anaheim, we smoked some balls and could have easily won that game. And just, line drives right at guys with runners in scoring position, and that's the way it goes. So I think that what you want to see is the resolve and the perseverance of the group, and I think the guys did that this weekend, and certainly did it yesterday.
Hey, Chris, I wanted to ask you: are you on this particular trip this week, or for the Chicago trip this week?
I'm on half of it. I'm going to miss Chicago. I'm headed to Phoenix tonight.
Okay.
The Major League Baseball draft combine is out in Phoenix, so I'm headed out there. Then we'll join the team in New York this weekend.
Okay, and the reason I was going to ask you that, because the White Sox appear to be a team that might be interested in selling, and I didn't know if that was one of those things where would you go on a trip if there's some players potentially being rumored that you would want to see for yourself?
Yeah, I mean, mainly we send our scouts in to see these guys, and I'll do a lot of video work on them, but I wouldn't make a trip necessarily to see a player that we're interested in acquiring unless it's, maybe something's imminent there. But the White Sox, that division is very tight, and a lot of things can change quickly, and I know they're focused on winning. They put a team together that they expected to win, and we're not taking them lightly. They've got a very talented group, and we've got to go out and play our baseball, and hopefully we'll find a way to win the series.
Man, Dallas to Phoenix, that's like out of the frying pan and into the fryer. Chris, thank you so much for joining us. I hope you're staying cool out there, my man.
I appreciate it, guys. It's great catching up with you, and I'll talk to you next week.
There he goes. Thank you, sir. Rangers GM Chris Young here on 105.3 The Fan. Give him hell. We'll be pulling for you pregame tonight, 6:30, and then day off Thursday in New York on Friday with the pregame at 5:30. That is your sked for the week right here on your home of the Rangers. Now, Restroom Revelations coming up next, Chief. Where are you taking us?
Yes, sir. We wave goodbye to a traditional restroom technique. That's next.
All right. Oh, sorry, Lucius.
Go ahead, brother.
Man, my bad. Welcome back. Coming up at the top of the hour, we'll have the Cowboys topics, C-Note, Cowboys news of the evening. Right now, it's time for Restroom Revelations. Here's your guy, Eric Chiafalo.
Y'all have been peeing wrong this whole time. Been trying to tell you. The science backs it up. Restroom Revelations starts right now.
Number 2. That's right, buddy. You show that turd who's boss. Hey, just grab a hold of something, bite your lip, and give it hell. Come on. We're going to get through this.
I thought we were doing bidet talk.
I'm a urologist, reads the headline. Men have been peeing the wrong way.
Mm-hmm.
Now, we could have very well gotten into a bidet discussion about Jay-Z and Beyonce and how much we would pay for it and all sorts of different
Which the answer would have been nothing for all of us, right?
Yeah, probably.
I think that's what we gathered. Like, we weren't impressed by this.
I'd probably pay for the bidet that
Beyonce sat on.
Beyonce, I don't even know that she's necessarily sitting on it, to be fair. I think she's sitting around it, and then I don't think you sit on the bidet.
I don't know how it works. I've never used one.
There is some level of distance between you and the bidet.
This is a hover deal?
Yeah. It just kind of squirts up out of there.
Yeah. Okay, so it's a normal. It's a normal toilet.
How you going to describe that?
It's a normal toilet, and bidet is inserted inside.
Yeah.
Yes, and there's distance. You're never actually touching the bidet, just for the.
And I'd be willing to pay a little bit more than the value of that bidet for it to be a famous bidet.
Agreed.
Because it might have some collector's value.
Oh yeah, have you seen the Beehive? Somebody's going to buy that out there.
Oh, no, that's going to get sold.
Yeah, like if it's a $1,200 bidet, I'll spend that $2,500 on it if that's what it's going to take to bring that home.
All right.
I'll use it for a while, put it back on the market, Beehive pick it up.
Well, after the general use it, the value goes up.
Then the value goes up. There's going to be a Tolo that wants it.
Oh,
what up, Lexi and Rowlett?
Oh,
yes. So a urologist is claiming that we've been doing the peeing the wrong way. Now, I am a noted, in the comfort of my own home, sit-down peer.
Wow.
Gerald Collins, who is a consultant urological surgeon at Alexandra Hospital in England.
This is made up.
He says the data analytics firm surveyed more than 7,000 men from 13 countries across the globe, finding majority usually stay standing while emptying their bladders. Mm-hmm. But it is actually not the healthier way or the more hygienic way. That's part of the reason why I started doing it too. The splashback, the aiming issues. There's a cleanliness issue when you're having to stand and pee. 9 times out of 10. When you sit down, you eliminate a lot of that hygienic stuff. But there's also a physical situation that comes into play where it's actually physically healthier for you.
That's why I like peeing in sinks.
You're talking to me about hygienics. You know how many times we're in the bathroom together? My dude doesn't wash his hands after using.
If I don't touch
if I'm touching myself,
yeah. If I don't touch myself,
splashback. You never know. Is that going to get on your palms?
It's not going to get on my palms. No, because I would feel it. I would know
on the forehands.
I would know. You feel it on your shins.
Plus, he's sitting down.
Well, I'm not sitting down here. Only in the comfort of my own home. Okay. I'm not sitting down in a public bathroom. That's asinine. It's disgusting.
And that we agree.
But you should be sitting down. He says sitting is probably the most efficient way of doing it. And he says the muscles in the pelvis and the spine are completely relaxed in the seated position, making it easier to complete the peeing process.
Get a full evacuation.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Now, what percentage, which country, because I actually have the countries here. The survey uncovered some things about some cultural differences, okay? 7,000 men from 13 countries across the globe.
Give me country 13, and I'll also tell you they're the country that stands at the urinal and pulls their pants completely down to their ankles.
Oh, yes. Preschool style.
Yeah, I thought that was only like a kindergarten.
Give me the 13. You got the 13th country?
The 13th country being like the one that does mostly standing?
Of the survey, yeah.
They're ankle peers.
Yeah.
Yeah, so the country that's doing the least amount of seated peeing is going to be Singapore.
Okay, Singapore is also the one that pulls their pants completely to the ground while they're standing at the urinal. That's that.
Those are the dots being connected there?
Oh, absolutely, yes.
I would find that interesting if there is a culture.
Have you ever wandered in and seen that?
Yeah, 100%. Yep.
That right there is not
a drunken thing or a child.
No, that's not somebody from here.
Grown ass man too has seen it. Seen on a grown ass man.
Yeah, exactly.
Rocking khakis at Target. I was like, damn, look at this fool.
Yeah, the man's got the pants at the ankles.
Really freaks you out.
Standing there, like with his shirt kind of halfway up while doing it.
You're seeing a lot more than you bargained for.
Yeah.
Okay, so Singapore is noted to being only 5% of men would say they sit down to pee regularly.
Okay, that might be a situation too where a country like that, you might be worried about sitting and then peeing through the seat onto the pants. Maybe you're not quite. You know what I mean?
I did have an issue with that one.
You know what I'm
time.
saying? You sit down and the stream ends up going between the seat and the
That's exactly what
the
happened.
commode,
And it
and it ends
rolls
up
down.
on the pants.
Yeah. Absolutely.
At your
How would that
feet.
be possible? Oh, it's
It can
possible.
be- Oh, it's possible.
It's possible.
Really?
Yeah.
It's possible.
Guilty.
If you're not,
If you're micro
yeah,
enough.
if you're not one of those guys.
Yes, because you can't.
All right,
we-
Lucius?
We've talked about this.
I don't
You
know what
can't.
you're talking about, bro.
Yeah, you do.
I don't know. Never been there, dog.
Nobody's personally co-signing this.
I can't sit down.
I'm co-signing, and the reason is
Okay, good for you. I'm proud of you for being vulnerable. You be vulnerable in this
you
moment.
can't two without wanting. We established that on the nosebleed seats.
Correct. So we've all sat and peed at some level.
Absolutely. So one time I was drunkenly using the restroom for the tooing purposes. The one happened. And
Obviously.
the one went through the crevice.
Between the seat and the commode.
It was a freezing, chilly night. It was actually an outdoor toilet.
Yes.
It was a weird
Yes, on the
situation.
frozen tundra.
It was snowing. It was snowing. He was barefoot. He was
He just got out of the ocean.
Couldn't have been colder.
Walked uphill both damn ways, too.
Now,
nose was congested.
Absolutely.
Again, I'm not suggesting that you should be sitting to pee every time, because that would suggest that you're sitting to pee in places that are not the comfort of your own home, or someone that you know and trust and you feel cleanly vibes if you're a guest at their place. But 40% of men in Germany say they sit down to pee every time.
40. So Germans are the highest.
They are the highest rated of sit-down peers, German males. And then Australia comes in at number 2. Now, in the United States, 10% of men claim to sit down to pee every time.
All right, let me ask you this. You think there may be some like high percentage because alcohol involved? Like Germans, a lot of drinking going on.
Yeah.
Australians, a lot of drinking going on. Maybe you can't balance yourself.
No, but I
don't want
think
to stand there and pee all over everything.
They're thoroughbred drinkers, though. You know what
right,
I mean? Like
but they're hammered and they're kind of just
they're
wobbling.
used to it. I think
They're wobbling.
They've probably evolved over the years to where they're. I mean, you wouldn't even know they're hammered. You know, they're actually standing up straighter after additional beers.
I think they would be experienced to know that if their balance is off to the point they can't aim, it's time to stop. That's a clear sign of time to head home. That's your last pee of the night.
I think they're
Bro,
sitting,
you
I think
can't
they're
even
sitting-
stand.
Yeah, I think they're sitting down to take a break, kind of reevaluate where they're at. Maybe they need a couple more. You know.
So what would you guys have signed up on this? If they polled you, would you be an every time sit down peer, a most time, a sometime, a
Singapore.
rarely, a don't know, or a never?
Never.
You would
I'd
be never.
I'd be a never.
I would say a sometime because I've got the two and wanting situation.
Well, okay, if you're just
Yo,
saying
those get awkward too, though.
No, trust me.
Sometimes I gotta lift my. Oh, all right. So
Well, I'm not as blessed,
Yeah.
Lucius, in that area.
That's what you call it.
I'm Jewish.
So you get turned down.
So we didn't get the gene. But you know, if you don't aim,
Get that width unlocked.
if you don't aim, it's going through the crevice. Damn it!
10% say
They need
every
to
time
strike
in
a
America.
chord with you over there.
13% say most time in America they sit to pee. 23% say sometimes. 17% say rarely. 6% say they don't know, and 31% of males in America say they never sit.
I'm
to
in the
pee.
31%.
Yeah, I think the one of the good reasons is if your restroom is really close to your bedroom and the sound wakes up wifey, you might get talked into it.
It's a good call.
You know what I'm saying? But I've never had that situation. Do know a couple of buddies that it was requested, and they capitulated.
Even the middle of the night, just the general exhaustion would lead you to maybe like, I don't want to stand. It's 2 a.m. I just want to go sit down, handle the business, and then get back out of there. You know,
I could see that.
That's understandable.
What if your
as
kid
well.
like walks in and all of a sudden, you know what I'm
It
saying?
happens to Eric. He does that all the time, right?
Dad is sitting on the toilet peeing.
Don't you? Don't
Like,
you?
Mom.
Oopsies.
Be a role model.
That's the house my kids
Get
are
out of
growing
here,
up in.
kid.
Dad, why are you sitting down and you smell it all in here? Like
You told me I need to
was just
stand
going
up,
on.
man.
Oh, that's why we were blessed with this thing in front of us. We can stand to pee.
Cowboys news of the evening time. There is a player who had a breakout year last season. How likely is it he stays at that level? The numbers say not very. Who's going to be a disappointment? That's next to the nation. I want to tell my friends at
and studios secured by DFWsecurity.com. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome to the Nation.
It's hour 4 of the Nation. Coming up in 20 minutes, we're going to hit the expressway and talk a whole lot about the very interesting offseason that is developing for your Dallas Mavericks. Over the weekend, tied to a number of players. We're up to a handful of new names that we can talk about compared to just last Friday. So MFFLs, stick around. Cowboys fans, we got the goods right here for you. The C-Note, Cowboys news of the evening. Now, I got to tell you what, the third one on the list here, a couple of stories down, has me pretty stoked and optimistic about this team figuring out a way to take it to the next level. But before we get there, I'm going to talk about a breakout player from 2022. The chances of him having another great season, who would it be? Not good. Not good chances of having another great season. It was likely his career year that we just witnessed. Who is it?
Tony Pollard.
No.
Damn. I wanted
That's
that
a great
so bad.
guess, though.
I hope it's
5.2. I mean, he was over 6 in attempt for a lot of the season.
Dorrance Armstrong?
Dorrance Armstrong. He got it. That's
Okay.
Brian.
Okay, good.
The number one football mind, not only on this show, but in America. CeeDee Lamb's pretty good guess.
Yeah, I mean, I think he can do more.
He had a
but
huge
it
year.
was a
Yeah,
huge year.
Yeah, I would bet on him to do more, though. Yes, we go to Reed Hansen Cowboys wire. 8.5 sacks last year. Big jump from his previous high of 5. And it actually was more sacks than he'd had in all 3 of the previous seasons. So it was quite a breakout. The issue, though, is the pressure rate was the same as 2021 when he had just 5. So it's unlikely he'll be in that 8.5 sack club. 5 you live with. 5 you're like, hey, that's great. A member of our defensive end rotation got you 5 sacks. Cool. But 8.5 puts you in like a prime contributor range, if you ask me. So pressure rate's the same, and that's how you predict the number of sacks somebody is going to get. Not off the sacks that they got last year, but off the pressure rate, and a certain percentage of your pressures are going to end up in sacks, more often than not. Okay, here's the good one though. Or no, let me get to this one because it's Tony Pollard. Cowboys and Pollard open to a new deal is one of the stories circulating around your Cowboys news cycle here. And I just don't know what to make of this, guys. When I saw it over the weekend, we go to Blog of the Boys, and Jeremy Fowler of ESPN saying both sides want to agree on a new long-term deal. He's in a situation where he's looking at it as a win-win because he got the franchise tag at 10. He's coming off an injury and all that, but the Cowboys want to step up and try to do a long-term deal, and he's certainly open to that. I don't know how you could come up with one that makes sense. If the market's $7 million and you're the Cowboys and you're like, hey, we'll give you 3 for 21, I'm getting 1 for 10 right now. I don't think there's any offer the Cowboys could realistically throw out there. Like, I think the story from Jeremy Fowler is them just saying nice things about Tony Pollard because there's no need to kill it. There's no need to make Tony Pollard open up his smartphone and read a story that the Cowboys don't want anything to do with a long-term deal. I can't see this making sense. I'm a fan of the player. I'm excited about what he's going to do. But a long-term deal, I don't think it's realistic.
They
Brian,
said
how about you?
They said the same thing about Dalton Schultz, right?
Oh yeah,
yeah. We did. We did keep hearing that.
I was hearing some whispers. Gosh, I can't remember the numbers off the top of my head. That sucks being old. But the thing about it is, the thing was that they offered Dalton Schultz a deal that he turned down that would have been pretty significant.
Probably would have been much better than he got for 1 year.
Yeah, for the 1 year.
I'm sorry, he wanted the big money.
Yeah, I mean, you hear so many things, but they were like, no, we offered him an opportunity, and he turned it down. And so then, they moved on from that. I think this is the same. I think this is very similar. Now, they did offer him a deal, according to some people there in the front office. I'm talking about Schultz. But with Pollard, how do you structure that? Does Pollard take somewhere between 5 and 7 though? Did you see what the market is?
I'm getting 10 for 1. How does it make sense for me if I'm
Pollard? It doesn't. The only thing for Tony Pollard is
if he wants to be here and he knows that it's not going to go up.
Right. It's the long-term security. Yeah. It's, you know what? I don't have to worry if I get hurt again this year. I'm under contract for 3 years. So but otherwise it doesn't make any sense for him because he's going to take at least probably $2 to $3 million less a year to do that.
I feel like the Cowboys messed it up giving him the tag. You know,
They did. Absolutely, they did.
but like Brian was saying, in February they might let him test free agency and then come back. That was the better idea.
I was trying that was my hope, that like, okay, go out there and try and get a better deal and see, because I was starting to see what was going on with the draft with some of these running backs. I'm like, if he goes, I'm like, I'm cool. Let's go. We'll find somebody.
You're right, because this running back class I thought was special, and next year you'll have some guys like Travion Henderson of Ohio State. There'll be some guys that you could look at, but I just think we've seen. I mean, how old is Dalvin Cook? 27. And Tony Pollard's 26. He'll be 27 this year.
Yeah.
Like, the drop off happened so fast at running back.
Look what they're doing to Saquon Barkley.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And Barkley is a guy that you look at and is in like the elite conversation, but also hasn't been able to stay healthy. You question how many touches can Tony Pollard have. We love the player. There's nothing about that. But in terms of team building, I just think it's proven you need to go young and turn and burn at the position.
A lot of text. 469 says 3 for 15. That'd be it. 972 Cowboys offered Schultz 3 and 31. That's been confirmed, and he did turn that down.
Okay, I knew it was because there were people in the organization who were saying, I just couldn't remember the exact number on it. You know, but it was one that like, hey, listen, here's the deal, and he flat turned it down.
Well, like Hunter Henry had just gotten like 4 years and $50 million, and Schultz was going for that kind of a bag, but it just wasn't there because evaluators, even the Cowboys, knew at this time. Please don't do it. Shouldn't have done the tag, says the 817 and 682. If they do give Pollard a new deal, they clearly have not learned. Okay, let's give you the third one here as we crank through the Cowboys news of the evening. We stick with Blogging the Boys here for the story from David Howman. Cowboys add to their analytics department by hiring Sarah Malpal from the Ravens. Okay, this was a story from Saturday afternoon. The Cowboys are hiring Sarah as a strategic football analyst. They're getting very serious about their analytics department heading into Mike McCarthy's fourth season as the head coach. A couple of weeks ago, they'd hired John Park, a rising star in the football analytics community, away from the Colts as their director of strategic football operations. It appears that they've made 2 hires now in the course of 2 weeks. And I think the Ravens are one of the teams that's most respected for their uses of analytics across the board.
Absolutely.
So I love the idea of bringing Sarah in. You know, it's kind of like taking somebody off the McVay coaching tree. I want somebody from the Ravens analytics tree to come and maybe show how it's done over there. And I'm not a huge believer in everything that analytics can do in football because, you know, some of the things, just don't add up for common sense. But I think when it comes to, hey, should we be going for it? Analytics has helped NFL teams a lot. When it comes to should we be running or passing, I think it has helped them clarify and self-scout themselves more. And whenever your team is on a hunt for more information, I don't think it can be a bad thing.
Well, and Sarah Malpal is one that's also big on kind of the change in philosophy that the Cowboys have had when it comes to the defensive tackle position.
Yeah.
She was talking about the importance of stopping the run and having a big defensive tackle because it also will then end up helping your secondary as well. Yeah. And Bobby did a great job. Maybe you guys are going to break down some of this audio on Love of the Star.
Oh, we did. We've already done it.
Okay,
yeah.
perfect.
Yeah, if you listen to Love of the Star today, actually a new one went up. So, yeah, we talked about her quite a bit. She's, I believe she's going to be more of helping with personnel than she will be with football, with coaches and stuff. She's about building models and things like that to kind of talk about some routes.
What kind of players you want?
Yeah, exactly. Huh. Exactly.
Yeah, I saw something from Eric DaCosta, who's the general manager for the Baltimore Ravens from a couple of years ago, and one of the things he mentioned that she did, she was like, hey, leading up to the draft, we had Sarah in analytics and asked her to do a report on outside receivers.
Yeah.
Give us the best outside receivers in college football and give us the names. And they ended up drafting one of them, which was Rashad Bateman.
Mm-hmm. Minnesota.
Right on. Well, congrats to her and welcome to the party. Next headline here in the C-Note Cowboys news of the evening. Mike McCarthy has made Pro Football Focus's top 5 hot seat list for NFL head coaches. Brian was just asking Friday in his Friday sports mix about Mike McCarthy. Is it a media narrative? Should he really be on the hot list or on the hot seat list? I don't know why he would be. But Chuck, you got some pretty good facts about how long he's been around and how rare that already is.
Well, okay, so he's going into year 4, right?
Yeah.
So the 5th year head coach in the Jerry Jones era is something that is very rare. In fact, there are 2 coaches that have ever had 5 or more seasons under Jerry Jones. It's Jason Garrett and Jimmy Johnson lasted a total of 5 years. Otherwise, Barry Switzer, 4. Chan Gailey, 2. Dave Campo, 3. Bill Parcells, 4. Wade Phillips, 3. So the odds, if you just look at the way that Jerry Jones has gone about with coaches, and we know Jason Garrett seemed like a rarity. He wanted Garrett to be his Tom Landry.
Yeah.
And that didn't happen. And a lot of Cowboy fans, probably including myself and Brian, I know you, would say he kept him around far too long.
And I wonder what we should expect. Is it the career record of Jerry Jones keeping coaches, or did something change in the last 15 years that said, I don't want to be going coach to coach. I want one that I like. The way that Jerry talks about coaches, when Jimmy left and, he said any one of 500 coaches could do this. When Jason Garrett was here and he would say, Jason needs to win him one, and then everybody will look at him differently. I do genuinely believe now Jerry Jones feels like coaches are fairly interchangeable, and he just wants one that he likes. So I think he'll be trying to give the benefit of the doubt to Mike McCarthy in an attempt to keep him, unless Mike does something to betray him. I think Jerry's got his back, and I don't expect him to be on the hot seat anytime within the next 2 to 3 years unless the play gets really bad on the field.
See, I think there is a scenario where if your seasons continue to end the way they've ended as of late, where your offense is your problem and your head coach, especially now, he is the play caller. But he's been the offensive head coach, but now he's offensive head coach and he's your play caller. Now he's got more ownership and he has to take more blame for your offense. And if that continues to be the reason why you can't advance in the playoffs, then and you couple that with your defense being really, really dang good, and the last 2 times your season ended, your defense was pretty dang impressive, then it's like, okay, why don't we just bump up old Dan Quinn?
Exactly. You have a guy internally that might be that option. Now, this was also interesting. I saw this from Blogging the Boys. They pulled a chart from Jason Fitzgerald of overthecap.com, who put together a chart that is an absolute perfect representation of who the Cowboys are as a franchise when it comes to what they want to do year to year. And Gavin, this falls right into what you've been preaching for years now. The chart cross-references a team's projected 2024 cap situation with the level of projected roster turnover that's expected for 2024. The Cowboys are the only team that is right dead in the middle. So they're not expected to have a complete overhaul. Their cap's not expected to change that much. They're staying mediocre right in the middle. And if Mike McCarthy continues to pump out 12-win seasons and they're in the conversation and they're in the divisional round, maybe that's exactly what the Jones family's comfortable with.
They figured out the formula to stay in the playoffs, to stay relevant, to stay in the hunt. And that maximizes revenue, I think in some ways it's clear that they're not a championship organization. I think Jerry Jones preferring friends at head coach. He's lost his stomach for the fight. The problem for Jerry Jones was that, he was super, super competitive. And after he won those 3 and he tried to maintain that level, he realized he was decreasing his quality of life by caring that much about getting another one. Now he wants quality of life, which includes high revenue and not getting so stressed out about the idea of winning. He knows that in order to win one, the moon and the stars had to align. He had to blow out Landry, and the cost of even getting to that high of a level, there was such drama that happened on the backside of it. Jerry Jones realized at some point in the aftermath of those championships, like there's a different way to do it where I don't have to get so emotionally involved and wrapped up and fire friends. We can turn this into a much more pleasant lifestyle instead of, because being in the sports world, Brian will tell you he worked in the NFL for a decade and a half. There's a lot of arguments. There's toxicity. There's ego. And if you want to like supercharge your organization with that and demands and accountability, you're going to make a lot of people not like you. And the work environment is going to be really up and down depending on if you're winning and losing. I think Jerry Jones figured out a way to keep himself happy, to keep the team relevant and cranking out money. And it's valuing like loyalty and not riding like a roller coaster. And right now, I think the only people that are really losing are the fans. He's got his money. The NFL gets this product almost every year that can deliver record ratings on any week. As long as you guys don't go suck for 4 years, we can just put the Cowboys on. It's like, bam, 30% of the country's watching us. It's just a huge windfall. And I think, those are the two things right now, the loyalty and the insistence on winning money deals that are keeping this team held back a little bit. Okay, we got to run, though. Thank you, Lucius. It's time to hit the expressway. The Mavs trade rumors are here in a big way with the draft now just 72 hours away. What is the latest on what this basketball team can do? It's next in the nation. We got to run.